Chapter 1. Long time no see. Shaolon. Ah, and there's Mr. Kudo over there. Nura Rukio gazed at the recently vandalized public property, the trembling Mao Li lawn, and the cement-shedding utility pole, waving a hand in greeting. Ah, who are you? Mao Li lawn looked quizzically at the tall figure before her, with a shock of black hair tipped with streaks of red and striking red eyes, clad in black attire. However, on the other side, Kudo Shinichi instantly recognized him. Nura Rukio, you scoundrel! How dare you return? And why are you addressing Shaolon so affectionately, while I am merely Mr. Kudo? Nura Rukio placed a hand over his heart, feigning betrayal. Ah, has Miss Shaolon truly forgotten me? Have we not sworn an oath together? You are Rukio. What a drastic change. Oath? What oath do we have? Shaolon replied, her eyes wide in disbelief. Shaolon, do not heed his nonsense. And you scoundrel, do not ignore me. Kudo Shinichi exclaimed, hopping in exasperation. Nura Rukio, as if just noticing Kudo Shinichi, wore a look of dawning realization. Wow, you must be the legendary rolling washing machine, right? He said, falling into a contemplative expression, stroking his chin. So, are we quite familiar then? Kudo Shinichi was at his wit's end. You, who was it that left over 1,000 screaming chickens in my house when you left? Scoundrel, who knows? Perhaps it was a birthday gift from the heavens, considering you are their favorite child? Nura Rukio nonchalantly averted his gaze. You looked me in the eye when you said you didn't know. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. You even set up a trap that continually called me to school. And it wasn't even my birthday. Ah, but I feared you might forget me. How memorable it must have been. Haha. Indeed, memorable. My textbooks were filled with bouncing paper frogs, leaping all over the classroom, and my pen sprayed ink everywhere. How could I not remember? Kudo Shinichi gritted his teeth in frustration. My fault, my fault. I was young and foolish, focused solely on our future, neglecting our present. Truly a sin. He then produced a small model resembling a cross from seemingly nowhere. Ah, great God of friendship, will you forgive me? He then turned his face away, adopting a serious expression. I forgive you. After concluding his performance, Nura Rukio turned to Kudo Shinichi. See, the deity has forgiven me. So you should too. You scoundrel. After not seeing you for years, your personality remains unchanged. Kudo Shinichi found himself utterly helpless against his childhood friend, who was infuriatingly charming, yet insufferably troublesome. Indeed, Rukio, your character has remained steadfast, and you've grown so tall that I almost failed to recognize you. Mao Lilan nodded, astonished that her childhood companion now towered over her. Ha ha, I'm only 183, just a smidgen taller. Nura Rukio waved his hand dismissively. You are merely bragging, utterly blatant boasting. Kudo Shinichi retorted. Ding ding ding. Don't hide in there without a sound. I know you're there. Answer the phone. Answer the phone. Ding ding ding. Nura Rukio's phone rang in Chinese, and he skillfully pulled it out to end the call, waving goodbye to Kudo Shinichi and Mao Lilan. My boss is calling, and he pays me, so I must take my leave. Oh, by the way, Shinichi, I've purchased the house in front of yours. Let's sing praises for our great friendship. Farewell. Behind him, Kudo Shinichi wailed, no. How would you be the one who bought it? Disregarding him, Nura Rukio quickened his pace, ensuring no one was around before conjuring a card from thin air and pressing it to his forehead. He then transformed into a not-so-tall middle school boy, a cute visage with blue hair and blue eyes, his attire shifting accordingly. As for why he had taken on the appearance of a middle schooler, that is a lengthy tale, dating back to his childhood when Rukio first acquired a rather unreliable system. The novice gift pack contained merely 2 items. One was a fragment of the former host's memories, which had become increasingly hazy over time. The second item, a transformation card, was obtained from a novice gift pack and was known as the rule item card. My mindset is my appearance. It declared, I am mentally 18 thus. I shall remain forever 18. Ability. While my physical condition remains unchanged, my body and appearance will reflect my mental age, along with corresponding attire. In essence, when his mindset was youthful, his appearance would appear young. Conversely, when his mindset aged, he would appear older. Initially, he could sculpt his facial features, choose his voice, and select clothing for every integer age, with adjustments made automatically as his mindset shifted. It sounded splendid, did it not? However, this item had a bug should one inadvertently express a sentiment. They would instantly mature, and while joyfully playing, they would revert to childhood. Due to this predicament, Nura Rukio was cautious when adjusting his appearance, forsaking the idealized image of a strikingly handsome figure for a cute young boy. He also set the aging rate to its lowest, resulting in his disguise appearing nearly the same from the ages of 12 to 30, with only subtle changes, rendering any significant issues absent thus far. Moreover, Rukio's youthful mindset kept his appearance relatively stable, as he remained quite spry. The concept of a disguise was hardly problematic in Japan. Furthermore, having traversed time early and having played various roles since childhood, he possessed a complete personal history, which prevented any discrepancies during his organization's recruitment. His disguise was that of a gifted 17-year-old graduate from M Province Institute of Technology. His guardian had recently returned to Japan, now known as Jin, given his affiliation with the action team. Oh, and Nura Rukio's parents were still alive when they went to America, so he had no guardian assigned while there. Contrarily, due to his penchant for tinkering with peculiar gadgets and the inexplicable favoritism from his boss, he enjoyed a rather fulfilling life in America. Upon returning, however, with Jin now his guardian, he was uncertain of what would transpire, though currently, there were no issues, as Jin had no desire to see him. After a series of turns, Nura Rukio arrived at the entrance of an ordinary little shop. Upon entering, he greeted the outer members at the bar and produced identification to confirm his identity, undergoing a fingerprint verification before being granted access inside. Venturing deeper into the shop, he reached a room resembling an ordinary bedroom, where, with practiced ease, he accessed the true safe house. You did well if your methods could be a touch more discreet. It would be even better, Scorpion, Jin remarked, seated at a bar, observing Nura Rukio while subconsciously caressing the Beretta M92F resting on the table. Ha 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 ha. What do you think? Is it not a perfect work of art? The filthy scum deserve their just desserts, Nura Rukio proclaimed, proudly placing his hands on his hips as he laughed. Old Jin. Seeing Jin's hand move towards his gun, Nura Rukio quickly ceased his laughter and waved his hands in resignation. Do not touch the gun. Hey. Can't a person laugh? After all, while Jin often brandished a gun primarily to intimidate, he was not one to shy away from actual threats against Rukio. In truth, he had merely dropped an experimental system-enhanced piece of refuse during a mishap in the safe house, although at the time, Jin had been present there. As a result, Jin had chased him and fired several shots, and their subsequent collaborations had led to a pattern where, upon Rukio causing trouble, Jin would inevitably find him and take a few genuine shots, though he generally avoided aiming for vital areas. Indeed, Nura Rukio possessed commendable agility, and his smaller frame often allowed him to evade most attacks, though he had still taken a couple of bullets over time. Moreover, it was unclear what Jin had discussed with the boss previously, as even Rukio's family had never been monitored. Vodka, sensing the awkward atmosphere, hurriedly interjected, Scorpion, was it not a bit cruel to throw itching powder into the target's home? That fellow even managed to scratch himself to death. Nura Rukio looked at Vodka with a puzzled expression. Wow, how could such an incongruous statement escape your icy lips? After a moment's thought, he sent Vodka a file from his phone. Take a look for yourself. This fellow performed a good deed. Vodka opened his phone and glanced at it. Did he lay his hands on the child? Indeed, and it's not just one. Nulian Luxiong thought of his investigative findings, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Both Vodka and Jin fell silent, fully aware that Nulian Luxiong had originally joined the action group with the intention of administering vigilante justice. While he could overlook many matters, if the target was not virtuous, well, then he would be confronted with the peculiar artistry of the most unruly individuals within the organization. Nulian Luxiong seemed to recall something, turning to Vodka and asking, "Is it true that the newspapers did not report on that individual's deeds?" Vodka raised the newspaper in his hand. Indeed, they did not. Nulian Luxiong snatched it away, scrutinizing today's report, his expression darkening as he sat at the bar. "I'll have a glass of scorpion vodka," he said after a brief pause, addressing an unknown member behind the bar. "Give him a glass of juice," Jin interjected coldly, interrupting Nulian Lucian. "Why? I'm already so distressed. Why won't you let me have a drink? This is absurd. We're supposedly a criminal organization, yet we're monitoring children's alcohol consumption." Nulian Lucian slumped forward on the bar, his face a portrait of despair. Jin calmly sipped his drink, ignoring Nulian Luxiang's antics, and continued, "You should practice your shooting. Your recent training records have shown a notable decline." Hey, ill practice," Nulian Lucian replied lethargically, clutching his juice. "By the way, this is the 7th one, right?" "The 7th of what?" Jin glanced at him, inquisitive. "The 7th safe house has juice. Which respectable organization keeps juice in their office? That's specifically prepared for minors like you. Especially you," Jin remarked, sipping his drink indifferently. Yes. It's just a matter of having a little too much and blowing up the safe house. It's not that serious." "Really?" Nulian Lucian took small sips of juice, cradling his cup. "Finish it quickly and then hurry off to practice shooting." Yes. Nulian Lucian nodded, taking his cup to the training room within the safe house. He gazed at the gun in his hand, muttering, "If I could actually hit someone, I wouldn't need the itching powder." As for why his shooting had deteriorated, it all traced back to the buff he had acquired from the brother Tongzi. Permanent buff. National overview on horseback. My Qing dynasty conquers the world with firearms, but I am a nation on horseback. Ability. Riding. Enhancement of cold weapon proficiency. The effect could be understood quite literally. It was like a bicycle chasing a supercar, or a dagger piercing a giant robot, though exaggerated. It was more akin to a katana barely able to slice a bullet. The key point was that it came with a debuff, which could be interpreted as my gun is not a gun, it is a crescent blade, heavy and powerful. As for shooting? What shooting? There was no shooting. Thus, while Nulian Lucian used to score 8s and 9s, he was now missing the targets so badly that aiming for target 3 resulted in direct hits on targets 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Nulian Lucian found it utterly unscientific, but upon reflecting on Shinichi Kudo, he thought, well, quite in line with the Kudo logic. Just then, Brother Tongzi sent another message. Target eliminated successfully. Mission submitted. Mission reward. 1 prop draw. Draw. Drawing successful. One more time. Do you wish to draw again? Nulian Luxiang's face twitched as he hit target 7 with a 7 ring. Draw. Detecting narrative commencement. Reward pool successfully updated. Beginning draw. Drawing successful. Detective Conan Manga Volume 1 File 19. Huh? Nulian Luxiang's eyes widened suddenly, for it had been so long since he had engaged with it, and with his fragmented memory of the plot, he had nearly forgotten about it, unable to suppress a murmur. The narrative has begun? What narrative has begun? Are you even practicing your shooting properly? Nulian Lucian stiffly turned his head, only to see Jin staring coldly at him from behind. Ha! The anime I've been watching recently has premiered. How come you walk so silently? Jin promptly drew his beloved Beretta, pointing it at Nulian Lucian. Practice now. You truly have no sense of humor, Nulian Lucian remarked, observing Jin's expressionless face, ultimately resigned to continue shooting. After watching Nulian Lucian empty 3 magazines, with bullet holes peppering all the targets except for the one directly in front, Jin remained silent for a moment before saying, Scorpion, you haven't had a mission lately, you can head back. Oh, Brother Jin finally has the heart to part with his beloved treasure. How wonderful. What greeted him was the ominous muzzle of a gun. All right, this is really dull. Since he was being let go, Nulian Lucian exited the safe house, found a secluded spot to remove his disguise, and casually chose a small restaurant by the roadside. I have ignited my appetite. Curry rice is truly a divine delicacy. Nura Rukio's utmost favorite is curry rice, as long as it is curry rice. It is satisfactory and easy to please. After indulging in a hearty meal and settling the bill, I set off towards the house I purchased shortly after returning to Japan. The 2 buildings directly across from the Kudo residence. Located at 2-11 and 2-12, Mikohanacho, Mikohana City, Tokyo. Indeed, Nura Rukio possesses 2 houses. Not only is one situated in front of Kudo Shinichi's home, but it also lies adjacent to Professor Agasa's residence. He acquired both properties, one for living and the other for storage. Just to clarify, the second house is designated for storing props and conducting experiments. However, despite the well-equipped nature of the laboratory, Nura Rukio seldom engages in experiments. The primary reason for purchasing that house is due to the system space, which can accommodate 20 props. It allows for the full storage of items during prolonged map alterations. Thus, it serves to house various props he dares not utilize, along with an assortment of miscellaneous items. Additionally, it was purchased to prevent Conan's curiosity in the future, as props cannot materialize out of thin air. You mentioned the Black Organization? It is reasonable to assume that the members of the action group possess a mystique, and moreover, their alternate familial address is not here. Even his guardian, Jin, has never sought him out at home. Even if he did, what of it if I were out enjoying myself? After all, that house is equipped with automatic cleaning devices. To ensure convenience, Nura Rukio has even installed 3 doors for these 2 houses, one between them and one at the back of each. This arrangement indeed places him directly across from Kudo and Professor Agasa. As for the property prices, they are undeniably steep. Yet the Nura Rukio family hails from a lineage of onmyoji. Though he fails to comprehend how a being like Nura Rukio could be an onmyoji, a rather confounding premise. His parents were once only children from affluent families. After all, being an onmyoji can be quite lucrative. Alas, during his time in America, he was left alone after his family perished, with only the inheritance left by his elders. Although the estate tax significantly diminished the amount, he nonetheless inherited a modest fortune. Equivalent to that of a small conglomerate, 2 to 3 houses, quite a windfall. Upon entering the house, he retrieved a volume of Detective Conan from the system space, preparing to peruse it. After all, he could hardly recall the nuances of the plot. He only remembered that Kudo Shinichi was rather stoic, having been drugged by Jin at the outset, leading to a whirlwind of misadventures, with death lurking at every turn. Was it not the case that at the very beginning, Kudo Shinichi was prone to indiscriminate acts? Nura Rukio leaned on his hand, flipping to the first chapter. Today marks the commencement of the narrative. The magical consciousness of the world converges, and as he continued flipping through the pages, he checked the date. Tomorrow. Today implies that tomorrow, old Jin will engage in extortion while Kudo Shinichi will indulge in his indiscretions. Nura Rukio promptly closed the manga, lightly striking his palm in determination. I shall capture the moment of indiscretion. Understanding the situation, Nura Rukio dashed to the adjacent house designated for storage, rummaging through his belongings. Where did I place my camera? After a prolonged search, he could not locate it, glancing at the time before ultimately deciding to venture out to purchase a new one. He returned to change his attire before heading out to procure a camera. By the time Nura Rukio returned, the moon had emerged, commencing its nocturnal activities. After setting up the camera, he resumed his study of the manga. Given the limited activities of this era and his lack of need for exercise, his naturally gifted physique, endowed with dual A ratings in speed and strength, left him with little choice. This also accounts for why Jin merely brandishes a firearm at Nura Rukio rather than inviting him to engage in martial arts practice. Had Nura Rukio not previously lacked skill, only managing a B-grade performance, and had he learned how to evade bullets earlier, he would not have been struck by a handgun. After perusing the manga, Nura Rukio returned it to the system and prepared some small items that might be needed the following day. Particularly, he selected a small gift for the security guard, believing he would appreciate it. Once he confirmed that nothing was amiss, he retired to bed. The next morning, as Nura Rukio awoke and washed up, a thought suddenly struck him. Holding a cup and toothbrush, he glanced at the calendar. All is normal. Still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. With no tasks at hand, Nura Rukio departed for Doro Bigala Park at 9 o'clock. Based on his deductions of the plot, Kudo Shinichi and his companions were scheduled to arrive at 10, and their indiscretions would likely manifest later in the evening. Thus, arriving early would be most prudent. Murmuring to himself, Nura Rukio passed through the ticket gate and proceeded directly to the roller coaster. Perhaps due to his early arrival, as the park had just opened, there were scarcely any visitors, allowing him to board the very first roller coaster of the day with ease. After disembarking from the roller coaster, Nobuyuki Nishiyama felt quite exhilarated and yearned for another ride. Why, you may ask? Because he had been so absorbed in the thrill of the experience. Exclaimed Nura Rukio as he descended from the roller coaster for the 3rd time. He merely sought a place to explore, not driven by a desire for amusement. After a brief moment of hesitation, Rukio resolved to scout the area and, upon arrival, began comparing his surroundings with a comic book in hand. Indeed, this was the location. He sought a suitable hiding spot for his camera, and given the abundance of trees, there were plenty of options to conceal it. Ultimately, he selected a spot that would avoid reflections in the afternoon light. However, he refrained from hiding the camera just yet, as its battery life was inadequate. Noting the late hour, Rukio decided to enjoy a light lunch at a small eatery within the amusement park before proceeding. After savoring a delicious curry meal, he indulged in 2 more rides on the roller coaster and 1 on the pirate ship. Realizing time was of the essence, he hurriedly made his way to conceal the camera. As he emerged after setting it up, he overheard someone mentioning a fatality within the park. Understanding that the plot had commenced, Rukio made his way toward the roller coaster. Upon reaching the base of the ride, a police officer clad in a brown coat shouted, "Stand back. I am a police officer." Rukio was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that a death had just occurred, and while the police station was nearby, their response was remarkably swift. Recognizing the officer as Inspector Magyar, Rukio pondered that it was quite normal for him to arrive promptly in such scenarios. He lowered his gaze and followed closely behind Inspector Magyar, observing as he rushed to the prime viewing area. Task: assist in the investigation of the roller coaster murder case. Rukio's system was indeed straightforward. His success depended solely on luck, as did the penalties for failure. "Ah, it's Inspector Magyar. And isn't that Kudo Shinichi?" Rukio, trailing behind Inspector Magyar, heard the words and instinctively thought, "Here he comes, brother." He approached with a greeting. "What a coincidence, Shinichi." "Ran. Upon hearing of a death, I immediately thought of you too. You are truly here." "Rukio, what do you mean by that? Why would hearing of a death remind you of us?" An annoyed Ran stamped her foot. Shinichi rolled his eyes. "How did you end up here?" "It's a long story. I have no money to earn today. My transfer application isn't sorted yet, and with nothing else to do, I thought I might as well visit the amusement park." Rukio replied nonchalantly, shrugging. "You understand why I said that, right, Shinichi?" Inspector Magyar pointed to a diagram, stating, "Excluding you and Ran, there are 5 suspects. In the front row sits the victim's friend A, alongside friend B. In the 3rd row with the victim is C, who is also the victim's girlfriend. Behind the victim are 2 men in black, D and E. However, all these individuals are secured by safety bars, limiting their movements. Clearly, only the girlfriend C, seated next to the victim, had the opportunity to act. At that moment, Jin approached, urging, "Could you all hurry up? We do not have time to indulge in children's detective games." Shinichi looked at Jin with palpable tension, noting the icy demeanor in his gaze, as if he could kill without a second thought. "Who is he?" Rukio whispered casually to Shinichi. "Huh, what are you trying to do?" Shinichi shot Rukio a deadpan stare. Jin cast a surprised glance at Rukio, then exchanged hushed words with Vodka, who began fiddling with his phone, seemingly searching for information. "Isn't that how you feel?" Rukio inquired, stroking his chin in perplexity. As Shinichi Kudo was about to respond, a security guard from the amusement park shouted, "Police! This woman has this in her handbag." The girl standing beside the guard wore a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "How could there be such a thing?" "I don't know," she cried, covering her face. Kudo Shinichi and Nura Rukio approached to investigate. "Ah, a frame-up." Nura Rukio chuckled upon noticing the knife placed in the bag. Understanding that while he was aware of the deception, the onlookers had yet to grasp the situation. "You're right, Rukio." Shinichi stood up and addressed Officer Magyar, who was busy eliminating erroneous conclusions. "Please wait a moment, Officer Magyar. The culprit is not her. It is." He pointed towards another girl. Recalling Nura Rukio's earlier observation of her, remembering her name as Katomi. Katomi, bearing the notoriety of a suspect, began to vehemently refute the accusations. "What are you talking about? You saw the weapon right in Aiko's bag." "Ha ha ha, miss, you seem to lack common sense. How could such a small toy sever someone's neck?" Rukio interrupted her with a laugh, realizing that while reading the manga was one thing, witnessing the drama unfold in real life was far more entertaining. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to let Shinichi take the lead in solving the case, as he had been unceremoniously interrupted. "Katomi must have something like fishing line or wire, right? Do you have any clues?" Shinichi responded somewhat disinterestedly. "You noticed that too, huh?" "There are indeed clues." Turning to the approaching officers, he said, "Excuse me, officers, could you lend a hand?" After a series of deductions, and after provoking the onlookers with a bit of theatrical flair, the evidence of tears and a necklace led to Katomi collapsing in despair on the ground. Empathizing with her, Shinichi confidently deduced the situation, though he couldn't comprehend why the culprit so readily confessed. Rukio couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the power of deduction." Katomi, now kneeling and weeping profusely, began to recount her feelings about committing the crime. Rukio, though disapproving of the man who had wronged her, found her transgression less severe compared to the villains he typically dealt with in the organization. Observing Katomi's distress, Rukio remarked, "Love and possessiveness are not the same. True love allows one to let go when the other is unwilling to stay. Of course, such a scoundrel is not worthy of your affection. Consider this a rather unfortunate jest of fate. Regardless of how long you remain here, your future will surely be bright." As Rikuo's words resonated, Katomi's sobs intensified. He shrugged and turned to Shinichi and ran, saying, "Indeed, comforting others is not my forte." With his task complete, he added, "Continue your romantic date, Shinichi," and ran. "And may you soon be blessed with children. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Rukio departed, leaving the two with their teacups. Hastening to a vantage point he had previously discovered, from which he could observe Shinichi at his most vulnerable. This observation point was atop a small building, where he produced a pre-prepared gadget, Kudo's gadget, the cosmic telescope. Description: today, let you wield a small knife to slice through the veil of reality. Ability: the longer you pull, the further you can see. This gadget represented the penultimate line of defense within this convoluted system. At least it was functional, albeit often absurd. For instance, this telescope, while effective, required charging. Rikuo had frequently criticized its practicality during its first trial, although it was enjoyable at the moment. Its usage soon proved troublesome. 10 minutes of use necessitated a month of charging, with a maximum operational time of merely 3 hours. Setting up the telescope. Rikuo observed Shinichi stealthily leaning against a wall, while Jin crept closer, preparing to awaken his unsuspecting target with a gentle tap. Shinichi promptly collapsed, and Jin administered a sedative, even offering water to prevent choking. How considerate of him. Rikuo felt a pang of anxiety, gripping a throwing knife tightly, worried about what might happen to Shinichi. Fortunately, the fates favored him. As Jin departed, Shinichi immediately resumed his natural state, transforming before Rikuo's eyes from an adult into a child. Once the transformation was complete, Rikuo approached, admiring the youthful visage of Conan, reminiscing about the days of the past. He retrieved a concealed camera, removing a cover that had been a prank prop. Alas! He uttered a faint cry as his hand was already lacerated. Prank prop, the blade on the invisibility cloak. Behold, if you perceive my thrust, your endurance shall be at an end. Durability, 15. Ability, concealment of appearance, adorned with razor edges. Fortunately, the grip was gentle, resulting only in 7 or 8 minor wounds. Nura Rukio swiftly tore off a small piece of cloth from his garment to perform a rudimentary bandage. Once assured that no blood of his own was present, he retrieved another device and pressed a button. Kaido's device, trace erasure apparatus. I have entered, and I have exited. Alas, you remain oblivious to its capabilities, erasing traces within a 10-meter radius, confirming that no flaws remained. Nura Rukio aimed the camera at Conan's face and recorded for a brief moment before hastily retreating. At the entrance, he wrapped a stone in a note prepared yesterday and tossed it into the blind spot of the surveillance. "Security, brother. Happy birthday, Conan." A piercing scream echoed from within. "Ah, my foot." Nura Rukio whistled nonchalantly, feigning innocence, and turned to head home. Upon returning, he perused the recordings on the camera, grinning. Heh. Another entry in Kudo Shinichi's dark past. Just as he was nearing home, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to rummage through a comic book. There's still an event I can partake in tonight. He hurriedly hailed a cab back home, where he discovered 2 devices in the laboratory, alongside one from the system's inventory. Nura Rukio prepared to utilize these 3 devices for his plan. Prank prop, the nightmare gun of desperate struggles. Don't move. If you do, I shall fire. Durability, 22. Ability, neither of us shall have a pleasant evening tonight. Kaido's device, animal lasso. The man who lassos is valiant and formidable. Ability, animals of lesser intelligence ensnared will be tamed. Rule prop card, lightness skill. Tonight, I shall demonstrate the lightness of a flower thief. Even a snowflake weighs more than I. Thus commenced the quest to find the dog. Fortunately, there were indeed numerous stray dogs in Mihua town, albeit too small. It was only upon finding the third that he encountered a relatively sizable canine. "Hey, I've got it." As I gazed at the stray dog baring its teeth at me, I swiftly mounted it with a cowboy-like maneuver. After feeding the dog some meat, I adorned myself with the grace of lightness to prevent myself from taking flight. And by the time I steadied myself, the dog had devoured most of the food. Grasping the lasso around its neck, I settled onto its back. Charge forth, noble steed. The dog obeyed my commands and began to run. How could any man resist the allure of riding a dog? Nura Rukio, recalling the location of his school from memory, began to meander about. As the sheer joy of riding the dog enveloped him, his body swiftly transformed into that of a first grader. The first school was a bust. Onward to the second. With fervor, Nura Rukio wildly swung his right arm while clutching a water bottle in his left, holding the leash tightly. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered Conan, also mounted upon a dog, at the entrance of the second school. Young lad, shall we engage in a dog riding contest? Nura Rukio extended his right hand, giving a thumbs up, embodying the spirit of a passionate challenger. I have no time to play with a child like you, Conan retorted, exuding an air of maturity as he hastily galloped away on his canine companion. Undeterred by Conan's dismissal, Nura Rukio pursued him, occasionally darting ahead. Where are you off to? Are you also riding a dog at this late hour? Just because you're 8 doesn't mean you're not a child like me. Conan, entirely too preoccupied to entertain Nura Rukio's incessant chatter, continued to ride past 2 more schools before finally stopping with a grim expression. The first question he posed to Nura Rukio was, do you know of any nearby schools with visible chimneys? Chimneys? I hadn't paid attention. But that building over there near Urchu Middle School does resemble one, Nura Rukio mused, stroking his chin with his left hand that held the water bottle, before pointing to the nearby structure. The building? Yes, that's it, Conan exclaimed, patting his canine mount, which then bolted forward. Nura Rukio, suppressing laughter, followed suit on his own dog. Unfortunately, his steed's slow start meant that Conan had already dashed into the school. Though he had anticipated this, Nura Rukio hesitated before entering. Not out of fear of the school guard or any nefarious assailant, but rather, he was conflicted about whether to utilize the tool he possessed, having never tested it before. As for why he had chosen this particular tool, Nura Rukio would never admit it was simply because it looked appealing. He had placed it at the entrance previously, and in his rush, had instinctively strapped it to his waist. While the system space contained other tools, adhering to the philosophy of utilizing what he had on hand. Nura Rukio prepared to confront the villain who was bravely battling the ferocious dog alongside Conan, aiming to deliver a decisive strike. The bang was remarkably effective. The assailant immediately collapsed, fortunately restrained by the counterweight. Moreover, the firearm was merely a prop, devoid of any recoil, preventing it from flying away. Nura Rukio cautiously inspected himself, confirming his safety before curiously examining the nightmare weapon. Alas, when did such inferior props become so commendable? Conan, with a face full of terror, gazed at Nura Rukio, who was engrossed in scrutinizing the pistol. Did you just kill him? Nura, holding a stray dog, shrugged his shoulders. Don't say such things. It's slander. I'll sue you for defamation. How do you have a gun? Conan remained skeptical of Nura's claims, instinctively doubting the reliability of the child's words. It's just a prop. A prop. My brother gave it to me. It's capable of inducing nightmares. Impressive, right? Nura Rukio elaborated with a mix of pride and bravado. Meanwhile, the assailant writhed on the ground, crying out, "Ah, I was wrong. Help! Help!" It was unclear what kind of nightmare he was experiencing, but his cries were pitiful and unending. Wow, you're amazing. A young girl gazed at Nura Rukio with admiration. Just then, Ran Muri burst in. Conan, are you all right? Conan nodded. I'm fine. This little friend saved me. However, observing Nura Rukio, who was beginning to calm down, Conan curiously added, have you grown taller? Nura Rukio quickly feigned childishness, pulling down his left eyelid with his finger and sticking out his tongue. You're the little one, he teased. Miss Ran, are you okay? Muri Kagoro rushed in with the dog. It must be said that Muri Kagoro understood Ran well, expressing no concern for her safety. Ran was busy untying the girl when she turned to respond. Yes, when I arrived, that little friend had already dealt with the assailant. Conan, intrigued, asked Nura Rukio, What's your name? Is your brother a detective? And what has to deal with that gun? You didn't even race me on the dog. I saved you. And you didn't even say thank you. Such rudeness. Nura Rukio pouted, crossing his arms and leading the dog toward the exit. By the looks of you, you probably can't compete with me in riding dogs anymore. How dull. I'm leaving. He mounted the dog and dashed away, leaving Conan behind, who mumbled about whether Nura had grown taller again. Excitedly riding the dog, Nura found a 24-hour supermarket and bought some meat before heading home. In a narrow alley beside his house, he dismounted, took off 2 cards, and removed the collar from the dog's neck. Bark, bark, bark. The dog, having just removed its collar, bared its teeth and prepared to leap at Nura Rukio. With swift reflexes, a piece of meat was tossed aside. The dog hesitated momentarily before ultimately choosing the meat. Nura Rukio, patting his chest, exited the alley, muttering to himself, "I knew this creature was unreliable." Upon returning home and lying down on the sofa, he realized he would likely miss the incident involving Ayako Konya. Mission accomplished. Moderate participation in the case under scripted circumstances. Mission reward. A low-quality prank item. A reckless bumper car. Upon seeing this reward, Nura Rukio's eyes lit up, and he quickly rose to head to the underground platform of the laboratory to retrieve it. Is this it? Nura Rukio gazed at the toy car before him, a contraption so diminutive that he could hardly fit into it. He opened the details to peruse its description. Inferior prank prop. A raucous bumper car, designed for reckless collisions. Give a little brat the ability to stop, and with a lever, he could halt an entire planet. Indeed, it was futile to harbor any expectations. With a dismissive gesture, he tossed it into the storage room on the first floor. Yawning, Nura Rukio returned to his dwelling, intending to retire for the night, when suddenly, a text message pinged on his phone. Mission objective, Akira Masayoshi Jin document. Mission objective, Akira Masayoshi. Nura Rukio donned his disguise and promptly called Jin, who answered in an instant. "Wow, old pal, why don't you just call me instead of sending a text? It feels so distant." As the phone call ended with a cold beep, Nura Rukio muttered to himself, "The affection has faded. How many times has this been now?" He sighed, deciding it was best to forget it and sleep instead. Closing his eyes, he knew that the prop would not be forgiving. After a restless internal struggle until the early hours, he finally succumbed to exhaustion and drifted off to sleep, dreading the nightmares that awaited him. He pulled the covers tightly over his head, seeking the protection of his blanket guardian. The next morning, Nura Rukio, with dark circles under his eyes and a foul mood, glanced at the calendar as he prepared to freshen up. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar and retreated, staring thoughtfully at the numbers on the calendar. 632-6176. Keigaku. Keigaku. This is definitely Keigaku, he exclaimed, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth. Upon checking the profile of a certain individual on his phone, he discovered, a drug dealer and a casino owner. Wait, he has assaulted 3 young men? Don't blame me, you mixed bag of troubles. I'm in a bad mood today, and you seem to be a perfect candidate for a little cleaning up. With that thought, he rummaged through his experimental room and decided on the perfect tool, a super radiation mini-bomb, a mischievous prop, described as a top-tier herbicide, with the capacity to emit 10,000 SV of nuclear radiation within a 1-meter radius, lasting for 3 seconds. Next came the task of locating his target. Following the intel regarding the time and place, he arrived at the target's usual haunts. This man was a gang leader of sorts, though more of a petty thug than a true criminal, often seen cruising around with his lackeys. Nura Rukio donned a disguise, layering a black trench coat over his outfit, and stashed a spare pair of shoes in a location devoid of surveillance. After waiting in a small diner for the better part of the morning, he finally spotted his opportunity, a man driving with a companion named S10 Masayoshi, who appeared to be his subordinate, eagerly running errands. Masayoshi, with no sense of caution, sat in the car while his lackey went to fetch food. Nura Rukio adjusted the brim of his baseball cap, a top-tier disguise prop, and approached just as the countdown on the mini-bomb began. He tossed it through the car window as Masayoshi was about to flick his ash. "You bastard." Masayoshi's words were cut short as he met his demise. Nura Rukio swiftly followed his escape plan, changing shoes and finding a secluded corner to discard his coat, cap, and previous shoes into a trash bin. As for any potential witnesses, they were all too preoccupied with their own lives to take notice. In the most unfortunate of situations, should a scorpion be the one to kill, what concern was it of Nura Rukio? He attempted to call Jin, but was met with rejection. After a few tries, he scratched his head, realizing he had no choice but to send a text. Target eliminated, Scorpion Vodka informed, understood Jin. He gazed at the chaotic scene behind him and sighed, another day of nuclear cleansing. With the mission successfully completed, he received his reward, a scientific tool, an electronic microscope. This will be useful for the future, little AI, he mused. After observing the aftermath, he returned home to peruse the newspaper. The case of Kano Yko has indeed concluded. Truly, the renowned detective Conan is remarkable. The range of his death effects is impressive. Perhaps I should take him to the target's home for a little stroll. It would make the task much easier. This thought galvanized him, and he sat upright, realizing it was a brilliant idea to take them on a little trip near the target's residence. After all, it wouldn't hurt to spend a little. Suddenly, a text notification chimed on his phone. To safe house for Jin. Well, it seemed Jin still had some regard for him. Nura Rukio opened his wardrobe, filled with various black coats, and selected one to wear. He made his way to the safe house, swiping his card to enter. Once inside, he plopped down on a chair beside Vodka, skillfully going through the motions, a sight that would have tugged at one's heart. Jin, what brings you to seek my presence? Jin observed the young man before him, exuding an aura of lethal intent, fingers brushing against his firearm. Vodka quickly interjected, Scorpion. We have an important task that requires your eclectic props. What do you mean by eclectic props? While they may not always inspire confidence, they are the finest tools for executing art. Nura Rukio retorted, slightly offended, before curiously leaning closer. By the way, are you planning something grand? Perhaps an explosive art piece? Vodka wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, hastily shaking his head. No, we won't be needing your ultimate creation just yet. How do you know about my masterpiece? Nura Rukio shot a suspicious glance at Vodka. Your reputation precedes you, and your ultimate art is well documented by the FBI. Anyone with access can find it. Jin interjected, cutting off Nura Rukio's retort with the swift draw of a Beretta M92F, aiming it at him. Nura Rukio raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. After you. After you. The target of this mission was Sherry's sister, Mayano Akemi, or rather, the possibly emerging character, Jisei Daisuke. Indeed, Nura Rukio nodded obediently. Jin cast a glance at him, not retracting the gun he pointed at him. That foolish woman, Akemi Mayano, actually dared to propose $1 billion in exchange for her and Sherry's freedom. I will deal with her matters in due course. But your task is to remain vigilant against the ever-looming threat of Kamishiro. Jin observed the taciturn Nura Rukio, who only nodded in silence, and after a brief pause, said, Speak up now. If you have any questions, do so swiftly. Do not attempt any underhanded maneuvers later. So, have you finally resolved to offer Akemi Mayano as an experimental subject for me? Stop dreaming. So, can you provide me with the experimental equipment? With a loud bang, Nura Rukio swiftly leaped aside as the bullet struck the bar he had just released. Wow, you nearly scared me to death. What on earth made you fire your weapon so suddenly? You almost hit me, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. I would prefer not to repeat myself. Jin cast a frosty glare in his direction. All right. For this mission, I shall merely serve as the foundation, understood. When shall we commence our operation? Take a look at the notice. All right, I have no objections now. Fine, you may leave first. Nura Rukio shrugged and departed. The following morning, Nura Rukio enrolled at Titan High School, specifically in Class 2B, with the aid of a fabricated work certificate and some financial resources. He acquired the same privilege as in America to skip classes at will. Who among the earnest individuals attends lectures? Class 2B, indeed. There. Nura Rukio swiftly located his intended classroom. Knock, knock, Nura Rukio said as he opened the door, inquiring with the teacher inside. Who are you? Greetings, teacher. Today, I have just completed the transfer procedures, and I will henceforth be a student in this class. I thought I would stop by for a visit. Though it seems the notification has not yet reached you from the administration. Ah, indeed. The principal mentioned that a new student would be joining our second-year class. I did not anticipate that it would be you. Would you care to come in and meet your classmates? Certainly, teacher. I was hoping you would say that. Nura Rukio pushed the door open and stepped onto the podium. Below, Mori Ran exclaimed in surprise, Rukio has transferred to our class. Suzuki Sonoko, brimming with excitement, seized Ran's arm and asked, What? You know this handsome fellow, Ran? That name sounds so familiar. Before Ran could respond, Nura Rukio spoke up. Hello everyone. My name is Nura Rukio, and from now on, we shall be classmates. As for myself, I enjoy engaging in amusing activities and detest the mundane. My aspiration is to reunite with those I long to see. Oh, by the way, Sonoko, we've known each other since childhood. Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed. When did I meet such a dashing young man? I have no recollection. Mori Ran interjected. Have you forgotten? He is Rukio, the one who placed a spider on your desk and a snake on mine back in the day. Ah, he is that rascal, Sonoko shouted, drawing the attention of the entire class as she waved her hands in disbelief. It's all right. Nura Rukio searched around and found an empty seat. Promptly settling into it, Mori Ran, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, Rukio, that seat is for Shinichi. Rukio paused momentarily, then casually responded, Oh, that's fine. He can sit on my lap. Ultimately, with the teacher's mediation, A desk was moved from the adjacent class and placed at the back, allowing Rukio to have his own row. He nodded with satisfaction, feeling that it suited his identity perfectly. I was skeptical before, but now I believe it. You truly are that scoundrel. I had thought you were a gentle and handsome fellow. Suzuki Sonoko expressed her disappointment. Am I not a gentle and handsome fellow? Rukio, lacking self-awareness, pointed to himself. Hee, indeed you are handsome, but unfortunately, you are quite the character, Suzuki Sonoko replied, her demeanor suggesting a disillusionment with worldly matters. Lu Xiong. You, said Mao Lilan, feeling quite awkward. Nura Lu Xiong cradled his head in his hands, appearing deeply disheartened, murmuring, I can't believe I'm not the gentle handsome guy I always thought I was. Mao Lilan, embarrassed, interjected, Lu Xiong, don't say that. You are indeed a handsome man. Well, it's a pity that you're a man I find utterly uninteresting, Suzuki Sonoko remarked with conviction. But given your personality, if you were interested in me, I would surely be troubled, Nura Lu Xiong retorted, his words escaping his mouth before his mind could catch up. You, Lu Xiong, Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed in exasperation. Yuanzi. The teacher at the podium arrived a little late. Subsequently, Nura Rukio completed the lesson under the furious gaze of Suzuki Yuanzi, who was standing in punishment. With a huff, Suzuki Sonoko settled down after class, clearly uninterested in engaging with Nura Rukio. Oh, this cannot be blamed on me. You are undeniably quite handsome and align perfectly with my aesthetic. Your daily choice to suppress your attractiveness is hardly my fault, Nura Rukio remarked, noting their indifference and the absence of classmates to converse with, ultimately deciding to clarify his stance. Moreover, you truly are not my type. If one were to be admired by someone they cannot reciprocate feelings for, it would only inflict harm upon both individuals. Therefore, is it not a blessing that I cannot harbor feelings for you? Muri-ran pondered for a moment before admitting that Rukio's assertion was not entirely unfounded. Suzuki Sonoko gazed at her traitorous friend in astonishment. How could you, too, say such a thing, Ran? Though Rukio's words may lack charm, they are indeed rooted in reality. Muri-ran responded, her confidence wavering. Nura Rukio clasped his hands above his head, exclaiming, Sonoko, look, I have praised your beauty, how about reconsidering and forgiving me? Sonoko, visibly exasperated, retorted, you, of all people. Yet, in a moment of grace, she waved her hand dismissively. Very well, I shall reluctantly grant you forgiveness. Ah, that is splendid news. Nura Rukio clapped his hands with a grin that was nothing short of a fade. By the way, Rukio, what brings you back to Japan? Muri-ran recalled a question she had previously neglected to ask. Ah, that, Nura Rukio chuckled awkwardly, recalling his recent experiences in America. My family has all passed away. So I returned. At least here, I still have a few friends. Ah, I beg your pardon, Maoli-ran exclaimed, her face a mask of shock as she hurriedly offered her apologies. Suzuki Sonoko, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, you, my dear. Nura Rukio scratched his head and reassured them. It's just a minor matter, nothing to fret about. With that, he swiftly redirected the conversation, glancing at the teacher at the front of the class. After basking in the spotlight of attention throughout the day, Nura Rukio eagerly awaited the end of school, darting back home in a hurry. On the way, he paid a visit to Dr. Agasa, engaging in amiable banter and sharing a wealth of creative ideas. While Nura Rukio's research skills might be lacking, his imagination for mischief was undeniably abundant. He was indeed a wellspring of inspiration for the aspiring scientist. Upon returning home, Nura Rukio began to reflect on the storyline of Mayano Akemi. Given the brevity of the manga, the narrative did not delve deeply enough into the plot. In truth, he had long contemplated rescuing Mayano Akemi, especially considering the pain he felt for her, knowing her future as Mayano Shiho. He had prepared numerous tools for this endeavor. However, accompanying Jin left him with few viable options. With the ever-watchful presence of those two seasoned veterans, any plan would likely require Mayano Akemi to face true peril at least once. Having skipped class after reporting in, Nura Rukio had been languishing at home for several days. Determined not to succumb to despair, he gathered a bottle of sake and resolved to visit the Muri Detective Agency to gauge the progression of events. After all, in the world of Kagoro, mere days could stretch into months, and it was conceivable that they could still be recounting events from the previous month. As he approached the Muri Detective Agency, he suddenly witnessed Maoli-ran leaping gracefully from the second floor. Certainly, Lu Xiong was not astonished by Mao Lilan's ability to leap down unscathed, as it was merely a two-story drop. Rather, he marveled at the tenacity of the world's will to conform to censorship standards. After all, Lilan's short skirt appeared to cling to her legs. defying the very laws of gravity. Upon landing, Lilan shouted in a deep voice, "Where is she?" Slowly approaching a robust man, he suddenly took off running. Maori Ran shouted from behind, "Where have you taken Miss Yame?" "Wait, don't run." The man dashed straight to his car and slammed the door shut. Unfazed, Maori Ran executed a powerful flying kick, shattering the car window instantly. With a swift motion, she rolled herself through the openings, her lower body retracting as she stood firmly on the ground. She opened the door and yanked the man out. Turning to the approaching Kogoro Mori, she exclaimed, "Dad, I've caught him." "Well done, Xiaolan." Kogoro Mori rushed over, seizing the man's collar, exclaiming with excitement, "The culprit has delivered himself right to us." "What audacity! Are you challenging me?" The man, looking visibly anxious, stammered, "I'm not a culprit." "Then who are you? What is your purpose?" The man awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Just like you." "What?" Kogoro Mori was momentarily taken aback. The burly man added, "I too am a detective." "Ha ha ha, Uncle Mori. It's quite a challenge to visit you, and this is just too awkward." Rikyo Nurakami could hardly contain his laughter. Kogoro Mori, bewildered by the jovial man, inquired, "Who are you?" "Rikyo, what brings you here?" Ran Mori was equally surprised to see Rikyo Nurakami approaching. "Lucion?" Conan mumbled instinctively. He had come to visit Uncle Mori and Sister Eri. "By the way, who is this little brat? Is he the child of you and Kudo? So grown up already?" As he spoke, Nura Lucion squatted down and picked up Conan, saying, "Come on, call me Godfather. I am a good brother of your father, Kudo Shinichi." "What? This is not Xiaolan's child. You little rascal, don't speak nonsense." Mori Kogoro exclaimed in a fit of anger. Mori Ran's face flushed, and she quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, that's not it." At first, Conan was equally baffled, but upon hearing what Nura Lucion said afterward, he was left speechless. "Haha. So this is Uncle Mori's second child? But he doesn't look like it." Mori Ran hurriedly clarified, "Lucion, stop guessing. This is Conan, who is being fostered at our home by Dr. Agasa." She then turned to Conan and said, "Conan, this is your brother Lucion." Nura Lucion guessed that Conan must be cursing inwardly, but Conan, feeling somewhat aggrieved, awkwardly replied, "Brother Lucion, I've heard of you from Brother Shinichi." "Oh, what did that guy Shinichi say about me? Did he mention that we are sworn brothers, bonded by life and death?" Nura Lucion looked at Conan with a barely contained smile. Before Conan could respond, he was interrupted by Mori Kogoro, who said, "Go play somewhere else. I have things to attend to." He then started questioning a burly man, who presented photographs as proof of his innocence. The burly man was subsequently brought into the Mori Detective Agency, and Nura Lucion seized the opportunity to slip inside. He placed the liquor at the door and said, "Uncle Mori, Ran, and the adorable little Conan, I have to leave for work now." "Uncle, I left the liquor at the door." He emphasized the word adorable and, without waiting for a reply, dashed out. Having just entered, he received a message from Jin, instructing him to head to the dock. He quickly donned a vest and rushed over. Before he could even catch sight of Jin, he received another message instructing him to find a high vantage point and use his peculiar gadgets to observe the movements of a certain individual, along with a photograph of the target. Climbing atop a container, he retrieved the prepared equipment, scientific gadget, thermal imaging glasses, which allow one to see as if they were naked before him, and scanned the port. He spotted Jin and Vodka conversing with a woman who had an appealing figure. Scanning left and right, he discovered Cohen and Kiani had somehow managed to sneak onto a boat, surveying the area with a sniper. In the distance, he noticed a child darting around with a woman, clearly Conan and Mori Ran. Upon hearing the sound of sirens, Nura Lucion messaged Jin, stating, "Apart from our own people, there's only a well-figured girl with a child, and they seem to be lost." Scorpion Vodka retreated. "Hey, old Jin. Can't even be bothered to use a code name," he thought. After confirming that Jin and Vodka had fled using the thermal imaging device, Nura Lucion cautiously made his way behind a container next to Mayano Akemi, taking out a prepared gadget, magical gadget, doll introduction. You are dead, but not completely. Ability, host the soul. Nura Lucion overheard Mayano Akemi explaining the details of the billion-dollar heist to Conan. He felt a bit displeased when she even revealed the existence of such a dangerous organization to a child, even if it was merely a visual child. But who could blame her for being Shiho's sister? After hearing her final words, "I'm counting on you, little detective," the doll was activated. Since the doll's appearance transformed to resemble Mayano Akemi, the creation was a resounding success. Moreover, upon successful completion, Nura Lucion received a usage guide for the doll in his memory. He briefly skimmed through the guide. then took out a small seal to cover the doll's mouth and bound its hands and feet. With the assistance of thermal imaging, he fled. Since Jin hadn't called for a gathering, he simply removed the vest and returned home. He placed the terrified Mayano Akemi doll on the table and said, "Hello there. Mayano Akemi, saving you is quite a loss. I watched the show, yet received no reward at all." Ignoring the system's rebuttal, Nura Rukio turned his back, continuing, "You won't have much time to be conscious. Let me finish what I need to say. I don't possess magic. This is a magical gadget, so I can't recharge it. You will enter a state that you can understand as a sleeping beauty. After a while, your sister will be saved. But not just yet. The specifics of your rescue will be arranged by fate, so don't worry. As for you, once I finish a big project, you will be able to see your sister again. All right, you can speak now." Having turned his back, Nura Rukio waited for a long time without hearing a sound from Mayano Akemi. He turned around to discover that the doll could only speak when its mouth was opened. "Oh no, I've messed up my carefully crafted image," he exclaimed, rushing over in a flurry to help the Mayano doll unseal its mouth. The doll, Mei, quickly glanced at her body after tearing off the seal, then hurriedly crouched down, covering her chest and private parts. After a moment of composure, with a flushed face, she looked up at Nura Rukio. Her expression a blend of embarrassment and, more prominently, terror. "Who are you? Are you a giant?" No. I must have shrunk. Why have I become like this? Did I not die? Could you please fetch me some clothing?" "Your questions are rather numerous," Nura Rukio replied, "but let's find something to cover you first. You're merely a doll now. There's truly nothing to be shy about, though I must admit, you do have quite the figure." He shrugged, tossing a handkerchief over her. The entire doll was enveloped, and after a brief struggle, she managed to wrap the handkerchief around herself like a towel. "As for me, I am Nura Rukio. You may consider my identity akin to that of Akai Shuichi. The arch-nemesis of your acquaintance, Ada. Is Ada truly Akai Shuichi?" Mingmei's expression shifted from relief to sudden tension, pulling the handkerchief back. "Are you a member of the organization?" "Indeed. Jin has used your soul as a subject for experimentation," Nura Rukio said ominously, then erupted in laughter. "Just kidding. I'm not cut out for that sort of game, but I did wish to tease Akai Shuichi. I plan to snatch the handkerchief back and send him a photo of your current state. His expression ought to be quite amusing." He chuckled, leaning back in mirth, narrowly avoiding a fall. "Then who are you, really? You saved me, didn't you? Why have I turned into a doll? Is there truly magic involved?" Mayano Akemi gazed at the man who nearly toppled over with laughter, her demeanor suddenly calm. So many questions," Nura Rukio sang cheerfully, then coughed, realizing his tone might have sounded off-key. "The truth is, I'm unsure how to explain my identity. You could perceive me as a salary thief from the organization, or perhaps a dark knight of justice. A handsome fellow? Regardless, I harbor no ill will towards you," waving his hands as if to disperse his own whimsical thoughts. He continued, "As for magic, it exists. I know a rather charming young lady who can perform it. However, I am not capable. I merely stumbled upon a magical item, known as a doll, which has resulted in your current form." He glanced at the time and added, "You have half an hour of consciousness left, so ask your questions quickly. Is Ada really called Akai Shuichi? Will Shiho escape from the organization?" "I expected your first inquiry to be about how Mayano Shiho managed to escape," Nura Rukio teased, observing Akemi's face flush with embarrassment. "Yes, Akai Shuichi is indeed the name of your relative, your cousin, as it seems your mother and his mother are sisters. I'm not entirely sure of the details." "Wait, so Ada and I are siblings?" Akemi's small face was alight with astonishment. "Well, it's merely hearsay. I can't provide specifics," Nura Rukio scratched his head, offering a vague response. And without waiting for her reaction, added, "Regarding Shiho, as I previously mentioned, I cannot disclose how I know this, but I can assure you she will escape. Unless some divine force intervenes, mere mortals cannot hinder that, and you will be pleasantly surprised when you see her next." "Pleasantly surprised? If Shiho can escape the organization, I will be overjoyed." Akemi clasped her hands to her chest, a glimmer of happiness in her expression, before her brow furrowed in confusion. "By the way, may I inquire what will happen to me after I faint?" "You are no longer human. You merely awaken temporarily through this puppet. Your soul is too vast for this doll to contain, so you will inevitably fall into slumber. I possess a grand treasure, which is still incomplete. Thus, you can only exist in this form for now. When you awaken, the treasure will be nearly complete." Nura Rukio pondered the timeline of the case and quickly added, "Also, due to certain reasons, I cannot guarantee that when my treasure is complete, you will still be able to see the delightful Shiho. Huh? What is your grand treasure? Can I ask about it? Akemi's curiosity piqued. Nura Rukio hesitated but ultimately decided to reveal. You are familiar with cloning, yes? The treasure is human cloning. However, it is still in its infancy and will take a long time to mature enough to hold your soul. Ah, human cloning, Akemi exclaimed, her small hands covering her mouth in surprise. Indeed, and you need not worry about sustenance. Your current body cannot consume food. When the time comes, I will place the clone beside you, and when it is ready, your soul will be transferred into it. Does the clone lack a soul? Nura Rukio nodded, then shook his head. According to the manual, they do not possess one, but movies often suggest otherwise, so I cannot say for certain. Have movies depicted clones? I'm not sure, but someone likely will, he mused. By the way, you seem to be adapting quite swiftly. What else can I do? If Shiho can escape the organization, I will be thoroughly satisfied. Not to mention, I may yet see her alive again. Nura Rukio nodded in agreement. Would you like to leave a voice message for Shiho? After all, you will be sleeping for a long time. Video evidence is out of the question. I cannot risk losing such proof. He produced a tape recorder, placing it before Akemi. She understood and nodded, but the recorder was too large for her doll form, nearly causing her to drop the handkerchief. With great effort, she switched on the recorder and began to speak into it. As her time of consciousness waned, she uttered her final words before drifting into sleep. Afterward, Nura Rukio turned off the recorder. He had not listened to its contents. Assuming it consisted of Akemi's murmurs for about 10 minutes, which would surely bring joy to Shiho, though he knew it was improbable. In truth, Nura Rukio had initially planned to encourage Akemi to record this message, but after retrieving a box to hold her, he had abandoned that idea. After all, although she was a doll, it would not be appropriate to leave her on the floor. He found a square box, using a cushion as a bed, and placed the handkerchief-wrapped doll inside, closing the lid. Carrying the box containing Akemi, he descended to the lower level, navigating a series of twists and turns until he halted before a vault door reminiscent of a bank safe. He underwent various security checks, including fingerprint and iris scans, before finally gaining entry. Scientific equipment, cloning laboratory introduction. Would you prefer this golden lamb, this silver lamb, or this clone lamb? Capability, cloning, it was a remarkable item, though its only flaw was that each cloned life would develop strictly according to its natural growth cycle. The current infants were derived from several fertilized eggs gifted to Nura Rukio at the beginning, taking a year to develop. According to the manual, they would need to reach the age of 7 before they could accommodate an adult soul. In a normal world, this would be relatively easy. But in the realm of this narrative, one could only say, may, see you in 20 years. Once the tidying was complete, Nura Rukio hurried back to his room to rest, though he secretly wished to linger in the experimental chamber. However, the plethora of items within made him anxious about inadvertently triggering misfortune, particularly concerning that absurd little handgun. As he perused various tabloids, he sought recent news, hoping to procure a prop without a script. A haunted house? I recall that in the case of the famous detective, a haunted house must indeed harbor genuine spirits. It could be worth a try. Solving the mystery in advance could be considered a resolution in itself, akin to preemptively eliminating a target. Rewards for autonomous case resolution are plentiful. Nura Rukio's mind automatically translated, quickly fetch me. Alas, what a busy life, despite every day feeling like a holiday. It seems he is perpetually at work. Upon confirming that the haunted house was currently the talk of the town, he recognized it as a potential quest refresh point. That very evening, he set off on his adventure to the haunted house. Lo and behold, is this not merely an ordinary dwelling? Nura Rukio gazed at the house before him, which was nothing more than a bit overgrown with grass and moss, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds, exclaiming in astonishment. Task: assist in solving the murder case at the Western-style mansion. Ignoring the task notification, Nura Rukio promptly retrieved his thermal imaging device. I am the crafty one. After donning it, he swept the device across the house and discerned a male and a female inside, both emaciated like mere bones. A realization struck him. This was not the childhood trauma of a mother imprisoning her son, was it? Using the prepared wire, he unlocked the gate to the yard. Testing the door to the house, he found it unlatched and observed the female figure feeding her son. Nura Rukio crouched behind the wall at the exit, waiting. As her son knocked over his meal after taking a bite, the woman rose to tidy up, and Nura Rukio seized the moment to call out loudly from behind her. The police have arrived. The woman was indeed startled, collapsing directly onto the ground. Ha ha ha, what game are you playing? Is it illegal confinement? Or perhaps a tale of slavery and redemption. Nura Rukio tilted the thermal imaging device towards her head, feigning curiosity as he inquired about her identity. Who are you? The woman reacted swiftly, brandishing a knife and shouting. How dull. Must you strip away even this modicum of amusement? Very well, just wait a moment. Sensing the futility of the situation, Nura Rukio decided to call the police right in front of her. Hello, officer? You must be aware of that recently infamous haunted house. Within it, there is a woman who has unlawfully confined the son of a murderer, hoping to let the crime lapse. Is that not so? Upon hearing the mention of the police, the woman attempted to snatch the phone away, but before Nura Rukio, all others present could be considered mere children. With one hand firmly pressing against her forehead, he subdued her. Oh dear, why not just ask her yourself? I'm not quite sure, but it certainly looks like it. In any case, unlawful confinement is evident, so hurry, hurry. Police. Nura Rukio sat atop the woman, abruptly hanging up the call. Stay still, you're quite elderly. Otherwise, they might accuse me of disrespecting my elders. Initially intending to pat her back, he reconsidered due to her age and gender, opting instead to gently tap her shoulder. Though my memory eludes me, your husband was likely the one who met a tragic end, right? I remember you as a notorious childhood trauma. You've not fared well. Have you? What do you know? Who are you? What childhood trauma? Though her struggles diminished, her cries continued unabated. With a swift motion, Nura Rukio pinned her hand to prevent her from stabbing herself. Oh, quite clever, aren't you? Knowing to use the knife in reverse. However, must you create such a scene? Why not simply accept your judgment? He dismissed her theatrics. Ignoring the woman's cries, he addressed the man in the cage, my friend. While I lack direct evidence to prove you murdered your father, how about confessing? I wish to atone. I will confess to the murder of my father. Mother, I can no longer endure the torment of dreaming of my father's tragic demise every single day. Mother. The man in the cage responded loudly to Nura Rukio's proposition. Nura Rukio patted the woman's shoulder and remarked, Look how cooperative he is. Now you, please remain still and await the arrival of the police. The woman shouted back. What do you understand, Xiaofu? Do not speak foolishly. Just hold on a little longer. The deadline is approaching. If you do not speak, I implore you not to make me resort to verbal jabs. I detest that. Nura Rukio scratched his head, pondering. You see, if one has erred, they must acknowledge it. This is a lesson learned in childhood. Look at your son. This is the consequence. Even if the law intervenes, he may still resort to self-destruction. After all, he has committed patricide, a burden he shall carry for life. Nura Rukio's expression turned somewhat melancholic, lost in thought. Suddenly, the woman began to weep uncontrollably. Listening to her weep, Nura Rukio contemplated the tardy arrival of the police, glancing at the time. How is it that when Kudo Shinichi calls, he appears instantaneously? While I am left waiting. Is this courteous? Rukio grumbled as he kicked the woman's knife away. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Upon hearing the commotion, Rukio mused aloud, if I finish my verbal sparring, will you all confess? So, are you currently under arrest or voluntarily surrendering? He paused, turning his gaze towards the source of the noise on the staircase. Is it truly the case that mere rhetoric is the essence of police intervention? When Inspector Meguer arrived and delivered a lengthy explanation, it ultimately concluded with their confession. Inspector Meguer sought to have Rukio provide a statement, but Rukio deftly evaded it, citing his brotherly bond with Kudo. Next time, I assure you, I have matters to attend to. He swiftly made his exit, circling the villa before returning, ensuring the police had departed. He then retrieved a prop, a prank item, a scare doll designed to intimidate. Guess where I am capable of haunting, creating a haunted house. Rukio had previously used this doll to frighten children, though it felt rather ordinary to him. Ha ha ha, Kudo Shinichi, as your devoted brother. How could I possibly spoil your delightful haunted house adventure? Surely, there will be a little girl to embrace you as well. I truly am your best brother. After setting down the prop, Rukio began his journey home, muttering, Kudo, Kudo, with such profound longing. Will you perhaps sneeze? According to the narrative, you should. However, midway through his trek, Rukio sensed he had forgotten something, and a sudden heat surged through him. The warmth morphed into an intense blaze. Ouch, ouch, ouch. After a flurry of activity, he extinguished the flames atop his head, only to discover his hands laden with residual heat. Yet, the thermal imaging remained intact, leaving him in disbelief. Task completed, significantly solving a case without a script. Task reward, Kudo-related item, anesthetic syringe, upon hearing that the task was accomplished. Rukio dismissed the daily betrayal of thermal imaging, placing it in the system space while internally reciting, Open details. Kudo-related item. Anesthetic syringe description. 1 injection yields immediate effect. Several sessions without worry. Durability, 2020. Ability, anesthetic syringe. What else could it possibly do? Rukio pondered. This appears more thrilling than a wristwatch. Best to set it aside for now. He stored the item in the system space without further thought and opted to head home. Lying on his bed, he reflected. What a fruitful day this has been. He then turned on the television to catch the news, reclining on the sofa while his mind wandered. By the way, what plot points were there? What are those islands? Where did that lady with the ample assets come from? I recall there being drug dealers, right? Shadow Island? No. That doesn't seem right. Japan doesn't have that. And what of that sunken ship? Where could all of this be from? Before he could dwell on it for a minute, Rukio struck his palm in realization. Perhaps I should contact Chinchan for some tasks. Just in case there is a script involved? And visiting Uncle Muri for a face-to-face should be harmless, right? Then, he slumped back. A sense of lethargy washing over him as he sprawled on the sofa. What a hassle. I shall deal with it tomorrow. The following morning, he received a message from Jin. Task objective. Akamoto Meraki Jin file. Task objective. Akamoto Meraki. Rukio scratched his head at the text and dialed the number, which rang for a while before being answered. Old Shin. There is nothing wrong with this old man's dossier. Why is this being assigned to me? Drug trafficking, huh? Well, by the way, Lao Chin, have you missed me? Doodle, old Shin hung up on me. How could old Shin be like this? Nulong Luxiong observed that Qin Jiao seemed to ignore him and continued sifting through the documents. Still a wealthy man, retreating to the mountains. I wonder if Meng Ku has ever visited his villa in the deep woods for a shoot. Just as he changed his clothes and prepared to head out, Nulong Luxiong mumbled, I really want to ride a dog. But it was quite far, 3 people and 3 dogs. Pondering for a moment, he ultimately abandoned the idea. It was better to finish early and get some rest. Stepping out in his vest, he hailed a cab to the outskirts of the city. After contemplating the distance, Nulong Luxiong finally took out an animal lasso. Riding a dog, after all, therein lies a man's romance. He found a stone for weight, selected a large and robust stray dog from the pack, and exclaimed, perfect. He led the dog away from the others, opting to walk before riding. He purchased some meat and 2 towels. After washing the dog by the river and waiting for it to shake off the water, he used one towel to dry it off and placed the other on its back. Clutching the stone tightly, he applied his agility technique and mounted the dog, charging forth. The fluffy night. Nulong Luxiong galloped into the mountains, only to discover a guard post ahead, 2 guards, to be precise. Nulong Luxiong swiftly subdued them with 2 tranquilizer darts. Surprisingly, these darts were classified as concealed weapons, not firearms, thus unaffected by any buffs. With his trusty baseball cap pulled low, he rode the dog recklessly, incapacitating anyone in his path. This was true infiltration, so professional that the police could just verify the paw prints. Upon entering the small cabin, he fired 7 more darts before reaching the 2nd floor, where his target, Akamoto Murasaki, was napping. He administered another tranquilizer, donned gloves, retrieved a bundle of rope, and ascended to secure the old man, humming, old man, why are you tiptoeing? Do you wish to see my smiling face? Mission accomplished. Truly, I am a genius. What a perfect execution. Nulong Luxiong released his grip and, once confirming the target's demise, sent a message to Qin Jiao. Target is secured, Scorpion. After a while, Qin Jiao replied, understood, Jin. With the response, Nulong Luxiong rode the dog back to the city, bought more meat, and employed the same technique to avoid being bitten. Mission accomplished, task submitted, reward, 1 item draw. Draw successful, prank item, super radiation mini bomb. Wow, a grand prize. This is delightful. If only it were from a comic. Giddy, he caught a cab back to his residence, entered the lab, and placed the small bomb in his collection. Nulong Luxiong gazed at the haphazard array of bombs and remarked, if only the system space were larger, I wouldn't have to store these here. Alas. One day I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Perhaps not. After all, if the doctor could withstand a bomb, surely I, being so formidable, could manage. Maybe. Nulong Luxiong shrugged off his doubts and decided not to dwell on it further. He stepped out to retrieve today's newspaper from the mailbox and flipped through its pages. Nothing happens. Nura Rukio returned to his residence and collapsed onto the sofa, striving to recall the plot. What plot indeed? Kodo-chan, I need you. The next day, in an effort to motivate himself, he sought out Dr. Igasa. Frequent visits to Muri Kagoro felt rather inappropriate. Being too close to Ran made him feel quite jealous. It would be more sensible to engage a middleman to maintain decorum. He leapt over the wall and burst through it, accompanied by Dr. Agasa. Wow, is this what it means to withstand an explosion? Underneath Dr. Agasa, Nura Rukio could not help but question his very soul. Cough. Cough. My apologies. It's Rukio. Are you all right? Dr. Agasa hurriedly rose, offering a sincere apology to the pressed Nura Rukio and assuring him that he might dare to do so again. I'm fine, but are you truly all right? I've seen this before in my childhood, but it seems like this is bound to lead to trouble eventually. Nura Rukio dusted himself off as he stood. Haha, it's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. By the way, Rukio, is there something you need from me? Dr. Agasa chuckled. Nura Rukio expressed his understanding, though he felt he did not fully comprehend the situation. The world of detective work is indeed a curious one. Dr. Agasa, have you seen Shinichi? Hasn't he been home lately? Shinichi? Well, I'm not entirely sure. Dr. Agasa awkwardly played along, managing to protect Kudo Shinichi's identity once more. All right then, I suppose I'll ask Ran. With that, Nura Rukio acknowledged that he had achieved his purpose and headed straight for the Muri Detective Agency. As for Dr. Agasa, who seemed hesitant to speak further, he was no longer visible. Upon arriving at the agency, he spotted a man struggling with a large pile of items, laboriously pressing the doorbell. As the door opened, everything tumbled to the ground, accompanied by the startled cries of Ran and Conan from inside. Approaching the entrance, he heard the man apologizing profusely. Yes, I'm sorry. I came here to ask for your assistance, he said, extending a hand to the fallen Conan. Are you all right? He inquired, helping Conan up, feeling quite embarrassed. Is everything all right? Conan paused momentarily before responding, it's fine. Suddenly, Mal Lilan noticed the presence of Nura Rukio at the doorway. Rukio, what brings you here? Rukio scratched his head mischievously and replied, I came to find Shinichi. Shinichi? Where is he? I haven't seen him at all, Mal Lilan said, her expression one of confusion. Conan wore a look of anxiety as Rukio contemplated for a moment before explaining, I couldn't find him at his home. And the gifts I prepared for him remain undelivered. I even checked with the doctor, but Shinichi was nowhere to be found. So I wondered if perhaps you two have moved in together? Living together? Ran Mori blushed uncontrollably, and Conan was not far behind in his embarrassment. So, Xiaolan, have you seen Shinichi? Let me show you the gift I prepared for him. With a flourish, Rukio Nurahiro produced a remarkable object from the mysterious dimension behind him. Oh, the screaming chicken. Conan, with his lifeless fish eyes, chuckled beside him, truly living up to his reputation. Well, aren't you aware that I have work to do here? Kagoro Mori interrupted the playful antics of the mischievous Nura Rukio. Sigh, Uncle Mori's work? Solving cases? May I learn a thing or two? After all, you are a famous detective. Nura Rukio praised Kagoro with a peculiar tone. Famous detective? That's merely what others say. Ha, since you insist. Allow me to showcase the prowess of Detective Kagoro Mori. After a rather unscientific yet quintessentially Kudo-like smile, Kagoro, unsurprisingly, agreed. Task: assist in solving the case of the mysterious gift. Conan was about to inquire further, but as he uttered Rukio, Kagoro swiftly interrupted him with a swift correction. The man, who had entered carrying a pile of items, sat across from Kagoro Mori, recounting his recent experiences, while Nura Rukio listened intently. Kagoro, however, appeared utterly astonished. Someone has sent you a fortune. Yes, it began about 2 years ago. Each month, I receive money and toys. But the sender's address and name are all fabricated. I am quite concerned about their intentions, Mr. Ogawa, the client, responded with a furrowed brow. Nura Rukio could not help but mutter under his breath, I am now quite worried whether the Japan Post can handle this. No one paid him any mind, Kagoro. Holding a toy, turned to Mr. Ogawa and asked, Do you have children of your own? Yes, I have a 5-year-old son. Nura Rukio chose not to listen further and instead scampered over to Conan, ruffling his little head. Wow, little buddy, you seem quite interested in these toys. Do you want to play with them? But that won't do. These are gifts for that uncle's child. Conan, exasperated, took a few steps away to evade Nura Rukio's antics. I have no desire to play. Oh, don't be shy. I still want to play with these toys. How could you not want to? How about this? If you acknowledge me as your godfather, I'll buy you some. Nura Rukio's face was lit up with delight. Conan, rolling his eyes, ignored Nura's antics and returned his focus to the conversation between Kagoro and Mr. Ogawa. Noticing Conan's indifference, Nura Rukio paid no heed and instead leaned over to Ran Muri, raising an eyebrow as he whispered, Isn't this child a bit too much like you and Shinichi? Their reactions are identical. I am quite good at keeping secrets. How about you tell me? Oh, Rukio. I've already said this child is being fostered by Dr. Agasa. Ran Muri blushed, though not as much as before, and she glanced at Conan several times while speaking. What is there to be shy about? Really? Could it be a gift from your uncle's former patients? After all, aren't you an orthopedic surgeon? If it's a token of gratitude from a patient your uncle once helped, it would not be surprising. At this moment, Conan, seemingly in sync with Rukio, posed an inquisitive remark, capturing everyone's attention. Kagoro, surprisingly, did not exhibit any doubt and continued, indeed, that is a possibility. The man nodded in agreement. I thought so too. Which is why I inquired with patients who might have done so. But none of them did. He then looked at Conan with astonishment. Did I mention? Am I an orthopedic surgeon? Ran and Kagoro also regarded Conan with surprise. Nura Rukio pondered. So, was Uncle Muri just slow to react? Has Kudo not yet been revealed? Speaking of which, considering the timeline, Uncle Muri should not have turned Conan into a giant of madness yet. Amidst Conan's self-revelation, Nura Rukio observed as Ran's gaze shifted from surprise to suspicion directed at him. I wonder, is Ran now suspecting Conan is Shinichi Kudo? Or that he is Shinichi's illegitimate child? In the presence of gossip, the task at hand felt trivial. Nura Rukio had initially wanted to discreetly inquire further with Ran. But noticing her suspicious look towards Conan, he reconsidered. If he asked, Ran would likely become upset. Thus, in the face of impending consequences, gossip seemed trivial. Ultimately, he decided to let this amusing matter go. Nura Rukio lowered his head, contemplating whether to tease Ran and Shinichi later, having lost track of the plot progression. After contemplating for a while, he lifted his head to hear Kagoro Muri earnestly questioning, Mr. Ogawa, do you possess any valuables worth approximately 25 million yen? Mr. Ogawa thought carefully for a moment, his expression growing somewhat grim as he replied, Indeed, there is a painting hanging in the hospital where I work. Passed down from my grandfather. That painting is indeed valued at around 20 million. Kagoro Muri exclaimed with excitement. That is it. He sprang up from his seat, declaring, That individual must be interested in purchasing that painting from you. To win your favor, they have been sending gifts to your son every month. It must be so. Well, I know that is not the case. Nura Rukio stroked his chin, feeling a sense of familiarity with the unfolding narrative, though unable to recall it clearly. In a hazy state, Nura Rukio followed Kagoro and the others to the Baika General Hospital. Ran Muri curiously remarked, Rukio, I can't believe you followed us. What do you mean? I admire Uncle Muri quite a bit. I just wanted to see what was happening. How could you want to chase me away? The bond is fading. Nura Rukio clutched his chest, turning his back to Ran, feigning betrayal. Rukio, stop acting. I had no intention of sending you away. Ran Muri, slightly embarrassed, glanced around and waved her hands dismissively. In an instant, Nura Rukio ceased his theatrics. Teasing Shinichi is far more enjoyable. Observing Conan, who was rolling his eyes, Nura Rukio approached and playfully ruffled his hair. Little buddy, don't make that face. Otherwise, you'll end up with lifeless fish eyes like Shinichi Kudo. Shinichi doesn't have lifeless fish eyes, Conan retorted, shamelessly defending himself. Indeed, he simply inherited good genes. However, with his current expression management, he'll become an old man before 30. Conan showcased what it means to be a troublesome child, returning the lifeless fish eyes in kind. Nura Rukio shrugged. No worries, if you don't listen now, you'll regret it later. Sticking with a poor choice until the end is a form of romance. As they prepared to head to Mr. Ogawa's office, a nurse passing by called out to Mr. Ogawa. Mr. Ogawa, we have just received this bouquet of flowers for you, sent by Mr. Tanaka. Upon receiving the flowers, Mr. Ogawa muttered, This year is no exception. Could it be that this Mr. Tanaka? Inquired the astonished Kagoro Mori. Clutching the flowers, Mr. Ogawa, with a troubled expression, replied, Indeed, it is the same person. These flowers have been sent to the hospital since 2 years ago, but the difference is that they are sent only once a year. Kagoro Mori, feigning surprise, stroked his chin and remarked, Typically, flowers are sent by women, and the language of the morning glory symbolizes fleeting love. He turned to Mr. Ogawa. Surely you didn't have a romantic involvement with a woman 2 years ago? Feeling increasingly anxious, Mr. Ogawa shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. Ryunosuke Narumi, as a professional operative, candidly remarked, flowers are also sent to the deceased. Why must they be from a lover? Fleeting love, huh? Uncle, you truly are a renowned detective to know this. I can hardly recall. Aren't flowers simply flowers? Kagoro Mori chuckled, scratching his head. Meanwhile, Ren appeared slightly concerned, saying, Ryunosuke, Isn't it inappropriate to speak of the deceased in such a manner? Ryunosuke scratched his head in response. But sending flowers to the hospital typically falls into 3 categories: gratitude for recovery, condolences for illness, and farewell for the deceased. Conan, as if struck by a thought, turned to Kagoro Mori and said, "Uncle, may we ask Mr. Ogawa to show us the medical records of all the patients?" Kagoro Mori paused, as if a thought had struck him. He turned to Mr. Ogawa and inquired, "May I take a look?" Mr. Ogawa shook his head vigorously, asserting that medical records cannot be shared casually, as they pertain to patient privacy. Kagoro clasped his hands in a beseeching manner and replied, "Perhaps we could uncover some clues." Conan chimed in, suggesting it might be possible that the patient connected to the flowers sent on August 3rd could be relevant. Mr. Ogawa appeared troubled, yet he was swayed. Rukio Nura added a decisive remark. After all, it shouldn't be too difficult for a detective to access those patients' information. Thus, Mr. Ogawa, perusing would not pose a major issue. Though he expressed this, Rukio inwardly scoffed. If a detective isn't a stalker or a peeping Tom, then they're not a good detective. Alas, thinking about it, it seems every shorty and dark-skinned one must spend a few days behind bars. Eventually, Mr. Ogawa, persuaded by the group, reluctantly advised, "All right, but it must remain confidential." Kagoro scratched his head, affirming, "No problem." Upon arriving at the archives, Kagoro flipped through a couple of volumes before losing interest. Mr. Ogawa engaged in a question-and-answer session with him, ultimately deciding to accompany him to view some artwork. Rukio followed along with Ran Muri, but after a few steps, he noticed that Ran had vanished. Turning around, he found her leaning against the door like a secret agent. Noticing Rukio's gaze, Ran signaled for silence and then opened the door to peer inside, her face displaying astonishment. Rukio approached to see what had captivated her attention. Lo and behold, Conan was fervently rummaging through documents as if he had a doppelganger. Leaning slightly towards Ran, he mischievously whispered, "Isn't this your child with Shinichi?" Ran, maintaining a serious demeanor, gestured once more for silence and quietly entered the room. "Aha, I've caught you," she whispered softly, stealthily standing behind Conan as she observed him. Xiaolon, Conan stammered. "Do you have any new discoveries?" Conan then began to showcase his skills, discussing various cases, while Xiaolon continuously expressed her agreement with an occasional mm. Observing them, Nura Rukio found himself stifling laughter, turning away to ensure he could still hear the conversation, his shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Ultimately, Mori Ran unleashed her trump card, truly worthy of Shinichi. Meanwhile, Conan, resembling a Navi fool, scratched his head in confusion. "Nothing much," declared Nura Rukio, his expression brimming with surprise. "Wow, Shinichi, you've actually shrunk. How did you manage that? May I give it a try? I thought you were the child of Ran and Shinichi, or perhaps Shinichi's illegitimate son." Ran, equally astonished, chimed in, "So you really are Shinichi?" Kudo Conan, visibly anxious, interjected, "What are you two talking about, Ran-nichan? Rukio and I. I'm Conan." Conan, Ran-nichan, Rukio and I. You must be confused. Rukio, sensing the situation could escalate, gently patted Conan's head and said to Ran, "All right, Ran, stop teasing him. If Shinichi were here, he would surely be ready to hit me. Honestly, the possibility of him being Shinichi is still far greater than the chance of him being Shinichi's illegitimate child. By the way, why did you guess he is Shinichi, but not his illegitimate child, or something along those lines?" Turning to the distracted Conan, he continued, "Little one, what is your father's name? Is it Kudo Shinichi? Hey, Rukio, how old is Conan now? How could he possibly be Shinichi's child? It must be some bizarre invention from the doctor." Ran expressed her bewilderment at Rukio's insistence that Conan was Kudo Shinichi's child. After a moment of contemplation, Rukio asserted, "Well, of course, that means I have a godson." "Haha, Rukio and I. What are you talking about? My surname is Adagawa, and Shinichi's surname is Kudo." Conan replied, awkwardly chuckling. Ran added, "That makes sense, so you must be the second child of Yuki Konichin, right?" Rukio stroked his chin and replied, "No, wait a minute, if that's the case. Wouldn't you have taken your mother's surname? Uncle Yosuke wouldn't he make such a mistake, would he? I need to ask Yuki Konichin." With that, he dashed out to make a phone call. Conan, unable to stop him, felt a sense of urgency, while Ran regarded him with a hint of suspicion. In his embarrassment, Conan grabbed a game console from the nearby pile of toys to play the part of a child. Meanwhile, Rukio was chuckling mischievously as he dialed Yukiko's number. "Yuki Konichin. Hey, little Rukio here. Is there something wrong? Did Uncle Yosuke make a mistake? What error? For instance, getting rather close to a girl with the surname Idagawa. What? Rukio? Have you stumbled upon something? Recently, a child was sent from the doctor's house to Shaolan's home, and that child bears an extraordinary resemblance to Shinichi from his childhood. The child's name is Idagawa Conan. You understand my meaning, don't you, sister? What? Yuzwa. Rukio, thank you for informing me of this matter. We shall discuss it further later. I need to find Yuzwa and inquire thoroughly. Dudu, Nura Rukio murmured with a mischievous grin as he tucked away his phone, muttering. Hehehe, Yusaku uncle, who told you to stop updating? You cannot blame me for being unkind. Just as he finished his muttering, he heard Conan shout from inside. Ran, quickly go fetch Mr. Ogawa. Hurry. The two of them paid no heed to Nura Rukio standing at the door and dashed out, repeating their urgency thrice for emphasis. Nura Rukio blinked and stroked his chin, pondering, so Conan is completely indifferent to his parents' quarrel? What a devoted son. What? It's my fault? Well, that's no problem then. By the time he followed them outside, several people had already rushed out without sparing him a glance. Seeing this, Nura Rukio joined the throng in their hasty exit. As they reached the street, they spotted a man slowly approaching a child who was unwrapping a gift, a dagger in his hand. He lunged, but just before he could stab the child, he hesitated and raised the weapon again, only to be sent flying. Nura Rukio, having just tossed away his baton, dashed past the astonished Muri Kagoro and Mr. Ogawa, landing directly atop the assailant. With a perplexed expression, he inquired, So, you were gathering strength to stab someone? I almost thought I wouldn't make it in time. You coward. How dare you bully a child? Bad brother, you can't bully this uncle. It's wrong to hurt others. The frightened child exclaimed. Nura Rukio reined in his previously exuberant demeanor, striving to present what he deemed a gentle smile, albeit with sharp teeth. Don't worry, little one. This uncle is a bad person, and thus, your brother must stop him from doing bad things. Wah, so scary. Ran hurriedly embraced the child. Rikyo, please stop smiling. I'm begging you. With no other choice, Nura Rukio slapped himself to temper his grin, though he found the child utterly adorable. At that moment, the man underfoot began to weep. Even after being struck on the head with a baton, the dagger slipped from his grip, and he began to recount his tale, explaining how he had initially known about the surgery failure involving a certain individual, yet could not resist the temptation to commit a crime. As he continued, he devolved into inconsolable sobs. Nura Rukio could not fathom this. He was prepared to harm a child, so what was there to cry about? Especially when it involved such a charming little girl. Muri Kagoro initially intended to have Ran call the police, but Mr. Ogawa intervened, and curiously, even forgave him. He seemed to say, wait a moment, detective. Please do not call the police. Muri Kagoro responded incredulously, huh? But Nura Rukio ceased listening, feeling as if struck by lightning. How could such a delightful child be a boy? Ultimately, he found the resolution of this affair incomprehensible, even contemplating whether Mr. Ogawa should consider visiting a temple to ask the deity to swap places with him. After the incident concluded, Nura Rukio returned home. As for the task reward, it was something like this. Task completed, minor involvement in solving the case under scripted circumstances. Reward, scientific tool, high-tech stun gun. This meager reward prompted Nura Rukio to grumble for quite some time. After experimenting with the stun gun, he decided to retract his previous disparaging remarks. How to describe this device? It was indeed a stun gun, albeit not solely that. Nura Rukio found it more akin to an invention from the realm of Conan. Scientific tool, introduction of the high-tech stun gun, capable of shattering darkness with lightning, adheres to the skin, incapacitating with electric shocks. It resembled a small piece of nano armor, capable of adhering directly to the skin, equipped with a switch that, when pressed, would discharge electricity and even deflect bullets. However, applying it incorrectly could lead to shocking oneself. Don't ask how he knew. Nura Rukio had recently styled his hair into a trendy afro. Though embarrassed, he chose to brave the gossip and, after some internal conflict, donned a baseball cap of a different color than his vest and resolutely entered the classroom. Ignoring the mocking laughter of Suzuki Sonoko, who had been teasing him, he eagerly awaited the end of classes to return home. According to Ran, while Conan was present, Kudo Shinichi had called her and spoke rather oddly, and furthermore, Conan was indeed not Yusaku Uncle's illegitimate child, a fact vouched for by Professor Agasa. It sounded implausible, yet Ran believed it, while the gossiping Sonoko and Rikyo, well, you can guess whether they believed it. Kudo Yukiko also called Nura Rukio to assure him there was nothing amiss and expressed her desire to hear any amusing anecdotes about Conan, promptly hanging up afterward. Nura Rukio hadn't even inquired whether Kudo Yusaku would publish his book, suspecting that the chances of that happening were slim. Perusing the day's newspaper for any noteworthy events, he found nothing of interest. At school, he wondered if he should ask Ran about any upcoming family vacations. Sinking into the sofa, he lamented, I need you, Kodo-chan. Flipping over, he mused, forget it, Kodo-chan, this sofa needs me more. Another day passed. And as he gazed at the newspaper depicting moving medieval armor, he fell into contemplation. Have I really spent half a month from yesterday until today? When does school have a holiday again? It seems like there are holidays every day. When will Rant's family go? Task objective, Monako Akira and the Jin file. Joint mission involving Monako Akira, who both Black and White wish to eliminate, and the moving armor incident. Nura Rukio glanced at his phone, contemplating the task at hand, his mind swirling with questions. This was his inaugural joint mission with the esteemed Mr. Nakanishi, and he could hardly contain his excitement. How should one describe it? Truly remarkable. Speaking of which, the animated armor, he was quite familiar with it. Wasn't it that elderly gentleman who wielded extraordinary powers to preserve art? He pondered whether this armor might be a lost artifact. Rukio stroked his chin, dismissing the thought as the system indicated no artifacts were missing. So this old man must possess remarkable prowess. Perhaps this task requires no effort on my part. He recalled that the old man had previously dispatched Mr. Nakanishi. Rukio resolved to seek out the extraordinary elder. Upon arrival, he noticed the esteemed Kagoro Muri and his son-in-law standing at attention near the entrance, while Ran Muri was absorbed in a painting before them. Mr. Muri, what a pleasure to see you again. Rukio greeted warmly as he approached. Kagoro Muri responded with a smile. Rukio, it has been quite some time. What brings you to the art gallery? Indeed, it has been a while. I heard whispers of a moving armor and thought I would try my luck to see it. It sounds rather intriguing. Are you also here to see the armor? Rukio inquired with feigned interest. The pair exchanged knowing glances, and little Ran seemed equally captivated by the armor. Rukio nodded, observing Ran as she admired a painting featuring a striking elder. He too approached to take a closer look. The painting, titled Leisurely Angel, was one of Picasso's creations, though not among his most renowned works. Rukio cherished it for its warm brushstrokes and ethereal quality. I adore this piece. Each work here is akin to a child to me, the elder mused, lost in reverie. Rukio nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a fascinating painting. Oh, you have an appreciation for art? The elder inquired, to which Rukio nodded, albeit hesitantly. A painting can evoke 1,000 interpretations, some perceive beauty, others the technique. Some see monetary value, while individuals like myself may perceive suffering. Such vary perspectives. But suffering? This is clearly a leisurely angel, the elder mused thoughtfully. Though his curiosity piqued upon hearing Rukio's interpretation. Why do you think the angel is leisurely? Without waiting for a response, Rukio continued. Because the angel is exploiting demons and humans alike. Those who comply are deemed virtuous, drawn to serve the angel, who is loath to share its power and comfort. Thus, they are retained on earth, and with small favors, they express gratitude. Conversely, demons, yearning for autonomy and freedom, cannot be subjugated. And their fall into depravity is their own doing, deserving of eternal torment. As he reflected on this, Rukio felt a wave of irony wash over him. A longing for that which remains incomprehensible to many. What an intriguing perspective. Director Oki, the elder, nodded in agreement. I am the director here. Oki is my surname. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ha ha ha. I am Nura Rukio, equally pleased to make your acquaintance. Rukio replied, smiling and acknowledging the director's recognition. Suddenly, an astonished voice emerged from behind Rukio. So it is the director. Kagoro Muri exclaimed. You must possess extensive knowledge of painting. Director Oki, noticing a young man mishandling a painting nearby, abruptly turned with ire, exclaiming, Kawada, what are you doing? Did I not instruct you to wear gloves when handling the artwork? If you damage it, can you afford the cost? Kawada trembled and stammered. Yes, I'm sorry. Leave me alone. Director Oki did not believe him at all and turned directly to another young man, saying, Ida, I leave this to you. Ida responded, yes. Suddenly, a thought crossed Nura Rukio's mind, a little trick to slack off each day. However, he reconsidered. If it's about Kinchan, I'd probably just end it. He quickly shook off these nonsensical thoughts. At that moment, the target appeared, Mr. Monica, whose appearance certainly did not suggest a good person, nor did his actions. It was no surprise that he had brought down over a dozen companies, leaving ruin in his wake. His aura was beyond that of an ordinary individual. If anything, One could argue that Director Okiai was acting in self-defense, but unfortunately, the law lacks foresight. As long as Mr. Monica had not committed a crime and left behind irrefutable evidence, he was considered a good person in this country. Mr. Monica, hands clasped behind his back, arrogantly remarked. As usual, there are no tourists. In 10 days, this place will be closed. Before it shuts down, I kindly ask you to take care of this rusty old junk. He then went on to discuss future renovations of the art museum with his designer. Mori Ran curiously inquired of Director Okiai, is this art museum really going to close? Director Okiai nodded. Yes, it is expected to be demolished next month. They say a large hotel will be built. Mori Kaguro expressed surprise. A hotel? Why? Due to the financial crisis, the previous owner's company declared bankruptcy. Director Okiai calmly replied that Mr. Monica had initially promised to continue operating the museum. However, Ida, visibly upset, retorted, but that bastard said he would convert this place into a hotel shortly after purchasing it. This art museum, with a history of 50 years, was being ruthlessly demolished. Director Okiai attempted to console Ida. Meanwhile, Wada, who was tidying up armor nearby, abruptly smashed the helmet of the armor onto the ground like a basketball, startling everyone. Director Okiai merely glanced at him without saying anything and continued to comfort Ida, while Mori Ran led her unwilling companions to continue exploring the exhibits. Nura Rukio did not follow them. Instead, he waited until Director Okiai had finished comforting Ida and then intercepted him in an empty corridor, stating, "The justice of the nation is always to safeguard the majority. If justice is light, then darkness must exist alongside it. Light can only apprehend darkness, while darkness can slay darkness. Do you understand what I mean?" Director Okiai gazed deeply at Nura Rukio. Your insights and attitude towards art are truly unique. Nura scratched his head, saying, I knew I was not good at advising others. Are you interested in letting darkness deal with darkness? A knight of justice can also slay demons, but they will be stained with the demon's blood. Director Okiai tilted his head back, his expression serene. Nura nodded and said nothing further as he went off to find Muri Kaguro and the others. On his way, Nura couldn't help but mutter, this old man is impervious to reason. If it weren't for the recording, would I have pondered for so long? What a waste. I should have said that killing depends on the Grim Reaper. However, as he grumbled, he began to contemplate other matters, a smile of realization creeping onto his face. The Demon Knight? Quite impressive. When he finally found Muri Kaguro and the others, they were at the Earth Exhibition Hall. Nura Rukio unashamedly joined their group to continue exploring the exhibits. Before long, evening descended. After spending an entire afternoon at the art museum, Muri Kaguro and Conan slumped into their chairs, utterly exhausted. Mori Ran and Nura Rukio, still brimming with interest, urged the two to join them once again as they returned to the previously restricted Hell Exhibition Hall. In this dimly lit display room themed around Hell, they encountered a painting titled Heaven's Punishment. The artwork depicted a medieval knight driving a sword through a demon against a wall. Nura merely glanced at it, not studying it closely, for he began to smell blood. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that directly opposite the painting, Mr. Monica had been affixed to the wall in the same manner as depicted in the artwork, and he was already lifeless. Even as Muri Ran screamed, she completed her task of calling the police. Before long, the portly Officer Megure arrived at the scene, a response speed that Nura Rukio envied. Officer Megure's first words upon arrival were directed at Muri Kaguro. What happened? You were the first to discover it again. Muri Kaguro cheerfully saluted. Yes, Officer Megure. At that moment, one of the officers noticed a surveillance camera in the Hell Exhibition Hall aimed directly at the crime scene. The group then proceeded to the monitoring room to review the footage. On the video, Mr. Monica appeared alone at the scene, seemingly waiting for someone. Just as he glanced at his watch, the medieval armor behind him suddenly came to life, swinging its sword towards him. After the first strike landed, the armor paused momentarily before turning to strike Mr. Monica again, lifting the hefty man, who was about 5 feet tall and weighed over 160 pounds, before impaling him against the wall and walking away. At that moment, the scene on the monitor eerily mirrored the terrifying imagery of the Heaven's Punishment painting. Everyone began to analyze the situation with tension, especially Muri Kaguro and Conan, while Officer Megure stood by, waiting for his younger brother to solve the case. Nura Rukio, on the other hand, stroked his chin, gesturing animatedly. Noticing this, Conan rushed over. Rukio, did you discover any clues? Nura Rukio nodded and shook his head. It's not exactly a clue. I'm just pondering how someone could lift that heavy mister Monica with one hand and impale him so high up, even piercing the concrete wall with a sword. Conan's face twitched awkwardly as he instinctively explained, in extreme situations, people can exhibit a sort of superhuman ability, allowing them to unlock their maximum potential, often up to 8 times their usual strength. Nura Rukio curiously scrutinized Conan for a moment, causing Conan to nervously force a smile. Rukio, is something wrong? With the purpose of teasing Shinichi Kudo achieved, Nurari chuckled softly. Ruffling Conan's hair, you're quite clever, Conan. How about you become my godson? Friendship takes a turn. Conan retorted, what are you talking about? I don't want that. He mimicked a child's tone and dashed over to the monitor. Once he noticed Nura Rukio had turned away, he began rewinding the footage, completely oblivious to the fact that Nurari had merely turned to wave at him. Nurari watched with amusement as Conan's lack of acting skills played out before him. Is Yukiko really this kid's mother? He mused, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Hey, look, in the surveillance room. Manager Xinzheng was engaged in a critical task as Conan rewound the footage to the appropriate moment. Standing up, he pointed to the screen and exclaimed to Kagero Mori, look. After the assailant struck the first blow, he inadvertently fell before Manager Xinzheng. Kagero Mori, ever cooperative, responded, indeed. He did tear off the label from the wall and picked up a pen from the table. It seems he wrote something. He tossed the pen aside, clutching a piece of paper in his hand. Could that paper still be in Manager Xinzheng's grasp? Inspector Magyar interjected loudly. Is it still with Manager Xinzheng? Upon arriving at the Hell exhibition and confirming that no one had disturbed the body, Inspector Magyar retrieved the note from the deceased's hand. When he unfolded it, the paper revealed a startling message. Wakata. Wakata was taken aback. What? How could my name be here? Nura Rukio glanced at Director Okiai, then at Conan, both seemingly oblivious to this evidence. Director Okiai appeared lost in thought, while Conan was crouched on the ground searching for something. Meanwhile, with Ijima's support, the befuddled detective Muri Kagoro was fervently inscribing Wakata's name onto the list of suspects. Nura Rukio stealthily approached Director Okiai and whispered, Are you planning to escape unscathed? Director Okiai replied with an air of nonchalance. Why not give it a try? Nura Rukio shrugged and remarked, Fubo Kumiai is indeed formidable. What is Fubo Kumiai? Director Okiai inquired. Somewhat puzzled, Nura Rukio did not elaborate, merely glancing at Conan, who had dashed beneath the armor, and uttered, Take care of yourself, before returning to his previous position. Conan pointed excitedly at a pen on the ground and shouted, Inspector Magyar, there's a ballpoint pen here. Inspector Magyar looked momentarily astonished. What? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pen. Oh, well done, little one. Inspector Magyar picked up the pen and noticed a logo on it. Director Okiai approached from behind to explain, Ah, that is a commemorative pin specially made for our museum's 50th anniversary. All the staff have one. Upon hearing this, Inspector Magyar muttered, So, it seems someone must have forgotten it here. He pressed the pin tip to test it. The color and thickness are identical to those on the suicide note. This must be the pin used by the deceased. He then instructed someone to conduct a forensic examination. Nura Rukio observed as Conan dashed out, realizing that things were progressing. He was in a quandary, torn between actively participating in the resolution or observing from the sidelines. Regarding that system, unless it's a major case, the rewards for such minor incidents are bound to be random. Yet, I am quite keen on thwarting Conan. However, I did disclose certain things to Director Okiai. Could I be reported? Given Conan's current vigilance, he would definitely suspect me. What a hassle, he thought, scratching his head in frustration. When he looked up, he found that Conan had returned without him noticing. Under the influence of Kagero Mori, Inspector Magyar was preparing to prompt Kawada to confess. Ultimately, Nura Rukio opted to remain an observer, as the potential risks outweighed the enjoyment. Watching from the sidelines could still be entertaining, especially since Conan had begun his clumsy performance. I need to pee. The restroom. Test. I must go to the bathroom. After a series of loud exclamations, he disregarded Ran Muri, who attempted to approach him, and dashed straight to Director Okiai. Grandpa, where's the restroom? Director Okiai, with a kind demeanor, explained to Conan, completely unaware that he was falling into a trap. After exiting this exhibition room, turn left and head up the stairs. Conan produced a notebook, exclaiming, I can't remember what you said. Please write it down for me. Surprisingly, Director Okiai complied. And Nura Rukio shook his head, thinking that the kindness of villains often serves as bait for their eventual capture by justice. Indeed, under Conan's subtle manipulation, Kagero Mori soon realized the implications of the notes, and swiftly pieced together the sequence of events. The pen was switched. This meant that the perpetrator was none other than the current holder of the non-functional ballpoint pen, Mr. Okii, the museum's director. Director Okii did not deny it and elaborated on the events that transpired. However, he refrained from mentioning his conversation with Nura Rukio. Pausing briefly to cast a glance at him, Nura merely shrugged, saying nothing, while Conan curiously scrutinized him for a prolonged moment. This left Nura Rukio somewhat speechless. It was puzzling how unconcerned he had been before the incident, yet post-event, he became the subject of suspicion. Kogoro Mori continued to elaborate, inadvertently deciphering the meaning behind the painting Heaven's Retribution. Upon hearing this, Director Okii looked up at the artwork with a complex expression. Do you know? The true essence of that painting is that while the Knight of Justice may have subdued the demon, he simultaneously suffers the taint of evil blood. This signifies that he too has been invaded by malevolence. It implies that after committing murder, one transforms into a demon, ultimately unable to escape divine retribution. Thus, my deceit cannot elude those pure, righteous eyes. This serves as the most fitting illustration of that painting. Kogoro Mori inquired, pure, righteous eyes? Director Okii, as if shedding a burden, sighed in relief and bent down towards Conan, saying, Child, you need not concern yourself with the restroom any longer. Instinctively, Conan replied, Huh? With a smile. Director Okii followed the police out. Nura Rukio shrugged at the sight of Director Okii's retreating figure and approached Conan, squatting down. Conan, do you think Director Okii is good or evil? After a moment of contemplation, Conan responded, It's not about good or evil. Director Okii did wrong and should face legal consequences. Did the owner of the shop act correctly? Did Kawada act correctly? Conan fell silent. Haha. I'm merely curious about how a clever child of your age thinks. If you can't fathom it, don't dwell on it. Life isn't about right or wrong. Simply moving forward is sufficient. Nura Rukio ruffled Conan's hair. Joint mission completed. Target deceased. Minimal involvement. Mission reward. Rule item. Ring of Justice. Details. Rule item. Ring of Justice description. Ding. Good person card ability, unless actively committing evil or lacking solid evidence of wrongdoing. The first impression will be transformed into you are a good person. After the events concluded, Nura Rukio returned home to rest. This incident prominently featured Kogoro Mori in the newspapers once again. Today, Nura Rukio donned a disguise and ventured to the safe house, where he found Jin drinking gin and Vodka sipping vodka. Wow, I want a drink too. Not at all, Jin muttered without glancing back, continuing to sip his drink. Really now, what did you summon me for? Nura Rukio shrugged, already aware of the situation. I need to travel to Kyoto with Vodka soon. These two matters are yours to resolve. With that, Jin slid 2 folders across the table towards Nura Rukio. Without thinking, Nura Rukio blurted out, Are you going on your honeymoon? Bang. What on earth are you doing, Lao Qin? Lu Xiong shouted, leaping up to evade the bullet fired by Qinjiao. Mind your tongue. I do not wish to hear that again. Qinjiao placed the firearm on the table and continued sipping his drink. Yes, yes, yes. You are on an official trip while I am left to toil away, and you even forbid me from speaking. Observing Qinjiao reach for the gun once more, Lu Xiong hastily ceased his complaints and picked up the documents to peruse. I can certainly work, honestly. After finishing, Lu Xiong set down the papers and looked up at Qinjiao, inquiring, among these, Bai Ling from Hechuan seems manageable, forcing the unwilling into prostitution and engaging in drug trafficking. But what about this Jingtian Taisan? There is no mention of any issues concerning him. Are you one of the CIA operatives? What crime has he committed? Nura Rukio appears entirely unconvinced. So, you do not wish to take action, correct? Jin raises his gun, aiming it at Nura Rukio, who merely nods indifferently. It matters not who it is. In my grasp lies only the blood that must be shed. Do you intend to eliminate our entire organization, myself included? That is not out of the question, but at present, it is unnecessary. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Although none of you are virtuous, at least you possess more integrity than the majority of villains. Nura Rukio shrugs. After a moment of silence, Jin, still holding the gun, finally speaks. That individual gained entry into the organization through murder. I see. You should have mentioned that sooner. Dealing with you is quite the hassle. Only then does Nura Rukio pick up the documents once more and stride toward the door. He opens it but does not exit immediately. Instead, he turns back and makes a face at Jin. While you enjoy a paid vacation, I'm left to work. How unfair. With that, he dashes outside, barely evading a bullet that follows closely behind. Task objective. Hekawa bailing. Task objective. Ida Taisan. First, let us deal with Hekawa bailing. Ah, the red light district. How delightful. Nura Rukio shakes his head vigorously, reminding himself to focus on work. I must remain pure. He strolls nonchalantly through the streets in his vest, drawing curious glances from the denizens of the red light district. Intrigued, he glances at his reflection in a shiny surface. Huh, I must have been too playful with Jin. I've reverted to a child. Yet, he muses, I should return to my adult self shortly. Confirming the establishment from the file in hand, he peers inside and spots the target, seemingly engaged in conversation. Paying little heed, he surveys the vicinity, ensuring that only a single camera is positioned at the entrance before darting into a narrow alley. He retrieves a gadget from his long-standing inventory, game item, mechanics robot. Description: today, I shall showcase my self-dismantling ability, execute commands, self-resurrect. Grasping the robot's controller, he finds a corner, dusts off the ground, and sits down, extracting a knife wrapped in cloth from his leg. After fiddling with the controller, a robot materializes out of thin air, and Nurikawa's consciousness transfers into it. The robot seizes the knife, concealing it behind its back, and dashes into the establishment, evading the bewildered security. What on earth is that? The robot approaches Hekawa bailing, delivering a swift strike with the knife. She, mid-conversation, fails to react in time, turning curiously toward the entrance just as the blade finds its mark in her neck. Immediately after, controlling the robot, Nurikawa commands it to disassemble, scattering into a heap of parts. Observing the cracked controller in his hand, he stows it away in his inventory and rises to pursue the next target. Opting not to dwell on the ensuing chaos, better to avoid trouble in this mixed crowd, lest someone spot both him and the robot exiting the alley. For the second target, Nurikawa Rukio heads directly to the individual S apartment, prying open the door and lounging on their sofa, cracking open a can of soda from their refrigerator. Given the time, the individual is likely working for a nearby syndicate and will probably not return until late evening, while it is still morning. Alas, my first target was dispatched too swiftly. Now I find myself with idle time. Nurikawa sprawls on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. As night falls, he hears the sound of the door opening, followed by an unsettling silence. Nurikawa retrieves the baton he had prepared for the previous encounter and tosses it aside. Yes, this baton is also a prop, detective item. Auto-locating baton. Description: receive a strike from my old self, capable of tracking and delivering a headshot. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. As Nura Rukio stepped outside, he encountered a man in his late 20s, clutching his head, with a firearm scattered on the ground. Thoughtfully closing the door behind him, he produced a stun gun, transforming it into an electrifying glove. With a sharp sound, Taizen Ikagawa felt his entire being go numb. One cannot help but remark that the operatives of the CIA are far less proficient than the criminals of Mahanmiki. They can hardly keep their utensils steady while dining. Rikyo Nurikawa retracted his baton and curiously examined the handgun, noticing it was equipped with a silencer. How convenient. He tucked a handkerchief into his breast pocket and retrieved a pair of gloves from his remarkable trousers. After donning the gloves and making a few arrangements, he placed the firearm into Taizen Ikagawa's hands. With a soft puff, I clapped my hands and retrieved the tracking device, gently pressing a button. After leaving the apartment, I sent a message to Jin. Both targets eliminated. Scorpion Vodka acknowledged. Understood. Target successfully neutralized. Mission submitted. Rewards: 2 item draws. Draw successful. Prank item: poop egg. Scientific item: a box of reagent bottles. Wow, what useless items. All my efforts were in vain. Nura Rukio scratched his head, feeling quite dissatisfied with the reward. After pondering that there was nothing he could change, he decided to dismiss it. Oh, life. Indeed, one often finds dissatisfaction in 8 out of 10 matters. Nura Rukio reverted to his original appearance and headed straight home to his laboratory. He placed the 2 useless items aside and gazed at the various experimental apparatuses in the room. How had so many accumulated without him realizing it? Never mind. When AI shows up, she can sort through what is useful. After setting down the reagent bottles, Nura Rukio returned to his usual residence, washed up, and lay down on the bed. As he rested, a thought struck him, and his expression grew increasingly melancholic. He picked up a photograph from the bedside table, murmuring to himself, I just want to live this life like a fool, deceived. After muttering, he placed the photo back and turned off the light, falling asleep. Before the darkness enveloped the room, One could see that the photo featured a family of 3. In the picture, a little boy with black hair and black eyes wore a radiant smile. So, I slept for 7 days, did I? Nura Rukio glanced at the calendar, rubbing his head. Turning on the television, he saw news reporting. Yesterday, police arrested the head of an Italian robbery ring, Conan. He will be extradited to Italy tomorrow morning. His accomplices remain at large, and the 15,000 coins they stole are still missing. Nura Rukio stroked his chin, feeling a sense of familiarity. I remember this. It's from the beginner's gift package for travelers. He scratched his head, recalling it seemed to involve fishing with neon lights. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up, changed his clothes, and stepped outside. Why not treat it as a stroll? He retrieved his bicycle from the garage and began to ride leisurely. With the boost of cycling buffs, it felt akin to riding a motorcycle, exhilaratingly swift. As he pedaled along, Nura Rukio's gaze fell upon a ditch by the roadside. And suddenly, a clue came to mind. Looking up at the riverside lights that resembled fish, he pedaled furiously towards the riverbank in search of the neon lights. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing. Where could it be? Nura Rukio halted, glancing around, and noting the time, it was already afternoon. Oh dear. If I can't find it, Conan will arrive, and my beginner's gift will be gone. Wait a moment, I remember the fish was quite square. Nura Rukio began gesturing in the mud on the ground, comparing it to his surroundings. Yes, this bridge. He searched around and indeed spotted an abandoned building nearby. He dashed up to the top floor, and upon pulling a lever, he discovered 3 large bags of coins. Nura Rukio looked at the bags and then at the time, there was no time to waste. He glanced around and suddenly slapped his palm in realization. This place lacked a direct path to the rooftop. Thus, he retrieved an item, scientific tool, retractable grappling hook, description. Today, I will demonstrate a unique ability. A handy tool for climbing walls. He swiftly transported each bag to the rooftop. Afterward, he rushed downstairs, hopped on his bicycle, and rode off a short distance when he spotted Conan sprinting towards him from the riverbank. Nura Rukio came to a sudden stop and, with an unflustered demeanor, remarked, Well? If it isn't little Conan. What brings you here at such a late hour? Conan, clearly startled, replied, Rukio Nisen. What are you doing here? I'm just out cycling. Relaxing a bit. At that moment, the 3 troublemakers arrived. Conan, who are you talking to? Asked Kazuha. Hey, Conan, it's getting late. You should head home. Do you need me to escort you all? Nura Rukio noticed Yoshida Ayumi's eyes light up and revealed his signature grin, showcasing his sharp teeth. How terrifying. The 3 individuals cowered behind Conan. Only Conan awkwardly remarked, Brother Lu Xiong, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from laughing. It's truly frightening. Is that so? I believe my laughter was quite amiable. Lu Xiong, oblivious to the situation, stroked his chin. Unfortunately, he was met with 3 little heads shaking like rattles. Well then, do you wish to return home? Brother Lu Xiong, you should leave first. There is no need to worry about us. We will find our way home. Conan chuckled as he endeavored to lead Lu Xiong away. All right. Nura Rukio shrugged, mounted his bicycle, and prepared to depart. However, after riding scarcely 100 meters, he noticed 3 individuals trailing behind Conan and his companions. Nura Rukio scratched his head, pondering why everyone assumed he was blind. If the Italian robbers were to confront 4 children, surely the Conan death squad would not be obliterated, right? The will of the world would not permit such an occurrence. After pedaling a few more strides, he applied the brakes and halted. Never mind. He could not shake off his unease. Conan was indifferent. But the little ones must not harm the adorable Ayumi. He swiftly remounted his bike, executed a spectacular drift, and cycled back. Arriving at the base of the abandoned building, he spotted the trio of Italian robbers already on the top floor. Nura Rukio secured his bicycle and cautiously followed suit, ascending. Upon reaching the door, he paused to eavesdrop on the commotion within. Where are the gold coins? You must know. Speak quickly. Otherwise, we shall end your life. Conan's voice resonated. There with the fish. Look. The final fish design is composed of a bridge and its reflection. Ah, so that is it. Following this revelation was a barrage of incomprehensible chatter, which Nura Rukio decided to dismiss as mere gibberish. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Who are you? The leanest of the Italian robbers, spotting Nura Rukio's entrance, immediately drew his firearm and aimed it at him. Lu Xiong. This is Conan. Brother Lu Xiong. It would have been better if you hadn't come at all. This is Oda Jinta. Ah, he just walked right in? This is Tsuburaya Kuchi. Be careful of that strange brother. This is Yoshida Ayumi. Nura Lu Xiong shrugged his shoulders. So, which group of imbeciles are you? Ignoring the gun in the robber's hand. He stepped forward swiftly, startling the robber, who immediately chose to fire. Bang! With a swift motion, Nura Rukio tilted his head to evade the bullet, then retaliated with a swift strike of his baton. The other two, intending to draw their firearms, found themselves at a disadvantage. They were too close, and their speed in drawing weapons paled in comparison to that of Nura Rukio. With a flourish, the bang echoed as the performer feigned placing the baton into the pocket of their jacket, when in truth, it was merely a retrieval back into the system. How handsome. The trio of reckless individuals gazed with starry eyes. So, what games are you children playing? How could you attract the attention of such armed individuals? They pointed specifically at Conan, asserting, it must be you leading the charge, right? You resemble Kudo Shinichi so much as a child, and your actions mimic his. Wait, does Conan really look like Kudo Shinichi? Genta Koizumi inquired, astonished. I can't say he looks like him. It's more accurate to say he is his exact replica, said Nura Rukio after some contemplation. Haha, how could I possibly compare to Shinichi? Conan awkwardly clarified. All right, little one, it's time to call the police. It was proven that the police responded swiftly only when Conan and Ran were present, during the interlude before the officers arrived. Conan explained to Nura Rukio that these individuals were likely Italian robbers. However, he could not ascertain the whereabouts of the gold coins, and Rukio seemed unconcerned, as he was astonished that this time there was no mission, yet the system still granted rewards. Insert mission completion. Reward Conan-related item. Trace clearing device. Wow, a grand prize. Conan inquired curiously, Rukio, what grand prize? Rukio gently patted Conan's pondering head, contemplating the missing gold coins. It's nothing. Come on, little one, I'll escort you to Rand. I have a few questions for you. After informing the police, he departed with Conan. The trio of reckless individuals chorused, Goodbye, Rukio. Instead of riding, Nura Rukio pushed his bicycle, strolling alongside Conan. Are we really walking back like this? Conan seemed to sense something amiss. You are Kudo Shinichi, aren't you? I can't suppress it any longer. Why do you keep saying that? Rukio? I'm Conan. Conan continued to feign ignorance. Ran, in a flustered state, often perceived the truth. Her doubts remained unconfirmed until she had solid evidence. I won't be fooled, even after all this time apart. The moment you Kudo Shinichi open your mouth, I know exactly what you will say. So tell me, how did this happen? Nura Rukio calmly pushed the bicycle, walking slowly. Conan's expression appeared slightly grim, and finally, as if resigned to his fate, he nodded. I am Shinichi Kudo. Please do not reveal this to Ran. To be honest, with your antics, you might deceive everyone except Ran. Don't you think she is rather pitiable? Alas, it is beyond my control. Conan displayed a look of helplessness. Nura Rukio merely glanced at him, allowing Conan to continue his explanation. Previously, at the Durabika amusement park, I followed two individuals in black, and they administered poison to me. However, the poison did not kill me. It merely transformed me into a child. They are likely not just two individuals, but part of an organization capable of deploying bombs directly on the Shinkansen. Conan stated resolutely, gazing into Nura's eyes. Rukio, you understand me. Nura Rukio nodded as he pushed the cart and replied, in truth, I could have watched you in this state, enjoying our time together, and revealed the truth only when it became impossible to hide. Conan rolled his eyes and continued. So what prompted you to reveal everything so abruptly? I don't know. At the very least, I hope you do not lose someone important like I did due to feigning ignorance. Nura Rukio said with a hint of nostalgia. Rukio, what have you experienced in these past few years? Is it related to your parents? Not entirely, but I genuinely believe you will be fine. After all, if something were to happen to you, the heavens would surely disapprove. He then gently ruffled Conan's hair, tilting his head back as he spoke in a tone of reassurance. Yet, I still worry about the potential occurrences. I cannot suppress this concern. Can't you share your thoughts with me? Rukio, Conan exclaimed, visibly agitated. Do you think I would tease you with vague words if I knew what to say? Nura Rukio smiled at Conan before continuing on his path. Also, Conan sighed, feeling utterly deflated. Now, let's discuss you. What have you discovered about that organization? Please don't tell me you found nothing. Even you wouldn't believe that. I have indeed conducted an investigation, yet regrettably, I unearthed no substantial information. All I know is that this organization resembles crows, with black as their emblematic color. However, Lu Xiong, you must refrain from probing into this organization recklessly. Conan, oblivious to his own lack of awareness, cautioned Nura Lu Xiong. This organization is perilous. I have encountered them thrice, and each time, I faced defeat. Price? When did that occur? Nura Rukio pondered, recalling only 2 instances. The first was at the amusement park, where I was transformed into this state, and the second during the billion-yen bank heist, where they exterminated everyone involved. The third instance was quite recent, on the Shinkansen, where they audaciously employed explosives in an attempt to obliterate an entire carriage. I see. If they are capable of such an operation as demolishing an entire carriage, Nura Rukio mused, stroking his chin, then I am familiar with this organization. What? Conan exclaimed, excitedly grasping his leg and speaking loudly. Hurry. Rukio, you must tell me everything about that organization. All right, calm down. Nura Rukio replied, lifting Conan by the collar and pushing him away from his leg. I can't say for certain, but if it is what I suspect, you wouldn't heed my warnings. All I can say is that this organization is exceedingly perilous. You could easily equate its threat level to that of the entire FBI in the United States. What? Conan exclaimed in astonishment as he turned to look at Nura Rukio. This organization, which I refer to as the Brewery, remains shrouded in ambiguity. I am unaware of its true name. Only that its core members are named after various alcoholic beverages. Before my departure from the United States, a catastrophic terrorist attack transpired, obliterating an industrial area of considerable size. Named after alcoholic beverages? Conan's excitement was palpable as he stroked his chin, pondering aloud, this must be an organized group. However, Nura Rukio maintained a calm demeanor. Not necessarily, but from what I have gathered about the brewery, its modus operandi closely resembles your description, which piqued my curiosity and led me to seek information through friends. By the way, the representative color of that brewery is also black. At least in the United States, the organization's influence is beyond your imagination. And there is an issue you may have overlooked. What problem? What if the poison you were fed was merely a failed attempt at an elixir of immortality? What? That cannot be. No, it is quite plausible. Conan lowered his head in contemplation, while Nura Rukio continued unabated. Even if we take a step back and consider that it is not the same organization as the one in America, an organization capable of bombing the Shinkansen and orchestrating heists worth billions. Yet they administered this drug to you, and you somehow survived. Do you not find that rather amusing? In fact, you owe your life to this very drug. If you ever encounter its creator, you ought to express your gratitude. How could that be? Conan exclaimed, eager to refute, but Nura Rukio interrupted. Regardless of the circumstances, at least you are still alive. I await the provision of your text. Whereupon I shall meticulously refine it, excising superfluous punctuation, promotional solicitations, and any veiled endorsements of external websites or elements extraneous to the narrative's core. Subsequently, I shall render the revised text into English, employing a sophisticated lexicon and elegant phrasing to elevate its literary merit while preserving its original essence. You are still alive. I understand. Rukio, thank you for sharing this with me. I grasp your intent, and I will exercise caution. However, I shall not relinquish my pursuit of that organization. Conan spoke earnestly to Nura Rukio. I know, if you do not investigate, I would suspect that you have been swapped out. Nevertheless, I hope that when you venture out, you will at least take me along, for I am quite formidable, exceptionally so. Nura Rukio gestured towards the direction of the Mori Detective Agency, with a slight lift of his chin. Well, we have arrived. Go and keep your beloved Ran company. It would be too pitiful for her not to see Shinichi, and then not to see you. All right. Conan responded, casting a deep glance at Nura Rukio, nodding vigorously as he uttered a final word. Thank you. He rushed towards the Mori Detective Agency. As he slowly pushed his cart back to his home, Nura Rukio lay back on the sofa, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Shinichi, oh Shinichi, how I envy your fortune. You are but a few friends to me. Do take care not to play yourself to exhaustion. In his mind, Nura Rukio reminisced about various memories, teasing Kudo Shinichi as a child. The disdain shared with Muri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko, the serendipitous reconciliations following their cases, and the playful pranks he pulled on them afterward. Lost in thought, Nura Rukio suddenly recalled his earlier words and couldn't help but chuckle. Sharing my antics with Shinichi would certainly be exhilarating. He laughed heartily until tears brimmed in his eyes. Wiping them away, he pondered. I wonder when AI will arrive. 2 solitary souls like us should have plenty to discuss. We are so alike. He sighed, forget it. Time for sleep. Instead of dwelling on trivial matters, I should consider how to gather funds for a bag for AI. I recall those bags are rather costly. My finances should be able to withstand it. Suddenly, Nura Rukio sat upright. Oh, the coins are confiscated. He swiftly changed into a disguise and dialed a number. Old Sheen, do you need a wife? No. Wait, do you need money? Enough with the trivialities. These are not the coins of Italian bandits, you understand? If you're unsure, you may inquire with Vodka. Then came a flurry of conversation from the other end of the line. Scorpion, have you located those coins? Ah, yes. I shall send you the address shortly. At that time, the police were present, and I tossed them from the rooftop. Do remember my share of the profits. Good. Beep. Nura Rukio gazed at the disconnected phone, unable to restrain his annoyance. I was merely offering you money. Yet you hung up on me, Kin-chan. Why do you shy away from our delightful conversations? Of course, he was merely being playful. He would never be so cheeky in person. After sending the address to Kinji, he removed his disguise, freshened up, and retired for the night. Once he received the gold coins, Kinji would certainly transfer the funds to his account. The phone rang. Father, answer the phone. Quickly, answer the phone. Why haven't you picked it up yet? Answer it. Nura Rukio glanced at the caller ID before finally answering. Hello. You have reached the Nura Financial Center. May I inquire if you wish to invest 50 or perhaps 100? Lu Xiong. Very well. Miss Suzuki, do you have any instructions for me? Would you like to come over to the villa? My sister mentioned that it has been a long time since she last saw you, and she heard that you recently returned and would like you to visit. Oh, so Miss Suzuki is looking for me. I understand. Second, miss, I shall come. Please provide me with an address. Your change of address is quite swift. I will bring you a map tomorrow at school. Very well. Do. Nura Rukio muttered as he hung up the phone. Ayako's sister is looking for me. The following day, he obediently arrived at school. Miss Sonoko, may I inquire where the map is? The moment Nura Rukio entered the classroom, he rushed to ask Suzuki Sonoko for the map. You and your sister seem to have a rather close relationship. It's quite amusing, considering we are classmates. Indeed, but we are best friends, and Ayako's sister is my benefactor. Nura Rukio shrugged. Aren't you financially secure? Why are you so eager to earn money? I've heard you even have a part-time job, Sonoko inquired with curiosity. Yes, Rukio. Isn't your family well off? Why do you need a boss? Ran Muri also questioned, intrigued. Well, I occasionally receive some freelance work. I suppose earning money is also intended to buy a handbag for my future girlfriend. Nura Rukio contemplated before responding. To a potential girlfriend? Suzuki Sonoko inquired. Is she someone you like, Nagakura Riku? Well, I wouldn't say I'm in love. We haven't met yet, and I don't even know if we will like each other, replied Nagakura Riku. However, I do believe I might develop feelings for her, so I thought it prudent to prepare myself in advance. What kind of girl is she? Asked Maori Ran, curiosity evident in her voice. Indeed, how can she be more captivating than me? Suzuki Sonoko asserted confidently. I'm not quite sure how to describe her. She is somewhat similar to me. Nagakura Riku paused momentarily and added, in various senses. And her appearance? What does she look like? Well, she has chestnut-colored hair, slightly wavy, and is quite an adorable girl. Though, I must reiterate, I haven't actually seen her. Nagakura Riku interrupted the discussion about her looks with a wave of his hand. I really don't know if I should feel happy or sad for that girl, Suzuki Sonoko remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't this a bit disheartening? Nura Rukio replied while sketching. You possess remarkable self-awareness, Rikyo? Suzuki Sonoko nodded earnestly. Perhaps our thoughts do not align. Nura Rukio remained surprisingly calm. After a while of drawing, he exclaimed, Tada! Here is her anime persona. He held up his notebook, displaying a comic rendition of Mayano Shiho. This artistic endeavor was not self-taught. It was a reward for a system task, known as the anime poster drawing ability, amateur, a skill limited to crafting such posters, where producing more would reveal his limitations. The conversation then drifted to casual banter. Before long, the school day ended, as the schedule at Mihan High School was quite liberating. By the way, Muri Ran had also arranged to accompany Nura Rukio to Suzuki Sonoko's villa. As they walked through the woods, Nura Rukio confidently pointed the way. This way. Rikuo, are you certain? Have we really come this far? Muri Ran subtly inquired, hinting at her usual tendency to get lost. The villa isn't located in a desolate wilderness or on a remote island. Believe me, you were lost because of my guidance back then, Nura Rukio declared, striding ahead without a care. Hee, that's true, Muri Ran chuckled awkwardly. Look, isn't that just a wooden bridge? We should be close. Nura Rukio gestured towards the bridge ahead, addressing Muri Ran and Conan behind him. Wait, is there someone on the bridge? Muri Ran observed closely. Indeed, there is someone. They must be heading to the villa too, she remarked joyfully. Yes, that seems likely, Conan replied. Nura Rukio paid little mind and led the two towards the figure. As they approached, the person turned around, revealing a face wrapped in bandages, startling Muri-ran and Conan. Upon seeing the three, the individual promptly fled. Nura Rukio, however, remained unfazed, lost in thought. Ah, I'm familiar with this script. What script, Rukio? Conan, oblivious, inquired, prompting Muri-ran to interject. Conan, you should address Rukio as brother. It's rather impolite otherwise. Nura Rukio nodded. Did you hear that, Conan? Call me brother. You may even consider me your guardian. Conan responded with a dramatic eye roll. As for the script, observe. Desolate wilderness, a bandaged phantom, Suzuki Villa, and Conan, surely something is bound to occur. Oh, come on, Rukio. How can you say that? Muri-ran remarked, exasperated as she ruffled Conan's hair, who reciprocated with another serious eye roll. All right, my apologies. Let us proceed. As soon as she arrived at the entrance, Suzuki Sonoko was already waiting there. You two are so slow. Where have you been? Mal-Lilan quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sonoko. To which Sonoko responded, no, I mean, can't we have the house built in the city? It would be so much easier to get here. It's such a long way. Honestly, it's clearly you who is late. If we build it in the city, what would be the point of having a villa? Besides, here we can encounter handsome men and weave romantic tales amidst the beauty of nature. Sonoko complained, lost in her own reverie. Naruhodo Rukio shrugged, remarking, indeed, I cannot comprehend without noble education. Sonoko paid him no mind and glanced down at Conan. Ah, this child must be Conan, the one staying at Rant's house. How adorable. Conan, seizing the moment, pretended to be a small child. Upon entering with Sonoko, Lilan kept glancing around. Huh, are they not here yet? What about those handsome men you mentioned? Sonoko, with an expression of disbelief, turned back and said, please, they have long since arrived and are resting in their rooms. Then, with a gleeful expression, she added, there are some who are plump, some who are slender, and one exceptionally handsome man with a perfect figure. 2. Nura Rukio suddenly spoke up. What? I, the impeccably handsome Nura Rukio, pointed to my own face. You might as well give up. There's no way you could ever date me or Ran. Suzuki Sonoko returned to her expression of disbelief, to which Nura Rukio nodded in agreement. Indeed. Is that bandaged man also here? Xiaolan appeared concerned, her complexion slightly pale. Bandaged? No one was injured today? Suzuki Sonoko looked utterly perplexed. Before Mal-Lilan could continue speaking, Suzuki Sonoko ushered the three of them away in search of a room. Nura Rukio noticed Mal-Lilan's unease. She seemed intent on opening the door immediately. He quickly grasped her arm. All right, Xiaolan, that bandaged fellow is clearly a person. If he does come, we certainly can't let him get knocked out easily. Let me handle finding a room. Subsequently, Nura Rukio knocked on the doors of several rooms, ultimately settling in 2 that were unoccupied. When afternoon tea time arrived, everyone was summoned to the living room. Nura Rukio first greeted Suzuki Ayako. Long time no see, Ayako. You were little Rukio? Wow, you've grown so tall. I can't even call you little Rukio anymore. Suzuki Ayako exclaimed in surprise. Did we not meet in America last time? You barely recognized me. Nura Rukio feigned a sorrowful expression. Haha, alright Rukio, stop it. That was 2 years ago. You've grown at least several centimeters since then. How could I possibly recognize you? Well, Nura Rukio shrugged. Today is the gathering of my university's film study club. Upon hearing your return, I specifically asked Sonoko to invite you. Ayako Suzuki explained with a smile. I see. So you all used to be in the same club. Muri-ran expressed her surprise beside them. Subsequently, Sonoko Suzuki took over the conversation and introduced the attendees. She gestured towards a well-built man with a headband, smoking a cigarette, and said, this is Oda, who has always played the leading role. Hello. He pointed to a rectangular-faced individual holding a camera and remarked, this is Kakutani. He is the photographer, and he was previously responsible for all the stunt photography. Greetings. He gestured towards a portly gentleman, introducing him as Takahashi, the props manager. You? Hello, he said, pointing to a woman who bore a resemblance to Suzuki Sonoko. This is my sister, who oversees costume design. She is currently in search of a husband. Oh dear. He then indicated a striking young woman. Lastly, this is Ikeda Chikako, responsible for directing and screenwriting the film. She has even served as the president of the Film Research Society. Please take care of me. She is the screenwriter Chikako Ikeda of the currently showing film The Blue Kingdom, Maureen exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. That was Chikako's work from her university days and her debut masterpiece. Ayako Suzuki replied with a smile. Let's not dwell on the past, Chikako Ikeda interjected. Oda. You must have finished writing the script for the next film, right? Kakutani, holding a camera, directed it towards Chikako and said, "Please say a few words to our audience." "Oh, come on, don't make a fuss," Chikako said, her expression one of embarrassment. Oda turned to Kakutani and remarked, "Kakutani, you haven't changed a bit. Still obsessed with photography." "Haha, that is something I can never shake off," Kakutani replied cheerfully, shifting the camera towards Takahashi. "By the way, Takahashi, you've put on some weight. Haven't you?" Takahashi patted his belly and said, "Well, I guess I'm around 100 kilograms now. The camera can barely fit you in." Oda laughed, adding, "As long as you are here, it brings back memories of our university days." Ayako Suzuki chuckled as well, but her smile began to wane as she said, "If only Atsuko had not experienced that incident, she would surely be here." With a resounding slap, Tamakako Ikeda struck the table forcefully. Her face awash with terror as she exclaimed, "Stop it. Do not mention Atsuko any further." Rikyo Nurikawa observed her expression of fear, reflecting on the narrative. "If I recall correctly, this woman committed plagiarism, leading to someone's demise, and subsequently faced a gruesome dismemberment. The perpetrator as he glanced towards the seemingly oblivious, rotund figure. It must be him. I remember he was involved in an assault on Ran. Does this concern Tamakako?" Then he overheard the discontented remarks of the plagiarist, Tamakako Ikeda. As she lamented, "Everyone has taken time out of their busy schedules to vacation here. So let's not revisit the tragedy of 2 years ago. What a downer." Rikyo shook his head, thinking, "Let's just drop it." Consequently, the previously jovial conversation was abruptly brought to a close due to the mention of Atsuko. Takahashi rose to repair the roof, and Tamakako, still displeased, exited the room. Enkiko followed suit, worried about her. Meanwhile, Ranmuri was invited by Oda to stroll in the rain, initially refusing, yet fate led her outside with him. Conan and Sonoko, each harboring their own thoughts, bravely followed the pair, undeterred by the inclement weather. Although Rikyo had forgotten the precise details, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He abruptly lifted his head, noticing most of the attendees had departed, and turned to the remaining Ayako Suzuki, stating, "Sister Ayako, I have an ominous feeling. The bandaged person from the bridge has yet to be located. I must step outside to investigate." "Wait, who is this bandaged person?" Ayako inquired, puzzled. "I'll explain upon my return. I am concerned for Ran's safety," Rikyo replied, rising to exit. As he dashed outside, he encountered Oda, who was returning under an umbrella. "You are Oda, right? Where is Ran? Wasn't she with you?" "I have no idea where Miss Ran is. She panicked at the thunder and ran off somewhere," Oda replied nonchalantly. Rikyo, with a stern countenance, struck him across the face, demanding, "Tell me where she ran." "How dare you hit me?" Oda retorted. Rikyo was unyielding, swiftly delivering a kick that sent Oda to the ground. "Now, tell me where Ran went." "She went that way." Oda, flustered and disheveled, managed to indicate a direction, his earlier bravado evaporating in the face of Rikyo's intensity. Nodding, Rikyo expressed, "I apologize for striking you, but Ran may be in danger. I have no time to waste." He turned and sprinted away. Upon arrival, he found Ran, terrified, sitting on the ground in a duck-like position, while Conan and Sonoko stood frozen, staring at a bandaged man wielding an axe. Rikyo positioned himself behind Sonoko and Conan, and as the bandaged man turned to flee upon noticing them, Rikyo launched a small projectile at him. The bandaged man stumbled momentarily but did not halt. He fled, clutching his axe. Nura Rukio gazed at his own hand in perplexity, muttering, "Is my strength not enough to incapacitate him?" Meanwhile, Conan and Sonoko hurried to console Ran. Nura Rukio retrieved his baton, his mind preoccupied with the thought, is a CIA operative truly weaker than an ordinary criminal who has long neglected physical fitness? That cannot be right. Upon reaching the house, he disregarded Oda's displeased expression and turned to Conan, saying, "Conan, please inform everyone about the bandaged man. I need to contemplate some matters. Isn't that a bit perilous? The bandaged man is likely still nearby, and acting alone could be dangerous," Conan replied anxiously. How do you remind me?" Nura Rukio shot a glance at Conan, exasperated. "Rest assured, I am aware of what I must do. I need to ascertain a few things." "All right." Lu Xiong, with his furrowed brow, was approached with concern by Suzuki Ayako. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just pondering some matters from the past," Lu Xiong replied as he ascended the stairs to his room. Once he confirmed that Conan had not been eavesdropping and that no listening devices were present, Lu Xiong changed into a disguise and retrieved his dual SIM satellite phone. He promptly dialed Jin, who answered almost immediately. "Old Shane, regarding the previous Ida Taisan. The CIA infiltrator, Could you inquire about the specific details for me? I trust you understand what I'm seeking. Understood. After a brief exchange on Jin's end, his indifferent voice resonated once more from the phone. That individual is affiliated with the underworld, having been bribed by the CIA, infiltrating the organization through the cost of several lives. Therefore, Scorpio, conceal your feigned benevolence. Ah, thank you, old Jin, for the information provided. Ding ding ding. Nura Rukio routinely put the phone down, his expression a blend of complexity as he murmured, I have long embraced the darkness and dined with phantoms. How could I ever claim to be virtuous? Rising to venture out and comprehend the details of the case, he noted that the system had just issued a task. Upon descending, he encountered the Suzuki sisters and Muri Rand setting the dining table. Oh, is dinner ready? He inquired. Indeed, Rukio. Have you come to a conclusion regarding the matter? Suzuki Ayako glanced at him, her brow slightly furrowed. I've come to a conclusion. I just gathered some information. It should not pose a significant issue, Nura Rukio replied with a nod. You always seem to shroud yourself in mystery. Mr. Jisei mentions you every time we meet. She added with a light-hearted tone. Haha, what can I say? Grandpa Ki always nags me. Speaking of which, I haven't visited him since I returned. Rukio answered with a smile. You'll surely receive a thorough lecture from him. Ayako jested. It's all right. Grandpa Ki used to visit me in America every month. That sounds rather delightful, Ayako remarked, placing a large platter of dishes down. Turning to Muri Ran, she said, Ran, I truly appreciate your help. It's nothing. I often assist with chores at home, Ran replied. Ayako, slightly dismayed, remarked, how unfortunate. Such a lovely gathering has turned into this. By the way, it's all your sister's fault for bringing it up, she continued. At that moment, Conan interjected, is it about Atsuko? Just as Muri Ran set down the utensils and approached. She quickly pulled Conan aside, urging, don't say too much. Unfortunately, it was too late. Conan's inquisitive nature had taken hold. Ayako, with a hint of sadness, recounted. 2 years ago, Atsuko committed suicide. She was a member of our film research club, but one day, she suddenly hanged herself. Since then, we have never seen each other again. It turns out our bonds were so strong. She gently patted Conan's head, adding, this time, I put in great effort to gather friends who had not met in ages. So please, do not mention this matter again, all right? Conan could only obediently respond with a soft, mm. Casting a glance at the two seated at the table, Ayako called out to Takahashi, who had just come down from the rooftop. Takahashi, dinner is served. Understood, Takahashi said as he removed his raincoat, yet he showed no intention of descending. Is the roof repaired? Aiko Suzuki inquired, tilting her neck upwards. Yes, nearly, came the reply. Once everyone was seated at the dining table. Oda cast a displeased glance towards Nura Rukio, who remained unfazed, acknowledging his own misdeeds. At that moment, Takahashi, still on the second floor, suddenly turned and shouted, Who? Who is there? Oda asked, What's wrong? With a look of anxiety, Takahashi exclaimed, There's someone by the window downstairs. Shortly thereafter, a vision of a bandaged man carrying Chikako Ikeda flashed past the window on the first floor. Everyone on the first floor, except for Nura Rukio, rushed to the window to look outside, while Conan dashed out immediately. Nura Rukio sighed behind them. Alas, what is meant to come will come. Turning to the others, Oda declared, All right, let us follow that little brat. He instructed the girls, lock the door and stay here. Then, addressing Takahashi still on the second floor, he urged, Takahashi, what are you doing? Hurry up. He did not specifically address Nura Rukio, merely casting him a glance. As the two dashed out, Takahashi finally descended and asked Nura Rukio, Who remained stationary? Aren't you coming? Nura Rukio shook his head. I want to be going. You best stay here as well. Rukio, have you discovered something? Ran Muri remarked, showcasing her prowess as the best supporter. That what? Shalon exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Suzuki Ayako gazed at Takahashi with incredulity. What are you saying? How could I possibly have killed Chikako? You all witnessed it. The murderer fled. Takahashi exclaimed, his face reflecting astonishment as he fervently protested. When I stepped outside, I caught a whiff of blood. Only when you rushed over did I realize it was you, with the blood of Nurikatsu Rukio on your hands. He gestured with exasperation. Do you comprehend my meaning? Would you care to remove your coat and verify? You should have no wounds, yet there are bloodstains. What are you talking about? Bloodstains? That could be from when I accidentally hit myself while repairing the roof. Takahashi stammered, too fearful to lift his shirt, suddenly concocting an excuse. Nurikatsu Rukio scratched his head, pondering how he could extract a confession from a criminal in mere moments. in addition to the sin of blood. There are 3 other points, he continued, pointing toward the window. First, that individual flew past too swiftly. Indeed, they were flying, cradling a woman, perhaps even a corpse. When they took off, there was not a hint of fluctuation, almost as if they glided. This can only indicate that it was a prop, and the only person capable of executing such a trick is you. Given your elevated position and your roof repair excuse, which I truly hesitate to critique, especially in front of someone like me, an expert on props. Second, they likely lacked specialized training, hence they did not see clearly. My dynamic visual acuity is quite sharp. When Chikako passed by, her expression remained utterly unchanged, suggesting that it was indeed a corpse. Most likely, Miss Chikako has already met with her demise. They merely perceived an abduction. I referred to the perpetrator as a murderer, not a thief, and you seamlessly accepted that. Of course, these 2 points alone may not definitively mark you as the culprit. Then why do you accuse me? Takahashi replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. Nura Rukio then pointed at his abdomen. Thirdly, are you truly not going to lift your shirt for everyone to see? The other boys will return soon enough. Takahashi found himself at a loss for words. Rukio, are you implying there is something wrong with Takahashi's stomach? Suzuki Yoko, and Muri Ran watched the 2 confront one another with palpable tension. You should not be as gravely injured as you claim. Perhaps your abdomen is filled with cotton or something similar. Or let us boldly hypothesize, as he spoke, Narukatsu Rukio tugged at his own shirt, pointing inward. The previous prop was not the entire Chikako, but merely her head. To be bolder, I would surmise that the head is currently nestled within your abdomen. After smoothing his clothing, he continued, judging by that woman's reaction and your actions, I can deduce what transpired. I had no intention of intervening, yet here you are. Bored and seeking to provoke Ran. Truly, it baffles me. Suzuki Yoko instantly dismissed her anxiety, leaning toward Ran with a playful grin. Ran, do you think Rukio has a crush on you? Narukatsu Rukio shot her a glance. No, don't be ridiculous. I merely consider you all friends. However, Muri Ran was not preoccupied with that matter. Rukio, are you saying you realized it earlier? Before Rukio could respond to Ran's question, he had already lifted Takahashi's shirt. And a head tumbled out, startling the 3 girls present. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Chika. At that moment, the 3 boys who had just gone out returned, along with Ayako and Chika. Oda, who had just come back, intended to say something, but upon suddenly spotting the head on the ground, he let out a scream and hurried over to confirm the situation. Conan stood there, utterly bewildered by the scene. As you can see, this man, Mr. Takahashi, who pretends to be plump, is indeed the murderer. Nura Rukio shrugged. As for what you chased outside, it was merely a prop. All of this was for Atsuko. I cannot allow her to die with resentment. At that moment, Takahashi shouted passionately, his face contorted with anger and a fierce expression. It is indeed strange that the usually cheerful Atsuko would contemplate such a thing, don't you think? One day, in the club office, Atsuko secretly showed me a novel she had written, her eyes sparkling with hope, dreaming of becoming a novelist. Yet suddenly, she took her own life. The reason became clear to me after I watched Chika's film, The Blue Kingdom, which is currently showing. The Blue Kingdom? Ayako Suzuki exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, could it be? Oda seemed to have an epiphany as Takahashi exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, Chikako's inaugural literary work, The Azure Kingdom, bears an uncanny resemblance to the Cobalt Kingdom that Atsuko showed me. Could it be that Chikako has plagiarized Atsuko's creation? Yes, Takahashi continued. This very piece not only earned Chikako the Best Newcomer Award during her student years, but also catapulted her into the realm of popular screenwriters. However, that does not necessarily elucidate the cause of Atsuko's tragic demise, Kakutani pondered, still grappling with the implications. Silence. On the day Chikako received her award, which was the very day before Atsuko took her life, Atsuko called me, her voice trembling as if on the brink of collapse. Takahashi interjected. She no longer trusts anyone. With tears streaming down his face, Takahashi continued, I left a note that read, if you wish to keep the secrets of the Azure Kingdom concealed, come to the forest. I lured Chikako there and severed her head with a single stroke. I shall eradicate this vile woman who trampled upon Atsuko's dreams. As he brandished a knife, he laughed maniacally. Ha! It is all over now. I shall join Atsuko in the afterlife. Wait, Takahashi. Others attempted to intervene, but he swung the knife wildly, declaring, I am the avenging angel for Atsuko. I shall accompany her to another realm. Are you happy now? Suddenly inquired Nura Rukio. What? Do you find joy in revenge? Nura Rukio repeated. Of course, avenging Atsuko brings happiness. Takahashi brandished a knife, its tip poised against his own throat. In that case, I can only give you a 6 with one hand. Nura Rukio swiftly kicked the knife from his grasp. If you consider yourself a harbinger of justice, then the world is filled with Buddhas. Murder is simply murder. No matter how grandiloquent your justifications may be, murder remains murder. Nura Rukio, arms crossed, questioned, do you truly find joy in taking a life? If you were to repent for your actions, it would at least indicate the presence of conscience within you. Yet you claim to find happiness? You have merely become a zealous puppet of the demon named revenge, a thoroughly despicable murderer. Do not lose sight of priorities. Takahashi, astonished, gradually transformed into sorrow, and then began to weep, slowly kneeling down, surrendering all resistance. Nura Rukio stealthily approached Conan, asking, So, what do you think? Am I handsome? He raised an eyebrow. Conan, with his lifeless eyes, replied, I told you not to take it so seriously. Ah, alas, I am not skilled in verbal sparring. It seems every time I prattle on, the criminal kneels. Nura Rukio scoffed, that was reasoning based on evidence. Indeed, the logic of Conan. Nura Rukio nodded dismissively and then pointed at Takahashi's head. Did you not check who bore a bump on their head? Previously, Conan had urged everyone to lift their hair. But they were reluctant, and the bump you struck was likely concealed beneath the hair. Nura Rukio nodded, detached and uninterested. Understood. He then addressed the bewildered individuals who were still disconnected. So, are you not going to call the police? Rukio, the phone line is cut. And the suspension bridge is down. Conan tugged at Nura Rukio's pants leg. Do not pull my pants. They will fall. Nura Rukio swatted Conan's hand away and then took out his phone. Why didn't you say so earlier? I will call the police. Huh? Rukio. Do you have signal on your phone? Muriren exclaimed in surprise. It's a satellite phone. I just mentioned I was looking for someone in such a remote area. Isn't it natural to make a call? Nura Rukio scratched his head, somewhat puzzled by his own response. Indeed, Mao Lilan smiled awkwardly. Then, Nura Rukio made a call to the Japanese police station. They mentioned it would take approximately 3 to 4 hours to arrive. Let us have dinner first. I am quite hungry. With that, they proceeded to the dining table to continue the dinner that had been abruptly interrupted. A few individuals exchanged knowing glances at the head of Chikako Ikeda on the floor and then at Rikuo Nura, who was nonchalantly enjoying his meal at the table. Rikuo turned to them, and upon noticing their inaction, inquired, So, are you not going to eat? Given the recent incident. It was hardly surprising that no one had an appetite. It was the astute Ran who first managed to regain her composure. After a moment of contemplation, Rikuo nodded in agreement. Very well, but I must inform you that going hungry is detrimental to your digestive health. Consequently, only Conan and Rikuo indulged in their meal, while Ran attempted a few bites before giving up, leaving the others standing solemnly in silence. When the police arrived via helicopter to take Takahashi into custody, mission accomplished. Significantly contributing to the case without a script, mission rewards, game items, overlord reinforcement. Rikuo glanced at Conan, suppressing a myriad of questions as the helicopter sped towards the police station, initially intending to return home. Rikuo was intercepted and compelled to remain at the station to provide a statement, even supplementing a previous one. Officer, can't we do this after hours? Rikuo protested. No. Hurry up and finish your statement. After that, I'll give you a ride home, replied the officer with a stern expression. Rikuo grimaced, feeling as though his teeth might shatter. So, not having to write a statement is yet another privilege of that guy, Shinichi Kudo. Just wait, Kudo, I shall remember this grudge. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely within me. Ultimately, after providing 2 additional statements, Rikuo was escorted back home. Once there, he felt utterly drained. Collapsing onto the sofa and redeeming his mission reward, Overlord reinforcement. Soon after, he swiftly proceeded to perform sit-ups. Open details, game item, Overlord's heavy armor, introduction. It is said that a counterfeit of a counterfeit is still an authentic product. Ability, regenerate health after battle. Thus, in reality, is this not akin to a divine artifact? Could there be hidden pitfalls? Nuliang Luyo gazed at the palm-sized artifact resembling a figurine in his hand and suddenly contemplated a possibility. He took a small knife and made a shallow incision on his arm, inserting a sterilized toothpick into the wound. Upon picking up the Overlord's heavy armor once more, he observed that the injury had healed instantaneously, yet the area around the wound visibly swelled. I knew it. he muttered as he prodded with a knife, extracting the splinter from his finger, and then used the powerful healing agent to mend the wound. He tucked the healing agent into his pocket and hurried to the laboratory, seeking out a box. After rummaging through the system's space, he ultimately placed the sharp blade from the invisibility cloak into the box and found a suitable spot to store it. Finally, he returned the healing agent to the system's space and retired to his room for sleep. In the next chapter, I will delve into the conclusion of the theatrical version I designed, which may be difficult for many to accept due to the extensive nature of the narrative. I have had to condense many details, resulting in a somewhat unsatisfactory outcome. Thus, I wish to inform you in advance that this segment can be skipped. As for Jin, upon awakening, he glanced at the messages on his phone without much thought. Noticing the peculiar calendar, he realized that yesterday was Sunday and today was Saturday, quite ordinary. While brushing his teeth, he pondered, what is my father's name? My father's father is called grandfather, and what is my father's mother's name? After rinsing his mouth, he checked the notes on his phone, donned a disguise, and answered the call. Hello, old Sheen, is it urgent? Please wait until I've finished my morning routine. Within 10 minutes. Perhaps 20 minutes would be more appropriate. 10 minutes feels rather rushed, as I am quite far from number 7. Why, old Sheen? You are not like this with others. Why are you so indifferent towards me? Beep, beep, beep. Nura Rukio shrugged, changed out of his vest, washed his face, donned his attire, and stepped outside to put on his vest before heading to the safe house. After a series of actions, he entered the safe house. Old Sheen. What's the rush? Is it entertaining? Share it with me for a laugh. By the way, where's the vodka? Off to a concert? The mimosa, responsible for the 4 provinces, has been murdered. The body was discovered by the police on the roadside. You are in charge of this matter. Ensure that all traces are eradicated. Shinjo, seemingly oblivious to Nura Rukio's chatter, sat at the bar and slid a document towards him. As Nura Rukio opened it to glance through, he continued to speak. Seriously? Isn't this sister a bit too incompetent? Just a serial killer, and she has already gone? With a decisive thud, Nura Rukio quickly dodged, exclaiming, this is undoubtedly the truth. Clear away the remnants of that useless individual, and if you happen to discover that person, eliminate them as well. Curiously glancing at Jin, he added, wow, are you suggesting that I assist the police in solving a case? If you believe it is feasible, proceed, but ensure that no traces are left behind. Otherwise, you must be aware that I harbor a strong desire to see you eliminated. Jin slightly widened his eyes in surprise at Rukio's remark before turning his head back to continue drinking. Rukio shrugged. I know you still care for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't entrust such an important task to me. Please don't disgust me, Jin replied. All right, could you provide me with an electronic version of the documents? By the way, why doesn't this diligent worker tackle it himself? After perusing the document, Rukio returned it, yet Jin remained silent, seemingly uninterested in his chatter. Just then, Rukio's phone chimed with a message regarding the documents. Fine, you harbor a little secret from me. If you don't wish to share, so be it. However, old Jin, you are indeed a good person. Rukio chuckled, waving his hand. I shall take my leave now. Don't miss me, old Jin. Jin completely disregarded him, continuing to savor his drink. Once outside the safe house, Rukio promptly shed his disguise and headed to the laboratory, where he exchanged several artistic props. After donning his disguise once more, he made his way to the airport to board a flight to the 4 nations. It was only on the plane that Rukio finally opened the documents to review them. The information was quite rudimentary. Aside from the details Jin had relayed, it merely indicated that the mimosa plant was burned to death by gasoline during a rainy day. The rampant activities of the 4 nations underworld, and the address of a liaison point associated with the organization. Upon disembarking, did you think Rukio would head straight to the liaison point? No, certainly not. He would first indulge in a steaming bowl of curry rice. I have arrived. After indulging in a hearty meal, Nishiyama Rukio gently patted his stomach as he exited the restaurant, subsequently hailing a taxi to his destination. Before embarking on his journey, he casually purchased a local newspaper from Shikoku, its front page boldly proclaiming the Rainy Night Killer. Hey, has this Rainy Night Killer been causing quite a stir lately? Nishiyama inquired of the driver. You're from the Tokyo area, right? This matter has indeed escalated, the driver replied, his focus unwavering on the road ahead. Is it true that this individual kills a woman whenever it rains? Nishiyama pressed on. Not exactly, the driver clarified. Let me share this with you. But don't spread it around. I've heard that the first victim was a man, and only thereafter did the victims become female. This killer is utterly deranged, claiming lives all over Shikoku, 6 in total. 6? The newspaper only reported 4 victims, Nishiyama remarked, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. I cannot say for certain. The driver responded. There were 4 who bore a striking resemblance to one another, while the other 2, well, aside from the first being male, one remains indeterminable. Allegedly. All were slain on rainy days. Alas, the world has become quite perilous. Indeed. By the way, are there any renowned detectives in Shikoku? Nishiyama pondered, convinced that this rainy night killer must be apprehended. However, he acknowledged his own inadequacy in conducting a widespread search. Surely, a detective would be more adept. A renowned detective? Perhaps Mr. Hayamizu. The driver mused for a moment before finally uttering a name. Oh, may I ask if Mr. Hayamizu has an office? I have some matters I would like to entrust to him, Nishiyama inquired. This Mr. Hayamizu is typically elusive. It's said he's often unwittingly embroiled in cases. Reluctantly thrust into the role of a detective, the driver chuckled, as if recalling an amusing anecdote. Is that so? Thank you. Nishiyama replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. All right, sir. We have arrived at your destination. Very well. Nura Rukio stepped out of the vehicle, gazing at the apartment before him, scratching his head. How remarkably exquisite is the safe house of the 4 nations. He located the room of the peripheral member on the 1st floor, knocked on the door. And a man had appeared through the slightly open door. Whom are you seeking? Seek the Mimosa Pudica upon entering. One discovers that this modest little room is rather unremarkable. Is this truly your safe house? Nura Rukio settled onto the sofa, leaning back against its cushion, tilting his head slightly. No, this is merely a request made by my elder sister. We must ascertain your intentions before escorting you to the safe house. I am the auditor, Oda Yuya. Oda Yuya poured a glass of water for Nura Rukio and, after serving, respectfully took a seat on a stool. Isn't Mimosa already dead? Nura Rukio inquired. The one who perished was not my sister, but rather her substitute. This revelation prompted a sudden intrigue in Nura Rukio, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Oda Yuya, a bit displeased, replied, Of course not. My sister has repeatedly sought assistance. Yet the action team has remained unresponsive. Old Sheen, surely this diligent worker, Jin, wouldn't act in such a manner, would he? Nura Rukio mused, recalling the previous conflict between his sister and the leader, Jin. Then why not contact Rum? There are no intelligence personnel in the 4 nations. My sister holds full responsibility and directly coordinates with Jin. I see. Mimosa is indeed impressive. By the way, I can't believe you know both Old Sheen and Rum. Nura Rukio suddenly felt a curiosity about Mimosa, as Oda Yuya reverted to his respectful demeanor. Nura Rukio curiously asked, if Jin were to come, how would you receive him? To die here, said Oda Yuya with an expression of calmness. Nura Rukio felt as though, if he were a character in a comic, a large question mark would have materialized above his head. How bold. This lady. Now that it has been confirmed, can you take me to meet this sensitive plant? I am exceedingly curious about her. Please hold on a moment. Saying this, Oda called someone and after a brief conversation, handed the phone over. Hello, is this Sister Mimosa? I am Scorpion Vodka. A youthful voice responded from the other end. Are you the coward sent by Jin? Regarding this matter about the timid Jin, could you elaborate, Sister Mimosa? There is nothing much to say. He is merely a man who doesn't even dare to mix drinks with me. So, how about it, young man? Are you interested in mixing some drinks with me? The voice on the phone was melodious, yet the words left Nura Rukio somewhat speechless. Sister Mimosa, I'm still preserving my virtue for my future girlfriend. He scratched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. Your future girlfriend? Preserving your virtue? Does Jin have someone like you in his ranks? Oh, spare me. I believe Jin truly cares for me. He suddenly felt they might get along quite well. Could you pass the phone back to Oda? Oh. Is Sister Mimosa not going to chat any longer? We can continue when we meet. All right. Nura Rukio handed his phone to Oda Yuya. After exchanging a few more words, he said, Mr. Scorpion, please follow me. With that, Oda Yuya opened a concealed door. Since his room was on the 1st floor, a staircase led directly to an underground space. There, a Toyota was parked. Though Nura Rukio had not taken the time to study its specific model and was unsure about it, he simply got in. Oda Yuya pressed a hidden button to open a large concealed door before settling into the driver's seat. One wall of the underground space slid apart, and Oda Yuya drove the car through the opening. Curious, Nura Rukio glanced back at the hidden door as it slowly closed. Impressive. You have quite a lot of security measures here, he remarked. My sister is particularly concerned about my safety, Oda Yuya replied, focused on driving. Then why did you mention that Jin had come? Were you prepared to meet your end? It is my honor to serve my sister, Oda Yuya earnestly answered. That's quite commendable. Nura Rukio nodded in understanding, recalling that his own butler, Oki, shared a similar disposition. Speaking of which, have I forgotten to pay a visit to Grandpa Oki again? Here we are, Mr. Scorpion. Please follow me, Oda Yuya said after a while. They arrived at a standalone villa, and Nura Rukio took a moment to observe his surroundings, noting at least 4 hidden sentinels. Your sister is indeed quite cautious. She is rather shy, Oda Yuya replied with sincerity. Please walk this way. After a series of twists and turns, and passing through 2 concealed doors, I finally encountered a rather attractive woman, seemingly in her 30s, reclining on a bed and watching television, despite a prominent birthmark on her face. Wow, are you Sister Mimosa? I've arrived. I am Mimosa, and you must be Scorpion? Please, find a place to sit. She gestured toward a nearby sofa. Indeed, the sister exuded an air of shyness. It was quite a feat for me to come to this place. Nura Rukio settled comfortably onto a single sofa. Xiaotianyud seemed poised to say something, but Mimosa waved her hand, signaling him to leave. This was also the reason I deceived you into coming here. With so many subordinates at your disposal, I doubt you require my assistance. Nura Rukio reclined against the sofa. Sister, the sofa is quite splendid. Where did you acquire it? You hardly appear to be a member of the organization, and you seem rather young. Given that you possess a code name, you must have some level of competence, no? Mimosa remained half reclined on her bed. Well, that's rather difficult to ascertain. I'm merely a drifter, Nura Rukio shrugged. Mimosa, unfazed by his words, continued. Have you familiarized yourself with the Rainy Night Killer? Oh, I did a bit of research. He's the one who harmed you, right? Nura Rukio casually retrieved a newspaper from the pocket of his remarkable jacket. Huh, that fellow is merely bait sent forth by the Yakuza organization, 934. Mimosa nonchalantly poured herself a glass of red wine from a bottle on the bedside table. Nura Rukio smirked slightly. So, is this your home or a safe house? A safe house? What does it not resemble? Mimosa responded with an expression of mild surprise. No, nothing at all, just that I find you quite impressive. Indeed. A girl ought to treat herself kindly, Mimosa declared, swirling her wine glass. Well then, shall we blow that Yakuza organization to smithereens? Nura Rukio widened his eyes like a child, staring at Mimosa. Oh, do refrain from that expression. It tempts me to devour you, but you are far too young. Mimosa's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. Is that so, sister? Nura Rukio began to exploit his youthful appearance to his advantage. Mimosa tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Nura Rukio, and spoke. It's true that although there is but one adversary, he is as elusive as a mouse, nearly impossible to catch. My instincts suggest that if my subordinates confront him directly, the consequences could be dire. Then shall we capture the Rainy Night Killer? Nura Rukio noted her disinterest in looking at him and reclined back into the sofa. Honestly, it's quite absurd. This is a criminal organization, yet here we are. Either tending to a child with wine or watching a child being shy. Nura Rukio grimaced. The issue lies here. My people have unearthed some patterns regarding the Rainy Night Killer. However, he is exceedingly cunning. Even when I took the field myself, I could not overcome him and lost my decoy in the process. Mimosa's expression darkened as she spoke of the Rainy Night Killer, her teeth clenched in frustration. Understood. Should you locate him, inform me, and I shall assist you in eliminating him, Miss Decoy. Nura Rukio crossed his arms and swung his legs while seated on the sofa. Young man, what do you mean by that? Mimosa abruptly straightened, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness tinged with fierceness as she glared at Nura Rukio. Who knows? Regardless, I have no stake in such matters. As long as you haven't committed any wrongdoing, I won't concern myself with it. Rest assured, Nura Rukio replied nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Humph, I am indeed Mimosa, and you will escort Mr. Scorpion to his lodging. Nura Rukio offered no resistance. Merely shrugged and turned to Mimosa. Sister, you truly are capricious. He followed the newly arrived Xiaotianyud out. The accommodation was quite pleasant, a traditional Japanese courtyard. Upon entering, Nura Rukio rummaged through the surroundings and discovered various items that were reasonable yet not entirely legal. Among them were 7 listening devices and 2 cameras. One in the bedroom and another in the bathroom. Goodness, this sister plays quite extravagantly. If it were a young girl, she'd be directly on the legal channel. Nura Rukio felt hesitant about taking a bath, ultimately opting to sleep in his clothes. The following morning, someone approached him. Mr. Scorpion, I am Yamamoto Yuikiru. The sister has sent me to escort you. Very well, please wait a moment. Nura Rukio washed his face and followed the man to the car. As he sat inside, he began to feel increasingly uneasy about his surroundings. Where are you taking me? Naturally, to meet our sister, Yamamoto Yuakairu replied calmly as he drove. This place is different from yesterday, isn't it? Of course, our sister changes locations daily. We are en route to another safe house. Nura Rukio produced a collapsible baton and swung it toward the head of the driving Yamamoto Yuakairu. With a decisive thud, he flung open the car door and leaped out. With a resounding thud, the vehicle collided with the tree, brought to an abrupt halt by the laws of physics. The situation took a grim turn. Nura Rukio steadied himself and shook his head, dialing a number to reach Kinju. Old Kin, what on earth is going on with this mission, particularly concerning that woman, Mimosa? What happened? The woman deceived me. She hired an assassin and planted a bomb in the car, intending to blow us both to smithereens. This sister is utterly sinister. How can there be so many assassins? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that the real Mimosa is deceased, and this one is merely a substitute. That woman doesn't even recognize the gestures for organizational communication. Nura Rukio expressed his irritation. Wasn't it made clear that Mimosa is dead? You were actually deceived by her substitute. You truly are useless. Nura Rukio had an unsettling feeling that Jin was laughing. You provide me with the location of the base. Everyone there is affiliated with that substitute. And I've been misled. Nura Rukio complained unhappily. If that's the case, we might as well eliminate everyone and abandon the Four Nations. The members of the Four Nations organizations are all members of the underworld. Not a single one is clean. Jin's tone remained remarkably calm. Are you certain? With a soft beep. I am utterly astounded. This group of individuals, led by the cunning Lu Xiong, retrieved the previous tracking device and meticulously erased all traces around them. Just as they prepared to depart and turned around, a sound echoed from behind. With a resounding explosion, the very vehicle he had just boarded erupted in flames, leaving Nura Rukio utterly startled. He couldn't help but feel a profound sense of misfortune. With a chime, Nura Rukio glanced at his phone to find a message from Kitojiu. The document detailed the specifics of the current mission and the circumstances surrounding the woman known as Mimosa. In essence, the Mimosa previously encountered was indeed a decoy. Yet she was also the original, for Mimosa comprises two individuals, sisters who bear an uncanny resemblance to one another. The deceased was the elder sister, while the one seen yesterday was the younger sister. The elder sister, Dato Tomiyuki, aged 38, possessed a rational demeanor, was patient, responsible, and held a high loyalty to the organization, directly liaising with it. The younger sister, Dato Tamasumi, also 38, exhibited an impulsive, arrogant, narrow-minded, and extreme nature, placing great importance on familial bonds, yet her loyalty to the organization was considerably lower, primarily overseeing the management of the Yakuza organization. Typically, only one sister would emerge at a time, effectively serving as each other's stand-ins. Hence, the boss assigned a single codename for their shared use. The elder sister had previously undergone training from the organization, while the younger sister had not. She had remained focused on managing the Yakuza. With the elder sister's demise, the younger sister became unmonitored, disregarding commands, leading to her classification as missing and suspected of defection. Contrary to belief, the elder sister did not perish at the hands of the Rainy Night Killer, but rather fell victim to the subordinates of her sister, who initially intended to frame the Rainy Night Killer. Unexpectedly, an intelligence officer, discreetly placed by the organization, happened to be nearby and reported the incident. However, the credibility of that intelligence officer remained questionable. The capture of the Rainy Night Killer was indeed legitimate. He was confirmed to be affiliated with the Yakuza organization. The issue arose from the fact that all Yakuza factions in the Four Nations were essentially subordinate to the two sisters. Thus, the Rainy Night Killer was originally one of their trusted allies but had recently defected, possibly acquiring sensitive information. The younger sister sought to apprehend him, believing that, given her routine interactions with the Yakuza and her limited understanding of the organization's intricacies, she could deceive them into thinking they were unaware of her sister's death, provided Kitoji did not intervene. The organization, keen to ascertain her true allegiance, dispatched Nura Rukio. If her defection were indeed true, they would have to abandon the Four Nations and cleanse the area. Conversely, if she remained loyal, she could be retrieved for retrainings, thus reinstating the organization's control over the region. Everything seemed straightforward until yesterday when the intelligence officer was captured, coupled with Nura Rukio's provocations. This led her to believe that her involvement in her sister's death had been uncovered, prompting her to orchestrate the events of this morning. The sisters hailed from a lineage entrenched in the Yakuza, with a multitude of death warriors at their disposal, some of whom were rumored to be decoys. There remained an abundance of minor habits and related data, which Nura Rukio merely skimmed without thorough examination. Special tasks may yield rewards based on circumstances. This trio, along with the system, was indeed adept at manipulation, Nura Rukio pondered, stroking his chin. It was said that the two had attempted to seek Kitoji for a drink together, but were rebuffed. This must hold some truth. It was possible Kitoji's health was also questionable. Nura Rukio dismissed his concerns and surveyed his surroundings. Where, he wondered, was he? With no other option, he resolved to retrace his steps. Yet, after only a few strides, several vehicles obstructed his path, and armed with submachine guns, their occupants opened fire upon him. With a series of resounding thuds, Nura Rukio swiftly maneuvered to evade behind a towering tree. Despite sustaining a penetrating injury to his arm, it did not hinder his ability to move. He sighed, truly feeling the weight of his misfortune. The sound of gunfire echoed once more. A rapid da-da-da-da resonating through the air as a tree was abruptly split in two. Nura Rukio hastily retrieved his artifact, a game item known as the National Guardian Shield, which granted him the ability to deliver a powerful shield bash, boasting exceptional physical defense, impact absorption, and shockwave release. Bang, bang, bang. How ruthless. Nura Rukio leaned one arm against the National Shield, while extending the other hand to summon another anime prop, explosive blade splash upgrade. Today, one of us must perish. With the ability to summon explosive talismans that trigger detonations and a blade that cleaves with explosive force, he commanded, "Face me, you wretch." Nura Rukio charged forward, shield in hand, as the National Shield absorbed the impact. With a sweep of the explosive blade splash, a multitude of explosive talismans flew forth, adhering to several vehicles. Boom, 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 bang, cough, cough, cough. Nura Rukio found himself choking on the smoke generated by the explosive talisman, leaving him in a disheveled state. This situation was indeed quite absurd. Before he could utter another word, a figure emerged abruptly. It was the familiar Oda Yuya, brandishing a blade. He attempted to cleave Nura Rukio in half. However, Rukio swiftly raised his national defense shield to thwart the attack. Subsequently, he retaliated with a flurry of strikes from his explosive sword, prompting Yuya to lift his weapon in an effort to block the onslaught. With a resounding explosion, the blade in Nura Rukio's hand erupted, sending Oda Yano hurtling through the air. "This isn't like you, brother. Just yesterday we were conversing amicably, and now you resort to such lethal measures. Can't we simply talk things over?" Oda Yano exclaimed, ignoring the blood that gushed from the wound on his chest. His arms bore numerous injuries from the recent detonation, yet he held his weapon aloft as if impervious to pain. Nura Rukio also sustained significant injuries to his arms, for the explosive blade was a subpar product from the system. In such close proximity to the blast, he too suffered the consequences, unable to mitigate the damage due to the lack of chakra control. With a fierce determination, Xiaodian rushed forward, utterly unafraid of the peculiar, explosive blade in Nura Rukio's grasp, which resembled a scroll. With a resounding boom, Nura Rukio was sent flying, his entire arm marred by numerous wounds from the explosive blade, some even revealing glimpses of bone. Had it not been for his remarkable physical constitution, he might have lost his arm entirely. Struggling to rise, Nura Rukio beheld the sight of Yuya, whose arms had been severed, crawling on the ground, or rather, writhing towards the blade. With a surge of strength from his abdomen, he staggered to his feet, clenching the blade in his mouth, his expression a mask of fury, as he charged once more at Nura Rukio. Alas! With a resounding crash, Nura Rukio struck with his shield, delivering a tremendous impact that sent Oda Yano spiraling through the air in a full 720-degree rotation. Truly ruthless. I wondered if such severity was necessary. Alas, Oda Yano was no longer in a position to respond. After confirming that Oda had ceased to breathe, Nura Rukio took a moment to recuperate with his formidable heavy armor. Once restored, he stowed away his equipment and rose to find that every vehicle had been utterly demolished. With no other choice, he continued along the path he had taken before. After nearly an hour of walking, he finally reached the urban area, where he spent some money at a roadside clothing store to purchase a new outfit, subsequently finding a hotel to stay in. Lying on the bed, Nura Rukio contemplated the events that had transpired, mumbling to himself, "What a truly disastrous journey this has been." Mimosa Pudica API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, the murderer of Rainy Night's wait. Nura Rukio sat up abruptly. Indeed, The rainy night killer must possess some knowledge. If he were to defect while being pursued, he could not simply be a death warrior. He could be captured and interrogated. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. So we must wait for the rain, then. Nura Rukio lay back down. Fortunately, it rained the next day. The previous night, several waves of Yakuza had descended upon the area. Even more fortuitously, upon hearing that someone had visited earlier, they refrained from ascending to investigate, merely inquiring with the innkeeper before departing. Standing at the entrance of the inn, Nura Rukio gazed at the incessant rain, muttering, "Is this the will of the world? Impressive." With that, he grabbed an umbrella and dashed out, only to find himself bewildered. Had he known, he would have investigated the patterns of the rainy night killer with the police. So where should he search now? One hand held the umbrella while the other scratched his head. Ultimately, he decided to try his luck. After all, prior to Kudo transforming into Conan, his encounters with murder cases had been few, but those wishing to take his life were numerous. Today, he would showcase what true taunting at maximum level looked like. Without further ado, he meandered around the city, occasionally evading the Yakuza. Though he spoke of it casually, he found pleasure in the sights. This flower is lovely. Oh, that design style could serve as inspiration. Walking along the street, Nura Rukio relished the moment. As the rain began to subside and he still had not encountered the rainy night killer, he was actually considering returning. Suddenly, he bowed deeply. A baseball bat whizzed past his head, knocking the umbrella aside. "Wow, I knew you'd come for me, brother killer," Nura Rukio exclaimed, feigning astonishment. "It appears you possess considerable skill, so tell me, will you accompany me willingly, or shall I render you unconscious and take you by force?" The speaker was a scruffy middle-aged man, his vacant gaze fixed ahead, wielding a baseball bat, with a firearm discernible at his bulging waist. "Oh, very well. I shall accompany you. There is no need for such a warm welcome. Knocking you out would be the safer option. All right then. You won't be able to knock me out now, will you?" Nura Rukio shrugged. "Indeed, you are quite formidable, so come along." Without waiting for Nuriaki's response, the middle-aged man turned and sprinted away. Nuriaki hurried after him, navigating through a series of alleyways that resembled a parkour course. After a few twists and turns, the man opened a small door in the ground and slid down. Nuriaki, eyeing the entrance, barely larger than a dog hole, tilted his head but ultimately decided to follow suit. Upon reaching the bottom, he found the same middle-aged man aiming a gun at him, alongside a woman in a wheelchair whose face bore the scars of acid burns. "Now, may we converse?" the woman inquired. "You must be Mr. Scorpion." The man remained silent, but the woman spoke, her voice reminiscent of a sensitive plant. Your voice?" Nuriaki recognized. "Please, do not rush. I will explain everything to you," the woman replied calmly. "His name is Arasue Tokakin, and I am Mimosa Weratami Yuki." Wait. He is Arasue Tokakin, the renowned detective from the Four Nations? Isn't he the rainy night killer? Nuriaki abruptly interrupted Weratami Yuki. "Mr. Scorpion is already aware of my background," Arasue Tokakin stated. "Indeed, I possess some knowledge," he continued. "Allow me to clarify this for you. May I proceed?" "We must be expeditious," Weratami Yuki smiled slightly, her scars lending her expression a somewhat grotesque quality. "Very well, you speak," Nura Rukio shrugged. "My sister has crossed an absolutely forbidden line. As a Yakuza family, we inevitably engage in matters that ordinary people cannot accept, yet we too have our own boundaries." Daidoku Fuyuki spoke in a low tone. Nura Rukio nodded in agreement. "We may resort to any means to achieve our objectives, but there exists an unwavering boundary. The trafficking of children is absolutely impermissible." She believed her actions were discreet. Yet ultimately, Mr. Hazumi uncovered the truth. Daidoku Fuyuki exchanged a glance with Hazumi Tokakin as she spoke. "I had initially planned to confine her and eliminate the incriminating evidence. However, my sister had cunningly placed spies among my ranks. Thus, I was outmaneuvered and nearly met my demise. She ordered her subordinates to break my limbs and set me ablaze in a vehicle. Her subordinates assumed I was dead and chose to flee. Yet, just as I was on the brink of death, Mr. Hazumi saved my life. I am familiar with the script. Thereafter, he escaped alongside you. However, due to your disfigurement, you were unable to return, and your sister, unaware of your survival, lured our organization's members here. Compared to the typical plot of survival, I find myself more intrigued by the circumstances surrounding Mr. Hazumi, the detective." Nura Rukio scratched his head. "Indeed, as you, Mr. Scorpion, have mentioned, Mr. Hazumi has always been my subordinate." Daidoku Fuyuki glanced at Hazumi with a hint of resignation before continuing, he frequently encounters various cases, and solving them has merely become a means of expedience, gradually transforming him into a renowned detective. The unfortunate events surrounding a mere 5 incidents in Japan can truly be described as a series of calamities, Nura Rukio mused while rubbing his temples. Although I wish to wait for my elder sister to clarify matters for Mr. Scorpion, we must evacuate, Hizumi Tokukin interjected. Nura Rukio nodded and remarked to Daidoku Fuyuki. Your sister is quite impressive. She has caught up so swiftly. After all, she is someone cultivated by our family for a century. Daidoku Fuyuki seemed quite proud. Hizumi Tokukin then opened another door leading downward in the underground chamber. After inspecting the stairs within, he turned to Nura Rukio and requested, Mr. Scorpion, could you assist me with the wheelchair? Good, he said, as he lifted to Yuan Fushui and hurried downwards, with Nulian Luxiong trailing closely behind, wheeling the chair. Upon reaching the bottom, they encountered a rather narrow passage, where Nulian Luxiong followed closely behind the two, running for approximately 10 minutes before they finally reached the end. The entire exit collapsed with a resounding crash. Subsequently, Early Water Dijian placed Yuan Fushui into a wheelchair and pushed her to the front of a van. He opened the door and, together with the wheelchair, lifted Yuan Fushui into the vehicle, where the back seat had already been thoroughly cleared. Nulian Luxiong took his seat in the passenger side, while Early Water Dijian, after opening the concealed door as before, settled into the driver's seat and drove away from the location. Early Water Dijian parked in front of an unremarkable residence, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and swiftly lifted Yuan Fushui from the car into the yard, with Nulian Luxiong closely following. So you are indeed part of the organization? Yuan Fushui inquired. Her tone somewhat conflicted. Of course, so I must ask for your assistance in eliminating my sister, Yuan Fushui stated earnestly. Nulian Luxiong then placed a call to Jin. Hey. Yuan Fushui hasn't hung up. She's right beside me. Would you like to speak with her? Indeed, that woman proved to be remarkably resilient. Please let me speak with her. Nulian Luxiong handed the phone to Early Water Dijian, who held the device so Yuan Fushui could engage in conversation. As Yuan Fushui chatted with Jin, Nulian Luxiong, seemingly unconcerned, discreetly approached Early Water Dijian and asked, Early Water, let us say I managed to heal our older sister. Would she then be able to command those Yakuza? Yes, Mr. Scorpion, Early Water Dijian replied calmly. That's good. Nurikuro nodded, then inquired, do you know the locations of your outposts here? Aside from a few particularly unique sites. I am mostly aware of them, he replied. Suddenly, Nurikuro's expression turned serious as he questioned, why did you kill on a rainy night? Amiza Tokakatsu cast a puzzled glance at Nurikuro before responding, I did not commit those murders. The deceased were merely stand-ins for Sister Fuyuki. And it was Sister Fusho who took their lives. Rainy nights were merely coincidental. Nurikuro nodded in agreement, adding, your elder sister certainly is deranged, with so many substitutes. That is only because there are too many people who wish for my demise. At that moment, Fuyuki Ohara did not turn around but subtly gestured, prompting Amiza to return the phone to Nurikuro. Placing the phone to his ear, Nurikuro said, hello, how's it going, Oken? In collaboration with Mimosa, came the reply. Understood. Oken, I am your beloved confidant and brother. Didududu, Nura Rukio shrugged, pocketing his phone, and addressed Harusui Tokukin. Harusui, you go ahead. I will assist in healing your elder sister. Shall we turn the tide together? Harusui Tokukin remained silent, casting a glance at Ohara Tomiyuki. Are you certain you possess the ability to mend my injuries? Nura Rukio gestured dismissively. Not a problem, Mr. Hayamiza replied, nodding to Daijin Fuyuki. I kindly ask you to keep an eye on things. Zao Shueijin, having said little, proceeded directly outside. Nulian Luxiong swiftly incapacitated Yuan Fushui with a precise strike and, still feeling uncertain, administered an additional sedative. Observing that Zao Shui was indeed quite compliant and had not entered or peered inside, he retrieved the heavy armor and placed it not into Yuan Fushui's hands but directly upon her shoulder, as it resembled a small figurine. After a brief wait without any reaction, Nulian Luxiong scratched his head, pondering whether the dizziness was a result of battle. With no other option, he stored the heavy armor away and sat beside her, idly scrolling through his phone. Outside, Zao Shueijin inquired, Mr. Scorpion, how's the situation with the elder sister? You must wait a moment. There was a mix-up earlier. We must wait for the effects of this medication to wear off before proceeding with further treatment. Will that affect the elder sister? Zao Shui's tone betrayed a hint of anxiety. No, she'll only be unconscious for a while. If you're worried, You may come in and keep an eye on her." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Shui Dejian stepped inside, carefully examining De Yuan Fushua, and upon confirming that she was relatively unharmed, admonished, "Mr. Scorpion, please be more meticulous during treatment." Nulian Luxiang merely shrugged in response. It was not until approximately 2 hours later that De Yuan Fushue regained consciousness. "Well, you actually woke up so quickly," Nulian Luxiang exclaimed, astonished. "Mr. Scorpion, you truly show no mercy," De Yuan Fushue retorted. "After all, secrecy is paramount. Those of us in this line of work must always keep a few tricks up our sleeves. However, the earlier method may not suffice, so we must employ another, Mr. Zhao Shui." Nulian Luxiang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of little consequence. Zhao Shui Dejian, having heard this, did not linger and promptly exited again. "Now, elder sister, your name is Fushua, correct? Let us direct our gaze this way. I cannot allow you to see my prized possession." Nulian Luxiang firmly turned De Yuan Fushue's head to the side. "Be gentle. I fear pain," she protested. Nulian Luxiang, unfazed, held her head steady with one hand while using the other to place the heavy armor upon her shoulder, pressing his fingernail into her shoulder to obscure the true nature of the armor. After a few seconds, the burn-like black marks on her face and limbs began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate, swiftly restoring her entire body. De Yuan Fushue instinctively attempted to glance at this miraculous object, but was promptly redirected. Once Nulian Luxiang deemed the process sufficient, he stored the heavy armor back in the system space and called out to the door, "Zhao Shui, you may enter now." Zhao Shui Dejian hurried inside, and De Yuan Fushue remained in awe as she observed her own hands and feet, as the duration without limbs had been brief. She felt only a slight awkwardness before standing and taking a few steps, realizing she was indeed healed. Suddenly recalling something, she asked Zhao Shui Dejian, "Mr. Zhao Shui, is my face all right?" "Yes. Perfectly restored, elder sister." Zhao Shui, who had previously appeared somewhat dazed, now expressed genuine happiness. De Yuan Fushue earnestly knelt before Nulian Luxiang, saying, "I shall remember your kindness. Should I have use for it in the future, do not hesitate to command me." "Enough of such formalities. We must counterattack. Fushue, you and Zhao Shui should go and intercept the Yakuza members. Do not allow them to cause trouble. Zhao Shui, please mark the primary strongholds on a map for me, and also indicate where Sister Fushuang may be hiding. I shall go set off some fireworks. Actually, there is no need to trouble Mr. Scorpion. Let me handle this from here. I won't fail a second time." De Yuan Fushue resolutely shook her head. "That won't do. Sister Fushuang has wronged me twice. This score must be settled. I intend to eliminate your sister, and I trust you won't mind?" Nulian Luxiang remarked with evident displeasure. "Of course not. If that is the case, I implore you, Mr. Scorpion, to join us. The safe houses were established through much effort from my sister and me, and I would rather not lose them due to such matters." Nulian Luxiang contemplated for a moment. After all, they could always rebuild a few safe houses later. De Yuan Fushue let out a light laugh, but then adopted it at that moment. A man approached and bowed respectfully. He first presented a katana to Ohara Tomiyuki before speaking. "Sister, we have located a stand-in for you. It is at number 4. Ohara Tomiyuki nodded, passing the sword to Nura Rukio, and then spoke in a tone that exuded authority. "Understood. Follow me." "Hello." Early Mizahide Kin started the car and headed towards their destination. Nura Rukio glanced around the vehicle. Behind them trailed at least a dozen cars, all of which were black. "There are indeed quite a few of you," he remarked. "This is merely a portion. Once we meet my sister, more will arrive, while the remainder will attend to their normal duties," Uera Fuyuki replied with an air of calmness, though Rukio found her demeanor rather ordinary. Upon arrival, Uera Fuyuki was the first to exit the vehicle, followed by a steady stream of individuals clad in black, who formed several circles around them, bowing in unison. "Greetings, everyone. Today, I have summoned you all to confront that imposter, and I kindly request that you refrain from interfering." Hai repeated several times. Nura Rukio looked at the scene with a hint of surprise. "Wow, it's just as impressive as on television." Suddenly, Aramizu Tokikin tackled Ohara Fuyuki, and a bullet hole appeared where Nura Rukio had just stood. Even before the gunshot rang out, Nura Rukio had instinctively leaped backward, hurrying to hide behind the car. He glanced up to see his sister, Ohara Fusho, with a birthmark on her face, perched on the second floor of the safe house, aiming a sniper rifle. The scene descended into chaos. However, Ohara Fuyuki remained calm, standing up and looking at her sister. "Sister, What's the matter? Are you conceding defeat? Ohara Fusho said nothing and fired again, this time at Nura Rukio, but the bullet struck the car instead. Will you come down on your own? Or shall I send someone to bring you down? Ohara Fuyuki maintained her confidence, standing firm in her previous position. Nura Rukio turned to the front of the car and asked Aramizu Tokikin, what is Fusho doing? Why is she shooting at me? Isn't Fuyuki right here? Because Fusho is too afraid to kill Fuyuki herself, Aramizu Tokikin replied, looking toward Ohara Fusho. What? So the substitute was killed for nothing? Nura Rukio scratched his head, his expression a mix of confusion. Aramizu Tokikin looked at him seriously. That was just a setup arranged by Fusho. It's also how I was able to save Fuyuki. This is absurd. Who have I offended? Nura Rukio lamented, feeling unlucky. Mr. Scorpion, don't worry. This place has already been taken over by Fuyuki's people. How anticlimactic. I thought I was facing a boss, and it turns out to be just a little sister. Nura Rukio's expression was complex, as if embodying a blend of joy, sorrow, confusion, and pity. Eventually, Ohara Fusho casually tossed her gun aside and descended from the upper floor, lacking the previous elegance and vitality. Standing before Ohara Fuyuki with her head bowed, looking like a remorseful schoolchild. So, you truly wish to betray me? Ohara Fuyuki's expression was filled with doubt. Ohara Fusho's actions spoke volumes. Suddenly, she brandished a dagger, lunging at Ohara Fuyuki. However, Nura Rukio could clearly see that she did not aim for a vital spot. Ohara Fuyuki did not flinch, extending her hand to halt all approaching Yakuza members. Everyone stay at least 20 meters away. Mr. Scorpion is welcome to stay if he wishes. She then turned back to Ohara Fusho. So, how does it feel? Did you think that by killing your sister you could control everything? I just don't want to be a substitute anymore. Ohara Fusho began timidly, but her voice grew louder, even passionately releasing her grip on the dagger and stepping back, shouting. The traitor is not me. It's my sister. Father was present when he died. What did you promise back then, and what are you doing now? We are two individuals, so why must we act as one? We have so many people. Why must we follow that organization blindly? Sister, why are you so foolish? Her voice cracked with emotion. They have no right. The four nations should belong to us, and I refuse to accept this. I will unify the country for our group. Nura Rukio felt his jaw tightening as he stepped out from behind the car, pointing a finger at himself. Is that your excuse for ambushing me with a machine gun? And you want to kill your own sister, creating a rainy night killer, while trafficking children? Are you out of your mind? You are just a pawn of that orgo, understood? Ding ding ding. Nura Rukio deftly placed his phone into his pocket. In a narrow alley adjacent to the airport, he changed back from his disguise and hailed a taxi to return home. He first headed to the experimental room. The plot could wait, for he was intensely curious about this new device. Upon releasing his second body, a set of instructions flooded into his memory, and after a careful examination, he nodded in understanding. This device was akin to the mechanical engineer's robot, both allowing consciousness to inhabit another form, though the robot was a tangible machine. In contrast, this second body could function as a human, disregarding distance. Nura Rukio stroked his chin, reflecting on how television dramas and novels seemed boundless in their possibilities. Although he had grown weary of the same narrative, he couldn't help but acknowledge his familiarity with it. One disguise infiltrating a distillery while the original self accompanied Conan. Once he grasped the device's usage, Nura Rukio returned to his residence, reclined on the sofa, and began perusing a comic book. To his astonishment, it contained merely 1.5 cases. Quite absurd, yet fortunately, it involved a case from Tsukikage Island. As he murmured to himself, he scratched his head, suddenly struck by a thought. Was this comic book provided according to the storyline? Since the plot had reached this point, was it not logical to receive this comic instead of earlier volumes? He retrieved the newly acquired second body, which bore a fixed appearance of a 20-something young man with black hair. After performing a blood oath of allegiance, he donned the distillery disguise on the second body, then retrieved a thermal imager and a syringe from his space, placing them on the table. After freshening up and changing into his pajamas, he returned to his bedroom. Lying on the bed, allowing his consciousness to transfer to the second body. As he closed and opened his eyes, Nura Rukio found himself in the living room, observing himself. He felt no different from when he typically switched disguises and even checked the bathroom. Wow, this is impressive, he exclaimed. He returned to the living room, gathered 2 items, and headed to the experimental room to collect 3 more tools to pack into his suitcase. Prank tool. Realistic female corpse. Description. Do you think I'm beautiful? Ability. Perfectly replicates all characteristics of a corpse. And prank tool. Dancing potion box. Description. Do you want to dance? Durability. 810 ability, causes involuntary dancing upon contact. And off he went. Conan's tool, human skin mask, description, guess who I am. Ability, disguises one's face. Wow, who wrote this, uncle? The variety of fonts is remarkable. Nura Rukio, disguised as Scorpion, encountered Kogoro Mori on the deck of the ship. He knew he had guessed correctly. Ah, kid. Don't sneak up behind others and speak. You'll scare them. Kogoro Mori stared at the middle schooler before him, utterly speechless. What is this? Nura Rukio pointed at the letter in Kogoro Mori's hand, feigning innocence. This is a commission letter. Kogoro Mori casually explained. Then, uncle, are you a famous detective? Of course. I am the renowned detective, Kogoro Mori, he declared confidently, pointing at his face and laughing like a surreal painting. Oh, so uncle, are you going to investigate a case? Just like Sherlock Holmes? That is not incorrect. Kogoro Mori responded with delight. Then I must keep my distance from you. Of course. Huh? Why? Nura Rukio stroked his chin and replied, because detectives tend to meet their demise wherever they go. What? Kid, do you even know how to speak? Who taught you such things? Where are your guardians? I must have a word with them. Kogoro Mori expressed his significant anger. Well, my brother taught me. We have no adults at home. Nura Rukio feigned innocence. And your brother? Kogoro Mori paused. Wait, what do you mean there are no adults at home? Nura Rukio pondered for a moment before saying, Oh, they passed away. My brother is still at home, sleeping in. A single sentence that could burden someone with guilt for an entire day. What? Mori Kogoro exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he finally inquired. So, my young friend, with whom did you embark on this vessel? Myself. What? All right, dear sir, please cease the census. I wish you success in your endeavors. Nura Rukio dashed away, realizing that his second body had indeed replicated his physical attributes with remarkable fidelity, proving to be a valuable asset. However, he harbored concerns about potential side effects of this second body, for he was skeptical of the claim that it bore none, given the dubious nature of this system's artifacts. Much like life itself, which is rarely devoid of imperfections, so too are the tools it offers. Upon the ship's arrival at the shore, Nura Rukio approached a local islander for inquiries, then proceeded to the inn to deposit his suitcase containing the artifacts and the custom-made recorder intended for the journey. He placed the box of dance elixirs into an opaque, jet-black bag and made his way to the island's clinic. Just as he exited the inn, a small vehicle passed by, blaring a message, to protect the fishing grounds and the rights of islanders. Please lend your support to the people's representative, Seijui Masato. Your vote is greatly appreciated. Nura Rukio listened intently, noting the prioritization of fishing rights over the welfare of the islanders, another individual who valued wealth over the people. Upon arriving at the hospital, he encountered Kogoro Mori and his companions, alongside the delusional uncle, Masashi Ase. Kogoro Mori pointed incredulously at his own face, his expression transforming into one of indignation as he exclaimed. With a soft chuckle, Conan could no longer contain his amusement. Bang! Then, he was reprimanded by Kogoro Mori. You rude little brat! Who are you calling a delusional old man? Dad! Exclaimed Kogoro Mori, still intent on striking Rukio Nura. However, Mori swiftly embraced his arm to restrain him. Nura Rukio, making a grimace at Mori Kogoro, suddenly paused. A thought had struck him regarding a certain magical artifact, the second body in the card of my mind, which merged to form a youthful incarnation. He scratched his head, pondering the implications. Is something the matter? Conan inquired, noticing Rikyo's momentary distraction. Oh, it's nothing. I just recalled something. I need to find Ase Seijitsu. What are you all up to? Rukio replied nonchalantly. Hello there, I am Ase Seijitsu. What brings you to me? Ase approached with a gentle demeanor. Miss Ase, we shall first head to the village chief to gather some information, so we won't intrude any longer. Farewell, little brother, came the voice of Mori Ran. All right. Mori Kogoro was tugged away by Ran, wanting to say something but unable to resist. Conan cast a conflicted glance at Rukio before ultimately following. What do you wish to discuss with me, little brother? Ase Seijitsu smiled once more. Sister Seijitsu, after you exact your revenge, would you consider joining me in my endeavors? Rukio said, turning around with his hands clasped behind his back. Little brother, what are you talking about? Revenge? Ase Seijitsu appeared slightly flustered but quickly regained her composure. Feigning calmness. Well, weren't you planning to eliminate those individuals involved in drug trafficking on this island? Rukio queried with a playful smirk. Huh, where did you hear such things? Little one, drug traffickers on this island. You did not deny the intent to eliminate them. Rukio interjected, shaking his finger playfully. Well then, are you here to stop me? Ase Seijutsu's tone shifted, tinged with a hint of resignation. Why would I stop you? When the law fails to deliver justice, personal retribution becomes not just justified, but noble. I assure you, those are not my own words. They belong to Sherlock Holmes. Hence, I am not here to thwart your plans, Rukio stated with conviction. Then what is your purpose in this? The law is perpetually impartial, for it exists not for justice, but for order. Naturally, where the law cannot see, chaos prevails. Rukio elaborated, gesturing animatedly. In this society, those unfortunate enough to be favored by evil may constitute merely 1%, perhaps even 1 in 1,000, or 1,000,000. Yet, for the afflicted, misfortune is a certainty. As for my intentions, did I not mention them earlier? Ase Seijutsu appeared to connect the dots. Join you? No. Not us, join me. Without endangering order, and as a sinner, to champion the rightful justice of the unfortunate, whether it be one, two, or even a deceased soul. Rukio articulated earnestly, his expression shifting to one of disdain as he shrugged. Of course, many unsavory tasks are unavoidable. We do not claim to be righteous. We are merely the apostles of our own desires. Well spoken, little brother. Was it someone who summoned you that taught you this? Even such a young child can be manipulated. What justice can be achieved through such means? Ase Seijutsu chuckled lightly, shaking her head. Rukio shrugged, unbothered. I never said you should follow me right away. We can discuss it once matters are resolved. Oh, by the way, I am 17 this year. He then produced a box from his bag, revealing 8 test tubes filled with an unknown liquid. Here you go. What is this? Are you really 17? Asane Masaru instinctively accepted the item, his confusion vividly etched on his face. It's a marvelous thing. If you pour this on someone or around them, that person will uncontrollably start to dance, even if they are deceased. Nura Rukio automatically overlooked one of the issues and extended a hand. Come on, let the prisoner dance. Let them sway to the enchanting melody of the moonlight. Asane Masaru paused momentarily before chuckling softly. If that's true, it truly is magical. Nura Rukio waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, but this is merely a trinket. I have many grand treasures in store. Once you decide to follow me, I will introduce you to them. I am genuinely looking forward to it. So, where are you headed next? I'll follow you for now. You're heading to the Community Activity Center, right? I need to go there as well. Nura Rukio casually placed his hands behind his back and kicked a stone at his feet. All right, let us be off. Asane Masaru said no more. On the way with Asane Masaru, they encountered the previously mentioned Shimizu Masato, who had shouted from his car horn. Upon arriving at the Community Activity Center, Nura Rukio exchanged greetings with Asane Masaru before departing, simultaneously receiving a message from Suniko. Mission: assist in the investigation of the invitation to Tsukikage Island. Nura Rukio paid no heed to Suniko and dashed straight to the memorial site, stealthily observing from the wall. Just as he peered inside, a man with a small mustache emerged, casting a glance at Nura Rukio before nonchalantly leaving. Nura Rukio disregarded him, as this small mustached man was likely the first victim. He then looked further into the memorial hall, where various individuals knelt motionless before a coffin. After observing for a while, Nura Rukio lost interest, as it was merely a confirmation of their grotesqueness. At that moment, a melody resonated, and the people in the hall were taken aback, subsequently rushing out. Nura Rukio followed their lead and arrived before a piano. The small mustached man who had exited earlier, seemingly named Kawashima Hideo, was dancing gracefully to the music, albeit with a ghastly expression of panic. Sir, what is wrong with you? Muri Kagoro attempted to grasp the man, but it was futile. He continued his dance undeterred. Kawashima, what are you doing? Kawashima is dancing? No, something's off about his demeanor, Muri Kagoro shouted. Conan wore a serious and bewildered expression as he stared at the dancing Kawashima Hideo. Wow, he dances splendidly. Nura Rukio clapped his hands, beaming with delight. You little brat. Stop speaking nonsense. Hiroka Reiko, the village chief's only daughter, tugged at Nura Rukio's hand, attempting to restrain him. Nura Rukio evaded her grasp, turning to Hiroka Reiko and asking, Sister, don't you think that uncle dances beautifully? Do you believe you can dance better? Do you wish to join him? Hiroka Reiko, taken aback, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see that Kawashima may not be dancing of his own volition? With a playful demeanor, Nura Rukio effortlessly weaved through the crowd, relishing the thrill of evasion. Black Rock Shooter found it rather inconvenient to pursue him amidst the throngs of people, ultimately conceding the chase. After approximately 5 minutes of relentless dancing, Kawashima Hideo finally ceased his movements and collapsed onto the ground. Prior to this, several individuals had attempted to restrain him. Yet all efforts proved futile. Upon witnessing his halt, Mori Kagoro swiftly called out, "Do not move." He then took the lead in disrupting the scene. Crouching down to feel for a pulse at the chest and carotid artery of Hideo Kawashima, he had already breathed his last. Rising to his feet, he shouted, "Shaolon, quickly report to the police station. Everyone else present, do not leave the scene." "Very well," Ran Mori exclaimed loudly before rushing to report to the authorities. Kagoro Mori then turned to the recently arrived Masashi Ase and said, "Miss Ase, I entrust you with the responsibility of conducting the autopsy." "Indeed." Masashi Ase hurried over and began to examine the corpse. At that moment, the village chief's secretary, Akira Hirata, cried out in terror. "This must be the work of that cursed piano again." "What curse? Nonsense." Kagoro Mori dismissed the claim, rummaging through the piano. Yet, with no one playing, how could there be music? Mori pulled a radio from the piano and proudly declared, "See for yourselves. The sound emanates from this radio." So there is no curse or ghost involved. This clearly links to the previous 2 murder incidents, indicating a meticulously orchestrated homicide. A murder. A murder. Indeed, Mr. Kawashima was undoubtedly murdered. At that moment, Reiko's fiancé, Shuichi Murazawa, wearing sunglasses, remarked, "You've been rambling on since earlier. Who exactly are you?" Mori, hands in his pockets, replied, "I am Kagoro Mori, the renowned detective from Tokyo." The islanders began to murmur among themselves. "Isn't Mori that astronaut?" "No. He is the protagonist of a detective novel." "Then who is he really?" "Ha ha ha ha." Nura Rukio stifled his laughter, unable to contain himself. "What are you doing here, you little rascal?" Mori Kagoro pointed at Nura Rukio. "Well, I came to listen to music and watch the dance." Nura Rukio replied thoughtfully, "Heh, your face is twitching, little brat." Akiyama Masashi's earnest voice interrupted Mori Kagoro, who was about to speak again. "The cause of death remains uncertain. Based on the peculiar patterns on the corpse, it is highly likely that a special drug was involved. Furthermore, judging by the livor mortis and the rigor mortis, the time of death should be approximately 30 to 60 minutes ago. The deceased exhibited internal bleeding in the eyes, which at first glance resembles asphyxiation. However, there are no signs of facial swelling or strangulation marks on the neck. Additionally, the presence of fine bubbles around the mouth indicates that Mr. Kawashima likely drowned." "He drowned?" Mori Kagoro exclaimed in surprise. "So, did Mr. Kawashima go swimming beforehand?" Nura Rukio, who had somehow appeared beside Mori Kagoro, chimed in. "How could it be swimming?" "You little brat, stop causing trouble," Mori Kagoro retorted, attempting to catch Nura Rukio, who swiftly dodged away. "Hee, you can't catch me. But brother always said that deep water is dangerous, so do not swim, or your parents will have raised you for nothing. You little brat. This is a murder case. Do you understand?" Mori Kagoro fumed as he punched Conan. "Ah, uncle, he's talking nonsense. Why are you hitting me?" Conan, who had just been gazing out the window at the seaside, now crouched down, clutching his head innocently. "Ha ha ha ha, this is so much fun." Nura Rukio laughed heartily. "That's why I dislike little brats the most. Hey, boy on the dog, have you noticed something?" Nura Rukio did not respond but instead inquired of Conan, who had been observing outside the window. Conan instantly shifted into detective mode. "Look outside the window." Nura Rukio eagerly rushed over to take a look. "Ah, there's a coat. It must belong to Mr. Kawashima." "Indeed, it's Mr. Kawashima's coat. The murderer likely drowned him there before bringing him into this room, dragging the body. Thus, there are noticeable water stains on the floor from the side door to the piano, and even the back of the deceased's clothing is covered in mud." In summary, Conan analyzed the situation, explaining the entire route of the murderer's actions. Finally, he feigned childish innocence, asking, "Uncle, am I right in my deductions?" Nura Rukio acknowledged that the analysis indicated the murderer dragged the body inside after the act and then closed the door to participate in the event, meaning the culprit was someone present at the scene. This aligns with one of the 7 laws of Conan's theory, where murderers prefer to linger at the scene of a major crime. Nura Rukio glanced at Akiyama Masashi, who was listening intently, and then at the suspicious officials from the island, shaking his head. "There's truly no saving it," Nura Rukio remarked as he observed Mori Kagoro and Conan harmoniously deducing the identity of the perpetrator. In essence, their convoluted discussions distilled into a singular conclusion. The assailant was a male present at the scene. Conan pondered the motive behind the murderer's decision to transport the body back. While Mori Kagoro theorized that the individual might have intended to use the piano to sow discord. With that thought, he directed his attention toward the instrument and inquired of the village chief's secretary, Hiroka Akira, about the piano's origins. When was this piano placed here? It has been here since Mr. Aso donated it to the Community Activity Center 15 years ago. Mr. Aso was the donor? Indeed. His name is engraved on the piano's lid. Ah, exclaimed Kagoro Mori as he prepared to lift the piano lid, only to discover a piece of paper resting atop it. As she picked up the sheet music, Conan craned his little neck to peer at it. At that moment, a rather distinguished gentleman, Mr. Nishimoto, bearing a notable surname, dashed out in a state of utter panic. Who was that person? Kagoro Mori gazed, somewhat exasperated, at the man who had fled in alarm. The capable aide of the village, Akira Hirata, responded, "It is Mr. Nishimoto. I heard that he was once a person of significant stature and indulged in all manner of vices. However, ever since Mr. Kumiyama's death 2 years ago, he seems to have been haunted by something, spending his days in seclusion. Since the incident 2 years ago?" Akira Hirata refrained from answering, instead casting a glance at the village chief, Tatsuji Kuroiwa. "By the way, chief, weren't you childhood companions with Mr. Nishimoto?" Kuroiwa, dripping with sweat, replied, "Ah, that is indeed true." At that moment, Ran Mori burst in, dragging the elderly police officer from the island. Dad, I've brought the police officer." Kagoro Mori, still disgruntled, remarked, "Why are you so slow?" Gasping for breath, Ran leaned on her knees, explaining, "I couldn't get through on the phone, so I had to rush out to find a police officer myself." The old officer, wiping his brow, inquired, "Is there a problem?" Akira Hirata pointed towards Kagoro Mori, stating, "By the way, this is Mr. Kagoro Mori." The elderly officer struck his palm with his fist, exclaiming, "Ah, the renowned one." Kagoro Mori beamed, replying, "Indeed, the astronaut." After Kagoro Mori elucidated the situation to the officer, the matter could only be left unresolved, ultimately gathering everyone at the entrance of the activity center. The old officer and Kagoro Mori stood at the doorway, and Kagoro announced loudly, "As it is quite late now, we probably won't be able to finish the interrogations today. So please return home and rest. Moreover, do ensure your doors are secure." Masashi Ase followed Kagoro Mori, accompanied by Rukio Nura trailing behind. "So, what business do you have following us, you little rascal?" Kagoro Mori turned to Rukio Nura, who was bouncing along with his hands behind his back. "Huh? Didn't you say you're a detective? It's safer to follow you, right? Isn't that right, Sister Masashi?" Rukio emphasized safe and sister, winking at Masashi Ase. "Indeed," mused Kagoro Mori, stroking his chin. With honest curiosity, he cast a glance at Rukio Nura and nodded, then turned to Conan, saying, "Conan, your deduction just now was truly remarkable." "Ah, this child simply adores playing detective games," remarked Ran Mori, feeling a tad bashful. "It's all a result of being by my uncle's side every day." Pretending to be a child, Conan turned to Kagoro Mori and asked, "Right?" Seiji Ase smiled slightly, exclaiming, "Huh? However, your reasoning is indeed quite persuasive." Kagoro Mori fondly patted Conan on the head, exclaiming, "Oh dear. Compared to me, he is just a minor player." At an intersection, Seiji Ase glanced at Rukio Nura and informed the four, "I am going to head this way now, so we shall return to the inn first." "Goodbye, Miss Seiji," Kagoro Mori called out. Rukio Nura waved goodbye. Once Seiji Ase had departed, Kagoro Mori looked at Rukio Nura and remarked, "Now that Ms. Seiji has left, why are you, little rascal, still here?" "Huh, my home isn't here. I'm staying at the inn as well," Rukio Nura retorted without hesitation, scoffing at this occasional outburst from the seemingly bumbling adult. "What does your place of stay have to do with me being a detective? Honestly, I don't know why, but just looking at your face makes me want to punch you." Kagoro Mori replied with a frown. Ran tugged at Kagoro's arm, saying, "Dad, how can you say such a thing?" Then she turned to Rukio and asked, "Little brother, you seem familiar. Where have I seen you before?" "What is your name?" In a childlike voice, Conan questioned Rukio Nura. "So why ask? Why use such an annoying tone?" Rukio Nura expressed his disdain before stating, in accordance with his registered identity, "My name is Rukio Nura." "Nura? Is it Nurarihayan Rikuzen?" Nurarihayan Rikuo tilted his head slightly, feigning a look of profound confusion. "What is the matter?" Maorilun was the first to inquire. "Do you know Rukio Nura?" "Oh, indeed I do. He is my brother." "Ah, are you Lu Xiong's younger brother?" Conan exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. "Does Lu Xiong even have a brother?" Maori Rand furrowed her brow in confusion. Only Maori Kagoro nodded gravely. So, you are indeed the younger sibling of that rascal. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for me to want to thrash you. Nura Rukio shrugged. Of course. My brother has a younger brother. Otherwise, what am I? Truly foolish individuals, do you not care at all about that letter of commission? You little brat. What are you saying? Maori Kagoro replied, slightly taken aback. Commission letter? Conan murmured, quickly grasping the situation. His uncle, Kagoro Muri, was equally taken aback and hastily produced the commission letter. Rukio Nuri, with his hands crossed behind his head, spoke in a nonchalant tone. A renowned detective should be able to piece together the case upon seeing it, right, little Conan? Indeed, Conan replied, his expression contemplative. The disappearance of the shadow is, in fact, a metaphor enveloped in light, and that light refers to the piece of music played in the Community Activity Center at the time of Mr. Kawashima's murder, Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Yes, I had suspected that as well. Kagoro Muri stammered, but then he suddenly recalled something. That being said, 12 years ago, a pianist named Masao, who perished in a house fire, also played this very piece amidst the roaring flames. Furthermore, 2 years ago, the former village chief, Yukamayama, succumbed to illness after playing the same Moonlight Sonata before his passing. The recurrence of this piece, could it foreshadow a resurgence of death? Ran Muri, equally astonished, interjected. By the way, Dad, the letter mentions beginning to fade. Could it be a hint? Kagoro Muri pondered for a moment. Then, with a tense expression, shouted. Is this murder case just about to commence? In his excitement, he clenched the commission letter tightly in his hand. Damn it. This letter is a challenge issued to me, the famous detective Kagoro Muri. He then rose, ready to dash back, exclaiming, All right, you three, head to the inn. I must go to the Community Activity Center where the piano is located. The Activity Center? Why? Ran Muri asked, puzzled. Kagoro Muri turned back, declaring loudly, So far, all 3 incidents have occurred beside the piano. Therefore, the likelihood of another murder happening there is exceedingly high. Wait a moment. Xiaolon attempted to call out to Muri Kagoro, but he had already dashed off into the distance. I'll make a phone call to confirm the room with the inn later. Solving this case is of utmost importance. We should head to the activity center together. Conan stated earnestly. You all go ahead. I will return to the inn. Since we are staying at the same place, I can confirm it for you later, said Nura Rukio, casually placing his hands behind his back. All right. Thank you for your help, Conan responded, before seizing Xiaolan's hand and sprinting away. Nura Rukio watched as the 2 figures faded into the distance, then gazed up at the sky, where the moon was partially obscured by clouds, and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Just as, Nura Rukio extended his hand to cover the leaking moonlight. Even though he could shield the sky with his hand, light would still manage to seep through. Shin, while your innocent pursuit of truth in the past was quite amusing, one must inevitably grow up. Nura Rukio shook his head. Alas, I am Nura Rukio, still a child. Why am I even pondering this? Time to slip away and sleep. After returning to the inn and handling the check-in for Kagoro Muri and the others, he retreated to his room, curling up on the bed. Nura Rukio's consciousness returned to his original self. Sitting up, he patted his stomach. So this incarnation amplifies my emotions and can easily lead to my own starvation? Goodness. If my original self were to starve, would it be considered that I seized my own body? He hurriedly had a bite to eat before lying back down, transferring his consciousness to his youthful form once more. Curled up, Nura Rukio muttered with mild annoyance. Honestly, I cannot believe I am becoming so engrossed in my own emotions. The following day, he awoke quite late and did not rush to the activity center. Instead, he lay in bed, lost in thought for a considerable time. Once he regained his senses, he first returned to his original self to have a meal, ensuring he would not starve. Upon transitioning back to his youthful form, he was astonished to find that this incarnation could also feel hunger, which he found utterly absurd. Previously, in his second body, he did not experience hunger. How had this amalgamation resulted in such a subpar outcome? With no other choice, he ordered a serving of curry rice from the inn's restaurant. I have begun. Just as he was finishing his meal, a young police officer hurriedly approached. Noticing the youthful appearance of Nulian Luxiang, he gently inquired, Young brother, are you Nulian Luxiang? Once you have finished your meal, could you kindly assist us with an inquiry? After all, you were present yesterday. With his mouth full of curry rice, Nulian Luxiang nearly choked. After a few moments of earnest effort to swallow, he replied, Sure, but please wait a moment. I woke up rather late today, and I am quite hungry. Of course. The young officer nodded, his expression tinged with concern. However, young brother, it is already afternoon. Have you only just awakened? I didn't sleep well last night, Lu Xiong admitted with a chuckle. Haha, there's no need to rush. Just finish your meal and respond when you are ready. The young officer found the sight of Nulian Lu Xiong, with curry rice in his mouth, endearingly reminiscent of a cute little guinea pig. Nulian Lu Xiong nodded and hastened his eating. After finishing, he followed the young officer, only to realize it was nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. All right. The young officer's name was Takagi Wataru. When Takagi brought Nulian Lu Xiong to the office in Tsukikage Island Village, they arrived just in time to see Maori Ran, Conan, and Masashi Mori yawning. Hey, you're here too. Lu Xiong suddenly heard a voice from behind. It was Maori Kagoro, sauntering over with his hands in his pockets. Well, encountering a detective inevitably leads to misfortune. Nulian Lu Xiong pouted. You're quite the annoying little brat. He shrugged and walked inside. Lushan and Dad. Ran greeted the two at the door, while Nulian Lu Xiong waved slightly before sitting down on an unoccupied sofa. These people really lack a sense of living. They're a sofa, yet they choose not to sit. The questions posed were likely about what he was doing at the time, and Nulian Lu Xiong answered truthfully, concluding the inquiry swiftly. However, Inspector Magyar and Maori Kagoro were astonished, exclaiming, You are actually 17? What is wrong with that? Is it not acceptable? Nulian Lu Xiong, accustomed to his age being questioned, shrugged nonchalantly. Wait a minute, if you were 17, doesn't that mean you are the same age as Nulian Lu Xiong? Are you twins? No, I am an adopted son. In any case, I'm the only one in my family, he replied. As for the story about my identity, I can narrate it however I please, and it indeed aligns with how things were at that time. Suddenly, a melody from a piano resonated through the air. Inspector Magyar curiously glanced around, attempting to discern the source of the sound. Was it not a broadcast? Surely, it must have emanated from the broadcasting room. Nura Rukio pointed at the large speaker, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. Inspector Magyar paid little heed to his tone and promptly dashed outside with Kagoro Mori. As Nura Rukio ambled over, he noticed that most of the crowd had gathered at the entrance, peering inside. However, being somewhat shorter, he struggled to catch a glimpse of the interior. He tugged at the arm of Ase Masashi, who stood at the doorway. Hey Masashi, what's going on? Asanai Sijitsu felt somewhat bewildered. Did someone just die in there? Nura Rukio surmised that Asanai Sijitsu might not be aware of whom he was referring to or was genuinely inquiring about the situation. Having just discovered that village chief Kuroiwa had perished in the broadcast room, Asanai Sijitsu, with a somewhat strained expression, pointed towards the room. I see. Was there no dancing? At that moment, Mori Kagoro emerged from within, addressing Asanai Sijitsu. Miss Sijitsu, could you please assist us once more in examining the body? No problem. After Ase answered sincerely and glanced at Nura Rukio, he did not respond further and swiftly entered the building. After some time had passed, Inspector Magyar emerged with Kagoro Mori and addressed the line of people standing at the entrance. The murder occurred after the victim's death, followed by the playback of a recording, deliberately drawing our attention to ensure we discovered the body. The piece played at the scene was also Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. It is evident that both Kawashima, discovered alongside the first movement of the Moonlight Sonata last night, and Kuroiwa, found this evening with the second movement, were victims of the same perpetrator. Furthermore, based on the medical examination estimating Kuroiwa's time of death, along with the 5 minutes and 30 seconds of silence preceding the recording, we can conclude that Kuroiwa was murdered just minutes before the body was found, around 6:30 p.m. Subsequently, Inspector Magyar recounted the names of the 7 individuals. However, upon reaching Nura Rukio, the chubby police officer exclaimed, But I was just with you all. Besides, I do not know them. Why would I want to kill them? Indeed. That is a valid point. Inspector Magyar nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Ase should also be considered innocent, as she has been with us since around 6 p.m., remarked Ranmuri. Inquiring of Conan, isn't that right, Conan? Nura Rukio, fearing he might burst into laughter, subtly averted his gaze. Steady yourself. You are a trained professional. Inspector Muro placed his unwavering trust in this sentiment and turned to question the 4 other men present. The men began to undermine each other, while the village chief's daughter took the opportunity to challenge Misato Shimizu, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Eventually, Conan, through an analysis of the musical score, drew attention to the figure of Keiichi Yasu. However, Conan perceived it merely as a case of revenge murder, a notion not shared by the others, particularly Mr. Nishimoto, who, with an expression of shock, exclaimed, So that fellow is indeed alive. His face then contorted with fear. Keiichi Asu is truly alive. Still reeling from his astonishment, the drowsy old police officer entered, yawning. Mr. Asu passed away 12 years ago. When did you arrive, officer? Just now. If I had continued to sleep at the Community Activity Center, I surely would have been disturbed by these forensic team members from Tokyo. What a troublesome case this is. Inspector Muro squinted, confirming. Hey, are you certain Keiichi Asu is really dead? The old officer recalled. Yes. We found his remains along with those of his wife and daughter at the fire scene. After comparing dental records, it was confirmed without a doubt that it was indeed the whole family. Almost everything was consumed by the fire, leaving only a handwritten musical score in the fireproof safe. A musical score? The others appeared astonished, and Nura Rukio realized that the tale of Asu Keiichi was nearing its conclusion. Thus, he had arrived to add an epilogue to this narrative. The old officer returned with the musical score, and Conan promptly informed Ran, I will accompany the officer, and followed suit. Seizing the opportunity, Nura Rukio slipped away to the inn, dragging a suitcase and carrying a tape recorder towards the activity center. For he understood that the conclusion of the moonlight awaited him there. Upon arrival, he found a concealed corner, retrieved a realistic dummy from his suitcase, and tucked a human skin mask into his pocket. He then rearranged several obstructions to create a complete barrier, hiding himself within, casting no shadow, and patiently awaited. Masato Ase entered, casually tossing an oil drum into the corridor, flames swiftly following in their wake. Her expression bore a hint of relief as she walked directly towards the piano. Were she to glance down, she might notice the corner cluttered with an array of items. Masato Ase leaned against the piano, exuding relief, murmuring, Father, everything is over. As she spoke, she pressed a key on the piano. No, you cannot die. Conan gasped as he rushed in, the flames illuminating his face. Nura Rukio crouched in the last shadows of the room, silently observing through the gaps in the clutter. Conan, panting, produced a musical score. Look, is it not clearly written on the score left by Mr. Aso? Masato, you must be strong and live on by yourself. While there is still time, let us leave this place. Masato Ase, resting her hand on the piano, replied, Had I known my father left behind this confession, I would not have needed to do any of this. Conan inquired, puzzled. You were unaware of its existence? Then how did you know about Mr. Asu's murder? I conducted my own investigation. From long ago, I harbored doubts about my father's death. To uncover the truth, I graduated from medical school and came to this island, disguising myself as a female doctor to avoid suspicion regarding my identity as Keiichi Asu's son. My appearance is not particularly rugged, and my medical license does not specify my name's pronunciation, thus I became Masato Ase, the female doctor. However, when I heard the police were to conduct a serious inquiry, I panicked, fearing my true identity would be revealed. Conan suddenly understood. No wonder you stayed up with us that night, to remain hidden from the investigation. Nura Rukio noticed the flames beginning to consume the pile of clutter. Yet, he felt no urgency, merely a tinge of concern for the two individuals engulfed in flames. Though the exterior fire might melt silver, his own body was crafted from magical silver, incapable of reaching the melting point of wood. Thus, he presumed his avatar would remain unharmed. If anything were to occur, it would merely be a puppet. As Nura Rukio observed the clutter, he inadvertently overheard a segment concerning the village chief, who had frightened himself to death due to heart trouble. At that moment, Masato Ase coughed and stood, declaring, It is already too late, before grabbing Conan. My hands, like those of the four deceased, are stained with blood. He then hurled Conan away. Witnessing Conan being thrown, Nura Rukio stood, casually discarding the dummy beside the piano, placing the tape recorder atop it and activating it. What are you doing here? Masato Ase exclaimed, attempting to lift Nura Rukio once more, but as soon as her hand made contact, she collapsed, returning the syringe to her pocket. Nura Rukio seized the moment while Masato Ase still retained some awareness, murmuring, It is precisely because you are stained with blood that you must not so easily relinquish your life, foolish one. He switched on the tape recorder, lifted Masato Ase, and swiftly ran in the direction opposite to where Conan had been thrown. Navigating through the flames, dodging falling embers, he felt unconcerned for himself, given his magical nature. However, the Masato Ase he held was struggling to breathe amidst the smoke, with several burns on her skin. Even as he leapt through a window, her hair caught fire. Quickly, he set her down and extinguished the flames with his hands. Gazing at the blazing activity center, Nura Rukio chuckled. Shinichi, I truly hope you will grow up. Afterward, He glanced at the Masato Ase he had placed on the ground, lifted her once more, and ran a bit farther, pausing only when he was certain they would not be found. Observing Masato Ase's face, he scratched his head. Burned, huh? Thankfully, it can be treated. Guilt filled his eyes as he dared to glance at Masato Ase only once more, then sat beside her, hugging his legs and gazing at the sky, murmuring, "How strange. Though I did nothing at all, why do I feel so guilty? At least the ending is good. By the way, I wonder if Sister Masato discarded my dancing potion box." He remained seated until dawn, at which point Masato Ase began to awaken. Nura Rukio checked the time. Indeed, in this world of Conan, training had forged a resistance to drugs. Asahi Masashi opened his eyes in a state of mild confusion, sitting up and stretching languidly, while Nura Rukio turned his gaze towards him. "Are you awake?" I asked, still grappling with the reality of my existence. Nura Rukio, with a hint of displeasure, replied, "Of course, I saved you. Stop dwelling on death, it won't bring you joy. All it does is fill your heart with guilt and a thirst for vengeance. Did you really think I was joking when I asked you to follow me?" He chuckled, though the embarrassment of his own words lingered in the air. Yet, there was a glimmer of sadness in his eyes. "Then why did you save me? My hands are stained with blood. You've only taken a few lives. Why the sorrow? If we must be honest, I owe you an apology." Nura Rukio turned his gaze away, unable to meet Ase Seiji's honest stare. "Apology? For what?" Ase Seiji was taken aback. "You must have wanted someone to stop you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have written to Kagero Mori. I had the power to intervene. But due to my personal reasons, I chose to let it be." Nura Rukio, this external manifestation of himself, could blush, and so he averted his gaze, gesturing awkwardly. "In short, I am sorry. Haha. You, little brother, have only taken a few lives and are already shy about it." Ase Seiji couldn't contain his laughter, though he quickly turned serious. "You owe me nothing. It was my choice." "Enough of this," Nura Rukio shyly interrupted. "I saved your life, so now you must follow me. Are you not turning me over to the police?" Ase Seiji inquired with curiosity. "What I said before was true. Allow me to explain." Nura Rukio then shared tales of his pursuit of light amidst darkness and divulged some information about the distillery, ultimately returning the choice back to Ase Seiji. "So, we are to protect those whom the police cannot serve justly, who are oppressed by villains, and punish the wrongdoers?" Nura Rukio pondered for a moment before nodding. "You could interpret it that way, but I do not wish to kill anymore." "Who said anything about killing? You will simply be my caretaker. From now on, call me boss. That is settled. Just keep watch for me." Nura Rukio shrugged dismissively. "Is that how domineering you intend to be?" Ase Seiji, perhaps having played the role of a woman for too long, spoke with a slightly teasing tone, adding, "All right, my little boss." "What do you mean by little boss?" Nura Rukio exclaimed. "In any case, we shall wait for Kagero Mori and the others to leave before we depart by boat. I will handle your identity issues then." The dance of the potion box was indeed discarded. Upon returning to Tokyo, I arranged for Ase Seiji to stay at a discreet apartment and instructed, "I usually do not reside here, so you will remain here. If a man, sometimes blonde, sometimes white-haired, with an air of coldness, accompanied by a plump figure who wears sunglasses, approaches you, simply inform them that Scorpion has stepped out." Sometimes blonde, sometimes white-haired. And the essence is sunglasses?" Ase Seiji, now dressed in men's attire, must have had a humorous expression of bewilderment. "Oh, he could be either blonde or white-haired. Regardless, the moment you see that man, you'll sense that he exudes an icy demeanor. That's him. As for the essence being sunglasses, he never parts with them." "Oh," after reminding about some mundane matters, Nura Rukio departed, sending a message to Jin. I acquired an assistant, Scorpion Vodka, to handle Jin myself. Nura Rukio scratched his head, exclaiming, "Jin, you are becoming increasingly indifferent towards me. I haven't even blown up the safe house lately." Men. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, he returned home, where he found himself by his bedside, consciousness reverting to his original form. Attempting to retract his avatar, he discovered, to his dismay, that he was unable to do so. Nura Rukio glumly gazed at his youthful incarnation, scratching his head in frustration. He needed nourishment, yet he couldn't retreat to the system space for standby. "Wow, am I now earning money for 3 people to spend?" He pondered further, shaking his head. No, there is still a spendthrift yet to arrive. Ruffling his hair, he sought out a guest room on the 2nd floor, tidying the bedding, and gently laid his youthful form upon the bed, tucking him in before locking the door behind him. Descending the stairs, he encountered an uninvited little specter. "Conan, what brings you here? Did you climb over the wall again?" Did detectives possess wall-climbing skills? Nura Rukio crossed his arms as he descended. Rukio, do you have a younger brother? Conan inquired directly, without hesitation. Nura Rukio had long since grown accustomed to Shinichi's wall-climbing antics from their childhood. He shrugged nonchalantly. There is one, but he should be dead by now. What? Dead? Conan exclaimed, astonished. Well, he is still alive, but you might as well consider him deceased. Nura Rukio waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean he's still alive? Just accept that he's dead. Isn't he your brother? Conan's expression reflected confusion, possibly questioning if his companion had some underlying issues. The truth is, that fellow is quite the enigma. Nura Rukio's gaze turned melancholic, though whether it was genuine sorrow remained uncertain. Is it difficult to talk about? Do you recall that incident of human trafficking from our childhood? Nura Rukio presented the excuse he had long prepared. Was it when we were all captured in that warehouse? Conan pondered for a moment before remembering. Yes. He was one of the abducted children from that gang, found in another warehouse. However, he was an orphan, and I only learned later in America that his parents had adopted him. What does that have to do with his death? Well, it has no relation at all. Nura Rukio spread his hands, dismissively stating, Damn you, stop messing with me. You jerk, Conan exclaimed, frustrated, as he jumped up to strike Nura Rukio's knee, only to be halted by a large hand pressing against his forehead, preventing him from advancing. Actually, it's not entirely unrelated. It's just that you're not ready to know yet. Nura Rukio chuckled at Conan's feeble attempts to resist. Conan halted, disgruntled, and questioned. What do you mean I'm not ready to know? What are you scheming? Well, the story is quite complex. In short, I can only be contacted unilaterally by him. And Haven T inquired about what he is doing, Nura Rukio replied, adopting a serious demeanor as he crouched down to meet Conan's gaze. The suffering he endures surpasses what you and I can comprehend, and you are still too naive to even grasp a portion of that pain. Conan rolled his eyes in disdain, retorting, Rukio, stop reading those nonsensical comic books. However, upon seeing Nura Rukio's earnest expression, he begrudgingly nodded. I understand. But isn't he your family? Do you really trust him to roam about freely? Don't you know? That guy is the same age as me. Same age? 17. Conan's expression mirrored that of Kagoro Muri during the Moonshadow Island interrogation. He gestured to compare Nura Rukio's height with that of the boy in disguise. I now believe he is indeed your adopted son. So, tell me, how did you meet him? Adhering to the theatrics, Nura Rukio sauntered over and slumped on the sofa. Conan recounted the events of the Moonshadow Island case, emphasizing the incident where Nura Rukio had previously encountered Mako, who vanished after the activity center caught fire. Nura Rukio listened without any emotional response, even finding it somewhat amusing. That's quite normal. If you could find him while focusing on solving cases, I'd be surprised. He cast a meaningful glance at Conan. Of course, I am still pleased to see your growth. I can't shake the feeling that there's another meaning behind that statement. Conan replied, somewhat exasperated. How could that be? I'm not that type of person. Nura Rukio tilted his head, unable to meet Conan's gaze directly. Conan's expression suddenly turned serious. Rukio, do you possess anything that can cause someone to grow or shrink? Nura Rukio shot Conan a puzzled look. No, why do you ask? The first time I met your brother, he was about the same size as I am now. But during the second encounter on Moonshadow Island, he had grown to resemble a middle schooler. I wanted to ask him about it, but he acted as if he couldn't hear me or was simply nowhere to be found. Well, I wouldn't know. Didn't I mention? He is a graduate of MIT. Much smarter than I am, Nura Rukio replied, feigning ignorance. What? I understand that you are eager to return. But one must not act in haste during such trying times. How could such a thing even exist? Nura Rukio scoffed disdainfully, feigning a semblance of seriousness. Very well then. I shall take my leave, Conan declared, turning on his heel, but Nura Rukio hurriedly followed suit. Allow me to escort you back. Conan halted, casting a puzzled glance over his shoulder. Is there something you wish to discuss? Nura Rukio pondered the unfolding narrative and concluded that there were indeed matters to attend to. Thus, he amended his earlier statement, saying, It's not that I have nothing to do. Well, does seeking out Xiaolin count? Oh, you are indeed harboring ulterior motives towards Xiaolin. If this were an anime, Conan would undoubtedly be depicted with a comically exasperated expression. You know, my intuition is remarkably accurate. So I believe that if I go now, something amusing will ensue, Nura Rukio mused, his eyes nearly squinting with mirth at the prospect of forthcoming events. Moreover, even though you, Shinichi, have reverted to a child. You are still merely a young lad. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, yes, come along. Conan waved his hand in resignation, signaling for Nura Rukio to follow. Upon reaching the Muri Detective Agency, they ascended the stairs only to encounter a young girl in a sailor uniform standing at the entrance of the second floor, clutching a bag. Observing her hesitance as she extended her hand to ring the doorbell only to retract it, Nura Rukio felt a surge of urgency. You must be looking for Uncle Muri regarding some matter. Do not linger here. Taking the initiative, he strode forward and opened the door. Ah, Uncle Muri, it seems this young lady is here to seek your assistance. Rukio? What brings you here? Xiaolan inquired with a hint of confusion as she glanced towards the doorway. Xiaolan. It has been a while. I shall discuss my affairs shortly. Uncle still has work to attend to. Coincidentally, I wish to join the fray. Upon finishing his statement, Nura Rukio turned to Conan, grinning mischievously. He then noticed Conan tugging at his trousers, signaling that he had a secret question to pose. Nura Rukio bent down. Rukio? You aren't planning anything untoward again, are you? Nura Rukio refrained from responding, instead playfully tousling Conan's hair and laughing. That smile sent shivers down Conan's spine. Meanwhile, Muri Kagoro greeted Nura Rukio before attending to the young girl, inviting her to sit on the sofa and asking her to fill out some relevant information. Akiji Roko. First-year student at Miwa High School. How may I assist you? After she completed the form, Muri Kagoro glanced at the documents and inquired, Miss Akiji? Noticing her lost in thought, he repeated, Miss Akiji? Miss Akiji Ryoko. Ah, indeed, Akiji Ryoko exclaimed, startled. What brings you here? I am searching for someone who has suddenly vanished and has failed to attend school. I truly do not know what to do. As she spoke, Akiji Ryoko produced a photograph. The task involved assisting in the investigation of a case, the intimidation of a football player. Muri Kagoro casually took the photograph, while Conan and Muri Ran leaned in to take a closer look. This. Shinichi. Akiji Ryoko abruptly raised her head, her voice tinged with anxiety. Do you know him as well? Ah, please, do tell me quickly. Where is he now? Akiji Ryoko displayed a profound sense of agitation. It seemed that Shinichi had been entrusted with a perplexing case, prompting him to leave home for investigations, and he would occasionally call, yet we remained unaware of his whereabouts. Xiaolan chuckled awkwardly as she spoke. Is that so? Akiji Koko said, her head bowed in disappointment. So, do you have something to discuss with Shinichi? Nura Rukio smiled as he affectionately ruffled Conan's hair. Just then, Muri Kagoro approached and remarked, if there's something to be addressed, rather than seeking that kid, you might as well come to me, Muri Kagoro. No, it's nothing important. I merely wish to see him. You want to meet Shinichi? Why? Muri Ran asked, her voice laced with confusion upon hearing this. Because Shinichi, he is my boyfriend, Akiji Koko replied, her voice lacking conviction. Wow, Shinichi has a girlfriend. Nura Rukio chuckled, his grin stretching from ear to ear as he continued to pat Conan's head. Conan, however, was too preoccupied to pay attention to Nura Rukio's teasing. Instead, he pointed incredulously at his own face, utterly bewildered. In stark contrast, Muri Ran gasped in shock, exclaiming loudly. What? She exclaimed, pressing both hands firmly on the table, astonished as she inquired of Akiji. Shinichi is your boyfriend? Yes, indeed, Mao Lilan exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. How could it be Shinichi? It must be a mistake. Perhaps it is someone who merely resembles him. Conan, having escaped the clutches of Nura Rukio, stood before Mao Lilan with a smile, eager to clarify. No, it cannot be mistaken. We have even kissed. Akairio, his face flushed, retorted loudly. Oh, I had no idea you were such a person. Nura Rukio couldn't contain his amusement, even going so far as to rub his face in disbelief. Muri Kagoro, stroking his chin, chuckled slightly, realizing that this lad was not embroiled in any perplexing cases, but rather pursuing romantic interests. Nura Rukio also noticed Muri Kagoro casting a sly glance at Conan. What? Ran Muri exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety and irritation. Conan, feeling the tension, hurriedly waved his hands in denial. No, it must be shut up, you little brat. Ran Muri shouted, her expression stern. Ring. Hello. There's a phone call. At that moment, the phone rang, and Conan anxiously pointed towards it, hoping to divert their attention. However, no one paid him any heed, leaving him no choice but to answer it himself. It appeared to be a call from Dr. Igasa. Nura Rukio recalled the plot, and indeed, Conan exclaimed loudly, All right. I shall convey your message. Farewell, brother Shinichi. With a decisive click, she hung up the phone. Was that call from Shinichi just now? Mori ran, with a displeased expression. Inquired. Conan, feigning innocence, replied affirmatively, mentioning that he would contact Sister Quant to reassure her not to worry. Oh, how delightful it is to finally have the chance to see Shinichi. Ha ha ha. Nura Rukio could no longer contain himself, his laughter resounding loudly. Rukio, what are you laughing at? Mao Lilan suppressed her irritation. Well, yes. Miss Akagi, if you have a commission, just say it directly. There's no need for such deceit. Nura Rukio waved his hand dismissively. Lies. Mao Lilan exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? I was speaking the truth. Akagi Rika said nervously. And Conan, that was Dr. Agasa on the phone just now, right? Nura Rukio glanced at Conan. Conan could only manage an awkward smile. Honestly, I would love to see you give Shinichi a good thrashing. Just imagining it is amusing. Nura Rukio mused while stroking his chin. What is going on? Rukio, please explain. Mao Lilan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm not a detective. I merely noticed that Miss Akagi might be lying. Nura Rukio shrugged. Of course, I could be mistaken. Perhaps Shinichi truly has a girlfriend. That brat. A girl would never jeopardize her reputation by making such claims. Muri Kagoro retorted, choosing to disregard the situation. It's just a guess. Akagi Rika added, then turned to Mao Lilan and asked, do you perhaps have feelings for Shinichi? Eh? Mao Lilan's face flushed as she retorted loudly, what nonsense are you spouting? Who would ever be fond of such a deceptive romantic? Akagi Ryoko, somewhat taken aback, let out a nervous chuckle and replied, that's a relief. You seem to have been angry since earlier. I thought angry? Not at all, she said with a nervous laugh. Nura Rukio remarked, if you would just loosen your tightly clenched fists, I might actually believe you. Noticing Akagi Ryoko still hesitating, he could not help but interject, stop dawdling. Let us head to your house. What if I'm mistaken and Shinichi is there too? Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he looked at Conan with an uncontrollable grin. Right, Conan? Conan merely rolled his eyes in response, choosing not to reply. Mao Lilan felt her anger surging once more and declared, exactly. Let us go. We shall teach him a lesson together. You young couple can squabble all you want. An elder shall not partake, Mori Kagoro said, pouting slightly. Little Ran. Conan seemed to want to say something further. However, with a piercing gaze, Ran turned back. I would like to join you. Conan promptly retracted his words as he approached Akai Shichi. What do you think, Akai? Sure, Akai replied, a look of bewilderment on his face. Wow, sister, you live in such a grand apartment, Conan exclaimed, mimicking a child's tone. Indeed. Akagi Quantum awkwardly fumbled with the keys to unlock the door. So this is the cozy little nest you two share, Maori Ran remarked with a hint of displeasure. Ran. Although Shinichi may be foolish and somewhat dense, rest assured, he would never stray. Nura Rukio gestured reassuringly, attempting to comfort Maori Ran. Conan rolled his eyes dramatically. What do you mean by stray? Maori Ran felt a touch of embarrassment. Miss Akagi, are you not going to explain to this poor girl, who fears the loss of love? Well, Akagi Ryoko found herself at a loss for words. Just then, the door swung open, prompting her to quickly suggest, let us enter first. Nura Rukio shrugged, choosing not to continue the conversation. Once inside the room, Nura Rukio surveyed the arrangement, and without waiting for Akagi Ryoko to speak, he directly opened the shoe cabinet for inspection. It certainly appears that a man has resided here. However, Miss Akagi Haruko, you cannot be the rightful occupant of this room. There are not even any women's shoes present. What? Mao Lilan felt a twinge of doubt. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced over. Nura Rukio did not respond to Lilan, but instead addressed Conan, saying, Come, little Conan. Let us search for the residence of Kudo Shinichi and see if there is anything intriguing to uncover. Nura Rukio emphasized Kudo Shinichi's name with a playful inflection. Hey, wait. Akagi Ryoko attempted to intervene, but Conan paid no heed to her words, busily scouring the room. The owner of this place must have encountered some trouble. Nura Rukio asserted confidently. Akagi Ryoko fell into a thoughtful silence. I noticed the door lock is broken, showing signs of forced entry, Nura Rukio remarked with a shrug. I may not be adept at solving mysteries, but I can certainly recognize destruction. It's clearly the work of human hands. Rukio, are you suggesting that Shinichi is not Ms. Akagi's boyfriend? Mao Lilan inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Certainly not. Although Kudo Shinichi is rather foolish and indecisive when it comes to matters of the heart, well, he can be quite the lecherous fellow. Yet he does possess some fundamental principles, Nura Rukio replied, shrugging once more. Moreover, the essential factor is that Ms. Akagi does not align with Shinichi's aesthetic preferences. Shinichi's aesthetic? Mao Lilan expressed her surprise. Indeed, it is well known that Shinichi has a penchant for older women, and the only one younger than him who captures his interest is you. Lilan, Nura Rukio explained with utmost seriousness. Just then, Conan emerged, his expression marked by a hint of exasperation, forcing a smile before Lilan could speak. Rukio and I. The room is in disarray, as if someone has intruded. In a child's room, I discovered this photograph. Nura Rukio did not take the photograph, but clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Uh-huh, it seems my suspicions were correct." At that moment, the phone rang unexpectedly, prompting Akagi Ryoko to hurriedly rush to answer it. "Hello, it's me. How is it? Has he arrived?" "Not yet," he said before hanging up the phone. Nura Rukio was examining the photographs handed to him by Conan. Once Akagi Kankichi finished his call, Rukio turned to Conan and remarked, "Conan, have you noticed it as well? Here is a hint. There should be a football match happening now, featuring a player known as Divine Leg Akagihiko." Akagi Kankichi was taken aback, retreating a step and colliding with a cabinet, causing a football to tumble down. Conan then enlightenedly exclaimed, "Brother Rukio, why didn't you say it yourself?" Nura Rukio stroked his chin and replied, "Well, it's because you aspiring little detectives seem quite fascinated by situations that can be concealed." Conan rolled his eyes, but chose to speak up. "Sister Akagi, this is a kidnapping case, isn't it?" "What? A kidnapping case?" Mao Lilan, who had been in a fog just moments ago, suddenly felt as if clarity was dawning upon her. "Lilan, listen to our little detective's reasoning. It should help clarify things for you." Nura Rukio gestured to Conan, signaling Mao Lilan to be quiet. "Sister Lilan, allow me to explain. The one who has been abducted must be Akagi Mamoru, the brother of the player Akagihiko in the ongoing football match. It's not hard to deduce that the assailants likely demand his defeat in the match." As Conan spoke, he turned to Akagi Kankichi. "I am unaware of your relationship with Akagihiko, but I am certain that you are troubled by this matter. The perpetrator must have threatened you against reporting to the police or hiring a private investigator, or else they would harm Akagi Mamoru. Hence, you sought me out." The high school detective Shinichi. A high school student investigating here would arouse less suspicion from the criminals. The issue is that Shinichi's whereabouts are currently unknown. In your eagerness to locate him, you concocted a story claiming to be his girlfriend, thereby compelling him to reach out to you. Conan, you really need to watch your words. Nura Rukio indicated with his eyes and hands for Mao Lilan to focus on him, nearly straining his eyes in the process. "Oh, I see." Mao Lilan suddenly understood. Nuri Rukio shrugged and remarked, "You need not worry. Shinichi will not stray. No matter what. He might only take advantage of other girls a bit." He then glanced at Conan and raised an eyebrow. After all, children with adult-like thoughts, especially Conan, indeed had their share of advantages. Nuri Rukio added reassuringly, "In the end, he will always return to your embrace." Shinichi, although Ran Muri initially remained calm, she couldn't help but feel anger when she sensed unfairness. Rukio Nurak responded to Conan, who was glaring at him, with an innocent expression. "All right, Conan, quickly. Continue your deduction." Ultimately, Conan's tension succumbed to the irresistible allure of solving the case. "Sister Akagi, the reason you sought out that detective agency was that you heard I frequented it. And thus you used the pseudonym Akagi Quantum to invite Brother Shinichi to your home without raising suspicions. You are hesitant to reveal the truth to others, aren't you? Brilliant. Brilliant." Rukio Nurak applauded enthusiastically and turned to Akagi Quantum, saying, "See, even a child like us can grasp the truth of the matter. Now please trust us." "Indeed, Miss Quantum, if necessary, I can summon my father," Ran Muri stated earnestly. Akagi Quantum intended to speak, but Nura Rukio abruptly interrupted her, addressing Mori. Ran, refrain from calling him Uncle Mori. His age might inadvertently reveal too much. I am not adept at dealing with locked-room murders or sudden assassinations. However, when it comes to kidnappers, I possess considerable experience." He emphasized his point by stretching his arms. Mori Ran recalled the situation and couldn't help but remark, "Rikuo, you've merely been kidnapped numerous times." Nura Rikuo waved dismissively, "It's all the same. All the same." Akagi Quantum was overcome with tears. Yet her desire for assistance remained unquenched. She began recounting the details of the case. "This morning, while preparing breakfast for Kamaru, I discovered that he had been kidnapped. Last night, we dined together, leading me to surmise that he was taken sometime between then and this morning. On the table, I found a letter left by the perpetrator, along with a few lines that they compelled Kamaru to write. She handed over 2 sheets of paper. Nura Rukio examined them. One sheet contained a rather mundane, threatening letter from the perpetrator, while the other bore the message, "Brother, help Camera live." It was evidently a torn piece of paper, deliberately ripped to conceal incriminating information. Rikuo disdainfully remarked, "This kidnapper lacks any finesse. How do they even manage in Mihan town?" Conan approached and tugged at Rikuo's trousers, exclaiming, "Rikuo, let me see that." Rikuo passed the note to him. "Is there a game involved? Have you discovered something?" "This is clearly a game. Otherwise, how could he survive?" "Did you uncover something?" Akiji Quantum was filled with astonishment. Nura Rikuo waved his hand. "Wait a moment. Conan, take me to Akiji Kamaru's room." "All right." Subsequently, the 2 individuals discovered a gaming console within the room. "Now is the moment for you to showcase your skills, little Conan," Nura Rikuo said with a beaming smile, gesturing towards the gaming machine. Although Conan felt an urge to retort, he glanced over his shoulder at the entrance, where both Ranmuri and Akiji Ryoko were observing. He promptly swallowed his words. "I'll play." After just a brief moment, Conan pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Look, Akira. It's Naoki Uemura. Akira Mamo should be at Naoki Uemura's house. Then let us hurry." Mori Ran suddenly chimed in from behind, startling Conan. "Let's go, Miss Akira. Lead us to Naoki Uemura's house." "Akira Mamo is there," said Nura Rukio to the still-dazed Akira. "Oh, very well." Akiji Quantum momentarily appeared taken aback before promptly nodding in agreement. The group then rushed out from Akiji's residence, making their way towards Uemura Naoki's home. At the entrance of Uemura's abode, a voice emerged from the intercom. "May I ask who it is?" "It's me, Quantum." Akiji's voice conveyed a hint of nervousness. "Oh, it's you, Quantum. What brings you here at such a late hour? Just open the door already." Following this, Uemura Naoki indeed opened the door. "Playing what is it?" Naoki Uemura inquired as he opened the door. "I'm sorry, could you please let me in for a moment?" Akiji Ryoko said, stretching his head forward. "No, that's not possible. My girlfriend is here, and it would be a disaster if there were any misunderstandings." "Xiao Shou," Akiji Riko shouted, pressing towards the door. "Xiao Shou, if you are there, please respond quickly." "Hey, don't go too far." Nakamura Naoki hurriedly braced his body against the door. "Make way," Nura Rikuo whispered. And Akiji Ryo paused in surprise, turning to look at Nura Rikuo, who was in the midst of kicking. With a resounding bang, the door flew open. Propelled by Wasaka Naoki, Akiji Ryoko and Muri Ran rushed inside, calling out, "Kagoro! Kagoro!" Conan knelt beside Wasaka Naoki and asked, "Hey, you're still alive, right?" "Rest assured, I am quite well. However, it seems that after Tsukikage Island, you have indeed made some progress," replied Nura Rukio. Lifting Wasaka Naoki by the scruff of his neck and shouting inside, "Rand, Miss Akiji, is the child all right?" "He's fine. Kagoro is just playing a game." Muri Ran responded loudly. Nura Rukio then unceremoniously dropped Wasaka Naoki to the ground. Hey, you don't still want to hit him, do you?" Conan asked, his expression one of exasperation. "You know I won't allow such things to happen again," Nura Rukio said, his demeanor darkening. "After all these years, you, Conan, must have realized something as well." Nura Rukio quickly masked his emotions. "Ah, well, that's enough of that. It's time to clean up the mess." Akiji Ryoko promptly made a phone call from Wasaka Naoki's home, informing Akiji Hideo that Akiji Kagoro was safe. She then casually began watching a soccer match on television, with Nura Rukio indifferent to her actions, as Wasaka Naoki was hardly a match for them. The commentary echoed from the television. 2-1. The divine legs of Akiyoshi finally demonstrate their prowess with a magnificent shot, coupled with his astonishing assist in the first half. He truly lives up to the title of soccer prodigy. Humph. What prodigy? At that moment, Wasaka Naoki sat up, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Yes, heroes are forever prodigies. While I am merely a foolish hard worker, he even has a higher popularity and signing bonus than I do, yet our scoring rates were nearly identical in high school." Nura Rukio initially contemplated chastising him, but upon glancing at the jubilant Akiji Kagoro beside him, he held his tongue. Wasaka Naoki continued his lamentation. "So when I knew I could join the Tokyo Aoyama team, I practiced tirelessly from dawn till dusk. I vowed to surpass Akiyoshi. I must be stronger than him. Just when I finally caught up to him, no, just when I had surpassed him, during a practice shortly after joining the team, Akiyoshi shattered my right calf. That guy must have deliberately targeted my right leg. He was afraid I would catch up to him, so he resorted to such despicable tactics. Now it seems my injury has healed completely, but it will take 3 months to return to the field, and even then, I won't be able to match others. The television commentator's voice rang out. Goal. This is the second point scored today by the divine legs of Akiyoshi. Wasaka Naoki glanced at the television, feeling despondent. TCH. I never intended to harm Kagero. I had planned to return him home once the match was over, and then I would vanish from your sight. I only wanted him to experience this feeling. I wanted that prodigious boy to understand that not everything in this world goes as one wishes. Not at all. Exclaimed Nuru Vection as he gazed at the television, lost in thought. What? He certainly wouldn't. If it weren't for your assurance that you meant no harm to the child, I wouldn't have bothered to comfort you. However, it is true that he would never intentionally act in such a way. Nura Rukio remarked as he turned to face Kamimura Naoki. Just like me and Shinichi, I am a genius. Aside from the fact that he has the adorable Ran as his girlfriend, in every academic pursuit, he has been completely overshadowed by me. No matter how hard he tried in his childhood, he could never surpass me. As he spoke, he gazed up at the ceiling as if lost in reminiscence, while Conan rolled his eyes beside him. However, the current Shinichi has surpassed me in many ways. Yet, I harbor no jealousy or any negative sentiments. All I feel is joy for my dear friend's growth. Just as Nura Rukio finished speaking, the television emitted a voice. A host asked Akagi Hideo, Hideo, who do you wish to share today's victory with? Akagi scratched his face and replied, well, this time, I particularly want to share this victory with Naoki. Kamimura Naoki, who had been silent for a while, suddenly widened his eyes at the television. On the screen, Akagi continued, I want to share the joy of this victory with my greatest rival, Kamimura Naoki. If that guy were here, we would have scored even more. Following this, Akagi's teammates began to playfully mess around with him in front of the television. Kamimura Naoki, tears welling in his eyes, cried out, you idiot. He has no idea what I've done. He fell to the ground, sobbing loudly. Wah, you absolute fool. Just to clarify, the absolute fool is Kudo Shinichi. Nura Rukio waved his hand dismissively. Mission accomplished, significantly participating in the case under incomplete scripts. Mission reward, prank item. A box of jumping paper frogs. Nura Rukio scratched his head. Wasn't this one of the farewell gifts he had prepared for Kudo Shinichi before heading to America? After the last case concluded, Nura Rukio took a day off to attend school and then spent his time at home tinkering with small inventions and lying around. Occasionally, he transformed into his youthful self to grab a meal or chat with Ase Masashi. According to Ase, his recent life has been quite good, as he aims to open a small clinic or join a family hospital. Nura Rukio could only provide financial support to help him establish a small clinic. Alright, he had previously arranged Ase's identity through his channels, using the alias Rikuchuan Masashi, and the burn injuries were treated with the Dominator's heavy armor restoration. Nura Rukio lay on the sofa, twisting and turning, before suddenly sitting up and scratching his head. So, what exactly did I forget? He took out his phone to scroll through his records, searching for any messages he might have overlooked. He noticed a message from Ost Daiki. Young master, when will you return to see your old servant? I miss you so much. Can the old servant come to see you? Can I call you? Nura Rukio scratched his head. Oh, I forgot. I told Grandpa Daiki not to contact me directly without my permission. He then dialed the number, and it was answered almost immediately. Hello, young master. You finally remembered your old servant. I miss you so much. After Daiki's initial wail, Nura Rukio brought the phone closer to his ear, hearing a bustling noise on the other end, likely from the office. Ah, Grandpa Daiki, I've been quite busy lately. I just managed to call you when I found the time. Keep the phone away, young master. If you have tasks, leave them to your old servant. Are you not exhausted? Bring the phone closer, Grandpa Daiki. I'm fine. I'll come to see you shortly. Keep it away, really? I will arrange for someone to pick you up. No, I will go myself. Bring it closer. No, Grandpa Daiki, let the driver take you to pick me up. That's not acceptable. Young master, just let the old servant come to pick you up. Bring it closer. No, Grandpa Daiki. It's better if the driver brings you to pick me up. All right. Young master, rest assured. I will be there shortly. Nura Rukio hung up the phone, put it away, and sighed deeply. Grandpa Daiki's overwhelming presence is too strong. I really need to prepare. Nura Rukio quickly tidied up a bit, and within a few minutes, as he stepped out, he spotted a sprightly old man with graying hair, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing at the gate. Upon seeing Nura Rukio, the old man waved and shouted, Young master, over here, I'm coming, Grandpa Daiki. Nura Rukio replied reluctantly as he jogged over and opened the gate. In an instant, the old man rushed to Nura Rukio's side, inspecting him from head to toe. Young master, are you well? You haven't overexerted yourself, have you? Are you feeling all right? Have you lost weight? Haven't you been eating well? Let's go have a nice meal first, and then you can rest properly. Stop. Nura Rukio raised his hand, interrupting the words of Gosei Daiki, and then helplessly lowered it. Grandpa Daiki, I truly have nothing pressing. I simply missed you, and wanted to spend some time with you. Oh, how touching. The young master yearns for his old servant. Gosei Daiki immediately performed a dramatic display, tears streaming down his face. Nura Rukio, unable to bear the sight, quickly waved his hand. Grandpa Daiki, please don't act like this all the time. I just returned from America. I will visit you whenever I have the chance. That is splendid. The old servant is simply overjoyed. Gosei Daiki pulled out a handkerchief that Nura Rukio had given him in his youth, carefully dabbing at his tears. Nura Rukio, feeling utterly helpless against Gosei Daiki's emotional display, sighed. Young master, why the sigh? Is there something lacking in the old servant's actions? Gosei Daiki asked, filled with enthusiasm. No. Grandpa Daiki is wonderful. Truly wonderful. It's just that. Well, today I will accompany you for the entire day. You can arrange the itinerary. I will follow your lead. All right? Nura Rukio tilted his head, employing his ultimate charm. Really? That is fantastic. Gosei Daiki exclaimed, leaping with joy. Nura Rukio could only nod in resignation. Then let us go to the amusement park. Young master, I remember that you adore the amusement park. The last time we visited together was 2 years ago. Gosei Daiki said excitedly, then cautiously leaned closer to ask Nura Rukio, is that all right, young master? Of course. But, Grandpa Daiki, can't you choose a place you wish to go? Nura Rukio felt a sense of helplessness. Though he already knew the answer, he still wanted to inquire. The place the young master wishes to go is precisely where I wish to go. Then let us set off. Gosei Daiki declared earnestly, his right hand resting over his heart. All right. Nura Rukio settled into the car, observing Hushing Damu briskly take his place in the passenger seat. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his temples. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, Grandfather Damu, you could live a little for yourself. Hushing Damu turned back, astonished, and exclaimed, Young master, are you dismissing your old servant? I need not accompany you to the amusement park. You must not abandon me. Nura Rukio twitched the corner of his mouth, reassuring him. Grandfather Damu, I would never forsake anyone, especially not you. Rest assured, I merely wish for you to find joy and indulge in your own pleasures in life. My life revolves around you, young master. Hushing Damu retorted loudly, stifling his voice. Ultimately, Nura Rukio had no choice but to accompany Hushing Damu at the amusement park for the entire day, although he himself did not derive much joy from it. He adamantly refused to let Hushing Damu partake in the thrilling rides. Grandfather Damu, you know I cannot allow you to join me on these attractions. Perhaps we should seek other diversions. No. I cannot let my presence hinder your happiness, for that would be a grave sin. Rest assured, I find great joy in witnessing your delight. Nura Rukio could only partake in the less exhilarating attractions, and eventually, at Hushing Damu's insistence. He reluctantly sampled a couple of rides. By evening, Hushing Damu and the driver returned him to his residence. Goodbye, Grandfather Damu. Take care and rest well. Oh, young master. Farewell. Please remember your old servant. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Take care not to overexert yourself. Hushing Damu shouted, tears in his eyes. From the doorway, Nura Rukio hurried back home, fully aware that this was the only way to ensure Hushing Damu would depart. Collapsing onto the sofa, he exclaimed, Grandfather Damu is truly too enthusiastic. We can hardly sit down to converse or befriend one another. Sigh. Nura Rukio helplessly pouted, then could not resist muttering. Grandfather Damu is truly wonderful, before rising to wash up and prepare for bed. The following morning, Nura Rukio received a call from Chinjio. This is the territory I have carved out for you, darling. It feels akin to a theme park, ring-ding. Nura Rukio retrieved a Conan-style bow-tie voice changer acquired from the doctor and answered the call. Hello? Old Chin, you actually took the initiative to call me? You need to investigate a virus software in Izu called the Dark Baron. I will send you the details shortly. If confirmed, it indicates there is a traitor within the organization, and we must cleanse it of any related individuals. Oh what? Why am I in charge of this? The seaside scenery in Izu is quite pleasant. Well, is this really you speaking, Old Chin? Are you suggesting I should go on a vacation? Don't mess this up. Understood. Do. Nura Rukio set down his phone, muttering to himself that it was impossible to commit murder. Who would resort to such extremes over trivial matters? Nevertheless, Kodo-chan still loves me. He opened the document and glanced through it, sensing the essence of a storyline. I wonder if I will encounter Shinichi and Ran. Perhaps I should proceed with my true self. At the private beach of Izu Princess Grand Hotel, dressed in swimwear, Nura Rukio strolled along the beach, surveying his surroundings. This isn't Kagoro's style. The narrative has commenced, yet there's something here reminiscent of a character from Uncle Yuzaka's novel. Strangely, Shinichi is absent. That seems implausible, doesn't it? With a splash, a girl clad in a revealing swimsuit and sporting a diving mask emerged from the water, exclaiming, "Wow, this feels incredible!" Ah, Xiaolan. Nuliang Luxiang spotted Mao Lilan and felt assured of his victory, casually waving to her to indicate his presence. However, Mao Lilan seemed oblivious to his gesture. "Luxiang? What brings you to Izu as well?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, and Nuliang Luxiang turned to find Conan. "What a coincidence! My boss sent me to see if I could acquire that peculiar figure, the Baron of the Night, so he arranged for me to travel here." "Luxiang, you're also in Izu." Mao Lilan greeted him warmly. "Indeed, my boss scheduled this trip under the guise of work. Are you here for a swimming competition?" Nuliang Luxiang flexed his muscles playfully. "No, not really, Luxiang. Aren't you here for leisure?" Mao Lilan quickly waved her hands dismissively. "You really are full of energy." Conan couldn't help but exclaim. "Well, enjoy your honeymoon." Nuliang Luxiang, without waiting for a response, dashed into the sea, swimming towards deeper waters. "Conan is still so young. What honeymoon are you talking about?" "Luxiang, really?" Mao Lilan murmured in exasperation behind him. Upon arriving at the Izu Princess Hotel, Nuliang Luxiang discovered that the Maoli family had not yet arrived, although his trip was funded, allowing for reimbursement later. He had opted for a standard suite rather than an extravagant room. As he completed the check-in process, Mao Lilan's father, Mao Zayagoro, approached him. "Oh, Mao uncle, what brings you here?" Mao Zayagoro queried with a hint of annoyance. "Did Xiaolan not inform you?" "My boss sent me to handle some matters while enjoying a bit of travel." "I see. Well, enjoy yourself." Mao Zayagoro replied before proceeding with his check-in. Nuliang Luxiang, not in a rush to return to his room, settled onto a sofa in the lobby. Just as he sat down, he heard Mao Zayagoro exclaim, "What do you mean we've only paid half the amount?" The front desk clerk, frowning while holding a statement, responded, "Mr. Agasa and party. Your accommodation fee has only been partially prepaid." Mao Zayagoro, incredulous, asked, "How can this be? Could you please check again?" "Checking won't change anything," the clerk replied resignedly. Mao Lilan entered the lobby with Conan, calling out to, "Father, father." Mori Kagoro abruptly turned to interrogate Conan. "Conan, what on earth is happening? Why has only half of the accommodation fee been paid?" Both Conan and Ran were momentarily taken aback, and then Ran remarked, "At least half has been paid." Mori Kagoro, with a sense of resignation, explained, "But what about the remaining half? I didn't bring any extra money." At that moment, a man with long hair covering one eye and an elongated face, wearing glasses, suddenly inquired, "You are the Baron of the Night, aren't you?" Mori Kagoro was taken aback. "Me?" The long-faced man pressed a button on a device in front of him, and it displayed 3. For seconds. Kagoro Mori was taken aback. "This is the reaction time required for you to answer my question. I am Shiro Kano from room 2002. I suppose we have now crossed paths, haven't we, Kano?" "Humph. There is nothing to discuss until the true identity of the mysterious Baron is revealed." At that moment, a drunken man with long hair and a slicked-back hairstyle was lounging on the sofa, remarking, "It seems you took about 86 seconds to answer my question, Mr. Tokiman Egawara from room 2101. Shiro Kano, unfazed, replied while typing on his computer, "Must you ask everyone? How tiresome. It's so dull," Egawara slurred. Beside him, Rikuo Nurikawa scratched his head, pondering, "Did he overlook my presence? Is it because I booked a half-price room that differs from theirs?" At that juncture, a plump woman and an elderly man wearing round sunglasses approached. The elderly man proclaimed, "People's responses to unexpected questions often reveal their true selves. One can easily slip up. Wouldn't you agree, Shizue?" The woman, addressed as Shizue, affirmed, "Indeed, master." Kano turned back and remarked, "You took 29 seconds to respond to my question, Mr. Kinju from room 2001. Mr. Kinju chuckled, "My vision is impaired, so I was uncertain if you were addressing me, which caused my hesitation. No matter. Based on the current information, we can ascertain that Shiro Kano is eagerly typing away at something." A fashionable woman with large framed glasses and wavy hair walked over and said, "I believe your information is still lacking, isn't it? It seems you're missing some details about certain individuals, particularly the mysterious Baron of the Night." Shiro Kano was startled and quickly turned around, anxiously exclaiming, "What are you talking about?" Miss Kamaho from room 2102. With a soft chime. Miss Kamaju paused her wristwatch at 0.97 seconds, while it took me a full 1.48 seconds to comprehend. Mr. Kano, Kagoro Muri curiously approached and inquired, "What have you all been discussing regarding that Baron?" You are not aware?" Miss Kamaju exclaimed in astonishment as she turned to face Kagoro Muri. "Humph. Stop pretending," replied Egawara, sipping his drink with disdain, while Ran Muri stepped beside Kagoro to clarify. He is a character frequently featured in the novels of Shinichi's father. Kagoro scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "This is all so baffling. Never mind, I shall return to my room." As he walked away, Ran called after him helplessly, Dad, what about the accommodation fees?" Just as Rikyo Nurikawa intended to engage in conversation, he noticed Egawara attempting to touch Ran's backside. Unwilling to indulge him, Rikyo swiftly intervened with a kick. Alas, what is the matter? Mao Lilan was startled. Upon turning around, she saw Jiang Yuanshare lying 3 or 4 meters away from her. "I was just about to greet him when that scum of society attempted to touch you inappropriately. I would have sent him to the hospital for a special experience." Nuliang Luxin pointed at Jiang Yuanshare. "You shouldn't casually grab someone else's leg." Jiang Yuanshare rolled on the ground, clutching his side, and grabbed the calf of a short-haired man, only to have the latter seize his forearm and force him to release his grip. The man looked up at Nuliang Luxiong and remarked, "You certainly did well, sir. But don't you think you were a bit too rough?" Nuliang Luxiong rubbed his forehead and looked around. "Are you talking about me? I believe I was quite restrained. It only hurts a little. He'll be fine soon. Besides, he didn't even get the chance to touch you. Otherwise, he would have likely spent at least a week in the hospital." At that moment, Xiaolan's eyes widened with admiration. "Ah, are you Mr. Maeda Satoshi?" Maeda Satoshi, taken aback, instinctively replied, "Yes." Conan watched as Mao Lilan's eyes sparkled with excitement and, feeling a tinge of jealousy, asked, "Do you know him?" Mao Lilan eagerly crouched down to explain to Conan, "Of course. He was the karate champion in Japan 6 years ago. I admired him so much that I started practicing karate myself." "Isn't it because you wanted to hit me?" Nuliang Luxiong inquired. No, not at all. How could I possibly want to hit you, Luxiong?" Mao Lilan responded, somewhat bewildered. "Oh," Nura Rukio mused, stroking his chin, realizing that during my school days, Xiaolan held quite a favorable impression of me. Xiaolan had once remarked that once she mastered her skills, she would no longer be subject to your teasing. Conan interjected from the side, "Truly, I am remarkable." Nura Rukio felt a surge of happiness. Conan simply rolled his eyes in response. Meanwhile, Mao Lilan approached Maeda Satoshi to greet him, saying, "I am Mao Lilan, the champion of last year's Tokyo Karate Tournament. It is indeed a stroke of luck to meet you here." Nura Rukio patted Conan's head, proclaiming, "You shall ultimately be crowned as king." Conan merely responded with a look of bewilderment before turning his head back, fixating intently on Ran Muri with an expression tinged with jealousy. "Who are you?" At that moment, a girl with bangs approached. Sato Akira smiled as he walked over to her, saying, "Allow me to introduce my fiancée, Sayama Akiko." "Wow, you're getting married," exclaimed Muri Ran with delight. Sayama Akiko turned her head and huffed, "Humph." Sato Akira, feeling a bit awkward, explained, "Please don't mind her. Akiko just gets jealous easily." He hurried off to comfort his fiancée. Kano Shiro was typing away on his computer, muttering, "All right." In room 1901, Sato took 0.75 seconds. Miss Kamaho turned to Muri Ran and inquired, "Strange, the list mentions 2 doctors and a little girl. Who is the other person?" "Uft. Ha. A little girl." Nurari Rikyo crouched down, one hand on his belly and the other ruffling Conan's hair, laughing uncontrollably. "Conan, the doctor made you a little girl." "No, Rikyo. Those are 3 other people. They couldn't come due to last-minute issues, so they asked us to fill in," he said, awkwardly scratching his head. "The man who was just here is my dad. He isn't a doctor, he's a detective." "A detective?" Upon hearing that Muri Kagoro was a detective, the 7 of them turned in astonishment, including the recently risen Egawara Sherman. Kano Shiro tentatively asked, "And Muri Kagoro?" "Yes, that's my dad." Muri Ran replied with a puzzled expression. "I've read about him in the newspapers." Sayama Akiko tugged at Sato Akira. "Yes, he seems to be quite a formidable detective." Sato Akira remarked, his expression serious. Egawara Sherman, sitting on the couch, rubbed his waist in discomfort and grumbled, "Umph. How despicable. Not only does he not come himself, but he also sends a detective to substitute." He shot a fierce glare at Nurari Rikyo, though he dared not take further action. That's fine. In this case, the range of suspects for the Baron has narrowed. Miss Kamiho smiled slightly. Mr. Kaneshiro could not help but add, if Mori Kagoro were here, everyone would be more cautious in their words and actions, inevitably revealing their flaws. Kaneshiro continued typing on his computer, absorbed in whatever he was doing. After the 7 departed, Rand sighed, Dad really seems to be quite famous. Nura Rukio shook his head and said, not necessarily. They all came to capture that enigmatic Baron of the Night, so they perceived detectives as a significant threat. A significant threat? Rukio, do you know something? Conan asked with curiosity, only to be admonished by Muri Rand. Conan, you should call Rukio brother, you know? Nura Rukio nodded in agreement. That's right, Conan. You should call me brother Rukio. Of course, if you want to recognize me as your godfather, I wouldn't mind that either. Haha. Conan rolled his eyes and finally called out, Brother Lu Xiong, do you know something? I don't know the specifics, but the boss instructed me to acquire this software. It is said to be a formidable virus. Your purpose for this 3-day, 2-night endeavor is to uncover the organizer, and the reward is to obtain this virus. Are you not aware? Nuliang Lu Xiong inquired curiously. So it's a decryption game? Conan stroked his chin, suddenly raising his head to ask, is there a connection with the Midnight Baron? Didn't I just mention that the virus is called the Midnight Baron? There seems to be a connection. But I can't recall. Nuliang Lu Xiong waved his hand and returned to his room to rest. The Midnight Baron. Conan was left astonished. Outdoor restaurant. Hey. Xiaolan. Uncle Muri. Conan. Lu Xiong. Come join us. Xiaolan waved to the newly arrived Nuliang Lu Xiong. No, you all still need to extract information from one another. I shall refrain from participating. With that, Nuliang Lu Xiong found an unoccupied table, which was rather close to Mr. Jinsheng, yet distant from Muri Kagoro and the others. He fetched some dishes for himself. In such a large restaurant, they don't even offer to prepare curry rice individually. Truly a failure. He paid no mind to the conversations at Muri Rand's table, focusing intently on his meal, until Miss Shangtiao appeared in a dress with 2 straps, a high-slit gown. He couldn't help but steal a glance, nearly exclaiming 2 words. When Nuliang Lu Xiong withdrew his gaze, he noticed Maeda Satoshi and Muri Kagoro, each being pulled back into focus by Sayama Akiko and Muri Rand, who were pinching their ears. Conan suddenly dashed to Mr. Jinsheng's side. Uncle, do you wish to obtain that computer virus as well? He pointed to himself. I am Adagawa Conan from room 1902. I wonder if you remember me? Ha ha ha. Who told you about what just transpired? Mr. Jinsheng asked with a slight smile, leaning on his cane. Everyone participating in this event is discussing the virus, but I do not understand why they speak of it. It seems all they know is that it is a highly confidential program. He continued. It's due to the name. Mr. Jinsheng remarked. Mr. Jinsheng lowered his head and continued, recounting a time when a formidable computer virus relentlessly infiltrated numerous corporations, obliterating all their data. The virus was crafted with remarkable sophistication, rendering it nearly impossible to thwart even upon discovery, as it evaded detection with remarkable agility. Thus, this malicious program was ominously dubbed the Dark Baron of the Night. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of electronic devices is well aware of this name. Each time I hear the Dark Baron of the Night, it evokes memories of my son, who passed away 4 years ago. Conan was taken aback as Shizuka returned, positioning herself just behind him, leaning slightly forward. Young man, is there something you wish to discuss? No, Conan exclaimed, startled. He hurriedly waved goodbye and dashed over to Shinyakuya. Nura Rukio, having finished his meal, sipped on a cup of juice, contemplating the peculiar situation at hand. With Conan here, there must certainly be a victim. If that Egahara Tomo were to touch Rand's posterior, would he not meet his demise? After all, molesting the daughter of the world is quite the archetype of a victim, is it not? I wonder what sort of person he is. He hardly seems virtuous, and his actions are rather perverse. One can only speculate whether his crimes warrant death. Speaking of that fellow named Jotaro, no. I must uphold my integrity for AI. Considering how long it has been since the Shamai incident, why has she yet to escape? Hasn't Conan been bouncing back and forth through the seasons by now? Shaking his head vigorously, he muttered, how can I even think of such things? I ought to ponder who the unfortunate soul here might be. Rising to stretch his legs, he stepped outside. After just a couple of strides, he purchased a lollipop from a roadside convenience store and spotted police cars racing past. Could it be that another incident has occurred? Truly, you never disappoint, Shinichi, the Grim Reaper in elementary form. Nura Rukio realized that the pivotal moment of his mission had arrived and made his way back, determined to follow Shinichi and gradually intertwine with the unfolding narrative. Upon returning, he found a throng of individuals gathered around a particular spot. Squeezing through the crowd, he recognized familiar faces among them. Is this what they mean by the narrative's main characters effortlessly approaching the plot's trigger points, guided by the world's will? Mission: assist in the resolution of the night's strange Baron incident. Inside, a statue dripped with blood, and a figure lay on the ground, drenched in crimson. Nura Rukio felt a sense of deja vu, yet he could not recall the specifics of this storyline. The police had cordoned off the area, arms outstretched as they shouted to the onlookers, "Step back! Step back!" However, they appeared oblivious to the presence of certain key characters. Yet, they managed to intercept Ran and Conan, clearly new to the scene. And then he came. Conan dashed past the barrier once more. Oh no, he was apprehended. A rectangular-faced officer lifted Conan with one hand, while Mori ran effortlessly across the line to stand before the square-faced officer. Nura Rukio curiously tried his luck, and indeed, no one stopped him. Stimulated, he jogged over to Morlin, who exclaimed in surprise to the rectangular-faced officer, "Are you Mr. Yakugumo from the Saitama Prefectural Police? Listen, listen. This county must be a haven for bald men." Mr. Yakugumo, astonished, raised his head and said, "It's Miss Morlin." Curiously, Morlin inquired, "What brings you here?" Recognizing a familiar face, Officer Yakugumo casually placed the freed Conan on the ground and stood up to explain, "I was transferred to the Kanagawa Prefectural Police last month." Meanwhile, Conan successfully infiltrated the adversary's lair without gloves, removing the victim's mask, which left Nura Rukio exclaiming in delight, "Marvelous, truly marvelous." Officer Yakugumo also noticed Conan's actions and turned around, exclaiming in astonishment, "Hey, you!" Mr. Jiang exclaimed. Upon the revelation of Conan and Rant's identities without their masks, both were taken aback. However, Rukio Nura remained unfazed. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, casting a contemplative glance at Conan and then nodding, before doing the same with Ran. Officer Yakumizu entirely disregarded Conan, who was still examining the body, and curiously inquired of Ran, "Do you recognize the deceased?" Ran earnestly explained, "Yes. We are all participants in the mysterious journey of Aizu." Mysterious journey? Following this, Mao Lilan began to elaborate, while Nura Rukio observed both her and Conan, one captivating attentions, the other fervently examining the corpse. Even as Conan diligently inspected the body, two officers stood by, watching his every move. Unable to contain his excitement, Nura Rukio, with a lollipop in his mouth, burst into applause. "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!" Mao Lilan turned at the sound. "Rukio, you're here too. Was that you clapping?" "Indeed. Look over there." Nura Rukio, adhering to the belief of a dead comrade is no concern of mine, pointed towards Conan, who was still engrossed in his examination. Mao Lilan awkwardly smiled at Officer Yakugumo before striding over. "Conan, you mustn't cause trouble for the police. Now, little one, let us not make a fuss." Officer Yakugumo cautioned the young Conan before turning to Mao Lilan, stroking his chin. "Miss Lilan, as you mentioned earlier, the organizer of this event not only mingles among the participants but also masquerades as the mysterious Baron of the Night, creating certain incidents during the event. The game's objective is to identify this organizer first to win a complimentary stay, correct? So, this means the organizer is Mr. Egahara?" Nura Rukio had never considered that Egahara was a potential boss character. It contradicted the principles of Conan's deductions. However, he was uncertain about the specifics. Yet he felt that following Shinichi's narrative would likely lead to an effortless victory. Officer Yakugumo, furrowing his brow and pondering, muttered to himself, "Is this a suicide? A homicide? Or..." He then turned to Lilan. "By the way, where is Mr. Mori?" Lilan appeared momentarily taken aback. "Ah, this," Ms. Kamiho remarked, crossing her arms as she approached behind Ran Mori. "Mr. Mori is at the bar on the second floor." "Ms. Kamiho," Ran exclaimed in surprise, prompting Officer Horiguchi to quickly rise and seek out Kagoro Mori. Both Ran and Conan hastily followed suit, with Conan frequently glancing back at Ms. Kamiho. Rukio Nura cast a discerning gaze at the two of them before stroking his chin and muttering, "Indeed, it is not surprising." Conan and Kagoro Mori truly embody the essence of a master and apprentice. After a brief wait, Kagoro Mori emerged, accompanied by Ran, Conan, and Officer Horiguchi, crouching beside the body to examine it. "What a tragic end, having fallen from the 21st floor only to be impaled by that statue," he remarked. Officer Horiguchi inquired of the officer guarding the scene. "No one has approached the body, correct?" The officer guarding the scene paused momentarily before responding, "Yes. Only we, the police. And that child, gesturing towards Conan, who was sprawled at the base of the statue. At that moment, Akira Maeda approached Kagoro Mori, asking, Mr. Mori, is it true that Mr. Egawara died from the fall? As Kagoro Mori acknowledged Mr. Maeda and Miss Akiko, Miss Kamiho interjected, arms crossed and a sardonic smile on her face, stating, there's no mistake. The person who fell was indeed Tomo Egawara, and he was wearing a mask. Mask? Maeda Satoshi expressed surprise. Kano Shiro, seemingly never detached from his computer, was busy typing yet interjected, so the event organizer, the Baron of the Night, is Mr. Egawa. Sayama Akiko nonchalantly remarked, no wonder I always found that person peculiar. Maeda Satoshi turned to Sayama Akiko and said, hey, the person is already dead. Let's not speak of it anymore. The notorious Baron of the Night met such an untimely demise? What a dismal conclusion to the tale. Kinju, leaning on his cane, also sought to assert his presence. Conan approached Nura Rukio, asking, have you discovered anything? Nura Rukio looked down at Conan, stating, clearly a murder. The Baron of the Night has another identity. I think so too. That tie is quite strange. Conan replied earnestly. Oh, I was just guessing. With you around. How could it possibly be a suicide? Nura Rukio chuckled, ruffling Conan's hair, which earned him a significant eye roll, observing his unreliable friend. Conan ultimately resolved to take matters into his own hands. While the others continued their chatter, he dashed back to the corpse, tugging at the deceased's tie, exclaiming, how peculiar. Why is this tie like this? Look at the way this tie is knotted. Kagoro Mori was initially taken aback, then cast an irritated glance at Conan. The little brat. Officer Ryugamin crouched down to take a closer look. Upon closer inspection of the tie knot, it was discovered to be tied incorrectly. Moriarty Kagoro approached for a better look, pondering whether his method of tying a tie differed from that of the average person. Indeed. I happen to possess a tie of his. Conan rummaged through his pocket and subsequently produced a tie of the same style. Look, Officer Yakamizo took the tie and examined it, finding it to be tied in a manner indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Kagoro Mori, with a perplexed expression, inquired of Conan, how did you come by this? With his hands propped behind his head, Conan chuckled, Mr. Egahara left his tie behind at the restaurant, and the waiter asked me to return it to him. He then hurried back to the corpse, lifting the hem of the clothing. Oh, his belt is rather peculiar as well, he remarked, standing up to point at Egahara's belt. Look, the way his belt is fastened is reversed. This individual certainly possesses a multitude of eccentricities. Officer Yakamizo, with a grave expression, turned to Mr. Mori, stating, this is exceedingly strange. Kagoro Mori mirrored the seriousness, indeed. This attire was not donned by him, but rather put on by someone else. This implies that someone intentionally dressed Mr. Egahara as the night monster and staged an accidental death. Thus, Mr. Egahara was pushed down the stairs by the real night monster, who was still among this group. He then turned to examine several participants. Therefore, I believe it is necessary to investigate your alibis for the time of Mr. Egahara's fall, which occurred at 10 p.m. Following this, Yakamizo arranged for a room in the hotel to be cleared for interrogation, affixing a sign that read interrogation room on the door. Rikyo Nurikawa was also summoned. As he had previously clashed with Mr. Egahara, he was the second to last to be interrogated. I was busy buying lollipops when I saw the police car heading there. I just returned then. The supermarket can provide the surveillance footage. Rikyo explained convincingly. A lollipop in his mouth. Buying lollipops? That certainly fits your style. Kagoro Mori remarked, adopting a vacant gaze akin to Conan's. Rikyo shrugged. Blame me? Life is tough. What's wrong with indulging in a little sweetness? Once the final participant, Akiko Sayama, completed her interrogation, Rikyo joined Conan and ran Mori to take the elevator. Akiko followed closely, crossing her arms as she complained to Ran, I can't stand that detective. Your father must think I'm the murderer. Of course not, Ran Mori said, offering a somewhat awkward consolation. Akiko Sayama, feeling quite disgruntled, continued to voice her complaints, remarking that there were many others who were far more suspicious than herself. The elevator arrived with a soft chime. 4 individuals approached and entered. Xiaolon inquired of Sayama Akiko, did no staff come to your room during your stay? If there had been, I would have mentioned it earlier, replied Akiko. Nura Rukio glanced at Conan, crouched down, and quietly asked, have you made any discoveries? No. Conan responded softly, the alibis of each participant in this event are insufficient. Oh, I see, Nagakura Rukio remarked as he heard this. Rising to his feet and tousling the neatly arranged hair that Conan had just fixed, earning him an irritable glare in return. At that moment, Ran, surprised, turned to Akiko Sayama and asked, "Did you call the front desk?" "Yes, I asked them to wake me up tomorrow morning," Akiko replied nonchalantly. Conan, however, was not so composed. He inquired with excitement, "At what time? Why didn't you mention this to the police earlier?" Akiko pondered for a moment before responding. "It should be around 10 o'clock, but it wouldn't matter much to mention it anyway, and the call was rather brief. It hardly qualifies as evidence. As long as the hotel phone was used, regardless of the duration, there will certainly be a record," Conan asserted, lifting his chin. "Is that so?" Akiko Sayama expressed her skepticism. However, Ran Muri cheerfully replied, "Akiko, that's truly wonderful." Ding! The elevator arrived, yet as the door slid open, a figure resembling a magician, adorned with a peculiar smile, stood at the entrance. Nura Rukio instinctively shielded the three individuals behind him, advancing with a swift kick. With a loud thud, the man raised his arm in defense, yet he was merely pushed back a couple of steps before he swiftly turned and fled. Nura Rukio scratched his head in confusion as Conan shouted at him, "Rukio, hurry and pursue him." "Rukio, are you feeling unwell?" Ran Mori asked with concern, noticing his daze. "Not at all, Ran. By the way, do you know where Maeda Akira was at the time of the incident?" Rikuo inquired, stroking his chin. "Are you suspecting Mr. Maeda?" Conan looked at Rikuo with curiosity. "Are you doubting Akira? That's impossible. How could he do such a thing?" Akiko Sayama exclaimed passionately upon hearing this. "Mr. Maeda was with me and Conan around 10 o'clock, and we parted ways after it was already past 10, Ran explained. Rikuo pondered, "I see. Should we report this to the police?" "Let's go downstairs and inform them," Ran replied. "Humph. Akira would never do such a thing," Akiko said with a frown. Upon arriving at the interrogation room, they recounted their recent encounter to Kagoro Muri and Officer Yakamizu. "What? The strange baron has reappeared?" "Indeed. We were together in the elevator heading to the 19th floor when that masked individual suddenly appeared," Rikuo remarked, shrugging. "Damn it. Why didn't you capture him on the spot?" "Ran, you were there too, and Rikuo, you were present as well," Kagoro exclaimed with fervor. "I'm sorry. I was so frightened at the time," Ran said, scratching her head in embarrassment. Rikuo smirked. "That guy took a kick from me and didn't even faint. I was perplexed. Although I didn't use all my strength, I exerted enough force that a normal person would at least struggle to stand, if not faint." "What? Are you suggesting that person has martial arts training?" Kagoro shouted. "Who knows? He might possess innate strength like me," Rikuo replied with a shrug. "Mr. Yakaguchi." At that moment, a slender police officer entered, carrying an unconscious colleague whose hat had fallen off. He spoke loudly. "I found him lying on the ground in the office where the body was placed. It appears he has been beaten." "What?" Horiguchi was taken aback, then nervously inquired, "What about the corpse?" "The body remains intact, though the baron's clothing is missing," the officer who carried him remarked. "Mr. Yakaguchi." At that moment, another bespectacled police officer hurriedly rushed in. "What is happening?" asked Hiragomo, as the baron floated in the swimming pool. "What?" As the crowd arrived at the swimming pool and looked inside, they found only masks, hats, wigs, and cloaks, apparently thrown down directly from above. Nura Rukio playfully tapped Conan on the head and said, "Stop looking. I suspect the culprit is either Maeda Satoshi or Sayama Akiko." "How do you know?" Conan gazed at Nura Rukio in astonishment. "Of course, it's just a guess, without any evidence. So I thought we could brainstorm together to see if we can uncover some proof." Nura Rukio rubbed Conan's head nonchalantly. "Could you please not mess with my hair? It's a hassle to tidy up. Just tell me what happened." Conan brushed Nura Rukio's hand away, trying to fix his hair as he spoke. "The peculiar baron of the night we encountered practices karate, and quite proficiently, I must add. Otherwise, if it were you, no? I mean the unshrunk you. I would have knocked you out with that blow. So you suspect Maeda Satoshi?" Conan quickly glossed over the latter part of the statement. "No. I suspect Sayama Akiko." "Sayama Akiko?" Nura Rukio shrugged, implying that countless individuals have pursued love fervently, yet martial artists are often quite passionate. "Are you suggesting that the baron attacked us to exonerate Sayama Akiko?" "I never said that." Nura Rukio tapped Conan's head before following the police to the interrogation room. Actually, Nura Rukio had recalled certain plot points. Though limited, they were sufficient for him to ascertain Sayama Akiko as the perpetrator. He merely lacked knowledge of where the evidence lay. Upon returning to the interrogation room, Officer Yakamizu questioned everyone about their alibis during the recent attack by the baron. "So, when the baron attacked the four of you, everyone else had no alibi." "Wait a moment, officer," Maeda Satoshi exclaimed, It was you officers who instructed us to remain in the room. We were merely following your orders. Miss Kamiho nodded in agreement. Exactly. Who would dare disobey the police at such a time? Kino Shiro appeared indifferent. That's right. Though they voiced their discontent, compliance with the police's actions was unavoidable. They were all instructed to check the rooms for suspicious items. Nura Rukio did not accompany them. As he was the second victim of the Baron, thus the police allowed him to act freely without further questioning. Suddenly, Muri Ran approached Nura Rukio and said, Rukio, could you accompany me to find Mr. Maeda? We need to establish his alibi during Mr. Egahara's incident. Are you worried that your admired senior may have committed a crime? Nura Rukio tilted his head, curiously regarding Muri Ran. Muri Ran nodded earnestly. Indeed. Shinichi mentioned that if a murder involves someone familiar, it can be quite distressing. Therefore, even if it means risking everything, we must gather all evidence that supports his innocence. I see. Very well. Nura Rukio did not refuse or explain. Even though he knew Maeda Satoshi was not the culprit, the two then began to inquire whether anyone had seen Maeda Satoshi after he parted ways with Conan and Muri Ran. After searching, Nura Rukio found two girls and called Muri Ran over to explain the situation. These two girls were also admirers of Maeda Satoshi and had asked him for an autograph at precisely 10:03, noting the date and time. Upon relaying this to Muri Ran, she excitedly rushed off to find Muri Kagoro, momentarily forgetting the two witnesses. Nura Rukio scratched his head and addressed the girls. Given the previous murder case, you now possess evidence that could help Mr. Maeda clear his name. Would you be willing to testify on his behalf? Of course. Seeing Muri Ran run off, Nura Rukio decided to take the two girls down to testify for Maeda Satoshi. Just as they took a few steps, Muri Ran returned, breathless, and said, Ladies, could you please testify for Mr. Maeda? Ran, don't rush. I've already asked, and these two young ladies are willing to testify for Mr. Maeda. Let us go find Uncle Muri. All right. Malilan turned and swiftly descended the stairs with the three companions. By the time she located Kagoro Muri, she was already panting heavily. Nevertheless, she boldly interrupted Kagoro Muri's ongoing deductions. Wait a moment. Dad. Lilan. Kagoro Muri turned, astonished at the sight of his breathless daughter. All right, Lilan, allow me to speak. You should take a moment to catch your breath. Uncle Muri, I assure you, Maeda is not the culprit. At the time of the incident, Maeda was assisting these two young ladies with their autographs. Nura Rukio gestured discreetly to Kagoro Muri, indicating the witness. Indeed, the two witnesses fervently affirmed that Nura Rukio had not erred. Muri Kagoro, bewildered, pondered the identity of the true perpetrator. Miss Kamiyama, positioned behind, expressed her dissatisfaction, urging, do speak up. Who is the culprit? Consequently, Muri Kagoro embarked on an operation to eliminate erroneous options, targeting Kano Shiro, whom he struck with a punch, complete with an extravagant hairstyle reminiscent of Conan's. Nura Rukio observed for a moment before deciding to inquire with Conan about the progress of the situation. Turning around, he noticed Conan poised with a stopwatch, preparing to focus on him. With a piercing glare, he gestured to Conan, indicating Muri Kagoro was over there. Conan, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile before swiftly administering a tranquilizer to Muri Kagoro. Sensing the familiar sensation of drowsiness, Muri Kagoro recognized that the inevitable had arrived. He promptly pulled up a chair and settled down, executing the routine with remarkable grace. This marked Nura Rukio's first encounter with the legendary slumbering substitute, Muri Kagoro. As Nura Rukio watched Conan unabashedly stand behind Muri Kagoro in plain sight and begin to speak, he remarked, All right, enough with the jesting. It is time to delve into the matter at hand. Those unaccustomed to such a spectacle, like Miss Kamiyama, could hardly restrain themselves from voicing their objections. Hello, you. Please wait a moment. However, the situation was different for Officer Yakamizu, who directly intercepted Miss Kamihara. Did you observe Mr. Muri's expression of deep contemplation? This is his unique posture when he enters a state of deduction. He then turned to ask Ran Muri, Isn't that right, Ran? Yes, indeed. Ran Muri nodded earnestly. Conan, unfazed by the reactions of others, continued, Before I elaborate on the case, for safety reasons, I ask everyone to step away from the statue. He then instructed everyone to look up towards the hotel above. What is this all about? It is merely an experiment, aimed at uncovering the truth. I am about to conduct an experiment. Ryunosuke Nura also raised his head to gaze upwards as a gust of wind suddenly brushed against his face. He looked around carefully, confirming his suspicions, and murmured, Is that so? This wind certainly knows how to play. It's a free wind. You truly are remarkable, Shinichi. As Conan pointed upwards while holding Muri Kagoro's hand, 5 blankets were suddenly dropped. Conan began to elucidate that during this time of year, a strong wind known as Haimkaze sweeps through the area at night, preventing objects from falling directly below. This was corroborated by the waiter. The gloves found in the deceased's room were deliberately placed to mislead. Officer Yakamizu understood and immediately rushed towards the statue, which had a blanket from room 1901 draped over it. Ran wished to defend Akiko Sayama, suggesting it could merely be a coincidence. However, Conan ruthlessly pointed out that since Akiko Sayama's and Satoshi Maeda's rooms were directly below the deceased's, with one of their windows situated right beneath the statue, they would not be affected by the Haimkaze. Ultimately, he employed Akiko Sayama's alibi from the initial incident, evidenced by the phone call made to the hotel front desk, proving she was indeed in room 1901 at the time. Officer Yakamizu gazed at Akiko Sayama in astonishment, so the culprit is none other than... No. Maeda Satoshi's voice gradually rose. You are mistaken. I am the murderer. It was I who pushed that man down the stairs. Akiko is innocent. She encountered the strange baron at the elevator, which is irrefutable evidence. That strange baron was but a disguise of mine. I alone am responsible for everything. Indeed, Satoshi. Upon hearing Akiko Sayama furrow her brow in an effort to shield him from the truth, felt compelled to confess. Conan then revealed the truth. Satoshi discovered a discarded wig in Akiko Sayama's suitcase, a remnant of the impersonation of the nocturnal baron. And he had already prepared himself for arrest, for he had resolved to take the blame for Miss Akiko. How utterly laughable! I thank your kindness for thwarting my impeccably flawless murder plan, Akiko Sayama remarked with a sardonic expression directed at Satoshi. Indeed, it was I. I killed Ayahara Toma. I seek vengeance for my brother, who was murdered by Ayahara 3 years ago. Akiko began recounting the tale of her brother's company, which had faltered due to Ayahara's theft of a software named Educational Research Society, leading her brother to despair and ultimately take his own life. Initially, Nura Rukio paid little heed to the unfolding narrative, instead observing Satoshi, whose gaze remained unwavering as he watched Akiko's performance. However, when Akiko claimed to have pushed Conan into the swimming pool, Rukio's expression soured slightly. Yet, upon glancing at the still vibrant Conan, he refrained from commenting. Satoshi, you must now see what kind of woman I truly am. So forget me as soon as you can. Akiko's eyes brimmed with tears. Her laughter faded as she prepared to depart with the police. I will wait for you. I shall wait until you return, Satoshi declared suddenly, his tone grave. The foolish Akiko Sayama did not glance back, yet she boarded the police car with a smile. Satoshi Maeda was also taken away in another police vehicle for obstructing law enforcement, having minimally participated in the case under scripted circumstances. The reward for this task consisted of subpar prank items, including sour candy. Rikyo Nura observed the two, one hoping for a better fate for the other, while the other steadfastly chose their companion, shaking his head with a smile. However, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to scratch his head. So, has Kodo's virus program been eliminated? Afterward, Nura sought out Conan privately. Hey, Shinichi, do you know where that virus is? I can't return without reporting. The enigmatic Baron of the Night was merely a bait devised by Miss Sayama to deal with Mr. Egahara. Conan rolled his eyes. Nura spread his hands, conceding, all right. And then looked earnestly at Conan, asking, have you seen that Satoshi Maeda? Conan was taken aback. The affection that Ran holds for you is no less than that of that fellow towards Miss Sayama. It would be wise to offer her a proper response soon. Nura Rukio gave Conan a gentle pat on the head before rising to his feet. Do you think I don't want to? Conan, feeling a bit despondent, pointed to his own body. Haha, then strive to grow up well. Curtail your impetuousness, little Conan. Nura Rukio casually placed his hands in his pockets and turned to leave, leaving behind a rolling-eyed Adagawa Conan. Once he was assured of a safe distance from Conan, Nura Rukio returned to the hotel and extended his room for another night. Lying on the bed, he took out the bowtie voice changer and called Jin. Old Chin, the mysterious Baron of the Night is not a man at all. It's a woman seeking vengeance, creating a bait. Understood. With a soft beep, Rukio Nura casually tossed his phone aside, reclining on the bed. He raised both hands high. His gaze fixated on them as he gently clenched his left fist. Great righteousness once again clasped his right hand. Private affairs. After contemplating his two clenched fists for a moment, Nura Rukio allowed his arms to drop freely, collapsing onto the bed in a state of resignation. Truly, how can mere mortals pass judgment on justice? One should simply strive to do good. Suddenly, propped up on the bed, Nura Rukio bolted upright. Oh heavens! Have I forgotten to feed my youthful incarnation? I am starving myself. In haste, he reclined back on the bed, shifting his consciousness to his youthful form in the Nura residence in Tokyo. Ah, indeed, I am quite famished. The door was locked, compelling the youthful incarnation to escape through the window. After retrieving some money from inside, he ventured out to enjoy a meal of curry, which helped to revive him. Upon returning home, he gazed at the inaccessible second-floor window and ultimately chose to lie on the bed in his original form's bedroom. The consciousness returned to Nura Rukio the day after Conan's departure. On the morning of that day, he had even collected numerous seashells by the seaside, packaging them to bring home. Upon returning, Nura Rukio first secured his youthful incarnation back in the guest room, then took out the seashells and strung them together with needle and thread to create a bracelet, placing it in the cabinet on the first floor. At the church where the wedding was to take place, hey, Ran, were you also summoned by Sonoko? As Nura Rukio approached the entrance of the church, Mori Ran hurriedly rushed over. Ah, indeed. Suzuki Sonoko, who had been waiting, saw the two approaching and said with a tone of helplessness, "How annoying. Why are both of you late?" At that moment, a little girl in the crowd recognized Ran Mori. "Hello, Xiaolan. It is Ah Xiang. How long has it been?" Soon, two gentlemen approached to greet Mori Ran. "Oh, it's Xiaolan. It's Yamada and Sato. Long time no see." Nura Rukio watched as Mori Ran graciously interacted with wave after wave of classmates, scratching his head in confusion. Why does no one recognize me? I believe some of them might have noticed me but lacked the courage to say hello. Suzuki Sonoko gestured for Nura Rukio to observe the curious glances from his peers. What's the deal? I haven't done anything at all. Really? Although you were here for less than a semester, which student hasn't been pranked by you? Nura Rukio, feeling a bit guilty, averted his gaze. At that moment, Xiaolan returned after finishing her greetings and remarked, "It feels just like a middle school reunion." Of course, today is the wedding ceremony of our former teacher, Matsumoto-sensei, Suzuki Sonoko replied with a hint of exasperation. I haven't seen the teacher since graduation. Xiaolan said with a sense of longing. Perhaps we might hear the teacher's enchanting voice again at the banquet. Suzuki Sonoko then glanced at Mori Ran and asked, "By the way, where is that guy? The one who, like Rikyo, is tone-deaf and constantly annoys the teacher." What do you mean by tone-deaf? I sing beautifully. How can you compare me to Shinichi, that tone-deaf killer? Nura Rukio retorted indignantly. Hiki, Suzuki Sonoko cast him a knowing glance, prompting him to discern the meaning himself. Ran felt a touch of embarrassment and chuckled softly when she received a call from Shinichi, who remarked, "In such a situation, it's rather dull for anyone to attend. Thus, you chose to abandon that tone-deaf individual and opted to bring this little brat instead." Sonoko pointed at Conan. Indeed, since he persistently clamored to join. Ran bent down to ruffle Conan's hair. Shall we take a peek at how our teacher looks in her wedding gown before the ceremony begins? Absolutely. Yes. Thus, under Sonoko's suggestion, the four of them made their way to the bride's waiting room at the Matsumoto family's backstage. Before they could greet anyone, Matsumoto Sayuri had already noticed the approaching Ran and Sonoko. Oh dear, it's Mori-san and Suzuki-san. Don't forget about me. Nura Rukio, trailing behind with Conan, pointed to himself in mild annoyance. You are Nura-kun? Matsumoto Sayuri inquired, somewhat uncertain. Yes, indeed. Nura Rukio affirmed with a vigorous nod. Wow, you've grown so tall. I hardly recognized you. But you went abroad during your first year, right? That's correct. My family moved to America, and I went along. I see. So, how do I look? Matsumoto Sayuri asked, lifting her dress slightly. Before Rukio could respond, Ran and Sonoko couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Teacher, you look absolutely stunning. Rukio nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, you are exceedingly beautiful. Once the dress was arranged, he exchanged pleasantries with Matsumoto Sayuri and stepped outside. Isn't Kudo-kun coming? Teacher, someone has tasked Shinichi with the case, so he might not be able to make it, Ran explained. Hearing this, Rukio couldn't help but glance at Conan and quietly crouched down to speak with him. I feel like every lie Ran tells in her life is crafted for you. Achievements unlocked. Reward. A dead fish stare from Conan. What is this? Matsumoto Sayuri expressed her disappointment. I wanted to flaunt my beautiful dress to that arrogant fellow. At that moment, she noticed Conan and curiously inquired, Oh, who is this child? He is Adagawa Conan, currently staying at our home, Ran introduced, prompting Conan to step forward. Hello, Conan greeted, mimicking the innocent charm of a child. Matsumoto Sayuri bent down curiously to examine Conan's face and remarked, I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. No, it can't be, Conan thought, his nerves fraying. Nura Rukio, standing nearby, pointed at Conan and exclaimed, "What do you think, teacher? Doesn't he resemble that killer of melodic sound from your class?" "Haha, he does bear a striking resemblance, however. I recall that your musical aptitude was not significantly superior to that of Kudo-kun," Matsumoto Sayuri replied with a playful smile as she lifted her gaze. "You three. Look this way," Muri Ran announced, holding a camera aimed at the trio. "Today, we shall assume the role of photographers. Please do consider your kissing poses carefully." Suzuki Sonoko chimed in cheerfully. "All right, we leave it in your capable hands. Teacher, do you have any of that lemon tea left? Could you get me a can?" Nura Rukio inquired, glancing around. "Huh? There really isn't any," Muri Ran said, also searching the table with her camera in hand. "That's right. No wonder I always felt so unsettled," Matsumoto Sayuri suddenly realized. "Clatter," said Sayuri, "I have bought something wonderful for you." Just at that moment, a stylishly dressed woman entered through the door. This was Kazumi Takanaka, a dear friend of Sayuri Matsumoto. Kazumi walked in with a bag in hand and produced a bottle of lemon tea, gesturing towards Sayuri with a cheerful expression. "Look, hot lemon tea. Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you," Sayuri exclaimed, quickly jogging over to receive the lemon tea and removing the metal ring from the top. With a playful gesture, she pretended to take a sip, exclaiming, "Ah, you can't drink like that. Your lipstick will smudge." Takeuchi Kazumi hurriedly intervened. "Do not worry. I am fully prepared," said Takanaka Kazumi as she produced a straw. "Here, use this straw to drink. But do not indulge too much. Otherwise, with this outfit of yours, it could become quite troublesome if you need to use the restroom later." With that, she took the lemon tea from Matsumoto Sayuri, inserted the straw, and then handed it back. "All right," said Yume, as Sayuri Matsumoto graciously accepted the lemon tea. "It's mutual. I often trouble you as well," Sayuri Matsumoto replied, her expression tinged with sadness. "I truly apologize." "Eh?" Takanaka Kazumi was momentarily taken aback by the matter concerning Toshihiko. With a resounding slap, Takanaka Ichimi delivered a sharp blow to Matsumoto Sayuri's rear, the sound echoing in the air. "Oh dear. Why bring this up now? I shall not let this go. At the wedding, I will reveal to everyone that the groom is none other than my former boyfriend." Ichimi, Nura Rukio quietly pulled Conan aside and said, "I can sense the scent of a case. Quit with the ominous predictions," Conan retorted, rolling his eyes. After making his statement, Ichimi Takemura proceeded towards the door. As he opened it and prepared to leave, he turned back with a smile and said, "Just kidding. See you later." He then exited. Once Takemura had left, Nura Rukio dashed over to Matsumoto Sayuri. "Teacher, may I have a can of drink too?" "You are as impolite as ever," Matsumoto Sayuri replied with a slight smile as she opened her bag to inspect its contents. "It seems Ichimi even bought drinks for the makeup artists. You all can help yourselves." "Hee. Teacher, you are still so generous." Nura Rukio did not hesitate and directly picked out a can. "I'll take the lemon tea." Seeing his adeptness, Matsumoto Sayuri couldn't help but remark, "Rukio, I remember you used to always snatch my lemon tea, didn't you?" "Well, since I barely attended junior high in Japan, you were the only teacher who brought drinks every day." Nura Rukio shrugged. "You really leave me no choice." Soon after, Rand and the others also divided the drinks. Just as they were taking their first sips, a robust man, nearly as tall as Nura Rukio, with a rectangular face bearing a scar near his left eye, entered through the door. Nura Rukio stroked his chin, positioning himself protectively in front of the group. As the man appeared strikingly familiar, he maintained a calm demeanor, but behind him, Ran and Suzuki Sonoko were far less composed. "What do you want barging in like that?" "Rukio, Ran, show this gorilla what we've got." The imposing man was suddenly followed by a chubby, adorable round face. Upon closer inspection, it was Inspector Magyar. "Oh, isn't that you, Ran?" Inspector Magyar said, recognizing her. "What brings you here?" "With the wedding of my superior's daughter. How could a subordinate not come to show support?" Inspector Magyar smiled amiably at the formidable man beside him, adding, "Isn't that right, Chief?" "Director," murmured Maori Ran in confusion. However, Nura Rukio suddenly recalled the identity of this man, his expression turning solemn. The man was Chief Matsumoto Kayanaga of the National Police Agency, who, if one were to consider it, had bestowed a favor upon him. "Indeed, that individual is the chief of the police agency, which makes him my father," Matsumoto Sayuri explained to Ran beside her, while Suzuki Sonoko looked on in astonishment. "Wait, this teacher's father?" Nura Rukio glanced at their faces, nodded slightly, and could not help but think to himself, so the police chief has secured a beauty for himself, it seems. Ahem. Matsumoto Kiyoshi cleared his throat and addressed the police officers behind him, saying, "You may take your leave now." Mori Ran and Suzuki Sonoko hurriedly bowed and apologized. "We are truly sorry for the inconvenience just now." Matsumoto Sayaka, standing beside Matsumoto Kiyoshi with a smile, chimed in, "Oh, you two need not dwell on it. Otherwise, my father would feel quite regretful as well." "Muri? Could it be that you are the daughter of the renowned detective Muri Kagaro?" Matsumoto Kiyoshi expressed his curiosity as he glanced at Muri Ran. "Indeed," sighed Ran. "Every time your father solves another perplexing case, I feel increasingly embarrassed. I have already reprimanded Officer Maori for allowing such a talented individual to depart from the investigation unit." "You are too kind," said Ran, scratching her head bashfully. Nobuyuki Nara thought for a moment, feeling indebted, especially since Conan had come here to attend a wedding. It was evident that trouble was brewing. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he delivered a punch to the smug Conan, accompanied by a hefty blow. "Ah, Nara, why did you hit me?" Conan exclaimed, cradling his head in indignation. Ran quickly interjected, "Nara, why would you strike Conan?" Nara averted his gaze, somewhat embarrassed, and explained, "I just recalled something that made me angry, and I inadvertently struck out." "Sayaka, have you truly made your decision? You still have time to reconsider marrying this man. You need not wed a wealthy heir. There are plenty of young, spirited men at our precinct." Officer Matsumoto exclaimed, gripping Sayaka's shoulders, his expression one of great distress. The discussion regarding Conan's unfortunate incident drew the attention of the others present, captivated by Matsumoto's remarks. "Dad, even at this juncture, you still utter such words. Did you not say that you would not object as long as it was my choice?" Sayaka retorted passionately. Matsumoto's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he said, "It seems there is truly no way around this. You perpetually treat me like a child." "You are, indeed, a child," Matsumoto responded, glancing at the lemon tea Sayaka had just been drinking, noting that only children would enjoy such a frivolous beverage. Nero observed the lemon tea in his hand, puzzled. Sayaka snatched the lemon tea from Matsumoto's grasp, declaring, "I enjoy it, and it's none of your concern. At this point, no matter what you say, it will not deter my determination to marry him." Matsumoto hesitated for a moment before remarking, "You look lovely today, a beauty rivaling your late mother," then exited the room. "If you wish to compliment my beauty, just say it outright. There is no need for such convoluted expressions," Sayaka lamented, sipping her lemon tea while watching Matsumoto's retreating figure. "Perhaps paternal affection is always so awkward," Nara shrugged from behind. Just as Matsumoto left, a tall, slender man named Junji Yamegumi entered. A former student council president of Teton High School. He entered bearing a grand bouquet of roses for Sayaka. He exchanged few words, all of which were rather flirtatious, such as, "Teacher and lemon tea are a splendid match, and I regret today's events, yet I firmly believe that only I can bring you happiness." Nero, listening, remarked, "How brazen he is." After delivering his flirtations, Yamegumi departed. "Oh no, the V8 is almost out of battery," Rand suddenly exclaimed. "How could this happen?" Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, hurriedly rushing over to take a look. "I recall there is an electronics store nearby. Let us go out to purchase batteries and return immediately." With that, the two dashed out. Conan, wearing a look of exasperation, watched their retreating figures, while Nura Rukio observed Matsumoto Sayuri with a scrutinizing gaze directed at Conan. Subsequently, he set down his lemon tea, grasped the straw between his teeth, and stealthily approached Conan from behind. With a perfect success rate for sneak attacks, he swiftly removed Conan's glasses and knelt down to pinch his small face. "Indeed," Matsumoto Sayuri exclaimed, her face illuminated with a sense of revelation. Removing the straw from her mouth, she continued, "Little one, you bear an uncanny resemblance to Kudo Shinichi. Every time I see that face, I can't help but feel a mischievous urge to tease you, for Kudo Shinichi resembles my first love." Shinichi's visage is reminiscent of many people's first crushes, Nura Rukio mused, stroking his chin, his mind conjuring images of a darker version of Shinichi, a kendo variant, and a phantom thief incarnation. Having released Conan's face, Matsumoto Sayuri began recounting her tale of first love. "He was a boy who lived near the bakery close to my home. Whenever the neighborhood kids sought to bully me, he would bravely come to my defense. Moreover, he often shared with me the warm lemon tea he secretly procured from his family's shop." As she spoke, she casually grabbed a can of lemon tea from the table and inserted a straw. "I cannot forget that beautiful memory. I often drink this, feeling that it grants me courage." "Does he still reside near your home?" "Unfortunately, he moved away suddenly, and I lost contact with him." Just then, a proud expression crossed Matsumoto Sayuri's face as she added, "What are you blushing for, prospective groom? Hey, don't push me." An elegantly dressed man in wedding attire was thrust through the doorway. "Is that Junhiko?" Matsumoto Sayuri exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise as Takasugi Junhiko stood up, blushing and scratching the back of his neck. "Sayuri, you look so beautiful." Matsumoto Sayuri placed her lemonade back on the table and gestured for Conan to be silent, insisting, "Don't let him know about what just happened." Takasugi Junhiko moved closer, picking up Matsumoto Sayuri's canned drink to inspect it. "Are you still drinking this meager beverage?" Suddenly, Nura Rukio stepped forward, grasping Junhiko's arm. "Mr. Junhiko, what are you putting in there?" "What?" At that moment, Suzuki Sonoko and Ranmori entered. "Ah, aren't you the heir of the Takasugi group?" Matsumoto Sayuri asked nervously. Nura Rukio did not respond to Matsumoto Sayuri. Instead, he turned to Mori Ran. "Ran, please summon the police outside. Just inform them that someone has poisoned Ms. Matsumoto." "What?" Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you certain, Lakong?" Mao Lilan inquired cautiously. Nuriang Lakong, with a remarkably serious expression, pointed with his other hand towards the beverages, urging, "Go ahead. Quickly." "All right," Mao Lilan exclaimed as she dashed outside. Matsumoto Sayuri gazed at Takasugi Toshihiko with a look of concern. "Toshihiko," she implored, "speak up. Why would you do such a thing to your own bride? How dare you?" Just as Nura Rukio was about to take the drink from Takasugi's hand, Takasugi suddenly released it, causing the beverage to plummet. However, Nura Rukio deftly caught the bottle midair. "Has someone poisoned Sayuri? Who is it?" At that moment, a voice resonated at the door. Matsumoto Kiyoshi and Inspector Meguro led the way, followed closely by Takanaka Kazumi. Yumegimai Junji and a throng of police officers who pushed open the door and rushed inside. "Uncle Matsumoto, please have your team examine this beverage. This individual just tossed 2 items into it." Nurikawa Rukio raised the drink in his hand, pointing at Takasugi Toshihiko. "What? Is this brat attempting to poison my daughter?" Matsumoto Kiyoshi's expression turned grim, yet he maintained his composure, promptly summoning an officer to retrieve the beverage from Nurikawa Rukio for analysis. "Junhiko, you." Takanaka Kazumi gazed at Takasugi Junhiko with a hint of disbelief. Before the officer could receive the lemon tea, Matsumoto Sayuri tugged at Nura Rukio, exclaiming with a tone laden with resignation towards her father, Matsumoto Kayanaga, "Father, please, do not let them inspect it." However, Nura Rukio paid her no heed and directly handed the lemon tea to the officer, his expression grave as he spoke. "Hurry." Indeed, the officer was taken aback by the expression of Ryuko Nakano, instinctively taking hold of it and dashing out. "Humph, what a failure." Takasugi Toshihiko, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lifted his head, a cold smirk gracing his features as he gazed at Matsumoto Kayanaga. "I had intended for you to experience the same torment," he exclaimed, his expression twisting into a fierce grimace as he shouted, "Feel the agony I endured 20 years ago." Matsumoto Kayanaga, with an impassive countenance, stared back at him, while Inspector Megure muttered in astonishment, 20 years ago Junhiko." Sayuri Matsumoto gazed at him with deep concern. "Stop it, Junhiko." Takasugi Junhiko ignored her completely, frantically yelling at Matsumoto Kayanaga, "Have you forgotten? Do you wish to dismiss your own mistakes as mere unfortunate occurrences? Humph, how can you be so forgetful? Allow me to remind you, 20 years ago, while you were pursuing a fugitive, my innocent mother tragically lost her life due to your negligence." His face contorted with rage. "The criminal's vehicle severely injured my mother. At that moment, she was still alive. Had you promptly called for an ambulance, she might have been saved. Yet you told me to get lost, to stop being a nuisance. 30 minutes later, utterly helpless. I watched my mother take her last breath. Since that day, my family has never forgotten your cold, callous demeanor." Inspector Muro inquired from behind Matsumoto Kayanaga, "Is that true?" "Chief? Yes, I was so focused on capturing the criminal that I failed to notice someone had been struck by the vehicle. Only later did I learn of the incident. And I rushed to the victim's family, but they had already moved away," Matsumoto Kayanaga replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Humph, my mother was my only family. Subsequently, I was taken in by the Takasugi family, losing nearly everything. I lived a soulless existence from middle school through university, until one day I encountered Sayuri on campus. Upon discovering she was your daughter, the flames of vengeance ignited fiercely within me. If that is the case, then why not simply kill me?" Matsumoto Kayanaga, eyes closed, reluctantly confronted the man who remained indifferent even now. Takasugi Junhiko scoffed. "Humph, What good would killing you do? I want you to experience the excruciating pain of losing a beloved family member. With a resounding slap, Nura Rukio struck him, causing him to nearly spin around on the spot. I could no longer contain my frustration. What utterly ridiculous excuses. Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong? Several individuals gazed in astonishment at the actions of the servant, Lu Xiong, while Matsumoto Sayuri wore a deeply worried expression. Lu Xiong approached and lifted Takasugi Toshihiko effortlessly. You needn't wear such an arrogant demeanor. It almost led me to believe that Shinichi was here solving the case. Do you genuinely think your actions are flawless? Takasugi Toshihiko replied nonchalantly. Have I not already failed? Do you think my failure is due to your interference? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. The teacher was merely observing as you administered the poison. What? Takasugi Toshihiko's expression faltered as he arrived, gazing longingly at Matsumoto Sayuri for answers. The others looked at Matsumoto Sayuri in disbelief. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Indeed, I have seen it, and I know everything, including the events of 20 years ago and your lineage. You're speaking nonsense, Takasugi exclaimed, astonished. If you truly knew about my past, how could you have accepted my proposal? Nura Rukio unceremoniously tossed him at Matsumoto Sayuri's feet, prompting her to hurriedly crouch down to assist him. Matsumoto Sayuri ultimately could not voice her feelings, lowering her head in silence. Unable to bear the tension, Takeuchi Ami interjected, Do you not see Sayuri's lemon tea? Do you not comprehend? She is the unforgettable first love of your life for the past 20 years. What? Takasugi Toshihiko exclaimed in astonishment. Nura Rukio quietly approached Conan, crouching beside him to whisper, Hey, why do those two resemble you and ran so much? What are you talking about? In what way do they look alike? Conan responded with a perplexed expression. Can't you tell? It seems you still need to comprehend it. Once you do, I can reveal some truths to you, Nura Rukio remarked, patting Conan's head before standing up. What truths? What are you hiding from me? Conan questioned, his face a mask of shock as he turned to Nura Rukio, only to be abruptly grasped by a large hand, forcing him to face the individuals involved in the incident. Meanwhile, Takanaka Kazumi continued. Because Sayaka believes you might be her first love, I could not resist her repeated pleas. Thus, I agreed to investigate alongside her. And it was indeed confirmed that you were that boy. We also unraveled the incident from 20 years ago. Though Sayaka accepted your proposal, she has been in torment, constantly pondering how she might make you forgive her father for his past mistakes. Therefore, had I not intervened earlier, the teacher would have consumed that can of lemon tea, fully aware of its poison. Because it was given by you, Nura Rukio said with a tone tinged with sentiment. Takasugi Toshihiko looked up at Matsumoto Sayaka, who nodded in response. Overwhelmed, he broke down in her embrace, holding her tightly. Matsumoto Sayaka offered a gentle smile, softly patting his back. Chief, the analysis is complete. That can of lemon tea contains sodium hydroxide. A police officer who had just returned with the test results announced loudly. Ultimately, under Matsumoto Sayaka's insistence, Takasugi Toshihiko was not arrested, and the wedding proceeded as planned. Nura Rukio felt as though he might soon pull out his own hair in frustration. Forced termination of the case. Reward, Conan-themed device. A television that transcends time. Details, Conan-themed device. A television that transcends time. A blessing for otaku, capable of showing any film, television series, anime, etc., aside from the Detective Conan series. Task objective, Kuroyama Tashinori Jin file. Task objective, Kuroyama Tashinori, proficiently emerging from the warm cocoon of blankets. He retrieved a voice changer and dialed Jin's number, waiting a moment before it was answered. Hello, old Jin, could you be a bit more enthusiastic with me? As Nura Rukio prepared to wash up, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Given my current mischievous demeanor, what will happen when Xiao Ai arrives? Or when I go out with Shinichi? What if Q-chan calls? He pondered, stroking his chin. Perhaps I should attempt a cold war with Q-chan? Glancing at a document, he noted the malicious competition against the organization, particularly with the upcoming marriage selection event at the Shiju residence. Q-chan had even sent me an invitation. After completing his hygiene routine and having a light meal, he placed his phone on the table, opened the door to his youthful incarnation's room, and then returned to his bedroom to lie on the bed, his consciousness shifting to the youthful form. Rising, he made his way to the living room table, picked up the phone, and called Ase Masashi. Hello, Masashi. Has someone delivered an invitation to me? Mr. Scorpion, indeed there is one. The person who brought it mentioned it was an invitation to the marriage selection event. I am not involved. I have nothing to do with it. Don't speak nonsense. I'll come by to pick it up shortly. After enjoying another breakfast, he hailed a taxi to Ase Masashi's location to retrieve the invitation. Upon inspecting it, he realized it was supposedly for a birthday banquet. Hyuchan, something seems off. The event is to be held at a villa halfway up the mountain, commencing in the evening. He returned to the laboratory to collect an artistic prop and prepared various items, placing them in his designated backpack. With the sun shining brightly and flowers smiling, a bird chirped, "Good morning. Why are you carrying a bundle of explosives?" "I'm off to blow up the school. The teachers are unaware, and once I pull the cord." The taxi driver was reluctant to ascend the mountain, resulting in an additional fare to reach the Shiju villa. Arriving at the villa in the afternoon, the sky still bright, he encountered an elderly woman in servant attire cleaning. Upon seeing Nura Rukio alight from the car, she curiously inquired, "Young man, are you here for tonight's young lady's birthday banquet?" Birthday banquet? Yes, indeed, it is a birthday banquet. Nura Rukio produced the invitation, examining it before raising it to indicate to the elderly woman, "This is it, right?" "Indeed, it is. Where are your guardians?" "I've come alone. I'm 17 years old, you know." Nura Rukio assessed the vehicles in the parking area, noting that his target had yet to arrive. "Very well. I shall escort you inside to wait for a while. The banquet does not commence until evening." The elderly woman set aside her broom and gestured for Nura Rukio to follow her into the villa. After a brief period, guests began to arrive, and Nura Rukio remained seated, awaiting the appearance of his target. Once the individual finally arrived, he stealthily slipped outside. Concealing himself behind a car, he approached the vehicle unnoticed, checking the time before retrieving a remote-controlled explosive device from his backpack. After programming the timer, he extracted adhesive from his bag and secured it to the car's undercarriage. Additionally, he produced a miniature surveillance device, attaching it to the rear window of the vehicle. He quietly returned to his previous seat, and by the time he settled back, the celebrations had commenced. "Rika, happy birthday." Nura Rukio did not draw near. Instead, he found a table and began to indulge in the feast, feeling quite hungry despite being an incarnation. "Mr. Kagoro Mori." A sudden shout diverted Nura Rukio's attention from the delectable array of food, and he turned to see the Mori father-daughter duo, accompanied by the Shinigami, taking their seats as guests. Double happiness arrives? Nuriang Luyo swallowed the cake in his mouth, unable to refrain from murmuring, "No, how can I say that? It should be, someone is about to perish again." Mori Kagoro, engrossed in his incessant embrace of the seat, remained utterly oblivious to the chubby individual calling out to him, prompting the person to raise his voice once more. Mr. Mori, Kagoro Mori, with remnants of food adorning his mouth, raised his head and, slightly bewildered by the attention of those around him, inquired, "Are you calling for me?" The entire banquet erupted in excitement, as everyone gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, you are the renowned Kagoro Mori of the Heisei era?" Even Nura Rukio was there, marveling at the impressive deduction skills. A previously rotund gentleman spoke up, acknowledging that just days ago, Kagoro had rendered significant assistance to his daughter. It turned out he was the president of the event's organizer, the Swayze Group. Kagoro Mori laughed heartily and replied, "Oh, please. What case are you referring to, Dad?" asked Ranmuri and Conan, their faces brimming with curiosity. "Well, it is quite a challenging case." A bespectacled man suddenly rushed over, exclaiming, "Detective Mori, I have heard. You helped Miss Rika find her beloved dog, Pabu. That is indeed a remarkable feat." Soon, several others approached Kagoro Mori, greeting him warmly. Nura Rukio inquired of those nearby as to the identities of those who had greeted Kagoro. Ichiji, Nika, Sambian, Goju Rokuta, and don't forget Swayze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a sequence, perhaps? By the way, is there a surname among them that reads invincible? Ah, marriage? The president of the Shij Center, Mr. Shij, gazed in astonishment at his daughter. "So sudden?" Shijrika smiled gently. "I am already 24 years old. It is time to consider a lifelong commitment. Therefore, I have invited several talented young men to attend today's birthday celebration, hoping to find a suitable partner among them." Nuri Rukio scratched his head in confusion. So how did old Kin know? Is he also one of the invited young talents? As he pondered over Kin's mature visage, he thought, Kin-chan, I never expected you to be this kind of person. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Nuri Rukio hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to greet Kagoro Emri and his companions. "Hey, that imposter detective, could you take me down with you later?" "Who are you?" Mori Kagoro paused, momentarily unable to recall the identity of Nurari Katsu's alter ego. Father, he is Katsu's brother, Rikuzen. It was Ran who remembered. Oh, that brat's brother. I didn't expect you to come as well. Rikuzen, did you come here for the banquet on your own? Conan inquired with curiosity. Huh, yes. I had to spend a fortune on a taxi just to get here. At that moment, a security guard rushed in, capturing everyone's attention. Mr. President, the tire of the young lady's car has been punctured. Sui Kika gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. What should we do? Mikado Yuji smirked as he approached Sui Kika from behind. There's nothing we can do. Let my Ferrari take you. Ikabuchi Takashi immediately pushed Nikaido Yuji aside and eagerly suggested to Sui Kika, no, take my Buick instead. Even the proud Goju Shu, feeling embarrassed, couldn't help but blush as he said, my Mercedes is far more comfortable. I apologize, but your tires are also flat. Once everyone went out to inspect their vehicles, it became apparent that only the cars belonging to the 6 individuals with surnames E, Air, San, Si, Wu, and Lu had been vandalized. The car rented by Conan's father seemed to be unharmed. With his hands in his pockets, Maori Ran gazed thoughtfully at the tires, addressing Conan. Well, Conan clearly wasn't paying attention. That counterfeit detective uncle could take me back. Nura Rukio displayed an air of indifference. The uncle didn't say he would take you back, did he? Conan looked exasperatedly at Nura Rukio, standing beside him. It's fine, I can offer money. That uncle is so greedy. He will surely agree. Haha, you have a keen eye for people. Nura Rukio, you need not worry. Father will certainly be willing to take you along. Ran Muri gently patted Conan's head as she spoke to Nura Rukio. Indeed, remarked Kimitaka, surveying the scene where a total of 6 car tires had been punctured. It seems we must have the passengers of these 6 vehicles transfer to others for departure. Albeit this might lead to some overloading. I refuse, exclaimed Rika Shige, visibly displeased. Today is my birthday. I should be reveling in the delightful afterglow, leisurely returning home. Yet now you expect me to squeeze in with others? Rika, do not be difficult. You were the one who wished to host the banquet here, Shige president stated. Somewhat at a loss. I intend to stay with Grandmommy tonight in the villa. Please send someone to escort me in the morning. Rika Shige closed her eyes, expressing indifference. Several gentlemen, surnamed E, Air, San, Wu, and Lu, decided to remain and keep her company. Ryu Nara shrugged nonchalantly, joining Conan and Ran Muri as they returned indoors. Upon entering, they encountered the inebriated Kagoro Muri, prompting Ryu to comment to Conan, so the imposter detective is utterly unreliable. You should have gone with the others, Conan retorted. What could I do? I had already requested the imposter detective to escort me. But it seems I must spend the night here, Ryu mused, glancing around before asking Conan, do you know where the restroom is? Over there. Conan pointed in the direction, and Ryu, with his small backpack slung over his shoulder, proceeded to seek out the restroom. Inside, he retrieved the surveillance footage from the target vehicle, observing the interior. Apart from the intended target, another individual seemed poised to exit the car. Ryu scrutinized the scene closely. Waiting for the person to disembark, he watched as the target, Toshiyasu Kuriyama, drove away alone, prompting him to use the bomb remote control to detonate the explosives, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the vehicle. The ensuing chaos rendered the surveillance equipment in ruins, which he then stuffed into his backpack. He sent a message to Jin, target neutralized, Scorpion Vodka. Understood, Jin, mission accomplished, task submitted, non-original entity detected, rewards to be collected upon return. Upon Ryu's return, Rika Shige and Grandmommy were nowhere to be found, while the others were engaged in a game of cards on the first floor. You were rather slow. Ran Muri was the first to greet him. I couldn't help it. This place is quite labyrinthine, and I took a while to find my way, Ryu replied nonchalantly. Are you really 17? Conan inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Yes, I am 17. Ryu nodded calmly, leaving the others astonished. This little brat is 17? Is that true? Of course, it is. What is so peculiar about it? I simply have not matured yet. Nurikyo Tsukiyomi once reached out to pat Conan's head, but was deftly evaded. Everyone is over a meter tall, so what is so strange about that? After all, one cannot generalize the physical constitution of individuals. Also, Ichiji Takashi nodded in agreement. However, I still felt a bit uneasy. Naida Yuji scratched his face, while Nura Rukio dashed to the side to grab a drink. Observing this, the others began discussing various topics, and soon, the conversation shifted to yachts. So, you were all members of the yacht club? Exclaimed Maori Ran in surprise. Naida Yuji, holding a card, proudly responded. Indeed, We even took the young lady's yacht to nearby islands for leisure. The driver was him. Ichiji Takashi pointed at Rokuta Masashi. Rokuta Masashi laid down a card, beaming with pride as he said, "I possess a yacht license." What splendid days those were. Nida Yuji reminisced, gazing upwards. Diving and fishing were truly delightful experiences. Nishio Yu also chimed in, agreeing. Indeed, those memories are quite joyful. Unfortunately, that tragic incident occurred 2 years ago, alas. Nura Rukio immediately understood. It was a classic tragedy. However, before the plot could advance, Rokuta Masashi interrupted. Strange, why is the young lady taking so long? Suddenly, everyone felt a wave of anxiety and began searching the villa for Shiro Rika, yet they found nothing in the end. How come we can't find her? Nida Yuji wiped the sweat from his brow, panting. Could she have gotten lost in the forest? Ichiji Takashi gazed out the window, breathing heavily. We should split up and search the forest. Maori Kagoro finally declared, prompting everyone to rush outside. Nura Rukio couldn't help but say to Conan, in such a situation, "Are you sure it's wise to scatter and run about? What is the matter?" Conan was completely oblivious to the underlying issue. Never mind, let us proceed. Rukio Nura followed alongside Kagoro Muri as the three of them walked together, while the others had already hastily ventured into the forest, each seeking their own path. How infuriating. Where could they have possibly gone? Kagoro Muri wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily, as Rukio Nura glanced up at the sky. The imitation detective, it is raining. Bang. Little ghost, do not refer to me as a counterfeit detective. Mori Kagoro, in a fit of anger, struck Nurarahayan with a punch, complete with a whimsical headpiece. Oh, how rude. Nurarahayan, cradling his head, pouted and suggested they return to the villa first, ignoring the injured Nurarahayan. Mori Kagoro glanced at the rain-soaked sky and led the group back. By the time the four of them returned, the peculiar bandage on Nurarahayan's head had mysteriously vanished. Curiously, he touched his head and whispered to Conan, "Does this counterfeit detective possess magical powers? How could such a thing exist?" Conan rolled his eyes in response. As Maori ran approached the door, she glanced to the right in surprise and whispered, "Isn't that Mr. Nikaido? What is he doing there?" Maori Kagoro, equally curious, walked over and gently nudged Nikaido Yuji, who was sprawled over the water basin. Hey, you can't sleep here. Imposter detective. Hurry up and see if something has happened to him. Who in their right mind would sleep in a place like this?" With a resounding thud, Kagoro Muri inadvertently exerted too much force, sending Yuji Nikaido crashing to the ground. The unmistakable expression of terror on Nikaido's face was evident as he lay motionless, seemingly devoid of breath. Hastily, Kagoro Muri crouched down to assess Nikaido's condition. At that moment, the other four individuals, excluding Rika Shimizu and accompanied by the elderly Me, arrived on the scene one after another, realizing the gravity of the situation. What happened? Takumi Mi exclaimed in astonishment as he rushed towards YG Nikkade. Alongside him, Takashi Murota, carrying a branch, and Shu Gaj sprinted over, equally shouting. What is the matter? Miho shook Nida Yuji vigorously, calling out with great fervor. It's futile. He is already dead, Kagoro Muri stated calmly from behind him. What? How is that possible? Several individuals expressed their astonishment. The cause of death was drowning, suggesting someone had forcibly submerged his head into the fountain. No, could that really be? Takuya Mifune found it hard to believe. Nikaido had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Ryuichi also chimed in. After all, he had been murdered merely minutes prior. It must have been someone from the vicinity. Kagoro Muri turned around sharply to face Ryuichi and Masashi Rokuda. If I recall correctly, you two entered the forest to search for Miss Rika, did you not? Indeed. Indeed, Gojo exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the two individuals. You mustn't wrongfully accuse us. We parted ways in the forest. Ichiha nervously gestured with his hands. Yes. We split into 3 groups to search. Riku also responded with a hint of anxiety. Who could have committed such a heinous act? Shalon murmured, glancing sorrowfully at the corpse. Have you forgotten the most suspicious individual? Takeya Mitsubun remarked earnestly. Shalon then curiously inquired, who could that be? Miss Rika, whose whereabouts remain unknown. Ultimately, no conclusion was reached. Following the suggestion of Kagoro Mori, they decided to return and make a phone call. However, upon entering the house, they discovered the phone line had been severed. Rika Narukami stroked his chin, pondering, a familiar formula, a familiar taste. Riku, do you possess your brother's satellite phone? Conan suddenly asked Narukami Riku. Little Conan, do you intend to inform Riku's brother? Such a rude child, Narukami Rika replied, retrieving his mobile device. Of course, I even gave him my brother's. Then swiftly contact the authorities. All right. After reporting to the police, Nura Rukio informed the others that it might take several hours for the authorities to arrive. Please be patient. Everyone took towels to dry themselves while discussing the baffling circumstances surrounding the murder of Nikaido. But why was Nikaido killed? One remarked. I don't know. But he confidently proclaimed that he would win the lady's affection. Aizawa, scratching his head in confusion, added. Nura Rukio glanced over and noticed Conan, who had been beside him moments ago, now engaging in his inquisitive manner, addressing the others. Didn't you mention that a tragedy occurred 2 years ago with the yacht club? Before his demise. Nikaido had stated that the lady's choice had been made 2 years prior. Mitsuda began to elaborate, having been struck by Conan's inquiry. 2 years ago, the lady found herself stranded on a small island. A companion attempted to rescue her in a rubber boat and ultimately encountered Nikaido, who was fishing at sea. Alongside the lady, both clad in life jackets, drifting on the waves. The rescuing companion's body was discovered 3 days later, floating in the water. Oh. Isn't that a clear case of murder? Nura Rukio exclaimed, detecting a flaw in the narrative. Murder? Kagoro Mori gazed at Rukio Nura with a hint of confusion. 2 individuals, devoid of life jackets, were rescued while one, clad in a life jacket and accompanying another, perished in the depths of the sea. Was it not a tragic irony that the act of saving someone led to another's demise? Rukio Nura merely shrugged his shoulders, indifferent to the unfolding scenario. What? How could it be? No, there indeed exists such a possibility. Kagoro Mori stroked his chin and then turned to look at Rokuta Masashi. Who could that deceased companion be? Indeed, exclaimed my granddaughter Yako. Before Mitsuda Masashi could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Grandmommy, who was holding a tray of coffee. Sacrificing her life to save the young lady, Yako likely departed without regrets. However, what if it were the 2 of them who caused her demise? Nura Rukio, filled with curiosity, mused, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Is there no one with the surname 7? Grandmommy set down the tray laden with coffee, paused in contemplation, and finally responded, if Yako was indeed murdered, the law will inevitably provide answers. Yet, the loss of a life will always bring sorrow and tears to someone. Thus, I wish for no more victims. Nura Rukio gazed at the elderly woman. Her hair streaked with gray and her figure stooped, and noticed his own eyes beginning to glisten with moisture, prompting him to hastily rub them. Have you been crying? Conan suddenly appeared beside Nura Rukio. I absolutely did not. Nura Rukio quickly turned his head, displaying a reaction remarkably akin to that of Rukio. You should address him as Brother Rukio. You impolite child. Conan rolled his eyes, unable to suppress a sardonic remark. In any case, the priority was to locate the young lady. Mori Kagoro took a sip of coffee and urged, let us conduct a thorough search once more. However, what if, like Nikaido, they were ambushed during their search? Futaro expressed his concerns. Moreover, the assailant might be lurking right here. Takumi Mitsubune added, equally anxious. If that is the case, let us split into 2 groups. Rokuta Katsuji suggested, taking another sip of his coffee. Following a unanimous decision among the gentlemen, they paired up, determined to set off after finishing their coffee. Suddenly, Ren stifled a yawn, rubbing her eyes. I apologize. I have become unexpectedly drowsy. Nura Rukio narrowed his eyes at her coffee, but chose to remain silent. In the end, Granny Me opted to stay behind with Ran, while Mori Kagoro arranged the personnel. And they commenced their investigation of the villa. Nura Rukio discreetly detached himself from the group, concealing himself at the corner of the living room. He retrieved an electric shock device that Jin had gifted him on a previous birthday from his backpack. Moments later, Granny Me dashed out unexpectedly. Nura Rukio remained motionless, his body taut like a bowstring ready to spring. Before long, a figure hurriedly entered, and from his crouched position, Nura Rukio was unable to discern the person's face. However, upon confirming it was not Granny Me, he bolted out, only to witness a man named Ron preparing to lift Ran. Unable to contain himself, he muttered, why do culprits always target Ran? Seizing the opportunity before Ron could turn and spot him, Nura Rukio swiftly advanced and delivered a fierce jolt to his leg with the electric shock device. Nura Rukio glanced at the crumpled figure of Ichigo Takashi sprawled on the ground, as well as the unconscious Mori Ran lying atop him. He scratched his head and gently lifted Mori Ran, placing her upon the sofa. After administering a jolt with a stun gun to Ichigo Takashi, he delivered a swift kick to him, exclaiming in exasperation, I am truly fed up with you lot. always scheming to rob the house. Nura Rukio then poured himself a cup of coffee and settled into a chair, savoring each sip leisurely. Xiaolon. A small Conan suddenly dashed back. The impolite child should refrain from shouting. It might awaken Xiaolon, Nura Rukio remarked, slightly exasperated as he set down his coffee cup. What are you doing here? Is that Iji-san? Conan exclaimed, his gaze fixating on the figure sprawled on the ground, occasionally twitching, none other than Iji Ryu. Indeed, this is the culprit. Honestly, a detective's tools are far more effective than this. Electric shock device? You carry one with you? Nura Rukio questioned incredulously. What absurd items has he given you? Conan's lips twitched in disbelief. I'm just a child, alone outside. Carrying a shock device for self-defense is entirely reasonable. Nura Rukio maintained a face of rationality. Then how did you end up here? Weren't you with us earlier? Did you run over here at that moment? Yes. Xiaolan's reaction. Only a fool wouldn't realize she was drugged. I am quite familiar with the signs of drugging. Nura Rukio pointed to the coffee cup Xiaolan had used earlier. But if he is the culprit, what about Miss Shizuki? Conan suddenly recalled the missing Shizuki Rika. Who knows? We'll find out once he awakens. Nura Rukio gestured toward Iji Ryu once more. What happened? At that moment, several individuals who had stepped outside rushed back in. Ah, the unreliable detective. Xiaolan was almost killed. What? You mean Xiaolan was nearly murdered? Muri Kagoro exclaimed, sprinting over to Xiaolan, checking her carotid artery before exhaling in relief. You little rascal. Xiaolan is fine, isn't she? Nura Rukio pointed again at Iji Ryu. That scoundrel just attempted to assault Xiaolan. What? Uncle. Mr. Ichiji has surreptitiously laced the coffee with a soporific, which is why Sister Xiaolan lies in an unconscious state. Just moments ago, Conan, who was observing Ichiji Takashi's condition, lifted his gaze to elucidate the situation to Kagoro Mori. And what about that young lady? Takumi Mitsuba interjected. While Nura Rukio shrugged, suggesting they could inquire once he regains consciousness. Takumi Mitsuba boldly approached Ichiji Takashi and attempted to rouse him, but to no avail. What have you done to him? Is he truly in a state of unconsciousness? Mitsuda Masashi inquired curiously, pointing at Ichiji Takashi. I merely administered a slight electric shock. Nura Rukio gestured towards the stun gun in his hand. That hardly qualifies as a mere jolt. He bears 2 marks of electric shock. Another could prove fatal. Conan remarked, lifting Ichiji Takashi's shirt to reveal the evidence to the assembled group. I am but a child. She is an unconscious young woman, and he is an adult male. Surely, it is reasonable if I administer a few more shocks? Nura Rukio asserted, gesturing to himself, then to the still unconscious Xiaolan, and finally to Ichiji Takashi. Did you not claim to be 17? Well, indeed I am 17. But what relevance does that have to my being a child? Nura Rukio set down his cup and approached Ichiji Takashi, contemplating before adjusting the stun gun to a lower voltage. Ah, what are you doing? Kagoro Mori hurriedly pulled Conan away from the electric shock. A memorable gift, isn't it? Nura Rukio switched off the stun gun, twirling it between his fingers. You little brat. Kagoro Mori was about to strike him, but Conan grasped his pant leg. Why did you shock me? I merely wanted to remind you not to leave a girl alone in a perilous situation. Nura Rukio pointed at Ran Muri, who was still lying down. Besides, I am not like you reckless individuals. I adjusted the power to a lower setting. It would only give you a slight jolt. Conan, feeling quite irritated, exclaimed, You scoundrel. Nura Rukio glanced at Kagoro Mori and then at Ran Muri, finally waving his hand dismissively. All right, let's first inquire about where that young lady is. He tucked the stun gun into his coat pocket and pressed several acupressure points on Ichiri's body. This is a technique taught to me by my adoptive father. Soon, Ichiryu reacted, opening his eyes to see Nura Rukio's smiling face before him. Do you have nothing else to say, you murderers? Nulian Luxiong exclaimed, pressing his foot firmly against Ichiryu's chest. Now I ask, and you answer. Do you understand? What are you doing? Why did you suddenly attack me? Ichiryu retorted, adeptly deflecting blame. Nulian Luxiong, however, was not one to indulge him. He retrieved a stun gun from his pocket. Do you intend to kill him? Conan hurriedly rushed over, seizing Nulian Luxiong's hand that held the stun gun. Without hesitation, Nulian Luxiong swiftly switched the stun gun to his other hand, adjusting the frequency before delivering a jolt to Conan. Don't interfere, little detective. What use is a detective in this situation? Nulian Luxiong chuckled, gesturing towards the stun gun in his grasp. Despite the absence of his brother's menacing smile, Conan felt an unsettling chill emanating from Luxiong's grin. Unperturbed, Nulian Luxiong calibrated the voltage and unleashed another shock upon Ichiri Ryo. Ah, now I ask, you answer, do you understand? Understood, understood. A figure resembling Ichiryu's head nodded rapidly, almost leaving an afterimage. Where's Rika Shij? In the bathroom. Ichiryu hurriedly replied. What? The others, except for Conan and Kagoro Mori, rushed directly towards the bathroom. Seizing the moment when the crowd diverted attention, Kagoro Mori attempted to disarm Rikyu Onura of the stun gun in his possession. However, Rikyu Onura swiftly leaped to Conan's side and whispered, when a person resorts to indiscriminate killing, they can no longer be regarded as human, especially when their target is a woman dear to you. What? Conan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Nura Rukio. You little brat. Put down that dangerous object. Mori Kagoro shouted, attempting to approach. Nura Rukio simply tucked the stun gun into his backpack. I've already mentioned, I am not an ignorant child. I am fully aware of the voltage that can be lethal or cause permanent harm. You little rascal. Mori Kagoro stared at Nura Rukio in disbelief. How could this be happening? A loud shout in the distance captured the attention of the two detectives. All right, let us go solve the case, detectives. Curse it, muttered Kagoro Mori, somewhat irked, yet he hastily made his way to the bathroom. Conan fixed his gaze intently on Rukio Nura and inquired, how did you come to know? It is evident to anyone with sight that there is something amiss between the two of you. A mere investigation would reveal everything. Little detective. Do take care of yourself and those around you, Rukio Nura remarked as he turned to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, he glanced back and noticed Conan attempting to follow him to affix a tracking device. So, why do you believe such childish tricks could work on me? Now, do maintain your sense of justice. Rukio Nura gave Conan a playful tap on the head. From the direction of the bathroom, the voice of Takuya Mifune echoed. The young lady has been murdered. Upon hearing this, Conan turned to look, and Rukio Nura seized the opportunity to hasten his escape. Once outside, Rukio scratched his head, lamenting, what a misfortune, I should not have acted that way. Now, I must trek down the mountain. Instead of returning home, he opted to visit the apartment of Masashi Ase, thinking to himself, I just had a meal downstairs, I need to rest well. It's better to starve than to enter, is that all right? Very well, but truly, do you not want me to prepare breakfast for you? No need. Task completed. Significantly involved in solving the case without a script. Task reward, prank item, realistic corpse, male, dot. Target successfully eliminated, task submitted and completed. Task reward, 1 item draw. Draw successful, Conan's item, Conan's tracker. Details, Conan's item, introduction to Conan's tracker, I will first allow you to run 499 kilometers. Tracking a target's location 500 kilometers away. Not bad, not too much of a loss. Natsuyoshi Rukio rose from his bed, went out for a serving of curry, and upon returning home, discovered that he had been robbed. After some contemplation, he quickly deduced who the culprit was. He opened the door, proceeded directly to the second floor, and apprehended Conan, who was rummaging through his bedroom, bringing him to the living room. So what you're doing is illegal, isn't it? By the way, how did you get in here? Conan awkwardly scratched his head. Your yard isn't particularly high. Now speak up. What is it? Your brother knows my identity, Conan, who had just been playful, now spoke seriously to Natsuyoshi Rukio. So what if he knows? With that hiding method of yours, you're practically treating people like fools. It would be stranger if you didn't realize. Natsuyoshi Rukio regarded Conan with a look of astonishment. Conan fell silent for a moment, awkwardly scratching his face. Is it really that obvious? Please, you might as well have written I am Shinichi Kudo on your forehead. Rukio, can I still trust you? With a resounding thud, Rukio Nura delivered a punch to Conan's head, pausing to assess the sensation of his fist. I must admit, your head has a rather pleasing feel to it, he remarked. Then, with a more serious demeanor, he continued, I refuse to accept your doubts. If I were unworthy of your trust, you would have had at least 3 or 4 opportunities by now. He enumerated with his fingers, Ran once, Uncle Mori once, Sister Irie once, myself once, and Ryashin once. Well, you see, at least 5 times. Rukio, was the item on your brother's person given to him by you? What is it? It's that kind of gun and stun gun capable of inducing nightmares. If it's the kind of firearm that influences the brain through waves, resulting in nightmares, then I am indeed the one who provided it. As for the stun gun, that is not from me. Such devices can be readily acquired anywhere. Lu Xiong, I wish to confirm with you once more. Are you truly unaware of what your brother is up to? He gives me the same impression as those 2 men in black I encountered. Nura Lu Xiong stroked his chin, gazing at Conan's earnest expression. I genuinely do not know, but I am aware that he is engaged in something very perilous. Conan suddenly grasped Nura Rukio's trousers, his face alight with excitement. Something very dangerous? What is the matter? Conan observed the bewildered expression on Nura Rukio's face. After a moment of silence, he restrained himself from voicing his conjectures. It's nothing. I'm heading back. Oh, be sure to ring the doorbell next time. It's not as if I wouldn't open the door for you. Nura Rukio accompanied Conan to the threshold. With a decisive bang, the door to the house was shut. After Conan searched for the enigmatic Nura Rukio, it seemed that tasks had become scarce. Nura Rukio returned to his abode, spending his days lazily sprawled out while watching the old television. A few days later, he heard rumors that the infamous tequila from the organization had vanished, and while perusing the newspaper, he noticed an article featuring Kagoro Mori alongside the young detective Heiji Hattori. Nura Rukio recalled that during the diplomat's case, Conan had transformed into Shinichi, likely at his own request to remain discreet. During this time, Rukio even attended a class, only to discover that the school was unexpectedly closed for vacation. With no other option, he returned home. Each day, he observed the calendar and temperature fluctuating, and he attempted to contact Kagoro Mori. However, the Mori family was consistently absent from the office, and with no assignments from Ran, their conversations were often abruptly cut short. Attempts to reach the safe house were equally futile, as finding Jin proved to be impossible, especially after Tequila's disappearance, leading to his erratic wandering. As he gazed at the twinkling stars, illuminating the night sky like countless watchful eyes, Rukio checked his contacts and retrieved his voice changer to answer a call. Hello? Is this Seiji? Yes. What is the matter? Mr. Rukio, my clinic opens tomorrow afternoon. Would you like to attend the inauguration? Certainly. I'll be there. Transforming back into his youthful guise, he hailed a taxi to purchase 2 floral wreaths, instructing the driver to take him to Seiji's modest clinic. Are you celebrating a friend's new opening? Indeed. A friend has just launched a clinic called the Moonlight Clinic. Let us hope for its prosperous future. Well, let us discuss that later. Upon arriving at the venue, I noticed a lack of guests. Reflecting on the situation, it became evident that it was indeed difficult for Seiji to reconnect with old friends. I carefully placed the floral wreath and then entered, exchanging greetings with Seiji. Congratulations on your grand opening. I have placed a wreath at the entrance for you. Thank you, Mr. Rokosho. Please come in and make yourself comfortable for a moment. I may need your assistance in cutting the ribbon shortly. Seiji Asakai slightly bowed, inviting me inside. Oh, indeed. A few elderly gentlemen and ladies gradually arrived. Seemingly well acquainted with Chinshur, they exchanged a few words before hurrying out. Chinshur, are these Annie's and Uncle's new acquaintances of yours? Yes, I met Uncle Chunxing and Mrs. Fuan recently during a free medical knowledge dissemination event. They are quite amiable and plan to help gather a few more people to liven things up. Oh, I see. When it was time for the ribbon cutting, Chengshi called Nuliang Luxiong outside. At the entrance, an uncle and an aunt held the red satin ribbon, while Chengshi handed the scissors to Nuliang Luxiong. Congratulations on your grand opening. Following this, there was a round of applause. Ase Masashi graciously attended to the elderly gentlemen and ladies present. Meanwhile, Natsuki Ryuta greeted Masashi before departing. On his way home, Natsuki noticed the sky beginning to rain. Upon reaching home, he received a long-awaited phone call from Kin-chan. Hello, old Kin. You finally remembered your dear one. Shirley has defected. Find her and eliminate her. Shirley has defected? Is this truly a fortunate turn of events? If you wish to create a hole in your head, I wouldn't mind lending a hand. Oh, indeed. That does sound off. It should be Shirley. Do. Nura Rukio rubbed his cheeks, for the body he currently inhabited was the youthful form created by a fusion tool. He returned to his guest room, reclined, and allowed his consciousness to revert to his true self. Kawaii, here I come. Nura Rukio's essence awakened in the master bedroom. Promptly securing the guest room where his youthful form rested, he grabbed a blanket and an umbrella, exiting through the back door. Casting a glance at the Kudo residence, he made his way to Professor Agasa's doorstep, clutching the blanket and sheltering under the umbrella, awaiting a fateful encounter. Really, why does the rain have to veer? The raindrops, propelled by the wind, splattered against Nura Rukio, drenching the trousers of the figure standing before Professor Agasa's door. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small figure clad in white. Completely soaked by the downpour, the drenched white coat clung uncomfortably to her form, and she wobbled as if walking on a sponge, moving forward with great difficulty. A surge of compassion flooded Nura Rukio's heart as he hurried over, draping the blanket around her shoulders and lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Who are you? Haihara AI inquired weakly, her eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. It's hard to say. I have many identities, and I don't know where to begin. Let's get you sorted out first. Before she could respond, her exhausted body succumbed, and she fainted. Nura Rukio's two residences stood directly opposite the Kudo and Agasa homes. He returned to his usual dwelling, running a warm bath for Haihara AI. Wrapping her in a towel, he placed her on the bed in the master bedroom. Tucking her in, gazing at her serene face, he rested his hands on his cheeks, unable to suppress the murmurs escaping his lips. AI. How adorable. After a moment of admiration, he remembered that he ought to procure her some clothing, reluctantly rising to depart. Did you save me? Did you also change my clothes? Haihara AI, donned in a pink nightgown and a snug, deep blue sleeping cap, stood nervously at the staircase, glancing down at Nura Rukio seated on the sofa below. Have you awakened? Nura Rukio turned his head, unable to restrain himself from covering his nose, confirming that he was not bleeding, while mumbling to himself. Kawaii. Haihara AI couldn't help but furrow her brows. Rather than responding, Nura Rukio approached, covering his nose. Are you all right? Come, I've prepared some cold medicine for you, along with some delicious curry rice. After a moment of silence, Haihara AI finally inquired, Who are you? My name is Nura Rukio, a close friend of Shinichi Kudo. I reside at 2-11 and 2-12, Yoshida Town, Baika City, Tokyo. After a brief pause, he added, I am still unmarried and have no girlfriend. This detail seemed unnecessary, prompting Haihara AI to frown even more. Instinctively, Nura Rukio attempted to display a reassuring smile, revealing his sharp canines to alleviate the tension of the adorable girl before him. However, as he began to smile, he inadvertently slapped himself. Noticing the confusion and distaste in Haihara AI's eyes, he hurriedly waved his hands. I'm not ill. I merely feared I might frighten you. They say my smile can be rather intimidating, though I believe it's not so bad. Thank you. But I'm staying at a relative's house. If I don't return soon, they will worry, Haihara AI replied after a moment of silence, her words trailing off without clear context. Nura Rukio paused momentarily, hesitating to respond. He scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. When Haihara AI noticed his sharp teeth, she too remained silent. Nura Rukio gestured toward the dining table, indicating, the meal is ready. Let's eat first. However, if you need to take your medication, please wait for half an hour after eating, or it may interfere with the efficacy of the medicine. Haihara AI was momentarily taken aback, but she quietly approached the table, retrieved a bento box of curry rice, and seated herself, bowing her head to eat. Nura Rukio fetched a thermos and poured her a cup of hot water. Observing her silence as she ate, he rested his chin on his hand and gently remarked, Running away from home on a rainy day is not a good habit. When I found you, you were in quite a state, drenched in the downpour. You could have caught a cold. After swallowing a mouthful of curry rice, Haihara AI asked in a somewhat melancholic tone, Did you change my clothes? Nura Rukio nodded, replying, I also helped you bathe. You didn't do anything strange, did you? Haihara AI set down her spoon, her gaze tinged with suspicion. Nura Rukio tilted his head slightly. What? Suddenly comprehending Haihara AI's meaning, I hurriedly waved my hand. I'm not a pervert. I merely possess an inability to resist adorable things. The skepticism in Haihara AI's eyes deepened. How old are you now? What could I possibly do? I merely bathed you and changed your clothes. Nura Rukio raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Haihara AI observed Nura Rukio for a moment, fell silent for nearly a minute. Her face and ears slightly flushed as she lowered her head, softly murmuring. Haihara AI picked up the spoon again and resumed eating, yet after only a few bites. She set it down once more. Why are you eating so little? You should eat more. Nura Rukio remarked, glancing at the remaining half of the curry rice. I am full, said Haihara AI calmly. All right, take your time. I have something to discuss with you, so prepare yourself. Nura Rukio paused for a moment, then nodded. Go ahead and speak. Nura Rukio habitually scratched his head. Don't be nervous. I'm not from the organization. Do you know the organization? Haihara AI leaned back against the chair, her expression tinged with a hint of fear. Don't be anxious. I know you're Sherry. And the fact that Jin hasn't come to kill you proves that I am not affiliated with the organization. Nura Rukio gestured with his open palm, moving it up and down in an attempt to soothe Haihara AI. Upon hearing his explanation, she gradually calmed down and asked in a steadier tone, So, who are you? FBI? CIA? Nura Rukio shook his head. No, I'm just an exemplary citizen, not a dangerous individual. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Please, don't get too excited. I know about the organization because of my brother. He is part of it. Hybera AI shuddered and lowered her head, remaining silent. He told me that you escaped today. Although I have never met you, I am well acquainted with Kudo Shinichi. We share a bond that runs deep. As he spoke, Nura Rukio extended his hand, forming a fist, counting off his fingers, and continued, with my brother's guidance, I was able to find you. He described you as wearing a white coat, with chestnut hair, and quite lovely. You match the description perfectly. As Nura Rukio counted, Hybera AI began to tremble more intensely until she raised her head, her expression a mixture of fear and a touch of relief. Enough. I am Sherry. And your brother sent you to watch over me, didn't he? Is he coming to take my life? Don't panic. No, that's not it. I heard you were a rather composed young lady. My brother would never take your life. Nura Rukio wanted to pat her head, but she recoiled. Looking at his outstretched hand, he fell silent for a moment before saying, I apologize for underestimating your fear of the organization. I assure you, my brother and I harbor no ill intentions. If I had to be honest, I was actually hoping to pursue you. If this were a comic, a question mark would likely appear above Hybera AI's head at that moment. What? Nura Rukio coughed lightly and continued, do not mind the details. Allow me to proceed. Hybera AI cast a complex glance at Nura Rukio and nodded slightly. My younger brother, for certain special reasons, is involved with the organization, and Kudo Shinichi is unaware of this matter. I hope you can keep this confidential for us. In due time, we shall inform him ourselves. Naturally, this must remain undisclosed to others as well. In exchange, we shall not harm you. This deal is undoubtedly advantageous. Wouldn't you agree? After a moment of silence, Hybera AI replied, all right. My brother's code name within the organization is Scorpion Vodka. I wonder if that rings a bell. You must have heard of it, right? What? That bomb fanatic. Hybera AI could no longer contain herself, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed. Nura Rukio, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze. What bomb fanatic? They're merely toys for little boys. Huh? A boy who uses miniature nuclear bombs as toys? Hybera AI composed herself, reverting to her usual expressionless demeanor, though a hint of exasperation lingered on her face. I do not know how to refute that, Nura Rukio said, raising his hands in surrender. Well, you can see that I bear you no ill will, right? Hybera AI did not respond to his statement, but posed another question. Your brother? Was his intention in the organization to use me and my sister as experimental subjects because he believed that if you fell under his command, you could escape when the time came? Another silence ensued. Thank you, she replied. You're welcome. Let's not discuss any ill-fated organizations. Why don't you tell me where you plan to stay? Are you considering staying with me? Nura Rukio looked at Hybera AI with hopeful anticipation, but was met with her resolute shake of the head. Let me go to Kudo Shinichi's family. We share a common plight, and I believe you would understand me. Nura Rukio grasped her intent, but felt slightly displeased, turning his head away. No, you cannot think of staying with Kudo Shinichi. How about residing at the home of Dr. Agasa next door instead? He is aware of the organization and knows about Shinichi. Most importantly, he is old enough to be a grandfather. And I trust you will be safe there. Hybera AI studied Nura Rukio for a while before finally nodding in agreement. First, take some cold medicine. I will escort you to Dr. Agasa's home first thing tomorrow morning. For tonight, let us have you stay at my place. I will prepare a guest room for you. Good. Hybera AI gazed at the complete set of pink bedding, momentarily rendered speechless. Nura Rukio stood at the doorway, exclaiming, So, what do you think of this color? I specifically purchased it before you awoke. He then gestured toward the corner where several bags of clothes lay, along with a mobile phone on the nightstand. Those are clothes I bought for you. You can choose one to wear tomorrow. I've also prepared a mobile phone for you, which contains my number. I won't disturb you any further. Good night. Good night. At the entrance of the Agasa residence, Nura Rukio initially intended to scale the wall to enter. But upon glancing at AI, he hesitated. Ding dong. Bang. Hybera AI gazed incredulously at Dr. Agasa, who had emerged from the crumbling wall, then turned her astonished gaze toward Nura Rukio, whose hand still rested on the doorbell. Are you certain you want me to stay at his house? Nura Rukio awkwardly scratched his head, expressing a hint of embarrassment. Well, inventions sometimes have their little mishaps. Clearing his throat, he added, it's you, Rukio. Doctor. Agasa emerged unscathed from the debris, his experimental attire slightly soiled. I entrust her to you. Nura Rukio gently nudged AI toward Dr. Agasa, under her skeptical gaze. Lu Xiong. Dr. Agasa gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the two figures, one large and one small, at the door. This is the member of the black organization who shrank Shinichi. But she is a good person. Moreover, she has already severed ties with the organization. By the way, she consumed the same potion as Shinichi, which is why she has reverted to childhood. You are aware of my nature. She currently perceives me as a pervert and is reluctant to stay with me, which is why I came to implore you to take her in. Listening to Lu Xiong's explanation, Hybra AI cast a glance at him. Lu Xiong, are you teasing her? Why does she think you are a pervert? Dr. Agasa inquired with curiosity. Doctor, why not inquire about her past with the black organization instead of focusing on this? Lu Xiong covered his face with his right hand. Has she not already distanced herself from the organization? Dr. Agasa responded, somewhat perplexed. Lu Xiong fell into a compelled silence, asserting, he has done nothing but care for me. Hybra AI tilted her head slightly beside Lu Xiong, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her demeanor. Yet her tone remained calm. There are other reasons I do not reside in his home. I have simply promised him confidentiality. Living at my place is not an issue. Dr. Agasa scratched his face awkwardly. As long as you are willing, that is sufficient. I shall handle the rest. Lu Xiong promptly thumped his chest, assuring with a grand gesture. Very well. Dr. Agasa slightly bent forward and addressed Hybra AI. I am Dr. Agasa. May I ask your name? Before Hybra AI could respond, Nura Rukio interjected. In the organization, she is codenamed Sherry. It would indeed be prudent to adopt a more casual pseudonym. How about Hybra AI? Hy refers to the color gray. Akin to Cotilia gray, NAI is derived from V. Voshusky's eye. I conducted a thorough search based on memory. It took quite some time. What do you think, little AI? I find it to be more endearing than AI, Dr. Agasa instinctively remarked. Both individuals turned their attention toward the subject in question. Oh. Hybra AI remarked with a hint of sorrow in her eyes, her tone notably subdued. Hybra AI. Very well. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as little AI. The doctor proclaimed. Allow me to tidy up the room for you, little AI, while I fetch blankets and clothes. As Nura Rukio turned to retrieve the items, he paused momentarily and, recalling something, glanced back at Hybra AI. By the way, little AI, should you wish to purchase a designer handbag, do not hesitate to consult me. Rukio, I have blankets at home. Dr. Agasa interjected, extending a hand in a gesture of assistance. Natsuyoshi Rukio pondered for a moment. Indeed. I shall simply bring the clothes I purchased yesterday. He then hurried home, conveniently slipping the recording of Akemi Mayano into one of the bags. He brought the garments to Dr. Agasa's residence, placing them in Shiho's room. Standing at the doorway, he addressed Shiho. Shiho, do not forget our agreement from yesterday. If you intend to tease Shinichi, you must include me. He is my dear brother. How could I possibly allow any mischief against him to occur without my involvement? With a resounding thud, Xiao AI expressionlessly closed the bedroom door, yet her voice echoed from within. Understood. As he was leaving, Nura Rukio specifically consulted with Dr. Agasa. Little AI must be heading to school now. Doctor, shall I make the arrangements or will you? Dr. Agasa pondered for a moment and replied, I shall take care of it. That way, we can ensure little AI and Shinichi are in the same class. All right. Just make sure to inform me when little AI starts school. I will accompany her. Dr. Agasa leaned closer to the young Nura Rukio and inquired softly. Do you have a fondness for Shiho? Nura Rukio nodded naturally, indeed. Young girls are so delightful. I mean, akin to Shinichi and Rand, Dr. Agasa remarked. Nura Rukio stroked his chin, contemplating before responding, I'm not quite certain. At this moment, my feelings are more rooted in a sense of compassion for adorable young girls. In a certain sense, we share quite a few similarities. Dr. Agasa glanced towards the door of Shiho's room and said, she is still a child. I am aware. Thus, I shall defer. Fate will orchestrate our future, Nura Rukio replied as he made his way towards the exit, waving to Dr. Agasa at the door. I'm heading back now. Do remember to inform me, and be sure to interact well with the children. Nura Rukio entrusted his school bag to Shiho as he offered his words of encouragement. I understand, Xiaoi said as she took the backpack and proceeded towards the school. However, before she reached the entrance, she turned around and spoke to Nura Rukio, who was still standing at the gate, gazing at her. Thank you. Turning away. Nura Rukio strode towards the school, stroking his chin as he gazed at Xiao AI's retreating figure, unable to suppress a murmur. What on earth did Mimi Doll record for Xiao AI back then? How frustrating, making me wait all night for a call. Lu Xiong? A familiar voice suddenly emerged behind Nulian Lu Xiong. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see our prodigy, little Conan. What brings you to the elementary school gate? However, Conan paid no heed to Nulian Luxiong's playful banter. Guess what? Nura Rukio playfully patted Conan's head, reminding him to treat the new classmate well. After saying this, he bypassed Conan and headed home, disregarding the latter's expression resembling that of a lifeless fish. AI, haven't you finished school yet? The young detective team at school had received a case, and they were currently at the convenience store near the Miho train station. Nura Rukio glanced at the text message from AI and pondered, I believe this is the first counterfeit money case involving AI, right? If I recall correctly, it happened near the police station, and AI even fired a shot? Well, let us go check it out. Upon reaching the supermarket, Nura Rukio found that indeed no one remained. He inquired with the shop owner, who mentioned, those children shouting about counterfeit money went that way. After receiving directions, Nura Rukio ran off again. As he approached the police station, he spotted a short figure in blue clothing darting into a newspaper office. Task: assistant solving the counterfeit kidnapping case. Thank goodness I'm in good shape. I almost missed it. Nura Rukio thought, that must be the place. He followed and entered the newspaper office, only to see a chubby man wearing a baseball cap backwards. Judging by the position of his four limbs and the raised right hand, it seemed he was holding Conan at gunpoint. Without hesitation, Nura Rukio retrieved a baton from his system space and swung it towards the man's head. The man swayed unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing. Nulian Luxiong swiftly grasped his arm with one hand while the other caught the precariously dangling handgun, ensuring that he would not fall to the ground with excessive noise. Luxiong? Shoo! Nura Rukio placed the man on the ground and delivered another swift blow with his baton, ensuring he would remain unconscious for the time being. He gestured for Conan to be silent. Peering through the crack of the door, Nura Rukio observed the three members of the reckless youth group being restrained by two men. A woman was brandishing a firearm, while another man, bound and helpless, shouted, Don't harm those children. Otherwise, I won't assist you. Nura Rukio and Conan, who was also peering through the door, exchanged quiet remarks. Why are you always being captured? Ignoring Conan's comment, Nura Rukio boldly opened the door and stepped inside. As the woman aimed her gun at the adorable Ayumi, he swiftly hurled the baton at the female kidnapper, knowing it was a system-produced tool, and with the added buff. It struck her squarely on the head. The familiar scene unfolded, familiar baton, familiar target. Only this time, it was not Italian robbers, but counterfeit currency criminals. Big sister. The two men swiftly released the trio who were typically bound, lunging towards Nulian Luxiong. However, Luxiong effortlessly evaded their advance and delivered a powerful kick to the midsection of the leaner man, sending him hurtling through the air until he collided with the wall, where he came to a halt, his head tilting to the side as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, Luxiong seized the head of the slightly heftier man and forcefully pressed it against the printer. With a resounding clap, Rukio Nura brought his hands together. Resolved. He then turned to the two young girls, Xiao Ai and Bu Mei, and inquired, Is there anything troubling you? It's nothing. Xiao Ai calmly stood there. Brother Luxiong. I'm fine. Bu Mei gazed at Nulian Luxiong with admiration. Brother Luxiong, don't you want to ask about us? Yuan Tai tugged at Guang Yan's arm, indicating his presence. Oh, if you're all fine, little boys, you should engage in more exercise. In the future, when faced with challenges, you ought to stand in front of the girls instead of being caught off guard. Nulian Luxiong glanced at them and casually offered this piece of advice. After a moment's thought, he went to the door and brought Conan inside, placing him before Yuan Tai and Guang Yan. Now, tell me, why is it that every time I see you, you are either on your way to being tied up or already captured? Conan awkwardly scratched his head. Bang. Nura Rukio did not hold back, delivering a punch to his head, then half-squatting to educate him. I've told you before, be careful, be careful. If you encounter such situations again, feel free to contact me. I won't steal your glory, do you understand? Nura Rukio did not gaze at Conan, but instead turned his attention to the two behind him, Kei Goro and Jinta, who both nodded vigorously. Rising to his feet, he left Conan, who was holding his head in dismay, and picked up a baton from the ground, pretending to tuck it into his clothing. In reality, he stored it in the system space and approached Shiho, crouching down to meet her gaze. Let's go, Shiho. I'll escort you home. Wait, Rukio. Even though the police station was nearby, insisted it was too dangerous for just children to remain here. Conan called out from behind him. Nura Rukio twitched his lips, pulling Conan closer and whispering in his ear, if it weren't for you being exempt from writing a report, I would definitely stay here. Those officers would drag me into making statements. It's too troublesome. You should wait for the police to arrive. Shiho chuckled darkly from behind. Nura Rukio, left with no choice, opened the window and shouted towards the nearby police station, "Inspector Magyar. There's a criminal here." In no time, Inspector Magyar rushed over with several officers. And all the criminals were handed over to Nura Rukio, who also took the liberty of freeing the recently forgotten bound man. Mission accomplished. Significantly involved in solving the case without a script. Mission reward. Prank item. Improved version of dung egg. To his surprise, no one asked him to write a report. Nura Rukio couldn't help but glance at Conan, muttering, "Indeed, these officers are targeting me. Humph, I didn't expect you all to be so easily exposed. When we arrive at the police station, you should fully disclose that you are connected to a larger organization behind you." Conan, with his hands in his pockets and a cold smirk on his face, coolly addressed the female kidnapper adorned with a silver bracelet. Nura Rukio couldn't help but cover his face with his hand, peeking through his fingers to watch Conan's awkward display. The female kidnapper turned back, puzzled, and asked a question. "Organization? Stop pretending. Surely, you must have code names like gin and vodka, right?" Conan fixed his gaze intently on the female kidnapper. "Huh, I can hardly contain my laughter," said Nura Rukio. "Gin? Vodka? Apologies, but I have long since given up alcohol," the female kidnapper remarked with a hint of confusion. "What?" Conan glanced at the female kidnapper, then at the bewildered face of the laughing Nura Rukio. Inspector Magyar smiled and explained, "What are you talking about, Conan? Although she has undergone cosmetic surgery, I cannot forget the appearance of this woman at the forefront. These individuals are notorious counterfeiters, known by the moniker Silver Fox." Conan's eyes widened in realization. Nura Rukio accompanied Conan and Hybera on their way back. Curiously, Conan cast a glance at Hybera, then tugged at Nura Rukio's trousers and inquired, "Do you know Hybera?" Nura Rukio did not respond, but instead raised an eyebrow at Hybera, to which he subtly acknowledged by saying, "ATX 4869. Conan expressed his confusion. "Do you know what this is?" AI, with her hands clasped behind her back, walked forward with an air of coolness. "It is the name of the drug administered." "What are you talking about?" "I don't know anything about any drug," Conan replied with a hint of a puzzled smile. "The name of the drug should be accurate." AI retorted coldly, glancing back at Conan, "Because I was ordered by the organization to prepare it." Ryuichi Nurikawa, suppressing laughter, turned his head to the side. His hand buried deep in his pocket, perhaps pinching his thigh so hard it was bleeding. "The organization? You did that? Haha, you're just a child." Conan, feeling a bit dazed and slightly anxious, exclaimed, "Like you, I also ingested that drug. Due to the sudden effects of the cellular self-destruction program, all cells, except for nerve tissue, bones, muscles, internal organs, and body hair, have regressed to a juvenile state. It is a mysterious poison." "AI. Could it be that you—" "I am not AI," she interrupted, tucking her hair behind her ear. "My name is Sherry." She turned around to face Conan, her hands clasped behind her back, a cold smile gracing her lips. "This is my code name. Surprised, aren't you? Shinichi Kudo?" Conan immediately shifted his gaze to Nura Rukio. "Rukio, how could you divulge my affairs to others so carelessly?" Nura Rukio, feeling as though he had relived every sorrowful moment of his life, feigned a stoic demeanor and addressed Conan. "What she said is entirely true, Shinichi." "What?" Conan exclaimed, astonished as he looked towards AI. "Is she truly an accomplice of the Black Organization?" AI, her head bowed and a sardonic smile on her lips, her bangs obscuring one eye, replied with an air of nonchalance, "You have no time to be astonished, slow-witted detective." "What?" "I have informed you that I reside on the second section of Mihua Road, Lane 22, which is quite close to your home. You should be familiar with its location, right?" Conan, with a look of astonishment, swiftly retrieved his pinned phone and dialed Dr. Agasa. "Doctor? Doctor?" The dial tone is futile. The receiver has already been lifted, rendering any further attempts futile. Moreover, he can no longer answer the call, for he has departed from this world. Nura Rukio sensed that his hands had left countless imprints upon his legs. "Rukio, did she truly speak the truth?" Conan abruptly turned to Nura Rukio, with an air of detachment. Rukio stood with his hands in his pockets. "Indeed, Professor Agasa may have met a tragic fate due to your recklessness." Conan's expression was one of shock, feeling profoundly betrayed. Nura Rukio interjected, shrugging with a hint of resignation in his tone. "Of course, during those 3 years in America, I became affiliated with that organization. Did you think I knew all this so clearly by mere chance? The FBI does not easily divulge information. If it were solely within my knowledge, I could certainly have safeguarded you all, but alas, how dare you?" Conan gritted his teeth and turned a dash towards the doctor's residence. Only after he had run far away did Nura Rukio and the others burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Well done. Ha 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 ha. Bravo, AI." AI did not respond, but simply brushed her hair back and said, "Let's go. I can hardly wait to mock my dear brother. I have returned," announced Shiho as she entered and promptly greeted, "Welcome back, Shiho," with a smile from the doctor. "How was school?" Shiho approached the sofa, placing her backpack on the table and opening it as she replied, "It was quite enjoyable." Nura Rukio, observing the astonished Conan nearby, chuckled and addressed the two. "I apologize for intruding, Doctor, and our esteemed detective." "Ha ha." Nura's laughter resonated with unrestrained joy. "You had me completely fooled," Conan remarked with a deadpan expression. "Ha ha. Aren't you a renowned detective? How could you not see through this?" Nura raised an eyebrow at Conan, his grin unabashed. Dr. Agasa, also smiling, added, "You don't even know the address here. You truly are quite lost, Shinichi." With his hands in his pockets and a look of exasperation, Conan retorted, "How could I possibly know? I've never sent anything to you. Even the New Year card was delivered in person. So, you don't know where your own home is? Just follow the path. It's either to the left or the right." Nura laughed heartily as he settled down not far from Shiho, resting his arms on the back of the sofa. Conan, feeling defeated, turned to Nura and inquired, "Rikyo, who exactly is she?" "Huh? You haven't asked her yet?" The doctor interjected from behind Conan, perplexed. "Oh." Conan was taken aback, turning to face Dr. Agasa. "She is an accomplice of the man in black, just like you, having shrunk after taking the drug. It's strange that she asked me not to tell you, saying she would explain it herself," the doctor murmured in confusion. Conan extended his hands, signaling Dr. Agasa to pause. "Wait, doctor, how come?" Dr. Agasa, completely oblivious to Conan's intent, continued with a smile, "By the way, the name Hybra AI was derived from the female detective. Hy refers to Cotilia Gray, and AI is from V. Voshinsky SI. I initially suggested she use love instead of AI for a more endearing touch." Conan, his expression now urgent, interrupted loudly, "That's not what I'm asking. I want to know why she is at your house." "I was entrusted by Akai to stay at the doctor's place," AI calmly stated while perusing a fashion magazine. "Yes, I was actually intending to find you. But since you're with Ran, I did not consent," Akai added. "You called for me?" Conan asked, somewhat bewildered. Pointing to himself, Shiho, using the corner of her eye to glance at Conan, continued, "Do you know? The organization has sent agents to investigate your home on 2 occasions. Among those who ingested the drug, only you have not been confirmed dead. As the inventor of the drug, I, of course, accompanied them. However, the house was shrouded in dust, showing no signs of habitation, leading to the conclusion of the first investigation." Shiho paused, noticing Conan's astonished expression and his reluctance to respond. Before continuing, the second investigation occurred a month later. The dust remained undisturbed, unchanged. Just as I began to suspect you were indeed dead, I noticed something peculiar in the wardrobe. It was chilling to discover that the clothes from your childhood, which had been there a month prior, were now completely gone. During animal experiments, there was once a white mouse that survived and regressed into a juvenile state, making this hypothesis quite plausible. Shinichi Kudo, upon ingesting ATX 4869, may have regressed into a child. Since you're quite affluent, why not purchase a few more outfits?" Naruaki murmured, stroking his chin. "When I first shrank, my parents were oblivious, so I had no money on me," Conan instinctively retorted, then turned to Shiho with a serious expression. "Does the organization know about my transformation?" Naruaki, still stroking his chin, muttered to himself, "If you're broke, come to me." At that time, he seemed unaware that I already knew about his transformation. Shiho, glancing at a magazine, casually answered Conan's inquiry, "You should be grateful. I entered your information as confirmed deceased. You are a subject of great interest to me, and I wish for your survival. Had I reported to the organization, you might have been eliminated before reaching me. But if they discover that the one who altered the records is a traitor like me, they may begin to doubt once more." "Betrayal?" Conan gazed at Shiho in astonishment. "Indeed. One of the reasons for my discontent with the organization is their reckless experimentation on humans during the testing phase," Shiho remarked, turning a page of the magazine as she spoke. "However, the primary reason lies with my sister." "Sister?" Conan echoed like a parrot. "My sister was murdered by the organization. I had inquired multiple times, yet the organization refused to divulge the reasons. In the absence of an official response, I resorted to protesting by halting the drug research. Subsequently, I found myself confined in a room within the research facility, awaiting the higher-ups' decision on my fate. I thought to myself, since I was already on a path to death, I might as well ingest the APTX 4869 I had secretly hidden away. Nura Rukio glanced at Shiho, then briefly at her room, pondering. Did she not see that tape? Shiho continued, fortunately. I initially believed I would perish, yet I surprisingly regressed into childhood. I broke free from the handcuffs and escaped through the trash chute, with nowhere else to turn. I had no choice but to rely on you, Shinichi Kudo. We share a bond of suffering, so I believe you can understand me. Nura Rukio gently patted Shiho's head. Caught off guard, she did not evade and, inexplicably, did not resist either. What a joke. How could I possibly comprehend someone who concocts poison to kill humanity? Conan shouted at Shiho with a grim expression. Nura Rukio leaned forward, delivering a light smack to Conan's head. Have you forgotten what I told you? Shiho is your savior. He then turned his gaze back to Shiho. Shiho, did you not examine the clothes I brought you yesterday? There are surprises within those bags. Surprise? Little AI glanced at Nura Rukio with a look of confusion. Rukio, that poison has claimed countless lives. How can you argue this because of Conan beside you? Nura Rukio interrupted her statement. You truly have a poor memory. Whether or not poison was used, those people were destined to die. The poison merely granted them a fleeting chance at life. Otherwise, how did you survive? I understand, but Nura Rukio's hand on little AI's head was brushed aside by her. I never intended to create any poison. A hint of sorrow flickered in little AI's eyes. Nura Rukio placed his hand back on her head. Do not dwell on it too much. Look, Kudo Shinichi cannot comprehend your plight. He is merely a child lost in the fervor of justice. If you seek a kindred spirit, I resemble you far more than Shinichi does. Say what you wish, but please refrain from resting your hand on my head. Little AI gently swatted away Nura Rukio's hand. He shrugged and withdrew his hand, continuing, You are not alone. You still have. Well, once you witness the surprise I have prepared for you, you will understand. However, that is best enjoyed in solitude, so listen discreetly. What exactly is this surprise you keep mentioning? A tape? Little AI inquired with curiosity as she set aside the magazine she was holding. If I tell you, it will no longer be a surprise. Just wait until tonight and take a peek. Nura Rukio concluded. Little AI cast a glance towards her room, but chose not to say anything further. Dr. Agasa approached Little AI. Since you are the inventor, the antidote should be readily available. Little AI rose and spread her hands. All the materials are in the laboratory. It is far too extensive for me to memorize everything. Then please tell me the location of the laboratory. Conan exclaimed, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Little AI picked up a newspaper from the windowsill, pointing to the headline, Pharmaceutical Company Inferno, indicating it to Conan. See? This is from 3 days ago. Nothing was left after that. Conan examined the newspaper closely as Little AI continued to explain. The organization feared I would leak information about the company, so they acted preemptively. I suspect anything related to me has been destroyed. And they? Conan's face darkened as he held the newspaper. Little AI nodded, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied, Yes, I can only imagine how frantic they must be searching for me, although they are unaware of my current state. If they directly utilize the drug for assassination, it could lead to circumstances akin to ours. Once they discover my childhood appearance, they will undoubtedly track me down. What then? Do they still wish to rid themselves of such a troublesome character? High school detective Kudo Shinichi? Conan, at a loss for words, remarked, If your situation is exposed, mine will inevitably follow. They will find me too. While I feel a bit guilty towards the doctor, you should remain here as an elementary student. Wandering around could lead to complications. Nura Rukio nodded in agreement, approaching to say, being an elementary student isn't so bad. Attending school is far more delightful than working. And if you cannot stay with the doctor, you are welcome at my home. When that arrogant detective tries to refute me, I shall give him a proper lesson. Conan turned away, glaring at Rukio. You, who forgets friends for the sake of appearances. Now that you have become a child, I can no longer tease you. It has robbed me of much amusement. Nura Rukio shrugged and squatted down beside Conan, teasingly whispering, unlike someone who clings to Ran every moment since shrinking, even bathing together. Conan's face flushed. I do not cling to her. Dr. Agasa suddenly recalled something and asked Little AI, By the way, what about your parents' safety? Little AI placed her hands behind her back, responding nonchalantly, No need to worry. My parents were also members of the organization but perished in an accident shortly after my birth. And your family? It is just my sister, whom I rarely see. Under the organization's orders, I went to study in America, while my sister lives an ordinary life in Japan, though she is under surveillance. She took on the organization's tasks to help me escape, while previously attending a regular school, making friends, and traveling like a normal person. Little AI stroked her chin. as if struck by a thought. I recall she sent me 2 or 3 discs containing photographs from her travels before her demise. I browsed through them on the laboratory computer before returning them to her. However, the disc containing the drug information has gone missing. I searched everywhere to no avail. Ah, I see, Conan chuckled coldly. The disc you sent back to your sister may contain recordings of information related to that drug. Nura Rukio stroked his chin and cautioned. I advise you not to rejoice too soon. Regardless of its existence, the software utilized by such an organization must undoubtedly possess anti-theft features. Even if, hypothetically, an antidote could be produced, Shinichi, you cannot consume it recklessly. I understand, but I have had enough of this childish demeanor. Conan replied with a hint of exasperation. I cannot allow your recklessness to jeopardize so many lives. Nura Rukio shrugged, and Conan nodded despondently. I see. Dr. Agasa pondered for a moment before suggesting to AI. In any case, let us first search for your sister at her residence. That would be futile. After her demise, the organization thoroughly cleared out her apartment. Everything must have been disposed of, AI replied, stroking her chin. However, she did mention scanning photos onto a disk and sending them to a professor who she was supposed to travel with. Conan inquired anxiously. Do you know who that professor is? It is Professor Masaki Hirota from Nanyang University. Oh, Masaki Hirota? But I do not know where he resides, AI said. Turning back to Conan with her hands behind her back. You can simply inquire at the university for that information. Conan contemplated and muttered, we must act swiftly. Dr. Agasa, looking delighted, picked up the phone and dialed. The landline in Dr. Agasa's home was particularly loud, and the other 3 present could hear it clearly. Masaki Hirota's voice came through the receiver. What? A disc containing travel photos? Who are you? Ah, no, it's me, Dr. Agasa. He hurriedly covered the mouthpiece and asked AI, what is your sister's name? Akemi. Mayano Akemi. After relaying this to Masaki Hirota, there was a brief silence before he spoke again. Are you a friend of Akemi? The disc containing the photos from my trip with my students has indeed been returned to me, but it does contain some peculiar discs. Peculiar discs? Doctor. Agasa was taken aback and quickly asked, may I retrieve those discs? Certainly, but I have 2 or 3 guests arriving shortly, so it would be better if you came a bit later. Then I shall disturb you after 3 o'clock. After Dr. Agasa finished the call, Nura Rukio turned to Conan and asked, aren't you going to inform Ran? You wouldn't want her to worry. Understood, Conan replied before calling the Muri Detective Agency. Sister Xiaolan. I shall be staying at the doctor's residence today. A voice filled with anxiety and discontent emanated from the phone. What are you doing? I've already prepared dinner and am waiting for your return. However, the doctor has devised an entertaining game that I must play with him. I will return by tomorrow morning. I apologize, Sister Xiaolan. Ah, wait a moment. Conan abruptly ended the call. You certainly excel at playing the child, AI remarked with a smile. Well? Conan did not refute when Nura Rukio ruffled his hair, as he was indeed an adorable little Conan. All right, let us set off. Huh, Rukio, are you going too? Conan inquired, adjusting his hair with a hint of curiosity. Of course, let's go. Dr. Agasa glanced at the map and started driving. It was a distance of 150 kilometers to Shizuoka. Will we arrive in 3 hours? With Dr. Agasa at the wheel, Conan occupied the passenger seat, while Nura Rukio and Hybra sat in the back. Doctor, do not underestimate that woman, Conan whispered, believing he was speaking softly. Are you referring to Hybra? Yes. Although she claims to have escaped from the organization, she has yet to disclose her real name or age, and when we inquire about her activities within the organization, she skillfully evades the questions. What she said earlier might have merely been a ruse to deceive us. I find that hard to believe, Dr. Agasa replied, casting a puzzled glance at Conan. Nura Rukio then reached out and lightly tapped Conan on the head. Ouch! Rukio, why did you hit me again? Firstly, she did not deceive you. I can vouch for that. Secondly, while caution is commendable, heedless caution is not. If she were a villain, you would be in peril by now. Thirdly, Nura Rukio turned to Hybra, who had been quietly listening. Hybra, I believe in you. Hybra calmly regarded Nura Rukio. I think it would be wise for you to maintain your skepticism, much like that high school detective. Nura Rukio shrugged. I refuse. I have never been concerned with the truth. I only care about the outcome. Hybra chose not to respond further, leaning back in her seat, gazing out of the rear window at the passing scenery, lost in her thoughts. Hello. Is that you, Mr. Agasa? My husband informed me of your visit. Hirota Toshiko greeted the 4 guests with a smile as she opened the door. Have the visitors left? The doctor inquired curiously, his hands clasped behind his back. followed closely by 3 others with their hands tucked in their pockets. Yes, it seems a few of my husband's students came by. Hirota Toshiko replied as she led the 4 towards the study door, tapping gently on it. Darling, darling. There was no response from within, and she attempted to turn the doorknob. How strange. What could he be doing in there? And he locked the door. While she continued speaking, Conan had already climbed up the wall and peered through the window. He jumped down anxiously and shouted at Hirota Toshiko, "Do you have a spare key?" No. With that, Nura Rukio kicked the door open. With a resounding bang, the door swung open to reveal Hirota sprawled in a pool of blood. Case: Assistance in the investigation of the university professor murder incident. Dr. Agasa stepped in as a substitute for Rand, serving as the humanoid alarm device number 2. The police, living up to expectations, arrived at the scene in a remarkably short time. Despite having witnessed such scenes multiple times, Naruaki couldn't help but glance at Conan. You truly are remarkable, Shinichi. What are you talking about, Naruaki? Oh, nothing. I was merely reflecting on the speed of the police response. This time, it was an old acquaintance, Officer Hugo, who had arrived. After conducting a thorough investigation, he pondered aloud, "Is this an accidental incident?" Dr. Agasa inquired, somewhat perplexed. At this point, it is still difficult to ascertain, Officer Hugo replied, his hands tucked thoughtfully into his pockets. Mr. Yakagumi, at this moment, the coroner, who should have been holding a large flashlight, spoke up. This ornament appears to be the fatal cause. It likely occurred during the fall, as expected. Falling refers to? Dr. Agasa inquired curiously. Officer Yakamizo patiently turned to explain to Dr. Agasa, it appears that the late Mr. Masaki Hirota attempted to retrieve something from the top shelf and climbed the bookcase. Unfortunately, he lost his balance and fell along with the cabinet. The ornament that fell from the shelf struck him on the back of the head, resulting in his demise. He gestured towards the door, stating, "The door and window of this room are locked." He then crouched down to lift a notebook, revealing a key trapped beneath it. Moreover, the only key to this room lies scattered among the books, just below the notebook. Dr. Agasa stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "I see. So it must be concluded that Professor Hirota locked the door himself and then met with an unfortunate accident?" Indeed. Nonetheless, one cannot dismiss the possibility of foul play. Officer Yakamizo began, but was interrupted by Conan. It could merely be a deliberate disguise for an accident. Officer Yakamizo looked at Conan, surprised at his audacity. "You are from the Muri household?" Dr. Agasa hurriedly clarified, "He is the child of a relative of mine." Ignoring their exchange, Conan pointed to the phone trapped beneath the books. "Look at this phone. Isn't it on the floor? It must have fallen along with the cabinet and the bookshelf." Dr. Agasa indicated the toppled bookcase. "Then why hasn't the receiver fallen?" Conan directly interrupted Dr. Agasa, examining the phone. "If the phone were turned upside down and the books placed atop it, it appears to have been staged." Meanwhile, the investigation team had already classified the matter as a locked room murder. Nearby, Rukio Nura sat by the computer, observing Shiho standing on a stool and operating the device. "Quite impressive," he remarked. "Everything is gone. All the disks have vanished," Shiho muttered while searching the computer. "It seems the data on the computer might have been erased as well." Officer Yakamizo leaned in. "Who is this girl?" Dr. Agasa was beginning to sweat. "She is also a relative of mine." As Rukio noticed their attention, he gently whispered to Shiho, "The police are coming." He then lifted her off the stool and placed her on the ground. Conan approached Shiho and asked, "Could they have taken the disks?" Shiho nodded, "It's possible. The disks containing drug-related data have vanished, alongside my records of sending items to my sister, which remain with the organization." "I see. Thus they may have surmised that you would come here to escape the organization." Shiho pondered. The organization might have infiltrated this place to retrieve the disks and, upon encountering Professor Hirota, eliminated him. "I apologize," Rukio said, pressing a hand gently on his head as he crouched down. "No need to overthink. This isn't the work of the organization. From what I know, they wouldn't go through such elaborate means to create a locked room murder. They would simply blow this place up or set it ablaze." Conan retorted, "So, please stop messing up my hair." Rukio playfully ruffled Conan's hair, while his other hand gently caressed Shiho's hair. Leaving behind a disheveled Conan and an exasperated Shiho, Rukio approached the phone, still pinned beneath the notebook. Without gloves and having made no attempt to move it, he pointed to the phone and said to Officer Yakamizo, "Mr. Yakamizo, shouldn't you investigate this phone? When we called earlier, Mr. Hirota mentioned that several people W13 calls. Subsequently, I pressed to initiate the first one. Hello, this is Professor Hirota from Hakusu. We agreed on tonight, didn't we? Officer Yakamigo turned to ask Hirota Tashiko, "Who is this person?" "I've met Hakusu. He is quite young," came the response. "Excuse me," I inquired, "what time should I head to my destination in Moriyaka tonight?" Officer Yakagumo turned back once more to ask Hirota Tashiko, "And what about this individual?" "I am acquainted with Moriyaka as well. I have heard he is one of the earliest students of my husband and often visits her home." Rather than rushing to answer the third call, Officer Yakagumo inquired of Hirota Tashiko, "Do you possess the addresses and phone numbers of Shirakawa and Moriyaka?" At that moment, Rukio Nura spotted a rather handsome man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Ignoring the two police officers at the entrance, he walked in and inquired, "Excuse me. What is causing all this commotion? What has happened?" Officer Hekagomo, unperturbed, turned to reply, "Professor Hirota has been murdered by someone." Rukio Nura grasped Conan's shoulder and leaned down to whisper, "According to criminal psychology, there exists a deviant mindset where the perpetrator returns to the scene of the crime. Fearing they have left behind something they should not have, they return to tidy up the scene. This white warehouse is highly suspicious." "Indeed." Conan nodded in agreement. Officer Horiguchi continued to listen to the voicemail recordings, and soon he came to the 12th message. Beep. "Hello, this is Bite Song. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I intend to stop by shortly. By the way," Officer Horigome, upon hearing this, couldn't help but murmur, "Well, Mr. Bite Song has 10 calls, while Mr. Moriyaka has 2. He then turned to Bite Song Yang and remarked, "It seems you have a few more than necessary." Bite Song Yang hastily clarified, "Did I not mention? I made numerous attempts to reach out, but no one answered, hence I had no choice but to come directly. However, how could it have come to this?" The officer, Hirakubo, paid him no heed, once again lowering his gaze to the phone. This was the 13th call, the final message. A voice emerged from the receiver, laden with the essence of vodka. "Greetings, this is Shoshin. I would like to discuss our agency's new insurance product. Could you spare a moment?" With a soft chuckle, Nurari Hyon quickly suppressed his laughter, fearing it might be too exaggerated, and hastily covered his mouth while turning his head to the side. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai wore a somewhat solemn expression. "It is vodka," Nura Rukio remarked with an irrepressible smile, quietly inquiring of Shiho. The notion of such a seemingly dubious product, one that clearly falls into the category of questionable goods, raises the question, do people truly fall for it? The message on the answering machine likely serves merely to assuage Professor Hirota's apprehensions during their meeting, a tactic employed to achieve their ulterior motives. Furthermore, they might currently be in a state of agitation, as the recording tape remains unretrievable. Shiho, unperturbed by Nura Rikyo's jest, thoughtfully stroked her chin and expressed her amusement. No, what I mean is, their talent for naming is rather lacking, isn't it?" Nura Rikyo shook his head, indicating that this was not the crux of the matter. Indeed, Shiho could not help but chuckle softly in agreement. "However, if that is the case, they must be nearby," Nura Rikyo mused, glancing around while stroking his chin. To which Conan nodded in affirmation, relieved that they had parked the doctor's car elsewhere. "What? Professor Hirota has been murdered?" At that moment, 2 middle-aged men, Moriyaka Daofu and Hosoya Kazuhiro, entered unexpectedly. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, Officer Horigome had been in high spirits, but he began to interrogate several individuals. Hosoya Kazuhiro was the first to arrive and had met with Hirota Tashiko. He mentioned that upon seeing Hirota Masaki in the evening, he noticed he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol before departing. Moriyaka Daofu claimed to be a chess companion of Hirota Masaki, stating he had come in the evening but had not encountered him. The others, including Nura Rukio, appeared indifferent, but finally, Shirakawa Haru spoke up, saying, "I am a model. This time, the magazine has planned a feature on models with unexpected appearances. I recalled that during a university event, Professor Hirota had taken a photograph of me in drag, so I intended to borrow the disc that contains that image." Upon hearing this, Nura Rukio's eyes lit up, and he discreetly shifted his gaze toward Conan, smirking. Conan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly glanced around, but, of course, found nothing. Suddenly, Nura Rukio spotted a chess piece on the ground from Conan's direction, approached it, picked it up, and then glanced at the phone beside it, a spark of realization igniting in his mind. "Shinichi, you've fallen behind this time," Rukio quietly remarked to the curious Conan. "What? Did you figure it out?" Conan exclaimed in astonishment. Nura Rukio shrugged, one hand cradling the chess piece while the other pointed at the phone. "Seeing these two, along with what I mentioned earlier, the prime suspect, have you connected the dots?" Conan fell silent for a moment. "Oh, I see," Conan exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. He then turned to look at Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong, are you going to solve the case this time? Lu Xiong glanced at Sure AI, who was curiously observing the two of them. He quickly cleared his throat, suppressing the words of refusal that were lodged in his throat. Ahem. I suppose I shall reluctantly demonstrate some of my not-so-arrogant detective skills. Conan rolled his eyes. Lu Xiong was already accustomed to his eye rolls and paid no heed to them. He approached a police officer and casually said, Officer Yakamizu asked if you could fetch a tape recorder for him. Would that be all right? Yes. The officer rushed out without asking any questions. Lu Xiong then called out towards several others. Officer Hekigo, could you please come here? He then leaned down and asked Conan beside him, Conan, can you help set this up? Is that all right? Conan nodded helplessly. Officer Hekigo approached. You are Mr. Nura, who came with Mr. Agasa. I believe I have seen you before during that case in Aizu. May I inquire what business you have? Indeed, I happened to be working at that time. But that is not the main point. The crux of the matter is that I have already deduced the method and the murderer of this locked room homicide. The culprit is that gentleman over there, Mr. Shirakawa, Nura Lu Xiong stated, nodding towards Conan, who was borrowing a phone from the officer. What did you say? Officer Hekigo exclaimed in astonishment, as the three suspects at the door also turned their surprised gazes towards Shirakawa. Shirakawa hurriedly waved his hands and nervously said, On what basis do you think it was me? I merely spoke more than usual. Then let us see if it matches your method. Nura Lu Xiong shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, the officer who had just gone out to buy a tape rushed back in. Officer Hekigo, I have brought the tape. Huh? I didn't ask you to. Officer Hekigo replied with some confusion. Nura Lu Xiong interjected, I requested this officer to buy it. Could you hand this to Conan, please? Oh, I see. Officer Hekigo, not thinking much of it, handed the tape to Conan, who had borrowed gloves from somewhere. Conan pulled out the tape, inserted it back into the phone, and holding onto the tape, walked outside to unlock the door. He then returned, winding the tape around 3 chess pieces and placing a notebook on top of them. Next, using the borrowed phone, he dialed the number connected to the tape. The moment of witnessing Conan's deduction had arrived. The key was pulled in and left under the notebook. Once Conan completed his operation, Nura Lu Xiong spoke up. Did you understand, Officer Hekigo? The murderer is the person who made the most calls, and I believe Mr. Shirakawa's fingerprints should also be on the tape. If that does not suffice, you may check his place. The disc should be there. Officer Hekigo glanced at Shirakawa. Then let us start from your home, shall we, Mr. Shirakawa? All the discs are in the glove compartment of the car I parked outside, Shirakawa replied, somewhat dejected, as he recounted the details of this murder case triggered by a photograph of a woman's attire. The gist of the story was that Masaki Hirota had threatened him with the photo, leading to the unfortunate incident where he accidentally killed Hirota. Task completed. Significantly involved in solving the case without a script, task reward, scientific tools, remote-controlled bomb. Your deduction is remarkable. The resolution of this case is entirely due to your efforts. Mr. Nura, Officer Hekigo expressed excitedly to Nura Lu Xiong. Nura Lu Xiong glanced at Dr. Agasa and the others and asked, Actually, it's not a big deal. May I inquire if I can take the discs back now? Not yet. The evidence must first be sent to the station for investigation. Officer Hekigo replied, somewhat troubled, but still firmly refused. Very well. Nura Rukio could only shrug at the 3 individuals before him. Let's return and wait. As he turned back, he caught sight of the tears glistening in Xiao Ai's eyes. He hurried over, crouching down to wipe her tears. What troubles you, Xiao Ai? Has someone wronged you? Xiao Ai tilted her head, peering over Rikyo's shoulder at Conan. Why? Why won't you save my sister? Your sister? Conan exclaimed, gazing at Shiho in astonishment. Do you not understand? The name Masami Hirota was inspired by my sister, derived from Professor Hirota. Shiho clutched tightly at the hem of Rukio Nura's garments. You were there too, right? A person with your exceptional deductive skills should have easily discerned the truth about my sister. Why? Rukio Nura quickly embraced her, gently patting her back. Do not cry, do not cry. Your sister. He turned to glance at Conan, then leaned closer to Shiho, whispering in a volume only they could hear, Your sister is still alive. Shiho, who had been weeping, suddenly froze. Her tears halted as she lifted her head sharply to look at Rukio Nura. Shu. Nura Rukio gestured for silence, leaning close to her ear to continue speaking. It's quite complicated. I prepared a surprise for you. I thought, well, in any case, once we return, I will explain it to you in detail. Please stop crying, all right? I truly cannot bear your tears. He gently patted her head. Xiao Ai did not resist, her gaze fixed intently on Nura Rukio. Yet her grip tightened, to the point where he felt his clothing might tear. With a tone laced with anxiety, Xiao Ai inquired, "Is it true? Did my sister?" "Indeed. Truly. I will tell you everything when we return, all right?" Nura Rukio hurriedly interjected, striving to maintain a tender tone. Xiao Ai wiped her tears. Suddenly realizing something, her face flushed as she quickly extricated herself from Nura Rukio's embrace. As the doctor drove them home, Conan curiously glanced at Nura Rukio. "Rukio, are you hiding many things from me?" "Indeed, quite a few. Didn't I mention that you currently lack the capability to comprehend these matters?" Nura Rukio shrugged. "You're such a tease." Conan muttered, a hint of discontent in his voice. "Well, you are not mature enough yet. Revealing too much would only lead to further complications. But do not fret, I will eventually share everything with you." Nura Rukio reached forward from the back seat to tousle Conan's hair. "Stop messing up my hair." Conan swatted away Nura Rukio's hand, his tone slightly irritable. "Ha, what can I say? You are still little Conan." Nura Rukio responded cheerfully, embodying the spirit of a mischievous friend. Upon arriving at the doctor's residence, Xiao Ai eagerly tugged at Nura Rukio's clothing, to which he nodded in understanding. He then proceeded to Xiao Ai's room, emerging with a bag and informing Conan and the doctor, "Today, Xiao Ai is staying over at my place." Nura Rukio then turned his serious gaze towards Conan, particularly emphasizing, "You, Shinichi, must not follow us secretly. Do you understand? If you disobey, I shall utilize you as a test subject." Conan nodded, a slight tension evident on his face. "I understand." Upon returning home, Nura Rukio retrieved the tape recorder and, from his bag, extracted the cassette, which he handed to Xiao Ai. "Your sister recorded this, and I have yet to listen to it. You may want to head to your previous guest room and give it a listen. I shall attend to my brothers for a moment." Xiao Ai accepted the items, nodding in acknowledgement, then hesitated before inquiring, "Why are you so kind to me?" Nura Rukio shrugged. "Perhaps it is because we bear a striking resemblance to one another. Additionally, I must confess, I find it difficult to resist charming young girls." Xiao Ai, recalling something, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks as she uttered a response. "Understood," he said, turning and rushing upstairs to listen to the recording. Nura Rukio paid him no mind. As he opened a safe in a cabinet on the first floor with a key, retrieving two modified prank items, the enhanced dung egg and the super freshener. Prank item, enhanced dung egg. Do you ask if it smells good? Ability, emits the delightful aroma of old age joy. Kagaro's item, super freshener. Today, everything must smell splendid. Ability, a long-lasting fragrance that is worth 3. He approached a window on the first floor, opened it, and hurled the dung egg outside before shutting the window. With a sigh, he reflected, "Ah, this is the essence of great friendship. Ugh, Rukio, you disgusting person." Conan's voice intermittently floated in from outside. Nura Rukio reclined comfortably on the sofa, holding the super freshener in his hand, turned on the television, and muttered, "That foolish detective. Rummaging through my house since childhood, has endured countless misfortunes, yet he never learns." Just then, the front door swung open, and a foul-smelling Conan dashed in, leaping straight at Nura Rukio. "Rukio, save me. Ugh, don't come near me." Nura Rukio clutched the super freshener and deftly rolled behind the sofa, spraying it in Conan's direction. "Cough, cough. Rukio, don't you have anything normal?" Conan spluttered, choking on the overpowering scent. "I believe I do," Nura Rukio mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully before grinning mischievously at Conan. "I told you so. Who told you not to listen every time?" Once Conan regained composure, he earnestly asked Nura Rukio, "Rukio, can't you just tell me? You used to share everything with me." "No way. When I say no, I mean no. You don't seriously think that just because you asked earnestly as a child, I'd tell you this time as well, do you?" Nura Rukio waved his hand in front of his face, accustomed to the pungent aroma, and casually sat back down on the sofa. "So, does that mean I endured this for nothing?" Conan asked, incredulous. Nura Rukio shrugged. "What else could it be? This matter is too complex, forgive me, Shinichi. But I truly cannot disclose anything at this moment. So, shall I escort you back, or will you return to Professor Agasa's place on your own?" Conan fixed his gaze firmly on Nura Rukio, who met his stare without flinching. Ultimately, Conan conceded, "Fine. When you can tell me, make sure to inform me at the earliest opportunity." "Certainly," Nura Rukio nodded, then dismissed Conan from the annex. After returning to the house, he secured all the windows and doors on the first floor, feeling reassured before ascending to the second floor. "Knock, knock. Little AI, may I enter?" Nura Rukio gently inquired as he tapped on the door. The door swung open, revealing a teary-eyed little AI before him. Could I possibly see my sister? Nura Rukio pondered for a moment and nodded. Well, that can be arranged, but it must not be too frequent, as that place requires a sterile environment. Although it has self-cleaning properties, the cycle is rather lengthy. Is it permissible now? Little AI's voice carried a note of pleading. What could Nura Rukio do? A little girl with tear-filled eyes. It can be arranged, but you will need to wait a moment while I confirm whether that foolish detective has departed. Once it was confirmed that Conan had obediently returned, Nura Rukio summoned Shiho to accompany him to the laboratory in front of Professor Agasa's residence, where he stored various gadgets and odds and ends. This room and that room contain some experimental equipment I've prepared for you. Feel free to peruse them at your convenience, he stated as he led Shiho inside, indicating 2 separate rooms. He continued, however, please refrain from touching anything else. I have numerous miscellaneous items here, including some that I suspect may be volatile. Understood. Can we visit my sister first? Shiho urged, tugging at Nura Rukio's pants. Certainly. This way. Nura Rukio guided Shiho to the basement, navigating a series of twists and turns until they reached the cloning laboratory, where they passed through several security measures involving fingerprints and iris scans before entering. Scientific device. Cloning laboratory introduction. Do you prefer this golden lamb or this silver lamb? Or perhaps this cloned lamb? Ability, cloning. Nura Rukio stepped inside first, lifting a box that contained the Maki doll. Shiho gazed at the infant suspended in nutrient solutions, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Which one is my sister? She inquired. Nura Rukio pointed to one of the female infants. That is the future body of your sister. He then gestured to the box in his hands, placing it on the ground before Shiho. But your sister is currently here. Didn't she mention it in her recording? No, she only told me that you could clone her, giving her a chance to see me again in the future. She is very much looking forward to it, Shiho replied, hesitating as she reached for the box. After 2 tentative attempts, she summoned her courage and removed the lid, revealing the Maki doll within. This is my sister? Shiho pointed at the doll, her voice laced with disbelief. Nura Rukio shrugged. You may find it hard to believe, but this is indeed a magical artifact I stumbled upon by chance. Magical artifact? Is there really magic? Shiho gently caressed the doll's face, marveling at its lifelike skin. Yes, but I lack the skill to wield it, so it is purely coincidental. However, the soul of your sister resides within this Maki doll, and once the clone body matures sufficiently, a soul transfer can be performed. Shiho's eyes brimmed with confusion, shock, and a hint of anticipation. Can I take my sister out to see her? Of course, but be careful not to damage her. Although she is currently in a dormant state, she can still feel pain if harmed, Nura Rukio cautioned. With great care, Shiho lifted the Maki doll from the box, bringing it close to her face. Nura Rukio, sensing the moment, stepped outside. Please do not disturb the infants in the nutrient solutions. They are of great importance. Take some time to converse with your sister. I shall refrain from intruding. Just remember to return her when you're done. Once outside, Nura Rukio settled onto a sofa in the laboratory, lost in thought, pondering matters unknown. How wonderful. After waiting for 2 hours, Xiao AI finally returned to the first floor, her eyes even more swollen and red. Is it really that soon? Enliang Luxiong rested his hands on the back of the sofa, turning to glance at Xiao AI. It was sufficient, at least his sister was still present. Xiao AI's expression bore a hint of reluctance as she stole a glance down to the lower floor. Enliang Luxiong rose from his seat and approached her, gently patting her head. You may need to wait quite a while before you can converse with her. Do not be anxious. It is perfectly fine to visit her occasionally. Xiao AI uttered nothing and offered no resistance to the large hand that gently stroked her head. Should we perhaps retire for the night? It's getting late. I still wish to see the equipment you have prepared. May I? Xiao AI turned her gaze towards the 2 rooms previously indicated by Natsuyoshi Rukio. Of course, that shall not be a problem. Natsuyoshi Rukio removed his hand from Xiao AI's head and proceeded toward one of the rooms designated for the equipment. Thank you. Xiao AI suddenly murmured with her head lowered. How many times have you said thank you? Nura Luxiong chuckled as he opened one of the doors leading to the room filled with experimental apparatus, stepping inside first. You may take a quick glance now. And when you have more time, you can come back to choose carefully. As Xiao AI followed him into the room, Nura Luxiong gestured to the hundreds of different instruments on display. I have prepared for this day for 10 years. What do you think? Isn't it magnificent? Little AI, with a hint of astonishment in her eyes, grasped the hem of Nura Rukio's garment. How did you obtain all this? I have my own sources, he replied. Now, let us retire for the night. Staying up late is the nemesis of young ladies, you know. Lu Xiong, what is it? Nura Rukio, feeling somewhat pleased, revealed a faint smile that made him appear like a demon with sharp teeth under the glow of the lights. However, Xiao Ai showed no fear. Instead, she clutched his clothing tighter and tighter. Nura Rukio had to crouch slightly to prevent the fabric from tearing. Is this truly the case? Of course. You are no longer alone. She cried once more, as if resuming a weeping that had been interrupted earlier, but this time, she murmured incessantly. Wonderful. Nura Rukio gently patted her back as one would soothe a child, and Xiao Ai soon wept herself to sleep. Nura Rukio carefully lifted her and placed her back onto the pink bed he had prepared for her, then stood up to depart. However, he discovered that the corner of his garment was still clutched in her tiny grasp. Gazing at the slumbering Xiao Ai, his eyes became slightly distant, as if lost in reverie, murmuring, "As you said, I find myself rather fond of this lonely little girl." With his clothing being tugged, Nura Rukio had to lean awkwardly beside her bed, uttering softly, "Good night, little girl who will no longer be alone." In the subsequent 3 days, Nura Rukio accompanied Xiao Ai to school, only ceasing after her vehement protests. Undoubtedly, the bond between them had deepened significantly since their initial meeting. According to Nura Rukio's own conjecture, his impression in Xiao Ai's mind had at least evolved from that of a good person to that of a trustworthy friend. Whether this equated to fondness remained uncertain, for Rukio understood that gratitude and love are distinctly different sentiments. As for the equipment housed in the laboratory, Xiao Ai examined it closely. Though this was her second visit, she was still somewhat taken aback by the variety of apparatus available. It was quite impressive. However, she noted that not all of it would be applicable. With that, she began to make her selections, ultimately choosing about a third of the items. Since Nura Rukio preferred not to allow others to enter the laboratory freely, he found himself repeatedly assisting Xiao Ai in transporting the selected equipment to Dr. Agasa's home. During the move, he occasionally resorted to utilizing the system space to ease the task. Once the laboratory was organized, the two settled on the sofa at Dr. Agasa's residence. Xiao Ai inquired of Nura Rukio, "Rukio, how often can I see my sister without harming her health?" Nura Rukio tilted his head thoughtfully. "What? Did you not mention that the laboratory must maintain a sterile environment, thus prohibiting frequent access?" "Oh, regarding this, the self-cleaning protocol of the cloning laboratory occurs once a week. However, you may find it difficult to gain entry. I have implemented numerous measures in my room to prevent any new intrusions. Should you wish to see your sister, simply reach out to me at that time." "Good. It has been 5 days since the incident of retrieving the disc from Professor Hiroda. Precisely 1 week since Kagoro's academic endeavor. Luo Xiong, come here." "Oh, okay." Upon receiving Xiao Ai's call, Lu Xiong rose from the sofa, picked up a bag from the table, and made his way to the doctor's residence. Upon entering, he noticed that Conan was also present. Both he and the doctor were observing Xiao Ai as she engaged in some activity on the computer. "What is the matter?" "Lu Xiong, the disc from Professor Hiroda has been sent to me by the police." Dr. Agasa turned back with a smile and greeted Nura Lu Xiong. "Rise." Aoko turned to greet Rise Nura, while Conan remained fixated on the computer, muttering about how he could bypass the police's scrutiny. Aoko then turned back to operate the computer, simultaneously responding to Conan, unless the designated password from the organization is entered. "This disk is merely a standard document file, nothing to be astonished about." Wait. Rise Nura suddenly recalled something and hurriedly intervened. Conan, upon turning his head, finally noticed Rise. "Rise? When did you arrive?" Bang. Uncle Maori's penchant for striking you is not without reason, as Nariaki Rukio gently blew on his fist, which had just thumped Conan's head. "What is it?" Xiao Ai turned her head, merely casting a fleeting glance at the pained Conan, who was holding his head, and directly inquired of Nura Rukio. "Did I not mention that such a large organization would undoubtedly have protective measures?" Just as Nura Rukio finished speaking, he noticed a stream of black garbled text appearing on the computer screen and pointed at it. "Look." The 3 individuals hurriedly turned their heads toward the computer. "What is happening?" "The computer virus, Dark Baron." Xiao Ai was operating the computer, attempting to save some data. "What?" The doctor exclaimed in astonishment as Nura Rukio explained. "This occurs when the disk is not inserted into the corresponding computer. It will automatically generate a virus." Shiho paused her actions and rose from the stool, realizing, "I have been too careless." Conan hurriedly inquired, "So the data is?" "Yes, it has been completely destroyed." Shiho replied calmly as she approached Nura Rukio and tugged at his sleeve. "What is the matter? Please follow me for a moment. Oh, wonderful. Little AI urged Nura Rukio to lean down, whispering in his ear, "Can your brother procure this information?" Nura Rukio shook his head, stating, "He is part of the action team." "Very well," Little AI nodded, then glanced at the bag in Nura Rukio's hand. "Is that the latest Prada leather bag?" "Indeed. I noticed it in the magazine you were looking at last time. I happened to be out today for some errands and decided to purchase it. Do you like it?" Nura Rukio offered the bag to Little AI. She examined it carefully before nodding earnestly. "I truly adore it." On an unexpected day of attending school, the character Rukio Nura happened to overhear Yoko narrating to Ran about a notorious thief, the Phantom Thief 1412, who manipulates the world at his whim, specializing in the theft of exquisite artworks and jewels. He had sent an invitation to her household, prompting Yoko to suggest enlisting the help of Kogoro Mori to apprehend him. Upon hearing this, Rukio instantly recognized the reference to the beloved character, the elusive magician Shinichi. Eagerly, he approached and expressed his desire to join the endeavor, to which Yoko readily consented without a moment's hesitation. Rukio then took the liberty of copying the letter from Phantom Thief 1412, which read, "As the moon separates us, I shall arrive at the waves under the name of the Dark Star." Reclining on the sofa, Rukio gazed at the letter in hand and muttered, "April Fool's? What a disaster. By the way, does such a case come with a reward?" "None." "Very well." Rukio shrugged and returned to his room to sleep. On March 31st at the Mihwa Museum, after meeting with Kogoro Mori and the others, Rukio quietly inquired of the yawning Conan, "Have you figured it out?" "No," Conan said glumly. Rukio ruffled his hair and remarked, "It seems you've lost again." "Oh, did you notice?" Conan's spirits lifted instantly. Rukio nodded. "Revealing the answer prematurely would undermine your confidence. However, I firmly believe you will manage just fine. I shall await you at the location of the answer tonight." "You rascal," Conan said, looking at Rukio with exasperation, then nodded earnestly, "I will certainly unravel this." At that moment, Shiro Suzuki, who had a physique comparable to that of Inspector Megier, approached alongside Sonoko Suzuki. "Ah, Mr. Mori, you are most welcome. Thank you for graciously accepting my daughter's invitation to come. With a great detective like you assisting us, we can truly soar to new heights. It all rests upon your shoulders, dear detective." "Ha ha ha," exclaimed Kogoro Mori, scratching his head in amusement. "A mere thief. I shall effortlessly bring him to justice." "Uncle Suzuki, it has been quite a while." Rukio waved his hand, signaling his presence. "Who are you?" Suzuki Shiro gazed at the person before him, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall their identity at that moment. From behind, Enko hurriedly prompted, "It's Rukio." "Rukio?" Suzuki Shiro was taken aback. "You are Rukio. I never expected you to have grown so tall." He chuckled. "Well, after all, I've reached the right age." Rukio scratched his face in modesty. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they were led by Suzuki Shiro to the target of Phantom Thief 1412. "Well, is this the largest black pearl in the world?" "The jet black star?" Suzuki Shiro explained, hands clasped behind his back. "Ever since my grandfather acquired this pearl, our Suzuki family has enjoyed a continuous streak of prosperity. In other words, it serves as the guardian spirit of the Suzuki clan." As Kogoro Mori leaned forward, eager to observe closely, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. The sound of footsteps drew the attention of several individuals. Kogoro Mori turned around to see that in addition to the existing security personnel, 3 or 4 more rows of police had arrived. The level of vigilance was indeed remarkable, had it not been just the day before. It was true that only the date was comprehensible on the notice, indicating that the police would be stationed here starting tonight. This was due to the possibility of Phantom Thief 1412 attempting to infiltrate. Shiro Suzuki explained with a hint of exasperation. The leading officer, Tamakami Shintaro, shouted loudly, capturing the attention of several people. "By the river! By the river! Phantom Thief 1412 must intend to enter through the Tawuzan River that flows beside the museum. Deploy more officers to that area." With a chuckle, both Kogoro Mori and Rukio Nura could not contain their laughter, their expressions mirroring one another. "Haha." Takaki Kamatera, disregarding Rukio's shared amusement, turned to Kogoro with astonishment. "Are you not the Kogoro from Class 1? How naive you are, officer," Kogoro replied with a hint of pride. "Do you not realize? The waves refer to the sea, which ebbs and flows, while the stars signify celebrities. This pertains to the idol Yoko Okino, who is set to perform at the nearby Mihai Activity Center tomorrow." His excitement grew, fists clenched, voice resonating with increasing strength. "Moreover, her final song will undoubtedly be Moonlight Serenade. In other words, the notorious thief will make an appearance around 9 p.m. tomorrow, near the Mihai Activity Center. Truly remarkable, Detective Mori. Shiro Suzuki exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. Takaki Kamatera stroked his chin, murmuring, indeed, that makes sense. He then turned to the police force, commanding, all right. Group C through E, gather near the Mihai Activity Center. Rukio bit down on the sleeve of his left arm, his right hand resting on Conan's head, his shoulders shaking slightly. You can laugh, but do not use me as a prop. Conan, exasperated, swatted Rukio's hand away and resumed pondering the riddle at hand. Indeed, Nura Rukio said, suppressing laughter. His face contorted with effort as he covered his mouth and nodded. By the way, what happened to that fellow assigned to us last month? Chama Shintaro murmured. Glancing around in confusion, a police officer in white behind him replied, oh, the officer took his subordinates out this morning. Really, at such a critical time. Chama Shintaro grumbled discontentedly. The white-clad officer quickly changed the subject, saying, by the way, officer, it's already 2 p.m. Would you like to dine nearby? Suddenly, Conan, who was beside Ryuko, seemed to have an epiphany, glancing around and then leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, holding up his watch as if examining something. Ryuko stroked his chin and muttered, it seems our little genius has uncovered the answer. Indeed, Conan approached Ryuko and whispered, see you tonight. He then turned to Xiaolon and Yuanzi, saying, let's head back. It's rather dull staying here. I might as well return first. In the end, only Kagoro Mori remained while everyone else departed. On the rooftop of the Cup House Hotel. Clatter, here comes Shinichi. Lu Xiong observed Conan emerging from the attic and waved. It seems my guess was correct. Conan returned the gesture, then gradually approached the edge, gazing towards the direction of the Mifune Museum. The museum lies over there, indeed. However, Kid will not venture in that direction. Lu Xiong perched on the parapet of the rooftop, also directing his gaze towards the Mifune Museum. What? Conan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. Are you referring to April Fool's Day? Indeed. Perhaps he merely intended to play a prank and then hastily departed. Lu Xiong glanced down at the police car, comparable in size to a grain of rice, belonging to Nakazawa Ginzo. Moreover, it was highly probable that he might even summon the police for a bit of amusement. However, it seemed unlikely. Ring, ring. Who knows? Lu Xiong shrugged. Conan remained silent, picking up his recently ringing necklace phone to answer a call from the doctor. Conan took the call with his earphones, so Lu Xiong could not discern the specifics of the conversation, only catching the final murmurs of Conan's voice. Common name at that moment. A man clad in a white suit, adorned with a white medieval top hat and a monocle, descended from the sky, landing atop the rooftop loft of the Cupa Hotel. Ah, little Kid. Lu Xiong waved his hand in greeting. Oh, do you know me, sir? Kid leapt down from the loft, approaching the two with measured steps. Is there anyone who follows the news and does not recognize me? Lu Xiong tilted his head, responding with a hint of perplexity. Whoosh with a resounding bang. Before Kid could respond, the sound of fireworks from Conan's side captured the attention of the two. Look, there's a helicopter. It seems to have noticed us, exclaimed Conan, who had just finished launching the fireworks, rising to indicate the distant aircraft. Kid, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, feigned indifference, seemingly unaware of the rivalry that lay before him. You're not just an ordinary child, he remarked. I am Idagawa Conan, a detective, Conan declared proudly, casting a confident glance at Kid. Oh, it appears that both of you are detectives, Kid observed. But I am no detective. I am merely an ordinary model citizen, replied Lu Xiong, waving his hand dismissively. With one hand in his pocket and the other pointing towards the helicopter, Conan urged, we must hurry and escape. The helicopter is approaching. Phantom Thief Kid. Kid smiled subtly, reaching into his coat to retrieve a walkie-talkie, adjusting the channel with a deft motion. With a soft sound, I cleared my throat. Cough. Holding the walkie-talkie to his lips, the voice of Tiemu Shintaro resounded loudly. This is Tiemu. I have spotted the elusive Phantom Thief Kid on the rooftop of the Cupido Grand Hotel. Mobilize all units in the vicinity of Cupido and gather all available vehicles. Deploy every helicopter over the city of Miwa to swiftly converge on the scene and apprehend Phantom Thief Kid. Then, a different voice emerged. It's me, Nakamori. To all personnel stationed at the Cupido Grand Hotel. Phantom Thief Kid is on the top floor. Hurry and pursue him. Bring him back. This masterful maneuver left Conan utterly astounded. With a suave gesture, Kid elegantly switched off the intercom. Are you satisfied now, little detective? Lu Xiong stood up and affectionately patted the puzzled Conan on the head. Do you remember my words? Are you suggesting that he did this to tease the police? Conan gently removed Lu Xiong's hand and looked up at him. Lu Xiong nodded, adding further. At that moment, Detective Ginzo Nakamori arrived with his team, exclaiming, "Don't move. Phantom Thief Kid." "Officer Nakamori, you arrived rather early," Kid replied, dismissing the helicopter hovering above and the throngs of police surrounding him, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Holding his firearm, Nakamori retorted, "Enough with the pleasantries. I've already deciphered the riddle and have been waiting here." With a smug smile, he continued, "I anticipated you would use your glider to make your escape, so I stationed personnel to monitor everyone inside the hotel and secure the exits. I never expected you would land here from the Tokyo Tower. Surrender that pearl. You have nowhere to flee." Kid responded, "I am merely testing your skills tonight. I had no intention of stealing anything." "What?" With a gentle press of the remote control in his hand, Kid emitted a soft beep. "Did I not clarify from the very beginning?" He mused. April Fool's Day. With a swift motion, his glider unfurled from his back. "Don't let him escape," shouted Nakamori Ginzo, rushing towards Kid alongside the police. Calmly, Narukyuki took out a thermal imaging device from his pocket, resembling a pair of sunglasses. A blinding flash of light enveloped the scene, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes except for Lu Xiong. "Flashbang!" Conan exclaimed loudly, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. The young lad appears to possess quite a bit of knowledge. The thief is a creative artist, elegantly stealing his prey, while the detective merely trails behind as a mere critic. After Kid completed his act, Rukulu observed him as he transformed into a police officer, standing nonchalantly in the line. A note fluttered down from the sky, declaring on April 19th, "I shall board the Queen Elizabeth departing from Yokohama to retrieve the genuine Black Star, the Phantom Thief Kid." Rukulu paid little mind to this, switching off the thermal imaging and adjusting it atop his head, swaggering along beside the disguised Kid as they descended the stairs and made their way into an alley. "Seems you were quite well prepared." Kid glanced back at the thermal imaging device atop Rukulu's head. Ruka shrugged, stating that the artistry of thievery cannot hide from the keen eyes of the public. After all, the eyes of the masses are sharp. "Oh, so are you a model citizen, intending to report me?" Kid reverted to his all-white attire, casually slipping his hands back into his pockets. Rukulu shook his head. "I am Rukulu, and I hold no interest in you, nor in capturing you. My curiosity lies with the sorceress you know, the one named Akako, the Red Mage." "You are interested in Akako?" Kid's expression shifted slightly, only to quickly revert to a poker face. "Well, I am quite curious about what my nickname is, and I might need her assistance in the future. In any case, you shall take me to Ikoda shortly. Your butler should be nearby, correct?" "Kaido Kuroba." Rukulu stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought. "What?" Kid, maintaining a poker face despite his prior preparations, nearly lost his composure. "First, change back into your clothes. Shortly, I shall accompany you to Jiangyushin. I trust that the sorceress is also awaiting me." Lu Xiong scratched his face, his tone tinged with uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, Kid, with no other recourse, executed a dramatic transformation and vanished before Lu Xiong. After a short interval, a youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to Shinichi Kudo materialized before Lu Xiong. "Let us be on our way." Kaido Kuroba signaled and ushered Rikyo Nura into the vehicle of Yashino Suk Terai. "Young master, may I introduce myself?" "Oh, I am Rikyo Nura, a model citizen, and I kindly request that this esteemed gentleman take me to Ikoda High School." Leaning back against the seat, Rikyo spoke in a rather nonchalant tone. Kaido, seated in the front passenger seat, added, "Grandfather Terai, please take us to Ikoda High School first. I will provide further explanation upon our return." "Very well." Terai Keinosuk started the car, yet he kept glancing at Nura Rukio through the rearview mirror. Kaido Kuroba also cast a backward glance. "Where did you acquire this information? A gift from a friend, perhaps?" Nura Rukio replied with a hint of sentimentality, shaking his head slightly. "Rest assured, I truly have no interest in you or your actions. Although they squander societal resources, at least your hands remain untainted by blood." Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Ikoda High School. A girl clad in a high school uniform stood at the gate, her face expressing impatience. "Must this divine being insist on meeting me today?" "A divine being? The legendary fallen angel, Azazel?" Nura Rukio mused, finding the title quite fitting. He paid no heed to Koizumi Akiko's tone, stroking his chin as he approached her. Koizumi Akiko crossed her arms and gazed intently at Nura Rukio. "Last night, I divined that I have been targeted. It is the first time I have encountered such a situation involving a human bearing a divine name. Thus, I conducted another divination specifically regarding you." "Oh? What?" Koizumi Akiko's gaze grew exceedingly serious, her expression devoid of emotion, as if declaring a proclamation. An angel in the shadows, emerging from the realm of life and death, oscillating between betrayal and loyalty, shaping the future of the world. Upon concluding her words, a faint smile graced her lips. I find you quite intriguing, the legendary divine powerhouse. Or perhaps the scapegoat. It could also be the wasteland. I am rather fond of this remark. It was evident that Nura Rukio was genuinely pleased. The smile on his face unmistakable. By chance, I am also quite interested in you, the Crimson Sorceress. May I have your contact information? I wish to learn some magic. It seems you lack a legacy as well. I can provide you with my contact details. Here is my card with my phone number. Koizumi Akiko handed over a business card. As for teaching you magic, I am afraid I cannot assist you. Since you are aware of the crimson magic, you should also understand that it can only manifest in one individual. Indeed, Nura Rukio sighed. Well then, I shall not disturb you further. I will reach out when I require your assistance. Remembering something, he tapped his head. Oh, by the way, do you have my contact information? Koizumi Akiko nodded but did not reply. Noticing this, Nura Rukio turned to the perplexed Kaido Kuroba, who had followed him, and asked, could you take me to 2 Chome 11 Ban in Mahanko later? Do you take me for a chauffeur? Kaido Kuroba replied, rolling his eyes. Well, how about lending me a bicycle? I will return it to you tomorrow, Nura Rukio suggested after a moment of contemplation. Forget it, Terai-san, I'll trouble you with this. Kaido Kuroba waved his hand in resignation, signaling him to get in the car. The next day, as Nura Rukio awoke and freshened up, he glanced at the calendar. Yesterday was April 1st, and tomorrow is April 19th. How very Koyama. He casually entered the doctor's house and opened the door, just in time to see Dr. Agasa pouring coffee. Hello, doctor. Where's AI? Dr. Agasa paused for a moment. Ah, she is conducting an experiment. He then shot a bemused glance at the doorway. Rikyo, couldn't you just ring the doorbell? Next time for sure. Lu Xiong waved his hand as he made his way to Xiao AI's laboratory, gently knocking on the door. Little AI, come in. Upon opening the door, one could see Xiao AI removing a slide from the microscope. She turned to the newly arrived Nura Rukio and inquired with a hint of curiosity, is there something on your mind? There is a grand banquet at sea tomorrow. Will you be attending? I shall not be going, as there are classes at Emperor Dan Elementary tomorrow. Calmly, Xiao AI took out her notebook and began jotting down notes. Nura Rukio could not help but scoff. You don't have classes in high school, yet there are classes in elementary school? Ultimately, with no other recourse. He resignedly shrugged and said, very well, I have no other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. All right, goodbye. April 19th. Aboard the Queen Elizabeth at Yokohama Port. The Suzuki Corporation has entered its 60th year this year. The achievements we celebrate today are truly a testament to your unwavering support and affection. Let us set aside our worries and relish this splendid maritime soiree, graced by the presence of 500 esteemed guests. Suzuki Shiro proclaimed with a smile from the podium. Prior to this Suzuki Shiro was taken aback, turning to see Suzuki Tomoko standing unexpectedly behind him. I have devised a unique activity for this evening, she announced, producing a jewelry box. Please open the small boxes I distributed to each of you before boarding. This is a challenge I posed to that foolish thief. Nura Rukio casually tucked his own jewelry box, which he had just examined, into his pocket. He glanced around, observing the attendees as they unveiled their boxes. Their eyes widening in astonishment, finding the situation rather amusing. Indeed, it is the emblem of my family and tonight's target of Kaido Kid, the Dark Star, exclaimed Tomoko from the podium, raising her jewelry box triumphantly, her voice imbued with pride. There is but one genuine piece, and only I know to whom it has been entrusted. The rest are exquisite replicas. Everyone, please pin it to your chest. Let Kaido Kid have a good look. If he can steal it, let him try. With that, she affixed her own Dark Star to her chest. Of course, the prerequisite was to identify the genuine piece within 3 hours of the ship's voyage. Just as Rikuo was about to approach Conan to inquire why he was not attending class, he heard Suzuki Sonoko, holding a phone, exclaiming in confusion, is Dad home? Conan inquired with a startled expression, rushing up to a man. Hadn't he, the chairman, just been here? The man kindly crouched down and gestured outside, indicating that he had gone to the restroom. Upon hearing this, Conan swiftly turned and dashed out, while Nura Rukio stroked his chin, pondering, it seems he is in disguise. What was the plot again? There should be a false kid who got shot, but I'll just take this as entertainment. Logically, Kid shouldn't be in any danger, and Shinichi and the others should be fine. Before long, Conan hurriedly approached Suzuki Sonoko and Suzuki Tomoko. exclaiming that Kid had disguised himself as Uncle Suzuki. Sonoko, astonished, asked, "As my dad?" Tomoko, equally surprised, exclaimed, "How is that possible? I just saw him in the restroom using clothes and props to impersonate your father." "The police are investigating," Conan stated, extending his arm towards the restroom. Only then did he seem to realize something, glancing around. "By the way, where's Ran?" "Oh, she has tea returned, so she went to look for you," Muri Kagura said, a look of exasperation on his face as he raised his cup, muttering, "What if Phantom Thief 1412 captures her?" "Not 1412, Nakamori Ginzo interjected, walking up behind Muri Kagura with his hands in his pockets, excitedly adding, "His name is Phantom Thief Kid, though it's a bit complicated. Please don't get it wrong." With that, he turned and earnestly surveyed everyone in the area. Nura Rukio stroked his chin, contemplating where one would be captured. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he hurried outside, arriving at the lifeboat area, where he soon spotted Ran approaching. "Hey, little kid, you didn't harm her, did you?" Nura Rukio calmly leaned against the side of the boat. Ran fell silent for a moment before asking in a somewhat resigned tone, "How did you recognize me? Are you going to help the police and detectives catch me, Mr. Model Citizen? You answer my question first, and then I shall respond to yours." "Miss Ran is fine. She merely fainted," Kid said, revealing an inquisitive expression. "Do you like her?" "According to my investigation, I don't, but she is one of my few friends. And I simply don't want anything to happen to her," Nura Rukio replied, standing up straight. "And you, emotional simpleton, should refrain from gossiping about such matters. As for recognizing your disguise, it's because I am also quite an adept magician." As he spoke, Nura Rukio flipped his palm, revealing thermal glasses. Kid, initially eager to say something, was silenced by this spectacle, leaning in closer and muttering, "Wait, I can't see anything." He then exclaimed, "Could we do that again? Just once?" With a smile, Nura Rukio didn't waste any words. He flipped his hand again, making the glasses vanish, then reappear. "Is this what you call magic?" Kid, disguised as Ran, nearly lost composure. He looked at Nura Rukio and remarked, "You and Akako are indeed kindred spirits." Nura Rukio merely shrugged with a smile, not responding to his comment. "I merely came to confirm that Ran is unharmed. Since she is fine, you may continue your cross-dressing escapade. As I mentioned earlier, I have no interest in you." With that, Nura Rukio turned to head back. "What do you mean by a cross-dressing escapade?" Kid muttered disgruntledly from behind, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued with his plan. Upon returning to the venue, he noticed everyone looking astonished at something. As Nur with a sudden clap, the previously raucous venue fell into an unexpected silence. Naruaki Rukio curiously lifted his head, only to witness a man surrounded by a scattering of playing cards. While Xiaolan and Sonoko hurriedly assisted him in picking them up, the cards appeared to belong to a riddle or illusionistic performance. The man, perhaps feeling that this disruption would interfere with the act, was flusteredly gathering the cards, all the while muttering under his breath, "Apologies." Upon hearing this, Sanada Ichizo smiled confidently from the stage. "It's no matter. It's merely a card that has fallen. It will not affect my skill." Yoko handed the organized cards back to Sanada Ichizo. "Here you go." "Thank you, ladies." Sanada Ichisen smiled as he accepted the card, then extended his hand, holding the card towards Xiaolan and Yuenzi, and said, "Allow me to present you with a chapter card as a token of my gratitude." "Really?" Upon seeing Sanada nod, Xiaolan reached out her hand, intending to take a piece. "Wait a moment." Sanada Ikizumi gestured for a pause, then pointed to his eyes with his right hand. "Before proceeding, I must first utilize my X-ray glasses to discern the card you have chosen." At that moment, a dove fluttered around Sanada Ikizumi, ultimately perching upon his head. He cast a curious glance at the bird but soon dismissed it, continuing his performance. He extended a hand and proclaimed, "Miss, the card you are about to select is the Ace of Hearts." He then offered his hand, inviting her to choose any card. Under the guidance of Yuenzi, Xiaolan selected one of the cards and turned it over, revealing a startling image, Kaido Kuroba, the Phantom Thief. Unbeknownst to them, behind them stood Nura Rukio, who observed the card inscribed with the words, "Just as Julius Caesar fell under the spell of Cleopatra's charm, I have come to your side." Kaido Kuroba. A hearty laugh erupted from Rikyo. "Ha ha ha, Kaido Kuroba, the Egyptian queen." Xiaolan's smile faltered momentarily before she turned to respond. "Lu Xiong." Yuenzi exclaimed in surprise, interrupting Xiaolan. Before Lu Xiong could respond, the entire venue erupted into a cacophony of chatter, all centered around the enigmatic Phantom Thief Kid. Observing the animated discussions among the crowd, Lu Xiong raised his voice to recount to Yuanzi the moment when the imposter kid had fallen from the sky. Oh, Yoko nodded. Meanwhile, the serious-faced Tsubaki Shintaro inquired of Nakamori Ginzo. Nakamori, is it possible that the item has been stolen? This unrest is merely a ploy to facilitate his actions. He has neither stolen it yet nor made his escape. Conan, with a focused gaze sweeping over the chaotic venue, confidently reassured the two policemen nearby, do not worry. We will apprehend him. He is not a magician, merely an ordinary human relying on props and sleight of hand. On the other side, Yoko looked at Ran in surprise and asked, Ran, where are your pearls? Eh? Xiaolan exclaimed in surprise, glancing around and noticing her pearl had rolled to the feet of a guest. I apologize. Could you please assist me in retrieving that pearl? Just as the guest bent down to pick it up, with a resounding pop, the pearl on the ground burst open, releasing a cloud of mist, drawing the astonished gazes of all present. In that very moment, numerous pearls materialized anew upon the ground. The sound of whoosh echoed incessantly, plunging the entire venue into chaos. Hey, do not push. It is a bomb. Run for your lives. The scene spiraled into chaos, with fleeing guests even knocking Suzuki Tomoko to the ground. Xiaolan hurried over to help Suzuki Tomoko to her feet. Is everything all right? Thank you, Xiaolan. Suzuki Tomoko expressed her gratitude without any forethought. The venue remained in considerable disarray, with Nura Rukio silently positioning himself between the crowd and the three individuals seated on the ground. Tomoko's cherished black pearl was also nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Suzuki Sonoko noticed that the black pearl adorning Suzuki Tomoko's chest had mysteriously vanished as well. Tomoko froze in shock, her eyes wide as she glanced down at her chest. And then she cried out in panic. Ah? The phantom thief kid has stolen the Dark Star. What? Nakamori Enzo, who was maintaining order, swiftly turned to Suzuki Tomoko. After confirming the loss, he hastily summoned law enforcement, commanding them not to allow the culprit to escape. The phantom thief kid is out now. Meanwhile, Conan grasped Tran's arm and followed the police as they rushed outside. Sister Ran, let us join in the pursuit. I have already uncovered the identity of the phantom thief kid. What? Xiaolan appeared momentarily taken aback, yet she followed Conan out, with Nura Rukio trailing closely behind them into the control room. Inside, Xiaolan curiously inquired of Conan, Conan, is this really the control room? Is Phantom Thief Kid truly here? Sister Xiaolan, do you comprehend the significance of the gem? Conan spoke while picking up a soccer ball. The meaning of the gem? Yoko's mother left clues long ago. The genuine black pearl is entrusted to the person who embodies its essence, Conan replied, tossing the ball back to Xiaolan. The pearl symbolizes the moon and femininity. Among the passengers on the ship, the only name associated with the moon is Suzuki Tomoko. In other words, she herself is wearing it. Oh, but does that mean we can ascertain who Phantom Thief Kid is? Xiaolan asked, her arms crossed, a hint of confusion in her expression. Cards, indeed, Conan said, nodding his head at the ball. On the card that Sister Ran had drawn, wasn't there a message from the elusive Phantom Thief Kid? Indeed. This illusion involves producing a dove from the right hand while the audience's attention is captivated by it, allowing the performer to seamlessly switch the cards in the left hand to the desired ones. Therefore, prior to returning the cards to her, no matter who shuffles them, it will not affect the drawn card. The fact that a message is affixed to the card signifies that Sanada is, in fact, the Phantom Thief Kid? No, Conan said, bouncing the ball from his head back to his feet. I had been watching. That individual had never approached Mrs. Suzuki. So who could it be? There must be another person capable of switching the cards. Indeed, this person could feign picking up a discarded card from the ground, extract one, and affix a message. Then, they could conceal the card in their palm, pretending to draw it from the entire deck. Conan paused his juggling and placed the soccer ball underfoot. ISNT that right. Ran. It's not the esteemed Phantom Thief Kid. Clap, clap, clap. Nura Rukio emerged from the corner, exclaiming, Bravo, bravo. It seems this time the detective has outdone himself. Rukio? When did you arrive? Conan didn't turn around but remained fixated on Kid, ensuring he did not escape. I've been here all along. Young Kid. May I pose a question to you? Rukio casually approached Conan. Oh, it seems I have failed. Go ahead and ask. Kid replied with a smile, showing no signs of distress or disguise. My question is, beneath your skirt, are you wearing men's or women's underwear? Rukio inquired earnestly. Hey, Rukio. Why would you ask such a trivial question? Conan couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Kid's lips twitched slightly, and he tossed the dark star he held to Rukio. Please convey my apologies to the lady. I regret having spoiled her party. You still haven't answered my question, Rukio said, slightly annoyed as he ruffled Conan's hair. All right, regarding the underwear. Kid opened his collar to take a glance and continued. Lend me your clothes. I worry that the girl still lying on the lifeboat might catch a chill. With that, he pulled out a lacy bra from his collar. What can I say? I am a perfectionist. What? Conan's face flushed with surprise. Rukio, stroking his chin thoughtfully, remarked. So this is what it means to be a cross-dressing master. Kid, uninterested in Rukio's musings, threw a flash bomb. Caught off guard, Rukio and Conan were both momentarily blinded. As they regained their composure, Conan glanced at the clothes on the floor and then towards the hallway, where he heard the sound of footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Darn it. He escaped. Conan then turned to Rukio, his eyes lighting up. Rukio, go after Kid. I'll fetch the clothes for Ran. With that, Conan grabbed the clothes from the ground and dashed out. Rukio could only shake his head in amusement. Ah, love. Before long. Lu Xiong observed Conan returning with the yawning Ran Muri. Lu Xiong, have you managed to catch Kid? Lu Xiong merely shrugged his shoulders. Not pursued. I am not a detective, and thus, I have no interest in such matters. Nura Rukio remarked as he handed over the pitch-black star to the authorities. Later, a glider intended for the escape of the Phantom Thief Kid was discovered. However, he suddenly vanished from the ship without a trace. At Professor Agasa's residence, he exclaimed, Wow. Rukio, you have accomplished something significant. To reclaim a treasure from such a world-class thief. Sitting in front of the television and gazing at the newspaper, Professor Agasa could not help but express his admiration. It was merely a matter of convenience. Kid never intended to steal anything, Nura Rukio replied nonchalantly, savoring his coffee. Kid? Dr. Agasa was taken aback, for Kid was quite youthful. Nura Rukio replied, and then brought a cup of coffee to Dr. Agasa's laboratory. With a gentle knock, the door was pushed open, and one entered without hesitation. Xiao AI, here is your coffee. The cup was placed upon the table, and casually, a set of experimental records was picked up and examined. Thank you. Xiao AI continued to type on the computer. Your experimental records are quite detailed. But the consumption of the laboratory mice is indeed considerable. Do you need more? Nuliang Luxiong casually placed the experimental records back on the desk. Please buy me 20 more mice, Xiao AI replied without turning her head, her tone remarkably nonchalant. All right, I'll bring them over in a couple of days. Nuliang Luxiong glanced at the experimental equipment. Is there anything else you need? No, that's all. Please pass me the experimental records, Xiao AI said. Her gaze fixed on the computer as she extended her hand towards him. After Nuliang Luxiong handed her the records, he stood up and said, Then I'll take my leave. Upon returning to his residence, Nura Rukio unlocked the guest room door and made his way to the master bedroom, where he reclined on the bed, his consciousness shifting to that of a youthful form. Stepping out to safe house number 3, he adeptly ordered a glass of juice and inquired of Jiao Qin, is something amiss? Old Qin? The sharpshooter, Jin, cast a glance at the woman beside him, whose chestnut-red, mushroom-shaped hair framed her features. Kianti. She acknowledged with a hint of displeasure as she cast a sidelong glance at Nura Rukio. You insufferable little brat, come with me. With that, she rose and strode toward the safe house. No, I can't handle a gun. You truly cannot blame me for that. Nura Rukio protested, attempting to resist. However, a mere cold glance from Jin was enough for him to realize his efforts were futile. With his head hung low, he trailed after Kianti. Inside, Kianti, visibly irked, handed him a sniper rifle and gestured meaningfully. Understanding her intent, Nura Rukio approached the platform, and the area shimmered, transforming into a projection of a football field. Bang! After enduring what seemed like an infinite series of failures, Kianti could no longer contain his frustration and aimed his sniper rifle at the head of Rukio Nuryu. You insufferable little brat, do you wish for me to take pleasure in your demise? Rukio, with a shrug of resignation, replied, I initially declined. It's not as if I could actually hit anything. At that moment, Jin, who had been waiting at the entrance, interrupted the two. Given your current state, perhaps it is best to consult a doctor. With that, the physician beside Jin raised his instrument to signal Rukio. The ultimate conclusion, of course, was that everything was normal, leaving Jin with no choice but to send Rukio home. In the days following the heist, Rukio presented a laboratory mouse to Shiho, and during that time, he occasionally visited the professor's home for meals, even taking Shiho on a shopping excursion that resulted in several new bags. At other times, he simply lounged at home, as Jin had not issued any new missions, and Conan was at a loss for how to proceed. However, The release of Yusaku Kudo's latest novel in the Night Baron series prompted Rukio to stand in line for quite some time to purchase a copy. After a day engrossed in the novel, Rukio retrieved a newspaper only to discover an envelope tucked within its pages. Upon returning to his abode and settling onto the sofa, he opened the envelope, bemused. Is it truly possible for someone alive to send me a letter? He pondered. Upon closer inspection, the letter was an invitation from a certain Teiji Moritani, beckoning him to a garden tea party. Rukio scratched his head. Teiji Moritani? That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Unable to recall, he tossed the invitation aside and began perusing the newspaper, where he was immediately drawn to the bold headline regarding the theft at the Eastern Powder magazine. Sitting up straight, he exclaimed, while I may not recall Moritani, I am well acquainted with explosives. Rukio hastily reopened the envelope to examine it closely. It seems the young master of the Nura family is hoping for my attendance. How did this invitation find its way to my home? Quite peculiar. The garden tea party is set for April 29th in the afternoon. Why is it sent so early? And it certainly has the air of a high society affair. Shrugging at the thought, Rukio resolved to attend the gathering, albeit reluctantly. Suddenly, he recalled the date and glanced at the calendar. Today is April 26th. So, those previous days in Conan's timeline equate to a month? Tomorrow is the 29th. And the day after is May 3rd. Truly, this is the essence of Conan's logic. With a habitual shrug, Rukio sunk into deep contemplation about the narrative. Yet, after much musing, he could only remember that this individual was a symmetry enthusiast and a demolition genius, known for blowing up children, train tracks, and buildings alike. Does Moritani know where my minefields lie? Why is he prancing about? As he thought, Rukio stroked his chin, furrowing his brow and mumbling, speaking of which, isn't there a scene in the cinema involving cutting wires? Quite romantic, I must say. Romance is acceptable, but peril is not. Just then, as he perused the newspaper, his phone erupted with a jingle from his pocket. My stylish skateboard shoes, oh so fashionable, on my way home I cannot help but dance, clinkling. Rukio pulled out his phone and answered, hello. How does the little genius Conan have time to call someone as frail as I? Rukio, are you free on April 29th? Eh? Nura Rukio inquired curiously while reclining on the sofa. Is there something you need? There is a renowned architect named Moriya Teiji who has invited me for afternoon tea, and I would like you to attend in my stead. Did you not used to pass such invitations directly to Xiaolan? Well, it's just that it's been quite some time since I've seen Xiaolan and my high school guys. And she has grown somewhat upset lately. Somewhat upset? Could you possibly make a phone call to assist me? Alas, I find myself unable to help, as I too have received an invitation from Moriya Teiji. Very well. Do. Nura Rukio found the contact once more, hesitated briefly, and ultimately tucked his phone away. This individual was a bomb enthusiast. It was best not to bring Xiao Ai along. On April 29th, Nura Rukio unveiled his premier mode of transportation, a bicycle, and pedaled towards his destination. With a buff enhancing his cycling prowess, Nura Rukio boldly commandeered the streets, unencumbered by speed limits. Farewell. He called out to a sports car that had just been pulled over by the police for exceeding the speed limit in a race against him, before accelerating once again and swiftly arriving at Moriya Teiji's residence. He parked his bicycle in a narrow path beside the villa, secured it with a lock, and tucked it away in a discreet corner. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, he received a message from Brother Tongzi regarding a task: assist in the investigation of the theatrical version, timed detonation of the skyscraper. Producing the invitation, he entered the yard of this renowned perfectionist, where he fortuitously encountered the trio of good luck ascending the staircase. Rand gazed at the impressive edifice, unable to suppress her awe. How magnificent! It is utterly breathtaking. Indeed, this is truly a testament to the architecture of the Stuart dynasty in 17th century England. Kagaro Muri expressed with great admiration. Wow, Uncle Muri, you truly are a distinguished detective. You possess such knowledge. Nura Rukio's voice resonated from behind them. Kagoro Muri turned around, and, upon seeing, his expression soured instantly. It's you, you little rascal. What brings you here as well? Lu Xiong. Xiaolon greeted with a smile. This Moritani Teiji must have done something peculiar, as he sent the invitation directly to my home, bypassing Grandpa Daiki. Out of curiosity, I decided to come. Natsuyoshi Lu Xiong shrugged nonchalantly. Speaking of which, Yuanzi mentioned to me that your Natsuyoshi Corporation has been flourishing recently, hasn't it? Xiaolon pondered aloud. I'm not entirely sure about that. As you know, I can at most provide a developmental direction, while Grandpa Daiki is in charge of the specifics. After exchanging pleasantries, They were guided by the attendants to the backyard. Natsuyoshi Lu Xiong took a piece of bread and settled into a corner, discreetly surveying the yard. Truly a mundane form of art. Punishing evil is the real artistry, after all. Before long, Kagoro Mori and his party entered the backyard, led by Moritani Teiji. Please, make yourselves comfortable and spend your afternoon here. Xiaolon glanced over and noticed the exquisite snacks on the table, exclaiming, "Wow, these treats are absolutely stunning. Are they all handmade?" Of course. For a formal afternoon tea, we must serve guests with handmade delicacies. Please, do indulge, Moritani Teiji gestured invitingly. Then I shan't hold back. Xiaolon casually picked up a biscuit and began to savor it. Moritani Teiji approached her with a smile, inquiring, "How does it taste? Is it to your liking?" "This biscuit is delightful. I'm glad you enjoy it." "In that case, my efforts since last night have been worthwhile," Moritani Teiji beamed. Having just introduced his creations when a model nearby could not contain her surprise. "Professor, so you can cook as well?" I'm still single, you know. All the snacks laid out here, be it sandwiches or biscuits, are my handiwork. I'm just that kind of person. If I don't make it myself, I can't rest easy." Moritani Teiji replied with a cheerful laugh. The surrounding guests immediately grasped his sentiment and gathered around, beginning to commend Moritani Teiji. "I see. So, the exquisite architecture that comes from your hands is born of such spirit." Moritani Teiji fully embodied the arrogance of a design genius as he asserted. "If it lacks aesthetic appeal, I wouldn't recognize it as architecture. Nowadays, many young architects lack an awareness of beauty. They must embrace a stronger sense of responsibility towards their work." The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, yet Moritani Teiji remained unfazed by their astonishment, turning to Kagoro Mori and continuing. "Oh, by the way, Detective Mori, may I ask you a question? Is that all right?" You want to ask me a question?" "Indeed. I am currently assisting a company managed by 3 individuals in deducing an internet access password, and as you are the renowned detective Kagoro Mori, you should be able to unravel it swiftly." Before Kagoro Mori could respond, the crowd began to murmur, "That's Kagoro Mori. So this is the illustrious Kagoro Mori? It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Upon hearing the compliments, Kagoro Mori felt a surge of confidence, adjusting his collar and grinning, "Very well. Please, do proceed." Natsuyoshi Lu Xiong displayed a similar expression to Conan, pondering, "Is this what peak confidence looks like? That is splendid." Moriya Teiji extracted a piece of paper from his pocket. It contained the information regarding the 3 individuals. The passage command was a term collectively formed by their names, comprising a total of 5 hiragana characters. After handing the paper to Kagoro Mori, he turned to Ran and said, "Miss Ran, why not give it a try as well?" May I give it a shot?" Nura Rukio inquired as he approached Moriya Teiji's side. "Lu Xiong?" Xiaolan." Nura Rukio gestured towards her, then turned to Moriya Teiji, saying, "So, Professor Moriya, I am indeed the half-brother of Kudo Shinichi." Completely disregarding the exasperated expression of Conan beside him, he added, "My deductive skills are quite commendable as well." "Kudo Shinichi's half-brother? Who might that be?" Murmurs arose among the crowd. "Kudo Shinichi, the renowned high school detective, right?" Moriya Teiji was momentarily taken aback, murmuring softly to himself, "Kudo Shinichi's half-brother?" He then raised his head, curiosity evident as he inquired, "I am certainly familiar with the name of that high school detective, Kudo Shinichi. However, I have not heard of him having any siblings." "Who are you?" Nura Rukio patted his chest proudly, declaring, "That is precisely who I am. I am Nura Rukio, the half-brother of Kudo Shinichi, born of different fathers and mothers. If you don't believe me, just ask Mrs. Kudo, Madame Kudo." With a resounding thud, Rukio Nura crouched down, clutching his head. He could have evaded the blow moments ago, yet deemed it unnecessary. This was due to Kagoro Mori, who, with a furious expression, exclaimed, "You insolent brat. Refrain from speaking recklessly. Hello, hello, hello." With that, Nura Rukio hurriedly stood up again, feigning an air of nonchalance as he adjusted his collar. Ignoring the peculiar bump on his head, he managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Moriya Teiji, attempting to ease the tension, remarked, "Since Mr. Naruya is so confident in his reasoning, why not give it a try?" He then handed Rukio a note, but just after doing so, Moriya added, "You have 3 minutes to solve this. Everyone present may join in." Rukio blinked, glancing at Moriya, then at Muri Kaguru, and finally at Conan. In his mind, he silently noted Conan's presence before unfolding the note. It revealed information about Yamashita Riki, born in October of Showa 31, type A blood, with a penchant for hot springs. Followed by Sorakiri Sasuke, born in June of Showa 32, type B blood, fond of paragliding. And lastly, Kuki Tsukuru, born in January of Showa 33, type O blood, who enjoyed walking. The answer was Momotaro. While Rukio pondered, Conan suddenly declared the answer aloud. He went on to explain to Muri Kagura that the key to the riddle lay in the years mentioned, the year of the monkey, the year of the rooster, and the year of the dog. These three animals were all companions of Momotaro. You got it right, young man. Truly impressive. Moriya Teiji applauded Conan. Since you have provided the correct answer, I would like to invite you all to visit my private exhibition room as a reward. Miss Ran, you are welcome to join us as well. Private exhibition room? Can I go? I'm quite curious, Rukio gestured. Professor, can Rukio come with us? Ran kindly inquired. Murikagaru, however, merely scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction without voicing any objections. After a moment of thought, Professor Moriya smiled and replied, Of course, it is no problem at all. Mr. Naruya may join us as well. Upon arriving at the collection room, Rukio gleefully wandered about like an ordinary visitor. Visually, it was indeed impressive. However, he couldn't help but notice, isn't your current style quite different from what it used to be, Professor Moriya? With the warmth of a kind elder, Moriya explained. It appears Mr. Naruya possesses a certain understanding of art. Indeed, these designs do differ from my current style. I was not sufficiently mature back then. So I apologize for any amusement. These are all mine, Sister Ran. Suddenly, Conan halted in front of a painting, interrupting the conversation between Rukio and Moriya. Well, is this really the house of Mr. Kirikawa? Ran exclaimed after a glance. Who is Mr. Kirikawa? Rukio quietly asked Conan. He was a case my uncle handled previously. Moriya stepped over, adding, Not long ago, I heard that Mr. Kirikawa was murdered by a maid. Indeed, Xiaolon nodded. This house is a design of mine shortly after I became independent. All the subsequent works were created during my 30s, he chuckled. Moriya Teiji smiled as he observed the three individuals gazing at the photographs of the house. In youth, we were rather immature. Perhaps it is best if you stop looking at them now. He inquired, Mr. Nuriyoshi and Miss Xiaolon, you are quite familiar with Mr. Kudo, are you not? Of course. This is Mrs. Kudo, and I am his beloved friend, like a brother. Nuriyoshi Rukio remarked, affectionately ruffling Conan's hair. Oh dear, Rukio. Shinichi and I are not married yet. Why do you keep calling me Mrs. Kudo? Xiaolon said, her cheeks flushing, making it difficult for her to continue speaking. Haha. No worries. It is only a matter of time. Wouldn't you agree, Conan? Nuriyoshi Rukio teased, poking the blushing Conan's cheek. Indeed, Conan instinctively replied. His face flushed as he hurriedly waved his hand. No, it is far too early to discuss that. Exactly, Lu Xiong. It is indeed too early to bring this up. Xiaolan echoed in agreement. Ha. It is evident that both of you share a close relationship with Mr. Kudo. Moriya Teiji remarked with a smile. Before inquiring, I have always been eager to meet this high school detective. Do you know how I might get in touch with him? Although we grew up together, we have not seen each other much recently, Mao Lilan admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Oh, Moritani Teiji was taken aback, seeing his expression. Xiaolan hurriedly added, however, this Sunday is Shinichi's birthday, so I have arranged to watch a midnight screening of a movie with him. Oh, that certainly sounds exciting. Moritani Teiji could not help but smile. You must have already purchased his gift, right? Speaking of gifts, Xiaolan felt a bit troubled, but as she pondered, she explained to Moritani Teiji, not yet. I plan to buy it on Saturday because both Shinichi and I have a fondness for the color red. Moreover, our lucky color for May is also red. Therefore, I intend to buy him a red casual shirt. Ha. I am sure Mr. Kudo will be delighted to receive it. Moritani Teiji remarked with a smile. Indeed, Nura Rukio cast a sidelong glance at Moritani Teiji, then turned his gaze to Conan, who wore an expression of sheer horror upon realizing he had forgotten his birthday. He gently tapped Conan's head and leaned down to whisper. What do you think I should gift you? No, it would be best if you didn't get me anything. Conan snapped back to reality, resolutely shaking his head. I think a screaming chicken would be delightful. What do you think? I absolutely do not want that. Conan declared emphatically, crossing his arms defiantly. Ran, upon hearing the commotion, instinctively glanced in the direction of Nura Rukio and Conan, noticing their playful antics without further concern. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she lowered herself and peered out from beneath the curtain. Oh, isn't that the Mihan City Hall across the way? You are right, confirmed Moriya Teiji, acknowledging the matter. Xiaolon stood up and pointed towards the direction of the Mihua Municipal Building. On Sunday, I have arranged to watch a movie at the Mihua Film City Hall now. One with Shinichi, we agreed to meet at 10 p.m. in the lobby on the 3rd. Indeed, this building is my proud achievement. There is no better place for young couples to celebrate a birthday. Nura Rukio silently mused, so your art is not about symmetry, but rather an explosion, is it? The next day arrived, May 3rd. Nura Rukio and Xiao Ai sat on a sofa with a table in front of Dr. Agasa's house. One was engrossed in reading a new book by Kudo Shinichi, while the other perused the latest scientific journals. You could have simply refused her beforehand, remarked Dr. Agasa. Pouring coffee, addressing Conan, who lay on the sofa bed in front of the television. What could I do? Every time I see Xiaolon counting the days on the calendar with such anticipation, I simply cannot refuse her, Conan replied, resting his hands beneath his head. Wearing an expression of helplessness. Doctor, why don't you and Rukio collaborate to create a sophisticated robot for me? Conan suggested. That is quite a tall order. Even a genius like me cannot accomplish that. Nura Rukio also raised his head. I do have a robot, but it is on the verge of falling apart. Would you like to use it? No, I'll pass, Conan conceded. Rukio, when did you start researching robots? Dr. Agasa inquired with curiosity. Oh, that was a chance occurrence. The control stick is already cracked, and it could break at any moment. It doesn't even resemble a human. One might consider it, a humanoid toy car? Nura Rukio contemplated before speaking. That is still an impressive invention. May I examine it when you have the chance? Of course, at this moment. Shiho put down her journal and curiously inquired of Nura Rukio, you actually possess the ability to create robots? Nura Rukio scratched his face, feeling somewhat bashful as he replied. It's not that impressive. As you know, I usually don't excel in my research, yet I've dabbled aimlessly in a myriad of experiments. Shiho nodded earnestly. Indeed. Entering your laboratory is quite a daunting task for any living being. Nura Rukio blushed slightly. What can I say? When you visited last time, I had just recovered the excrement from the latest experiment, intending to examine its usage and wear. Hey, let's not discuss my experiments any further, he added. Shinichi glared at Nura Rukio with vacant eyes, yet Nura Rukio seemed unfazed. At that moment, the television suddenly broadcasted a news report. According to reliable sources, a large cache of bombs containing ammonium nitrate had been stolen from the Toyo Munitions Depot 2 days prior. The police had dispatched hundreds of personnel to conduct related searches, but no clues had been uncovered thus far. This is a serious matter, the doctor remarked as he held his coffee and approached the television. Wasn't this reported in the papers 2 days ago? Why is it only on television today? Nura Rukio walked over to the doctor and observed the television, adding, moreover, creating plastic explosives from such materials should be quite exhilarating. Perhaps it's best to refrain from making light of such matters, the doctor expressed with concern. Indeed, if such a bomb were to detonate, the consequences would be unimaginable, Conan concurred, nodding gravely. The television sound once again captured the attention of the group. It appears that Mr. Kirikawa's residence has been set ablaze, resulting in calamity for several neighboring households. Conan gazed at the television, astonished. Is that the Kirikawa house? Yes. It is the very house where the tragedy occurred. However, it seems there has been a spate of arson incidents lately. Suddenly, the phone at Professor Agasa's home began to ring. He walked over to answer it, while Nura Rukio, who had been standing behind the doctor, returned to Shiho's side. His expression serious as he took a seat on the sofa. Nura Rukio quietly asked Shiho, Shiho, what if someone had prior knowledge of an impending case? If they took action, they could potentially save many from misfortune. However, that person might also risk entangling themselves in trouble. What should that individual do? Shiho closed her magazine, gazing intently at Nura Rukio. Rukio, simply act according to your own convictions. You need not seek my counsel. Nura Rukio was taken aback, then turned to Conan and the doctor, who were still on the phone. Conan, holding a voice changer, replied earnestly, I have no obligation to disclose such information to someone like you. This phone was not the previous landline, but rather a handheld mobile device. And Nura Rukio could not hear the voice on the other end, only catching Conan mumbling, Green Park? What is the matter? Nura Rukio inquired. The individual on the other end of the line identified himself as the perpetrator of the Eastern Powder Magazine heist, instructing me to proceed to Greenfield Park. He warned that failure to comply would result in the demise of those innocent children. As Conan spoke, he swiftly produced his skateboard and dashed towards the door. The doctor, slightly hesitant, remarked, could it not be a prank? No, doctor, he is quite serious, Nura Rukio asserted. Upon concluding his statement, he rose to pursue, suddenly sensing something amiss. He turned to find Shiho tugging at his sleeve. Be careful, Nura Rukio smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Trust me, I am invincible in a direct confrontation. Once Xiao Ai released her grip, Nura Rukio effortlessly scaled the wall back to his home, bypassing the door entirely. He leaped into the garage, mounted his bicycle, and with a piece of wood, propelled himself into the air. As he pedaled down the road, sparks flew from the bicycle, and the gust of wind caused nearby girls to scream and hurriedly clutch their skirts. What a ridiculous scene. It's over. You little brat, perish. On the way to Greenfield Park, Nura Rukio reached out and lifted Conan, who was gliding on a skateboard, placing him on the back seat. Hold on tight. Huh? Hey. Nura Rukio accelerated swiftly, racing towards Greenfield Park. Upon arriving at the entrance, he unceremoniously tossed Conan aside. Quickly, defused the bomb. I will track down that scoundrel. Hey, Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong completely disregarded Conan's call from behind, resolutely pedaling his bicycle and creating a gust of wind as he sped away. Observing the construction site of the building ahead, Lu Xiong quickened his pedaling pace. He soon arrived at the base of the structure, but instead of hastily ascending, he retrieved his baton and crouched at the entrance. Before long, a man clad in a gray coat, adorned with a hat and a false mustache, hurriedly emerged from the building. Lu Xiong brandished his baton and struck him on the head. With a menacing expression, Nura Rukio delivered a vicious kick to the stomach of his adversary. So, you are Moritani Teiji, are you? Is art merely an explosion? Another brutal kick followed. You engage in indiscriminate murder, do you? Grasping his opponent's head, he lifted it, tearing away the facade. His fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted in anger. Moritani Teiji, you, but his grip slackened. Forget it, you merely dabble in explosives. I should not have allowed my frustration over your blatant criminality to be directed at you. My apologies. Upon closer inspection, Nura Rukio realized that Moritani Teiji had already lost consciousness, prompting a disdainful TCH from him. He then dialed the police station. Hello, this is the Mihua City Police Department. I have a case involving an arsonist and a perpetrator of indiscriminate bombings. Could you send someone over? What? At that moment, a cacophony of voices emanated from the other end of the line, seemingly discussing an explosion that required urgent police attention. Lu Ruxiong's expression shifted as a thought crossed his mind. You need only to dispatch a vehicle to the entrance of the building under construction beside Green Park. The bomber is here. They cannot escape. Sir, are you certain it is the bomber? I am certain. Hurry. I have matters to attend to. Understood. Please do not leave the location, sir. Do. Nura Rukio dialed Conan's number once again, but there was no answer. His expression soured dramatically, and he delivered a swift kick to Tani Taichi. You better pray that fool Shinichi is unharmed. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. The police arrived promptly, led by Inspector Magyar. So it is Rukio. Is this the bomb perpetrator? Indeed, this is the individual who resorted to explosions in pursuit of symmetric artistry. It appears that due to a case previously solved by Shinichi, he was unable to complete his final masterpiece. Thus, he stole from the Eastern Gunpowder Depot, intending to obliterate all his prior works. What? Inspector Magyar exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Moria Teiji. This man had seemingly lost his mind in pursuit of symmetry. When I heard the phone call during the report, there was mention of an explosion. Is Shin Conan all right? Nura Rukio asked anxiously. Ah, you are referring to the explosion that just occurred in the expansive area outside the highway, Magyar mused. Logically, that location should not have resulted in any casualties. After a moment of contemplation, Inspector Magyar inquired, would you like me to inquire about the specific details? Thank you for your trouble, Nura Rukio nodded. Inspector Muro called and informed Rukio that a child had removed a bomb from the highway. Although the child was not directly harmed by the explosive, he had lost consciousness after crashing into a tree due to the blast shockwave. The child was currently being transported to the police hospital. Rukio tossed Moria Taichi at Inspector Muro's feet, exclaiming, all right, I understand. This fellow is yours. Interrogate him thoroughly. He should have 2 more batches of bombs, one on the railway and the other possibly at the Mahana City Hall. I am unsure of the exact locations. What? The railway and Mahana City Hall. Hey, Rukio. Disregarding Inspector Muro's attempts to stop him, Rukio swiftly mounted his bicycle and sped towards the police hospital. His pace was even faster than when he had arrived, resembling an arrow released from its bow, as he rushed to the hospital's entrance and carelessly discarded his bicycle aside. Rukio burst in, slamming his hands on the reception desk, startling the nurse. Where is the child who was struck by the shockwave after removing the bomb from the highway? What? The nurse at the front desk was clearly taken aback. Just then, Nura Rukio hurriedly arrived at Conan's hospital room and forcefully pushed the door open. Bang! Conan, are you all right? Rukio? Conan was taken aback. Rukio, you have arrived. Dr. Agasa greeted him with a smile. Brother Rukio. The trio from the death-seeking squad greeted Nura Rukio with cheerful smiles. You mischievous lad, are you not aware that this is a hospital? Why are you opening the door with such force? Morikagaro stood up, his expression grim, and called out to Nura Rukio. However, he received no reply. Upon seeing that Conan was unharmed, Nura Rukio merely sighed, gently closed the door, and the anxiety that had just adorned his face transformed into a smirk tinged with mockery. Oh, our little genius Conan, how did you manage to turn a bomb into such a spectacle? Hawk Conan said with a roll of his eyes. After the gesture, he quickly inquired, Rukio, you mentioned earlier that you were searching for the murderer. Have you found them? The door that had just been shut swung open once more, revealing a doctor accompanied by a nurse. Upon entering, the nurse addressed Nura Rukio, admonishing him for his reckless behavior in the hospital, saying, even in your concern for the patients, you must exercise caution. Nura Rukio's face flushed crimson, his head turning away in embarrassment. Ah, you must have mistaken me. That was certainly not me. The nurse, oblivious to his discomfort, continued earnestly, it cannot be. The red strands in your hair are quite conspicuous. How could one misidentify you? Cough. All right, shall we? Let us first examine this young one. The doctor interjected, gently tugging at the nurse's sleeve. Following this, a series of examinations ensued. Although Conan wished to inquire further, the doctor restrained him, insisting on cooperation. Meanwhile, Morikagoro discreetly pulled Nura Rukio aside, whispering, young Nura. Did Conan just say you apprehended the culprit? Nura Rukio nodded, confirming, indeed, I caught him. Officer Magyar has taken over. At this moment, the doctor concluded the examination, stating, there is nothing serious, just ensure ample rest. With that, he made his way towards the door. Professor Agasa, smiling, chimed in, that is wonderful news indeed. Please take care. The doctor said as he opened the door and exited. The nurse, before following suit, specifically advised Natsuyoshi Roku to refrain from such recklessness in the future. Observing the departure of the doctor and nurse, Conan hastily inquired, Roku, you have yet to respond to my question. At that moment, Inspector Magyar re-entered the room. Roku. The bomb at the Mahara City Hall has been located, but where exactly is the bomb on the tracks? Well, I don't know, Roku replied, shrugging his shoulders as he addressed Inspector Magyar first. Roku, who is the perpetrator? Conan pressed on, seeing that Roku was ignoring him. Previously, Roku had reported the capture of the criminal, and upon arrival, I discovered it was the renowned architect Taichi Moriya. Roku had informed us that Moriya committed the crime in pursuit of symmetrical art. Inspector Magyar addressed Conan's inquiry, then turned to Roku once more. Roku, do you truly not know the location of the bomb on the tracks? This concerns the lives of many passengers. Inspector Magyar, had I known, I would certainly inform you. But I genuinely do not know. All I know is that it is on the tracks. Roku tilted his head, seemingly contemplating, and uncertainly remarked. It seems to be near a bridge. How did you deduce that Professor Moriya was the one who pilfered from the Toyo powder depot? Conan curiously asked. My brother provided me with the information. Your brother? Roku, do you have a brother? Dr. Agasa queried in surprise. Conan stroked his chin. Yes. Ruku's brother is named Roku Rukuzan, and he is the adopted son of their family. However, Roku, did you not mention that you were unable to reach your brother? I cannot reach him, but he can reach me. Roku replied nonchalantly, with his hands shoved into his pockets. Very well. Conan turned to Inspector Magyar. You mentioned that the bomb on the tracks has not been found, correct? Indeed, the area of the entire railway is too vast. We have dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough search, but thus far, nothing has been discovered. Conan thoughtfully stroked his chin as he gazed at Inspector Magyar. If we consider what Rikuo stated, that Professor Moritani is involved in symmetrical art, and it is likely related to a bridge, then the police should prioritize investigating which bridge designed by Professor Moritani has the railway running through it. Yes, your reasoning is quite sound, Inspector Magyar exclaimed, nodding in agreement as he tapped his palm. He quickly retrieved his mobile phone. Isn't mobile phone usage prohibited in this hospital? Asked Kagoro Mori, a hint of confusion in his voice. This ward is separate from others, and there are no medical electronic devices present here. Therefore, mobile phones can indeed be used. Inspector Magyar explained, glancing out the window. Just as he finished, the call connected, and he hastily assigned tasks to the officers, then turned to Rukio and Conan, saying, Rukio, I need to confirm a few matters with you, and of course, Conan, you will need to recount the details of the explosion you encountered earlier. Is that agreeable? Rukio nodded in affirmation. No problem, Conan replied. Subsequently, Inspector Megure inquired about Conan's current situation, as well as how Nura Rukio had obtained the information and captured Moritani Teiji. Just as the two were concluding their discussion, Officer Shiratori unexpectedly entered the room. Inspector Megure had just confirmed that the arson of the houses was entirely designed by Professor Moritani. What? It seems that Rukio's claim of Professor Moritani being the perpetrator is indeed true. By the way, has he regained consciousness? Inspector Megure, stroking his chin, noted that Professor Moritani remained in a state of unconsciousness. According to the doctors, aside from a head injury, he had also sustained severe abdominal trauma, likely caused by repeated kicks. Officer Shiratori, holding a document, responded earnestly, while Rukio awkwardly scratched his face. Inspector Megure cast a serious glance at Rukio, asking, Rukio, the injuries on Professor Moritani, did you inflict them? Well, I can explain that. After all, who knows if a mad artist capable of explosions and arson has any tricks up his sleeve? I merely gave him a few light kicks, concerned that he might wake up. Rest assured, they were merely superficial wounds and not serious, Rukio replied, tilting his head slightly in embarrassment and casting a warning glance at Conan, implying that any indiscretion would lead to dire consequences. Conan responded with a look of exasperation, then feigned innocence, asking, Officer Shiratori, you mentioned that all the findings pertain to Professor Moritani's constructions. Have any other bombs been discovered in the other works he designed? We are currently investigating, but I believe results will emerge shortly, Officer Shiratori replied, his expression grave. Rukio, with a serious demeanor, inquired, did Moritani Teiji set fire to many houses? What was the casualty situation? Yes, starting from Mr. Kirikawa's house, the Mizushima, Yasuda, and Akutsu residences were all victims of arson. All designed by Professor Moritani before he turned 30. Fortunately, only a few individuals sustained minor injuries, mostly from tripping while escaping, Officer Shiratori stated, handing the documents to Inspector Megure. Kagoro Mori leaned in to take a look and exclaimed, wait, this bridge. There are railway tracks on this bridge. Inspector Megure also noticed this detail and urgently instructed Officer Shiratori, quickly dispatch someone to investigate this bridge. Excellent. Officer Shiratori took the photograph and stepped outside. When he re-entered, he appeared quite elated. The bomb had been located. Earlier, when they had dispatched personnel to investigate Professor Moritani's building, they had set off towards that bridge. I had just called them, and they fortuitously discovered the bomb nestled between the railway tracks. Wonderful! Chief Megure exclaimed with joy. It was splendid that this matter had finally been resolved, a cause for celebration. Kagoro Mori patted Rukio Nura on the shoulder, saying, You've done a remarkable job this time, my boy. Mission accomplished, significantly contributing to the case without a script. Mission reward. A tool from the realm of detective fiction, Second Mind, Rukio Nura was momentarily taken aback by the system's reward, then glanced at the others present, inquiring about the details. Tool from detective fiction, Second Mind, Rukio introduction, I can engage in combat with myself. Ability, the capacity for complete dual focus. Lu Xiong, servant boy. With a sudden thud, Nura Rukio felt as though his head had been struck. Ouch! What was that for? Uncle Mori, he exclaimed. I called you numerous times, yet you completely ignored me. Grumbled Muri Kagoro, visibly annoyed. Rukio rubbed the spot where he had been hit. Are you truly claiming that this punch was devoid of personal sentiment? Muri Kagoro shrugged. Of course not. I've longed to hit you for ages. All right, enough of the antics, Muri. Rukio, remember to come to the police station for a statement when you have the time. I still need to oversee Professor Moritani's interrogation, so I'll take my leave now, said Inspector Megure as he made his way to the door. We'll be heading out as well, Officer Shiratori added, following Inspector Megure out of the hospital room. Take care. Inspector Megure. Muri Kagoro hastily called out as he reached the door. Not long after Muri Kagoro departed, it seemed he was off to indulge in some drinking. Conan, how do you plan to handle the situation with Ran tonight? I'm certain she is eager to see you. Rukio, not in a hurry to return to his experimental apparatus, awaited this moment. Oh no, I completely forgot about Ran, Conan exclaimed, suddenly realizing, vigorously rubbing his head with both hands. Don't worry, the bomb disposal won't be that swift. There's a high chance Ran won't even be able to enter the Mahama City Hall. However, she may call you shortly to arrange a meeting elsewhere. Make sure to express your feelings for her clearly, Rukio advised, rising to his feet. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Ignoring the contemplative Conan, he waved goodbye to Dr. Agasa, who seemed busy fiddling with something on his phone. I'm off, doctor. All right, be careful on your way. The doctor replied with a smile. Just as Rukio was about to exit, Dr. Agasa called out to him. Oh, and Rukio, remember to inform AI that you're safe. She seemed a bit worried about you earlier. Understood. Rukio waved his hand and exited the hospital room. He sent a message to AI. The case has been resolved. That little rascal was a piece of cake. Upon returning home, Rukio lay on his bed, mumbling to himself. Art gently weaves its way into the dreamscape of memories. A new chapter of side stories unfolds, filling in some gaps with a hint of drama. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope that everyone can partake in this journey, for I fear the criticisms of being too harsh. I pledge that by the conclusion of this tale, every character shall find a favorable resolution. By the way, following the side stories, the narrative may transition into a semi-male lead, though it can also be perceived as a dual male lead. Rest assured, I believe this will not detract from the reading experience. Children, what are your dreams? A young and beautiful kindergarten teacher inquires loudly, standing before a group of little ones adorned with yellow hats. I want to be a scientist. I aspire to be an astronaut. A detective. I wish to be a renowned detective. A little boy proclaims with unwavering resolve. I want to experience a passionate romance with a handsome boy. A girl with chestnut hair chimes in. Beside them stands a girl with hair that seems to form sharp angles, appearing somewhat flustered as she struggles to articulate her thoughts. I want to be the world's #1 villain. At that moment, a boy with jet black hair and dark eyes boldly rises from the crowd, declaring his ambition with a hearty laugh. Little Lu Xiong, why do you wish to become the #1 villain? The kindergarten teacher, momentarily taken aback, kindly bends down to ask. Because those in power and the wealthy are all wicked. If I become the worst of them all, then I shall be the most formidable. Lu Xiong laughs heartily. But little Lu Xiong, you must not think that way. There are far more good individuals among the powerful and affluent. Those who abuse their power are truly detestable. Another child interjects. Absolutely, they spend their days tormenting others. How insufferable. Indeed, the greatest villain in the world. To dream of being a villain is unacceptable. Villains deserve to be punished. Hit him. Nura Rukio's first grade semester was already filled with such joy. Despite being merely a group of first graders, they were remarkably united in their quest to vanquish villains. Within what appeared to be an ordinary 2-story building, a gentle voice called from the entrance, Rukio, why are you back covered in injuries again? A somewhat indifferent middle-aged man's voice emanated from the kitchen, suggesting that he had once again played a prank on his classmates and faced retribution. This is not an injury. It is a badge of honor. It signifies the first step toward realizing my dreams. Rukio's eyes widened as he earnestly gazed at the woman with lustrous black hair before him, his mother, Nura Rukio. All right, enough with the talk of badges. Come to dinner. A middle-aged man in an apron set the dishes on the dining table. Rukio's father, Nura Rukio. What special occasion is it today that Dad is cooking? Rukio inquired with curiosity. Your great-grandfather has matters to attend to today. Now eat up. What? Are you complaining about my cooking? I made your favorite grilled meat. Nura Rukio's tone was slightly displeased. Rukio pouted. I'm not complaining. I just don't feel like eating. I'm not hungry. As he attempted to dash up the stairs, he was swiftly pulled back by his mother, who had just placed his shoes neatly by the entrance. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mom, I'll eat. I promise. Sit tight. Nguyen Luxiong gently rubbed his belly, feeling a pang of sympathy for himself. However, there was no alternative. He could only remain at the table, selecting some grilled meat to eat. Father, today I made a new friend. His name is Lu Shan, and it seems he shares the surname Lu. His father is a foreigner. Oh, you must treat him well. After all, people often exhibit exclusivity, Nguyen Zhonghui remarked, picking up a piece of his overcooked scrambled eggs with chopsticks, taking a bite, and grimacing slightly. Of course, only a small villain would easily abandon a friend. A true antagonist would never do such a thing. Nguyen Jiachuan served a piece of grilled meat to Nguyen Luxiong. Enough with the villain talk. It's all your father's fault for filling your head with such nonsense. Luxiong, I refuse to be a bad guy. I aspire to be a partner of justice. A boy with black hair and blue eyes swung his legs from a park bench, addressing the boy beside him. Lu Shan, why is that? The great villains are so formidable. Nguyen Luxiong tilted his head in confusion. You are still young, so you don't understand. When you grow older, you'll realize that good and evil are defined by people. Lu Shan gazed up at the azure sky, as if projecting a story in his eyes. But Lu Shan, you are even younger than I am. Why do you always act so mature? Honestly, I don't care. Nulian Luxiong stood on the bench, extending his hands toward the sky, proclaiming, I will be the greatest villain in the world. Lu Shan looked at Nulian Luxiong's enthusiastic demeanor and smiled affectionately. Very well. Let me be the one to defeat you then, great villain. Nulian Luxiong jumped down from the bench, staring earnestly at the still-seated, smiling Lu Shan. I will not lose. Then you must study hard, young Lu Xiong. Lu Shan playfully tapped Nulian Luxiong on the forehead. Ah, Lu Shan, you sneak attacked me. At that moment, several men in black approached, and one of them produced a white cloth, swiftly covering Nulian Luxiong's mouth. The last vivid memory of Nura Rukio was of Rukigin calling out his name and desperately rushing towards him. Where am I? Nura Rukio rubbed his eyes, gazing around in a state of confusion. This place, it resembles a prison. Am I destined to become the archvillain? Upon closer inspection, the surroundings undeniably exuded a prison-like atmosphere, a notion that Rukigin had imparted to Rukio. Oh, there's a plate of curry rice over there. Nura Rukio's eyes caught sight of a dish resting against the wall, brimming with curry rice. He patted his belly, reassuring himself, as a formidable antagonist. Indulging in a little snack isn't unreasonable, right? With that thought, he reached for the plate, which conveniently had a small spoon, perfect for dining. Without a second thought regarding cleanliness, Nura Rukio commenced his meal. After a couple of bites, he set the plate down, exclaiming, Ugh, this tastes awful. At that moment, it dawned on him that he should perhaps consider returning home. He tested the barrier at the entrance, discovering it was immovable. He shook the heavy door vigorously, only to find it utterly resistant, secured by a large iron lock. Nura Rukio exerted all his strength, but it remained steadfast. In his fervor, he stumbled and fell. I'm trapped. I can't get out. What about my mother? What about my father? And Rukigin? Yes, where is Rukigin? Nura Rukio attempted repeatedly, his hands grazing the prison walls as he muttered, those notorious villains managed to escape. Surely, I can too. Yet, after exhausting his efforts, his legs ached, and despair began to creep in. Mom, Dad, Rukigin, I've been captured. Woe is me. I am no longer a villain. I can't even manage a prison break. A sudden, anguished cry pierced through the air beyond the fence, drawing Nulian Luxiong's attention immediately. Wiping away his tears, he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Muttering to himself, that voice sounds so familiar. It's Lu Shan. Lu Shan, what has happened to you? Are you all right? Lu Shan. Suddenly, Nulian Luxiong beheld a robust man dragging a child in his direction, a pool of crimson staining the ground beneath the child. Nulian Luxiong recognized it as blood, and, upon examining the child's face closely, realized that it was indeed Lu Shan. You scoundrel! What have you done to Lu Shan? No, wait. I am the ultimate villain of this world. What are you doing to my arch-nemesis? You worthless scum. Fiend. Upon hearing Nulian Luxiong's voice, Lu Shan ceased his cries. His hand appeared to attempt movement, but it could only tremble faintly. The prison door of Nura Rukio swung open, and the burly man disregarded the anguished cries of Nura Rukio as he carelessly tossed Lu Shan into the room. With a foul expression, the man turned his gaze towards Nura Rukio, who lay beside Lu Shan. You little brat. Were it not for the slight assets of your Nura family, this child would not endure such treatment. Now, none of you shall escape, he declared, delivering a kick to Nura Rukio. Nura Rukio rolled twice before coming to a halt. After the Gada locked the prison door once more, the burly man turned back to Nulian Luxiong and declared, Stop your howling, kid. Once your father pays the ransom, I will ensure your demise. However, Nulian Luxiong found himself unable to respond. As he clutched his abdomen and approached Lu Shan, kneeling beside him, shaking Lu Shan's body, and calling out, Lu Shan, what has happened to you? Stop. If you shake any more, he might truly perish. Lu Shan's voice emerged weakly, trembling as it escaped his lips. Yet, he lay motionless on the ground. Nulian Luxiong, overwhelmed with despair, sat down heavily, tears streaming down his face. With a quivering tone, he lamented, Lu Shan, what is wrong? You are covered in blood, so much blood. Father always said that if a person loses so much blood, they will die. Stop wailing. I've lost my kidney, Lu Shan replied from the ground, his tone tinged with sorrow. What shall we do then? Nulian Luxiong exclaimed, frantic and at a loss. Calm down, it's all right. Just let me rest until this anesthetic wears off, Lu Shan implored, striving to infuse gentleness into his voice. But your wound is still bleeding, Nuliang Luxiang cried, his eyes brimming with tears as he pointed at Lu Shan's injury, unsure of what to do next. Then help me tear a piece of cloth to bandage it. I've seen this done on television before, Lu Shan instructed. All right. Please don't die. Nuliang Luxiang responded as he attempted to tear off a piece of his own clothing. After several futile attempts, he finally removed his jacket, gently lifting Lu Shan to wrap his entire abdomen from front to back. Once the bandaging was complete, Nuliang Luxiang knelt beside Lu Shan, scarcely daring to breathe. Even as his legs ached and discomfort surged through him, he only dared to move slightly. Time in the prison was elusive. It was unclear how long had passed when Lu Shan finally managed to sit up. Yet, at the slightest movement, his wound began to bleed anew. He grimaced, casting a glance at Nuliang Luxiang, who was beginning to doze off, his head drooping. Lu Shan swallowed his voice, stifling any further words. Nura Rukio stretched lazily, sitting up to discover he was lying on a small cot in a prison cell, while Rukuzan slept on another bed. He quietly approached Rukuzan's window, observing his peaceful slumber, his chest rising and falling. Relieved, he then placed a hand on his own belly and murmured softly, feeling quite famished. He glanced around and noticed a long trail of blood beside his bed. In the corner, there lay a plate of curry rice, which appeared to be relatively fresh. It must have been untouched since yesterday when the servant, Rukio, had feasted on it. Rukio approached the curry rice, took a spoonful, and savored a couple of bites. However, he hesitated to continue several times. Ultimately, hunger prevailed, and he resumed eating. He only ceased when the plate had been reduced to half its original portion. Placing it back where it had been and sitting on his small bed, lost in thought. As he pondered, tears began to flow, and he hastily wiped them away. Inwardly pleading, "Mother and father, I no longer wish to be the villain. Please come and take me and Rukio away." Luxiang. Lu Shan's frail voice suddenly reached the ears of Nuliang Luxiang. He abruptly raised his head and gazed towards the source of the sound. Lu Shan, how are you? He hurriedly rushed to Lu Shan's bedside, leaning over the edge of the bed, his face etched with concern as he stared at Lu Shan. I might not survive until help arrives, but you must not give up on what I am about to tell you. Remember this, you must survive. You absolutely must survive. Lu Shan spoke with a tone heavy with desolation, his words fragmented as if he had expended all his strength. Lu Shan, please don't die. Nuliang Luxiang began to weep again, watching as Lu Shan teetered on the brink of death, feeling utterly helpless. Calm down, let me finish. Lu Shan struggled to sit up, his speech punctuated by persistent coughs. All right, don't rush. Nuliang Luxiang hastily wiped his eyes, nodding his head, anxious that Lu Shan might exert himself further. Luxiang, this world might be an anime world. Everything you and I see is a facade. I have encountered characters like Conan Edagawa and Ran Muri. They are merely animated figures. Lu Shan spoke with grave seriousness, his voice weak and intermittent. Nuliang Luxiang was taken aback, wiping his eyes once more, unable to suppress his curiosity. Anime? Is that what you have been emphasizing? The kind of family-friendly animated series? Yes, that's right. So often, I find myself in confusion. I lived a long life in my previous existence. Lu Shan attempted to continue, but he suddenly coughed up blood. Lu Shan, it's all right. Dear, let me finish. Lu Shan laboriously raised his hand to give the weeping Nuliang Luxiang a gentle tap on the head, as light as a caress. You should befriend the new Xiaolan closely. That way, your family will remain safe. Nuliang Luxiang dared not utter a word, nodding while wiping his tears. In the future, a little girl resembling Suzuki Sonoko will come to stay at the home of a certain Dr. Agasa. Her name is Mayano Shiho, also known as Hybrid AI. You must take good care of little AI. Haha, I believe you will undoubtedly grow fond of her. Lu Shan spoke at length, albeit in a fragmented manner, his eyelids drooping incessantly. As he continued, a bittersweet smile crept onto his lips. What a pity I never had the chance to meet my paper figure wife. Nuliang Luxiang thought Lu Shan was on the brink of death, yet unexpectedly. When the burly man brought over the curry rice for the third time, Lu Shan suddenly seemed to recover. He stood up, patting Nuliang Luxiang's shoulder, exclaiming, Luxiang, don't be afraid. In a few days, my secret weapon will be ready. I'll take you out of here. Although Nuliang Luxiang could not fathom why Lu Shan had recovered so suddenly, he nodded vigorously, filled with excitement. In the days that followed, Lu Shan would occasionally pace around the cell, murmuring, it's coming soon, almost finished loading. However, during the fifth delivery of curry rice, The burly man entered the prison accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman clad in a suit and wearing an elephant mask. "Mr. Elephant, come take a look. The black-eyed child is not available for trade at the moment, but what about this blue-eyed one? Aren't those eyes stunning? Let me go. Let me go. You scoundrel." The burly man gripped Lushan, lifting his hair to showcase his eyes to Mr. Elephant. Lushan struggled desperately, trying to hit the man's arm, but it was futile, as even his feet could not reach the burly figure. "Lushan, damn it, you fiend." Nuliang Luxiong attempted to rush to help, but was swiftly kicked away by the burly man, tumbling several times on the ground. "Looks like these two little ones are quite lively," Mr. Elephant chuckled, observing their antics. Indeed, indeed. Those eyes are definitely appealing." The burly man laughed, scratching his head with a foolish grin. "How about I offer a bit more money for them to entertain me with a game?" They found themselves in a setting resembling a miniature coliseum, where 6 or 7 individuals donned various animal masks and colorful attire in the audience. A man with an elephant mask stood at the forefront, proclaiming, "Let us play a game. Here, we shall decide who survives." Lu Shan and Nuliang Luxiong had their hoods removed and were thrust into the center of the arena. As the burly man and his accomplices locked the door that had just opened, Nuliang Luxiong opened his eyes to survey the surroundings on the ground. Aside from the two of them, were 8 other ragged children, each with distinct appearances. "See those people above? They are the buyers of your organs. Come now. Engage in combat. Fight for your lives. The one who perishes will have the honor of becoming a part of our bodies or those of our loved ones." "Bah, you perverse fiends. I've heard of your twisted games, but never imagined they would be this depraved. Do you think we will listen to you?" Lu Shan stood defiantly, gazing up at the man in the elephant mask. Nuliang Luxiong remained silent, feeling a wave. Their voices gradually receded into the distance. "Ha ha." The elephant-masked figure let out a hearty laugh, then drew a pistol, firing a shot at Lu Shan's feet. "You have no choice, little ghost. If you do not select one person to survive, you shall all perish here." A woman donning a rabbit mask spoke with a hint of displeasure. "Elephant, isn't this a tad too cruel?" "Cruel? No, no, no. This is merely an opportunity for them to present a grand performance in their final moments. Is it not an honor?" The elephant-masked figure gazed at the 10 individuals on the ground with increasingly frenzied enthusiasm before abruptly turning to the woman in the rabbit mask. "Rabbit, what of it? Do you have alternative thoughts at this moment? Do not forget, this is not your first time receiving their offerings." The woman in the rabbit mask fell silent. In the arena, Nuliang Luxiong tugged at Lu Shan's arm, fear evident in his voice. "Lu Shan, what should we do?" "These brutes." Lu Shan muttered with a hint of displeasure, glancing around as his expression shifted. Ultimately, he turned back and gently stroked Lu Xiong's head, attempting to speak in a tender tone. "Fear not, Lu Xiong. When the time comes, you shall hide behind me. I will protect you. Do not forget, I am indeed a champion of justice." However, Nuliang Luxiong wanted to say, "Isn't it true that only one person can survive?" But before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Luxian. "Stop hesitating and trust me. When the opportunity arises, we'll see if we can escape." Luxian positioned himself in front of Nuliang Luxiong, lifting his gaze towards the man adorned with the elephant mask. "Hey, you perverted freak in the elephant mask. You claim those up there are our organ buyers, correct?" The elephant-masked man nodded. "Indeed, but please refrain from calling me a pervert. Address me as Mr. Shangwei. Then if we perish here, our organs 1T decay? Their 1T be enough time for a transplant, right?" Lu Xiong observed sweat trickling down Lu Shan's face. "Ha ha ha ha. Of course not. A genius like me has my own methods to preserve your organs. So come on, let me see if you will turn against one another." As he spoke, the elephant-masked man tossed several daggers down to the platform below. "Come, seize your weapons and engage in battle." Ha ha. While Lu Xiong was distracted by the movements of the other children, Luxian had already dragged him towards the daggers. Luxian slammed Lu Xiong against the wall, picked up 2 daggers, one in each hand, and turned to face the children who were beginning to stir restlessly. He assessed the distance between their position and the elephant-masked man, only to realize it was too great. With their current strength, they could hardly throw anything that high. Clutching the daggers, he shouted at the children, "Don't move. No one is allowed to act recklessly." Without glancing at the platform, he fixed his stare on the children and instructed Nuliang Luxiong, "Lu Xiong, keep an eye on that elephant-masked man above. If he raises his gun, alert me." "Excellent." Nuliang Luyo nodded vigorously, his gaze fixed intently on the figure adorned with the elephant mask. Following this, Lu Shan exclaimed loudly, "Mr. Elephant Mask, given the current circumstances, do you truly believe we would engage in a battle? I strongly advise you to release us. Under this vast sky and the illuminating sun, do you not fear the repercussions of your actions? Ha! How amusing. I never anticipated encountering such an entertaining little imp like you. Repercussions? The law cannot even touch me. As for the so-called repercussions, let them come and see whether it is their retribution that is formidable or my bullets that reign supreme. The figure in the elephant mask laughed heartily, simultaneously raising his weapon. Lushan. Nulian Luyo shouted urgently. With a resounding bang, Lushan executed a swift roll, narrowly evading a bullet that struck precisely where he had just been. He rolled to the side, kneeling, his gaze darting back and forth between the man in the elephant mask above and the children below. Lu Xiong, get down. Nuliang Lu Xiong quickly dropped to the ground. Lushan dashed forward, narrowly evading the second bullet from the man in the elephant mask. He stepped onto Nuliang Lu Xiong's back and leapt into the air. Facing the third bullet, he hurled one of his daggers, which sliced through the air like a streak of white light, striking the man in the elephant mask squarely in the left shoulder. Lushan landed in a half-kneeling position, clutching his recently wounded right chest, cursing under his breath. Damn. That really hurts. This bastard is relentless. Suddenly recalling something, he turned sharply to Nuliang Lu Xiong, suppressing his urge to continue swearing. He rushed over, pulled Lu Xiong to his feet, and sprinted towards a small door opposite the entrance they had previously entered. Run, Lu Xiong. How infuriating. How dare you, you lowly beings. The man in the elephant mask rose, removed the dagger from his shoulder, and with his left hand, brandished his gun, unleashing a full magazine towards Lushan and Lu Xiong. How vexatious. Bang, 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 bang. Lushan tugged at the small door, only to discover it too was firmly shut. He turned to inform Lu Xiong but was taken aback to see the elephant mask rise again. Realizing that he had thrown inaccurately before, he shouted and pulled Lu Xiong over, shielding him beneath his own body. Lushan. Lu Xiong stared in disbelief at Lushan, who had suddenly halted his movements, his dark pupils beginning to glimmer with a faint red hue. Lu Xiong recalled the promise made to him. There was only a narrow margin left between life and death. Lushan, with a gentle smile, lifted his hand, intending to caress Lu Xiong's cheek, but just as he was about to make contact, his hand fell limply, and he collapsed to the ground. Lushan. Despair surged through Nuliang Lu Xiong's mind, rendering it blank. Kneeling before Lushan, his lips quivered slightly, and his arm involuntarily rose, his palm gently caressing Lushan's cheek. The other children stood frozen in place, their faces etched with terror and hopelessness, sharing a tacit understanding not to advance. The man in the elephant mask erupted into a maniacal laugh, shouting, "Do you see? This is the fate of those who defy me. Inferior beings. Now, immediately, engage in a fray to amuse me." As he spoke, he changed the magazine and fired a shot into the air. Nuliang Lu Xiong stared blankly at Lushan, noticing dirt cascading down, landing directly on Lushan's cheek. Wiping away his tears as he lowered his arm, he caught a glimpse of Lushan's smiling face. Lingering on that smile, murmuring, "Survive, survive, Lushan, let me survive." Gritting his teeth, he seized the remaining dagger from Lushan's hand and stood resolutely beside him, as if they were comrades in battle. With his lip clenched, the pain rendered Nuliang Lu Xiong's expression less fearful, though the tremor in his arm betrayed his anxiety. Some children had begun to grasp daggers, while others remained rooted in place, weeping. Among them, a small boy cried out, "Mommy. I want Mommy." Wah. The first boy to seize a dagger, his gaze hardened, gritted his teeth, and plunged the dagger into the throat of the crying child. The man in the elephant mask clapped joyously, disregarding his shoulder wound, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, just like that. Absolutely marvelous. This is pure artistry. Ha 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 ha." The other masked figures subtly distanced themselves from him. As several children began to move, their numbers dwindled from 10 to just 3, including Lu Xiong. The man in the elephant mask grew increasingly exhilarated, shouting, "Faster! Faster! Kill! Ha ha ha! How splendid! The most primal, innocent slaughter. Children driven to the brink. Lost in the frenzy of killing to survive. Ha 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 ha! It is art! Art!" The remaining two boys exchanged glances, silently directing their gaze towards Nuliang Lu Xiong. His hand trembled more fiercely, yet he did not falter. Biting his lip, he brandished the dagger, confronting the two boys. Just then, a curly-haired boy lunged towards Nuliang Lu Xiong, shouting, "Athe!" Nura Rukio quickly dodged, startled by the sudden threat. The curly-haired boy halted, wildly waving the dagger in his hand. Nura Rukio clumsily evaded. But before the curly-haired boy could make another move, the previously lurking short-haired boy thrust his dagger into the back of the curly-haired boy. The short-haired boy proceeded to stab repeatedly, shouting, "Die, die, die." Nura Rukio realized that if he remained motionless, he would be the next to perish. Yet, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and his feet felt as though they were burdened by lead, leaving him devoid of the courage to advance. Just then, the short-haired boy's gaze shifted towards him, sending a shiver down Nura Rukio's spine. He raised his dagger, shouting, "Don't come any closer." The short-haired boy's eyes glinted like those of a ravenous wolf as he charged forward with his dagger drawn. Terrified, Nura Rukio crouched down, shielding his head with his arms. In that instant, the dagger plunged directly into the throat of the short-haired boy. Meanwhile, the short-haired boy's dagger found its mark in Nura Rukio's back, though it narrowly missed a vital spot. Nevertheless, Nura Rukio cried out in pain. It sounded as if provoked by pain, yet it resembled a release of pent-up emotions. The man adorned with an elephant mask gazed upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, inexplicably clapping his hands in delight. How marvelous! How exquisite! This is true art. Hurry, preserve those offerings. Transport them to the experimental chamber. Suddenly, the entrance that had previously opened swung wide once more, allowing several individuals clad in white coats and masks to enter. They methodically administered injections to each of the deceased before lifting the bodies of the children, preparing to depart. "Stop. No. Put Lushan down." Lu Liang's heart raced with terror. His pain in the dagger lodged in his back momentarily forgotten as he attempted to block the path of the white-coated figure intent on taking Lushan's corpse. In response, he was forcefully kicked back, the dagger slicing deeper into his flesh, leaving a more grievous wound. Lu Xiong, in agony, hurriedly removed the dagger from his back, causing the blood to flow even more profusely. The searing pain rendered him incapable of feeling anything but torment. At that moment, the burly man who had previously escorted him and Lu Shan entered again, roughly placing a burlap sack over Lu Xiong's head and dragging him outside. When Lu Xiong regained consciousness, he discovered he had been taken to another location, distinct from the one where he had been previously held. This was a solitary chamber resembling a cage, surrounded by several similar enclosures. "Dad, what should I do?" Lu Shan cried out, while Lu Xiong, too frightened to lie down, sobbed as he sat on the small bed in the corner of the cage. Blood continued to trickle down his back, as the pain incessantly tormented him. System loading 90. Who is it? Nura Rukio suddenly raised his head, looking around anxiously, yet found nothing amiss. Subsequently, a robust man would periodically deliver curry rice, a dish that Nura Rukio found quite unpalatable. Nevertheless, he consumed it each time, for Rukio had once urged him to survive. By the fourth delivery of curry rice since his arrival in this new place, Nura Rukio's wounds had begun to scab over. However, the sturdy man abruptly swung open the cell door and kicked Nura Rukio without warning. After nurturing you for so many days, I had hoped you would survive, so I could request some additional funds for my expenditures. Yet, your inept parents are unwilling to part with even a small amount of money. Truly astonishing.